Company's end. They were worried that this method of making use of Fang Zhao's popularity would give rise to a negative reaction from Fang Zhao. So they had specifically explained it and asked about Fang Zhao's views on the matter. Fang Zhao also knew those two newcomers. Back when they'd had minor roles in the cast of Founding Era, they had tagged along with G. Poland and had meals together. These two newcomers had ability and could take hardship. All they lacked was opportunity, so Fang Zhao was willing to lend them a hand. Seeing that Fang Zhao did not have any negative reactions, Wayne cleared his throat and said, "I know that your ambitions lie elsewhere. All right, I'm not going to beat around the bush. The reason I called you today is because of those newly signed youngsters. Silver Wing's own esports team had already developed. Team members were offered competitive wages, so naturally, they were able to attract some capable fresh talent. This year, Wayne had signed a few promising ones, but Wayne realized that these youngsters in the team had started to have inflated egos. They might be a little more well-behaved in front of their department manager, but the moment Wayne turned his back, these youngsters loved to put on airs online. Every time they won a match, they itched to let the entire world know. Wayne had told them many times before, but it had fallen on deaf ears, and Captain Jinro had even needed to make an appearance. Wayne was worried that if this sort of attitude continued to swell, even the veterans would inevitably start to get complacent. Put in simple words, they deserved a spanking. Without a rude awakening, there was no way they would calm down. Therefore, Wayne had once again sought out Fang Zhao. Teach this bunch of brats a lesson and, at the same time, give Jinro and the other first-string members some training. I know you have said before that you don't wish to meddle too much in esports and want to leave the scene to them, which is why I insist that you take part in the newly released missions. I also know that you are preparing to further your studies, but are you able to spare some time to help put these kids in order?" Fang Zhao considered his schedule over the next few days and replied, "All right." In the Silver Wing gaming department, the bunch of people who were getting swollen heads from the newly arrived 10th generation consoles suddenly felt chills throughout their bodies. After Fang Zhao ended the call with Wayne, he received a call from the person in charge of Silver Wing's talent development and studies. The person in charge did not dare to be negligent and so contacted him frequently. The matter of Fang Zhao wanting to head to Huangzhou to further his studies was approved by the big boss of the company, and she had personally asked about it. Naturally, the person in charge had to be more proactive. "Fang Zhao, I have understood a little about the schools over at Huangzhou and have had detailed talks with people at Huangzhou Music Academic and Huangzhou Institute of Art. There are no big problems with this situation, so you don't have to worry." The person in charge seemed to have some slight intention to take credit, not only because he thought highly of Fang Zhao's potential, but, more importantly, after the person in charge finished handling this matter, he could also get some benefits from the boss. It was about time he received a promotion. As he thought about a promotion and a pay raise, that person's tone unconsciously rose a little. "Young man, being willing to study and improve is a good thing. Regardless of what path you take, the company will support you vigorously. For music institutes, I can give you a guarantee. Take your pick of any of the top 10 schools in the world. Let's not talk about our own Yinzhou's Chimu. Your alma mater has teachers and lecturers that all recognize you. Even if we don't do anything, they will be more than willing to accept you. As for the two right at the top of the rankings, Huangmu and Huangart, if you want to get into their advanced courses, we can help arrange that. Although there might be some slight resistance, don't worry, problems can be solved. Previously, our company has sent a few of our contracted composers over for advanced studies. Resources and strength are still very important. Furthermore, the momentum of Silver Wing's development in Yenzhou has already pushed down our two old rivals. The company is more than willing to spend even more resources to develop the potential of our talents. We must always look long-term. This wasn't just limited to Silver Wing. Many large entertainment companies worldwide work this way too, but they never revealed it publicly. Entertainment news might frequently show news of a certain film star enrolling in a certain prestigious university, institute, or research facility for advanced studies, but most of the time, it was the influence of the teams and families behind them. Huangzhou Music Academy is slightly more specialized, and they groom musical talents in specialization and techniques. However, Huangzhou Institute of Art has more genres of art. Many of the current big shots in the entertainment circles originated from there. These two each have their own advantages, so it depends on which one you think suits you best. Have you made a choice yet? Asked the person in charge. I have chosen, Fang Zhao replied. Which? Huangzhou Institute of Art, 12 Tones Advanced Class. The other side suddenly went silent. After a while, this. Huang Art's 12 tones is not within our operable range, stammered the person in charge. Huangzhou Institute of Art's 12 tones advanced class might not have been known by many people, but it was rather well known in the music circles. 12 tones got its name from the 5 pitches, 7 notes, 12 tones 1, recorded in ancient books. After the founding era, the new era was divided into 12 continents. Huangzhou Institute of Art's founder had chosen the name 12 Tones and set up an advanced course only for the best of the best. Generally speaking, for the majority of most schools, the credentials of advanced courses did not have the value and acknowledgement of normal graduate credentials. 12 Tones was an exception. Its credentials were the gold standard anywhere one went. In this advanced course, from the teachers to the advanced course students, every single one was a somebody. There would be one round of recruitment for the 12 Tones advanced course every year, and only 12 people were recruited each round. Whether it was composing, singing, dancing, or another specialty, each batch recruited exactly 12. Every year, many characters praised as geniuses attempted the enrollment examination. The intense competition and frightening elimination rate made many people shrink back. 12 Tones had another name, God-level advanced course. Therefore, when he heard Fang Zhao announce that name, the Silver Wing staffer's forehead started to sweat. How am I able to do anything? It's all right. I can take the examination myself, Fang Zhao replied. Chapter 330, Doubting One's Own Existence. The person in charge from Silver Wing advised Fang Zhao, helping him analyze past and present circumstances and previous examples. If he just wanted some gilding or a springboard, then he should forget about such an extremely difficult advanced course like 12 Tones. From what the person in charge saw, Fang Zhao was just like the other celebrities that the company had groomed in the past. They just went out to slightly improve their credentials and did not need to enroll in this difficult advanced course. Furthermore, 12 Tones was known for being difficult to get into and out of. To say the least, even if one was able to pass the exams and enroll, he might not be able to graduate. There were instances of students being unable to graduate and thus asked to leave. It wasn't that the person in charge did not think Fang Zhao was up to scratch, but that Fang Zhao was too young. He was only in his 20s, whereas others who enrolled in this course were no younger than 40. Looking further back into the past, even if there were younger ones, they had been geniuses among geniuses. Age signified qualifications, experience, and understanding of the fundamentals. Without sufficient accumulated experience, it was very difficult to compete against others. From a commercial point of view, the person in charge did not wish for Fang Zhao to take the exam. Fang Zhao's popularity was flourishing right now. He appeared both on film and in endorsements and was very well known throughout Yenzhou. But if he took the examination and was unable to get in, people would inevitably seize the opportunity and say that Fang Zhao had overestimated his capabilities and bitten off more than he could chew. The company's reply wasn't unexpected for Fang Zhao. After he had made his choice, he had not intended to use his company's connections. He also knew that this extraordinary advanced course was extremely difficult, but he had to take the exams once to know whether he could get in or not. If he could not get in, where was the disparity and how large was it? Fang Zhao needed to learn more new knowledge. As for the majority of advanced courses, they were actually meant to make the ordinary seem special. The quality of the curriculum was much worse than 12 Tones. This was the decision Fang Zhao had come to after comparing the curriculum of different advanced courses. If he could not get in, then he would take on a postgraduate course in Huangart or Huangmu. The person in charge from Silver Wing saw that he had no way of getting Fang Zhao to change his mind. After the call, he immediately reported to his superiors about the direction Fang Zhao would be taking for further studies. Now, it would be best to keep it suppressed and not publicize this news. When the time came and Fang Zhao could not get in, at least he wouldn't lose face. After ending the call with the Silver Wing staffer, Fang Zhao memorized all the interview questions, took a look at his schedule, and contacted Wayne, setting a time to give the company's esports team a training session. After lunch, in the Silver Wing esports team's internal group chat, Team Captain Jinro summoned all team members and released a piece of news. Just received a notice. Manager Wayne got Zhao God to give us a training session tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Coordinates for the training venue will be given later. All team members are to gather at the company on time tomorrow. Within the team, the new team members and the old team members had different reactions upon seeing the message. The newcomers' faces were flushed with excitement. WWE can also take part. A veteran team member's lips curled upwards. Didn't you hear clearly? Captain said, all team members. You guys can't run away now. The ignorant newcomers were thinking, super excited. Can't wait. The old team members threw pitying glances at the younger members. Following that, they started to ponder how long they would be able to survive tomorrow. A newcomer asked, Captain said that we will be going to a training venue? Which map? Are we familiar with it? Which team will we be facing off against this time? Is it a practice match or some other mode? What's the difficulty? A certain veteran team member replied, it isn't a practice match, just internal training. Opponent, just one. Difficulty, S rank. S rank. Doesn't that mean that it is extremely difficult? The newcomers were astonished and rubbed their palms with glee. They were itching to head online and announce this on their social platform accounts, letting everyone know that they would be getting the chance to go head-to-head against the legendary big god Fang Zhao. Unfortunately, this line of thought was stopped by the captain and vice-captain, the reason being that it was internal training and thus could not be publicly announced. If they were really itching to say it, at best they could tell a few close friends or relatives. Seeing these newcomers that were riled up, the senior members lamented inwardly, ignorance is bliss. The next morning, Fang Zhao used his apartment's gaming helmet and headed online. Normally, the helmet console was for curly hair to play with. His 10th generation console was left at Silver Wing for Jinro and the other professional esport athletes to use. There was no need to get it back for this training session. Over at Silver Wing's gaming department, everyone had arrived early at the company and started making preparations. Wayne, the gaming department manager, only stepped in unhurriedly with a cup of tea at 8:55 a.m. Oh, everyone's here. Greeting the members of the coaching team, Wayne pulled out a recliner chair and sat down. To develop the team even better, he had applied for lots of funding in the last 2 years and had signed a few reputable coaches to establish a coaching team. In front of him was a large screen that would display the scene in-game. The training venue's coordinates had been decided earlier in the morning. Team Captain Jinro had chosen a new map that neither side was familiar with. Wayne lifted the lid of his teacup and took a sip as his face broke into a smile of fond remembrance. No one knew whether it was the rich and mellow aftertaste of the tea or a flashback to the past. At the appointed time, the game formally started. Wayne wasn't in a hurry and glanced at the timer before telling those in the coaching team. Fang Zhao will give them 30 seconds to think of a battle strategy and 1 extra minute to put their plan into action. Isn't this time a little too short for a new map? One of the coaches said. Later on, you will realize that their time online will be even shorter. Don't bother following Fang Zhao. You guys won't be able to catch up. It would be better to watch those members, especially the new ones signed this year, and see where they are lacking. For the coaches that did not understand Fang Zhao's style, Wayne's words seemed really cryptic. A minute and a half later, a disconnection notification sounded. A new member had a dazed expression as he raised his hand to touch his forehead and muttered, "It was as if my head exploded." There was no as if. One of the coaches blurted out. Was this kid so shocked that he'd become stupid? That new member was still full of disbelief. That shouldn't be. I hid myself so well. Yet another disconnection notification. A new member at the side stared blankly at nothing in particular, as if he was completely unable to comprehend what just happened. 3 minutes after the preparation time, the members of the coaching time finally understood the meaning of what Wayne had said. The sounds of disconnection notifications made them panic-stricken. They could see the look of shock in each other's eyes. What frightening decision-making, one of the coaches said as he saw Fang Zhao's figure flash across on the screen. Even before he had finished his sentence, yet another disconnection notification had rung out. The highly skilled talent that the company had signed this year had not even had any time to react before being sent offline. More experienced senior members were more prudent, but they weren't able to hold out for long either. Following the sounds of disconnection notifications, the team members that were sent offline had looks of annoyance and defeat. There were also some that just sighed calmly. He really doesn't show mercy, Jinro said helplessly. He had been the last to disconnect. Taking a look at the time, from start to end, with the 1.5 minutes of preparation time and the 3 minutes following that, this match had not even lasted 5 minutes. The coaching team was also dumbstruck. Suddenly, they felt that their own team members' standards had declined. Actually, the coaches also understood. It wasn't that the team members' standard had declined, but that the opponent had been too strong. In the match that had just ended, the team members didn't seem to have acted incorrectly, but they'd just been beaten offline in succession. Any carelessness or opening had been seized by Fang Zhao. In the past, what they'd understood about Fang Zhao was only what had been through circulated videos, news, and analyses online. Now they truly recognized the disparity. Back then, Fang Zhao had not been called a point-sweeping machine right at the top of the individual leaderboards without reason. Wayne no longer had a pleased expression on his face. I already told all of you, when facing Fang Zhao, you cannot take any chances. The members on his team had been beaten like crap, and Wayne wasn't too pleased. He had expected this match to last at least 10 minutes, so he had told Fang Zhao not to go easy in the morning. How could he have known that it would turn out this way? 30 members completely wiped out in 3 minutes. This sort of result was simply appalling. Do you need a break? Jinro asked the other members. No need. We aren't tired either. Let's continue. The team members got into position quickly. The first match had not even lasted for 5 minutes. How could they need a break? While making preparations for the second match, Captain Jinro set himself a target to last 6 minutes for the next round. However, the second match only lasted 4 minutes and 19 seconds, even quicker than the previous round by 10 seconds. The third match lasted 4 minutes and 11 seconds. The fourth match, the coaching team was as silent as the dead. Wayne's calm and collected face from the morning had turned stiff, and he could not even bring himself to sip his tea. In his heart, he decided that the next time he got Fang Zhao to teach these youngsters a lesson, he would definitely need to get Fang Zhao to go easy. When the team members stepped out from the gaming studio, it was already afternoon. Every one of them looked extremely haggard. In the morning, they had played a total of 10 matches, all of them 30-1. They had lost 10 matches in succession and had been beaten so badly that they doubted their own existence. The time they'd spent online, plus the intervals between each round, had added up to only an hour. The rest of the time in the morning had been spent reflecting. When the team members received the analysis summary from Fang Zhao, they suffered an even bigger blow. It was like someone thinking that they had done decently for an examination, but when the exam scripts were returned, all that person saw was a paper full of red marks. How did Zhao God know that it was me? One newcomer asked as he held a copy of his own evaluation. After speaking, he felt somewhat awkward and added, in such a short time, how was he able to identify each member? Even if there was a notification in-game every time he killed someone, with so many people and so many rounds, how was he able to recognize everyone and remember them all? That is why he is a god, and you are just a nobody. Wayne had walked over after hearing this and gave a clap. All right, take your own evaluations and go reflect. Don't get so satisfied with just some achievements. Don't rest on your laurels. Take a look at today's battle situation. You guys still have a long way to go. This blow had been too big. The members did not have any appetite for lunch as they kept pondering every scene in the 10 matches and tried to make a frame-by-frame replay in their heads. Manager, when will we have our next training session? Someone asked. With this sort of horrible standard, you are still dreaming of next time? Wayne snorted. Wait till I feel that you guys have improved. Besides, Fang Zhao is very busy. This morning's session was because I requested it. Otherwise, do you think he would even waste any time with you guys? He still has to prepare for his examinations. All the team members. Manager, these words are too prickly. Elsewhere, after Fang Zhao had sent out today's analysis summary, he started to prepare for war, browsing through practice questions and making preliminary preparations for enrolling in the advanced course. There were 3 preliminary examinations, and the majority were on theoretical knowledge. He had to read more books and do more questions. Chapter 331. Balance between work and rest. In his previous life, Fang Zhao's memory had been very good. In this life, it was even better. This was Fang Zhao's advantage. For the same content, he needed to spend less time to memorize it, but with this superiority, he needed to work harder. Otherwise, he would be wasting his advantage. Behind every successful genius was hard work that normal people were unable to understand. Fang Zhao had never felt that he would be better than others despite living an extra life. The world was constantly changing, especially when it came to music. Many things from the old era were different. There were now even more genres and even more outstanding works. Although Fang Zhao had been continuously learning such things over the past few years and had more or less grasped this knowledge, regarding the contents of the examination, he still needed quite a bit of guidance. Fang Zhao consulted a few people who had once enrolled in Huang Art's 12 Tones advanced course, such as Xue Jing. Now, Xue Jing's focus was on compiling teaching materials, but he once went through Huang Art's 12 Tones advanced course. Even though he graduated many years ago, he had still helped come up with questions more than 20 times. Even when he was older and didn't have enough energy to participate, he frequently paid attention to it. In his spare time, he sometimes collated some focus examination questions and posted them online. He didn't count on selling them. He just hoped to give people who wanted to apply for Huang Art's 12 Tones a choice. Knowing that Fang Zhao wanted to take the examinations, Xue Jing picked out 10 sets of exam papers from the question stash and even recommended a few books for Fang Zhao to read. Following Xue Jing's plan, there were 10 sets of questions, one per day. After 10 days and intensive learning, it would probably be time for the preliminaries. There wasn't much time left for Fang Zhao to prepare. Xue Jing sighed in private many times. If Fang Zhao had not gone to acting, he could have spent this year undergoing special practice. With Xue Jing's own personal tutelage, Fang Zhao's chances of getting into Huang Art's 12 Tones might be slightly higher. But now was fine too. For youngsters, there was no harm in trying. If he failed once, there would still be opportunities in the future. Failing to get in could also suppress any impatient inclinations. Other than Xue Jing, another person Fang Zhao was familiar with who had undergone the 12 Tones advanced course was Yinzhou Music Association's vice president and the former headmaster of the Qian Academy of Music, Ming Tsang. In recent years, Ming Tsang's efforts had all been placed on the medical condition of his son Ming Yi. He had even resigned as headmaster and naturally didn't care too much about other things. Hearing Fang Zhao mention his desire to apply for Huang Art's 12 Tones, Ming Tsang specifically took out a notebook that he'd kept locked up in his cupboard. These were all his collated notes from back when he'd been preparing to take the examination for Huang Art's 12 Tones. He had once thought about tidying these up and writing a book when he had the time, but unfortunately, he had shelved it time and again. You can do it. Ming Tsang had not regarded Fang Zhao as a normal person since the release of the 4 movements of Fang Zhao's 100-year period of destruction, a turning point for his own son's condition. From what Ming Tsang saw, Fang Zhao was in no way inferior to anyone that graduated from Huang Art's 12 Tones. Even if he could not pass the entrance examinations, that didn't prove that Fang Zhao had no ability. But this was how the circle worked. One would always need to show one's credentials. If Fang Zhao wanted to go even further in this industry, if he wanted the recognition of more academic authorities, a degree from Qimu wasn't enough. Ming Tsang sincerely hoped for Fang Zhao's success. How great it will be if Fang Zhao can get Huang Art's 12 Tones graduate cert. Fang Zhao had a strong memory and his own accumulated knowledge and experiences, so he read and went through the notes very quickly. His fundamentals were good and his comprehension was rapid. After reading through them, Fang Zhao started doing the 10 sets of exam questions that Xue Jing had given him. Indeed, Xue Jing had a specialty for compiling teaching materials. The sets he gave were very focused, and every set of questions was serialized. The key points covered in these 10 sets followed a pattern, and it was a gradual process. On the second day after Fang Zhao had received the 10 sets of questions from Xue Jing, he once again contacted Xue Jing asking him whether he had even more questions. Xue Jing was utterly flabbergasted. Those 10 sets aren't enough? You do them first. Let me see them when you are done, and I will select questions for you based on your condition. I did 5 sets today. I have the interview tomorrow morning, but should still be able to do another 3 sets in the afternoon. What Fang Zhao meant was very simple. The questions weren't enough. Oh, all right. Send me the 5 sets you have completed, and I'll help you mark them. You can do the remaining ones first. I'll help you pick more from my stash. After ending the call, Xue Jing blankly sat at his study desk. He didn't suspect that Fang Zhao had gotten someone else to do them or was just talking big. From what he understood about Fang Zhao, he believed that Fang Zhao would not falsify this sort of thing. When he finished marking the 5 sets of practice questions that Fang Zhao had sent over, Xue Jing had an idea. It seemed like new arrangements were needed. The amount of knowledge that Fang Zhao grasped exceeded his expectations by far. After deciding on this, Xue Jing picked exam questions from his practice questions file that were focused on Huang Art's 12 Tones course, compiled them into a set of practice questions, and sent it to Fang Zhao. Do them according to the numbering. After you have completed a set, send it to me. I'll help you mark it. Sorry for troubling you. Don't try and apologize for this trivial matter. I might lack other things, but I don't lack questions. If you pass the preliminaries, I will also bask in the light. Since Fang Zhao wanted to take the entrance examinations for Huang Art's 12 Tones, Xue Jing was delighted and more than happy to help out. Xue Jing was a little worried that this youngster was too impatient and anxious for results. He even exhorted, after you have finished the questions, remember to go through the key points that you don't understand and consolidate them. Not just for the later rounds of examinations, but also for your professional future as well. Even after saying that, Xue Jing still wasn't reassured and added, of course, I'm not saying you must spend the entire day doing this. You still have to relax a little in between doing questions. Strike a balance between work and rest. Only with both tension and relaxation can efficiency be maximized. Us in the music industry should take note more. You also know that if you are fixated on a single thing, your lines of thought become stiff, and you will not necessarily be able to compose good pieces. Thank you, I understand. Ending the call, Fang Zhao took a look at the time. It was only 9 p.m. He could do one more set of questions. The next morning, according to the company's arrangements, when Fang Zhao attended the interview, he was accompanied by 2 newcomer actors that the company was focusing on. Because of the preparations beforehand and the company having good relations and collaborating numerous times with the media outlet, Prairie Fire, the interview went very smoothly. However, during the process of the interview, according to the company's opinion, Fang Zhao's future arrangements were not divulged. All Fang Zhao said was that his focus would not be on filming. Every professional esports team that was watching this live broadcast felt their hearts tighten. Was Fang Zhao going to come out of retirement? In a certain high-end professional esports chat group, the members of this chat group were individuals from high-ranking teams from every continent. Someone asked Jinro, Captain Jin, I heard you guys had training with Fang Zhao. Jinro cursed in his heart, which idiot in the team leaked this information. But on the surface, Jinro was still very cool-headed. That's right, our skills aren't up to scratch, so Zhao Good gave us some training. When are you free to set a time and venue for a practice match? There are many newly released maps. Let's pick a map everyone isn't familiar with to be fair. Not free. We are waiting for the game to release the new phase of missions. This round's monetary awards are high, but more importantly, there are also game packs. Oh right. Will your team's Fang Zhao be taking part in the new phase of missions that are about to be released? This was the question that all the esports teams from other continents wanted to know. Right now, there wasn't too much difference between everyone, and there was an equilibrium. Silver Wing's side could be said to be slightly disadvantaged, but if Fang Zhao participated, he would destroy the original equilibrium. Jinro replied, Our Zhao God won't be taking part in this. Upon hearing this, the others felt slight pity in their hearts, but they were also rejoicing. It was best if Fang Zhao did not return to upset the apple cart. But regardless of what they were thinking in their hearts, the side of their lips inadvertently curled upward. That is really regrettable. When I was watching the live broadcast, I was even anticipating his return. Yeah, I still thought we would be able to exchange pointers. Continuous anticipation, once again disappointment. What a pity. Does your team Zhao God accept challenges? Fang Zhao was doing rather well in the showbiz circles, but I heard some insider news saying that Fang Zhao is going to further his studies in the music field. Not sure whether it is true, but if it is, that is really a pity. Seeing this bunch of people pretending, Jinro had another idea and replied, Seeing that you all are so looking forward to it, I'll help you guys ask. He might not be taking part in the new phase of missions, but he can do private sparring. Also, who posted on the public platform saying they wish to fight Zhao God? You guys decide first. I'll ask Zhao God to see when he is free to let you guys have some close-up interaction with him. Elsewhere, After the interview ended, Fang Zhao left Prairie Fire's office tower. Although Fang Zhao and the two newcomer actors that had gotten to show themselves during this interview were similar in age, they treated him with the respect of a senior. Furthermore, they were very grateful that Fang Zhao had been willing to bring them along this time. Those two actors extended a sincere invitation. Brother Zhao, want to eat together? We know of a newly opened restaurant with great dishes. The food and ambience are great, and there aren't any unwanted disturbances. Maybe next time. I still have matters to attend to, Fang Zhao replied. Although the two newcomers felt a little regretful when they recalled the company's internal rumor that Fang Zhao would be furthering his studies, they didn't urge him to stay. Returning home, Fang Zhao took an afternoon nap. After he woke up, he went to the study and did another 3 sets of questions. After he was done with the questions and finished tidying up his notes, Fang Zhao saw a message that Jinro had sent him. Jinro would not go so far as to disturb Fang Zhao over something so trivial and only mentioned it as a joke to Fang Zhao. He hadn't expected that Fang Zhao would really find time to accept the challenge. Fang Zhao scanned through some questions in his hands and replied, "All right. Who will these people be? Which practice maps?" Jinro was currently in the company's computer room training the newcomers. His hand trembled when he saw Fang Zhao's reply, and he could no longer be bothered with training these newcomers. He hurriedly replied, "Zhao God, you don't have to take this too seriously. They were just shooting their mouths off and actually did not have such intentions. You should attend to your own matters. I heard you still have to take an examination. Don't let this interfere with your matters. It's all right." Old Mr. Shui said that we have to strike a balance between work and rest. With tension, there must be relaxation. Jinro, do rest and relaxation mean what I think they do? After this conversation, Jinro was still somewhat distracted, but he was stirred up very quickly and went to contact those who had previously talked about wanting to challenge Fang Zhao. This time around, there were 8 people. Actually, these 8 had not really had the intention of fighting Fang Zhao, but since the words had already been said, their face was at stake, so they could not back down. When they thought about it more, Fang Zhao had already been away from the gaming scene for so long, and they did not know what his standard was now. If he had maintained his high standards, having an exchange with an expert was also beneficial. After contacting all of them, deciding on the practice maps, and confirming the others' free periods, Jinro sent Fang Zhao a message. If a matter wasn't especially important, he would only send a message and would not call and disturb Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao only replied half an hour after this message had been sent. "All right, then let's have it." Now, Jinro was still worried. "You just finished your questions? Do you want to rest for a bit?" "No need. I just finished a revised set on the many forms and variations of marches, so my condition is pretty good." Jinro, I understand now. He got too stimulated doing questions and had no way of venting. With Fang Zhao's reply of confirmation, Jinro immediately contacted the other 8. "My kid is being naughty, so I won't be forming a team with you guys today. I have given you the time and coordinates. You 8 go ahead." Little Jinfei, who was currently at home doing his homework, looked up silently at his father. "Why are you pushing the blame to me again? I'm clearly very obedient." Chapter 332, Preliminary Exam. When the news of others taking the initiative to challenge Fang Zhao, and then Fang Zhao accepting that challenge spread, the previously quiet Silverlight internal chat burst to life. "Ah, we can't only be the ones getting oppressed. Well done, Captain. Captain, can we go spectate? Now that we are severely doubting our own standards, only spectating this match can remove our doubts. Let's make it clear first. I'm not delighting in others' misfortune. There's an old saying. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. I just want to observe how others fight when faced with Zhao God, and how they respond. If it was me, I would rather die than actively challenge Zhao God." Seeing this bunch start to get excited, Jinro also felt that they should take some notes. There was no need to compare themselves with Fang Zhao's individual godlike combat ability, but they could compare with their normal old rivals, see where the disparity was, and observe how long the opponents could survive in Fang Zhao's hands. Perhaps they could even learn a few moves. But seeing the delighted attitudes the members within the chat had, Jinro felt that as the captain, he still needed to say some things. "Your attitudes aren't right. As professional esports athletes, we ought to have a more positive outlook. We should be thinking about how to improve ourselves. Going up against experts is necessary, and we cannot cower just because the opponent is too powerful. Jinro droned on, but he never mentioned that he himself had used an excuse to avoid taking part in this match. There wasn't a choice. Originally, Jinro had really wanted to form a team with the other 8 to challenge Fang Zhao, but when he learned that Fang Zhao had gotten all stimulated from doing questions, Jinro had become terrified. However, observing would probably be out of the question. The other 8 weren't fools either. For the first challenge, the outcome wasn't certain and neither side knew how big disparity between them was. They wouldn't let others spectate. The 8 people who were preparing for the match were also discussing. Why do I feel that Jinro has dug a pit for us? Whether it is a pit or not, it is too late to back out now. The matter had been brought up by themselves, and the declaration of war had already been written. So many people inside the elite group knew about this. Most people who were at a certain level in the gaming circles had also heard about this. If the 8 wanted to back out now, how would they have the face to show themselves in the gaming circles in the future? I never thought of backing out. I just feel a little restless. Why is Jinro letting the 8 of us face off against Fang Zhao alone? Is Fang Zhao really that strong? From watching past videos, Fang Zhao's individual point-sweeping ability was indeed impressive, but I don't know about the rest. A video is, after all, just a video. We have never fought against him in the game before, so we won't know anything till we experience it. An 8-man team against one person. It feels like we are bullies. Even if we win, I won't feel good letting others know. Let's not think about this first. Since Jinro has arranged it this way and Fang Zhao has also agreed, let's fight first. Don't get careless either. If we 8 lose to 1, we won't have any face left. Right? Fight first, talk later. The 8 of them privately discussed battle strategies and their equipment. Although they were from different continents and different teams, they were professionals, after all. They had taken part in many similar competitions and knew how to coordinate. Any other questions? No more. Okay, move out. And they were oppressed so tyrannically. Inside the global elite esports chat group, there were also people paying attention to this. Has it started? Will they be challenging in succession, or will it be a team battle? If it is a team battle, how will they be split? If it's the 8 plus Fang Zhao, doesn't that add up to 9? A 5v5 can't even be held unless somebody new participates, and we don't know about it. Hey, Jinro, you don't have to say anything else, but you can at least divulge the coordinates and practice venue, right? Jinro replied, no can do. I can't even spectate myself. The match just started. As for the rest, you will know in a bit. These words made many people perk up. The 2 phrases just started and know in a bit combined together made the others feel restless. How fast was a bit? 10 minutes? Jinro looked at the time. If Fang Zhao went with his old method, he would let the other side have a minute and a half of preparation time. He had no idea how long these 8 would last after that minute and a half were up. The only thing he was certain of was that it wouldn't take too long. Not being able to spectate the game, Jinro could only watch the match's duration timer, which was displayed up top. According to the time, it wasn't even 2.5 minutes from the start of the match when the display indicated that the match had ended. Jinro's eyebrows trembled. He decided that he wouldn't stick out in the global elite chat for the time being. Inside the chat group, the 8 people from the finished match bombarded the chat with messages. Come out, Jinro. You cheap person. How treacherous. You chose to run away first. Pisses me off. Our friendship is over. All F***ing over. It was just like returning to our noob days. Why did it feel like my signature technique became so weak? Those in the group who did not know the truth were all very curious. Why were these 8 scolding Jinro when it was Fang Zhao that they had challenged? Reading further, they felt that these messages contained quite a lot. Put together, it probably said that Jinro had tricked the rest and that Fang Zhao was very strong. As for the challenge result, that went without saying. From their tone, they had surely lost. Those 8 wouldn't reveal too much in the chat group, so those that were closer would have to inquire in private. Many people threw questions toward Jinro, but Jinro played dead. These 8 weren't stupid either. Now that they had finished the match, they realized that Jinro had previously found an excuse to back out, leaving the 8 of them to face the stimulated Fang Zhao. Thus, for the time being, Jinro didn't want to appear and be the target of their hatred. However, given Jinro's understanding of Fang Zhao's ability, 2.5 minutes might have been Fang Zhao going easy. Otherwise, the match would probably have ended in 2 minutes. Of course, Jinro also felt rather pleased inwardly. Previously, when Fang Zhao had announced that he would no longer be participating in formal competitions, many people had doubted Fang Zhao's ability. Some had said that the Zhao God term was over-exaggerated and it was the adulation of fans and the company's manipulations. This had also resulted in many people growing used to shooting their mouths off and issuing public challenge online. After this, there would surely still be challengers, but the number of people shooting their mouths off would drop by a substantial margin. That was fine. At least this bunch would think carefully in the future before saying anything foolish. Regardless of how this seemingly ordinary match was discussed by everyone, Fang Zhao's godlike status was cemented. On the other end, when Fang Zhao saw that the other side was done after that match, he didn't say much. He logged off to let Curly Hair use the console and returned to his study to continue doing practice questions. In the period after that, Fang Zhao rarely ever went out, instead staying cooped up at home doing practice questions or having video conferences with Xue Jing and Ming Song to understand more about the examinations process and issues he needed to take note of. Of the entertainment circles, only in the esports circles did people frequently mention Fang Zhao. Elsewhere, news of Fang Zhao was rarely seen. Following the broadcast of Founding Era, Season 10, the discussion topics were continuously changing. There were still people that mentioned Fang Zhao, but Fang Zhao's online popularity was a far cry from what it had been in Season 9. Finally, the day of the first preliminary examination came. Worldwide, more than 100,000 people applied to take the entrance exams for the top-notch Huang Art's 12 Tones advanced course. Huang Art had designated exam venues in every continent, generally at reputed universities. As this concert touched upon artistic aspects, art institutions were avoided as the designated exam venues. Only after the preliminaries would aspiring students be able to visit Huangzhou to take part in the second round of examinations. However, there was a limit to the number of people that would be able to visit Huang Art. The 3 preliminary examinations alone would be able to shave off at least 99% of entrants. Fang Zhao had been allocated to an examination venue at a reputable university in Xi'an City. On the day of the examination, he kept a low profile and headed to the examination venue. Zui Yu and Yin Biao, who had returned from their vacations, resumed their duties as drivers. There was a mandatory security check at the entrance to the examination venue to prevent any cheating devices from passing through and to perform identity checks. Following that, there would be another round of checks by the exam supervisors. The majority of people who applied to take the examinations were 40 years or older, but a small portion of the entrants were in their 20s and 30s. Fang Zhao looked much younger than the other entrants in the area, so the supervisor at the security entrance noticed him and proceeded to take a look at his face. Whoa, Fang Zhao, take a look at his examination admission proof. Indeed, it is Fang Zhao. Although there had been very little online news of Fang Zhao recently, he had been too popular in the period before that. With the hype from Founding Era and the advertising blitz from Fiery Bird, even people who did not pay attention to the entertainment circles would find Fang Zhao somewhat familiar. Furthermore, there were some supervisors here that were fans of Fang Zhao. After the security check and identity verification, Fang Zhao followed the directions on his examination admission proof and found his own examination room. Each examination room was a small room on its own. Every room would only have one student inside. The exam script was an electronic one displayed on a screen. After writing, it would be input into the database. Windows in the examination rooms were one way. The entrance inside could not look outside, but the exam supervisors outside could observe everything inside. During the examination, outside Fang Zhao's examination room, 4 to 5 exam supervisors gathered outside and observed him. Right, no doubt about it. That's Fang Zhao. Who is Fang Zhao? He sounds kinda familiar. The one who played the role of Fang Zhao in Founding Era. Oh, it's him. I didn't expect him to be so young. He actually wants to take the entrance exams for Huang Art 12 Tones. This is a globally renowned, top-notch advanced course that cannot be entered by just throwing cash around. Isn't it a little early for Fang Zhao to take the examinations for this course? It doesn't matter if he fails to make it. He is still young and will have many more opportunities in the future. Right now, he can just treat it as a learning experience and familiarize himself with the process. Makes sense. Due to regulations, exam supervisors were not able to loiter outside a certain examination room for too long, but every time they passed Fang Zhao's room, the exam supervisors stopped for a slightly longer time. Sometimes there would even be a few of them gathered around watching. Exam supervisors could not take photographs during the examination, and anything that was sent out needed to go through an audit. However, this wasn't an unspeakable secret, so there was no need to be secretive. Thus, the exam supervisors at these examination rooms shared the news with their colleagues, and soon, more teachers in the school knew that Fang Zhao was taking an examination here. Following that, the news spread even more. This resulted in Yin Biao informing Fang Zhao after he was done with the examinations that there were entertainment reporters lying in wait outside the school. Zhuyu looked up a more covert road and had Fang Zhao leave through it. Entertainment reporters weren't able to snap any photographs of Fang Zhao, but they were able to learn from a few of the exam teachers that Fang Zhao had indeed applied to take the entrance examinations for Huang Art's 12 tones and had just gone through a preliminary examination here. Huang Art's 12 tones entrance examinations would not cause much of a ripple in the huge entertainment examinations, because most of the people that passed the examinations and enrolled were more academically inclined artists with different styles, and then the entertainment circles. Nobody really understood it well, and they never really paid attention to it. Many people had never even heard of the name Huang Art 12 tones before. However, Fang Zhao's matter didn't just cause a ripple, but a huge wave. Furthermore, there were others blowing up the matter. Silver Wing was unable to suppress it and could only direct public opinion and ensure it didn't blow up into a storm. Chapter 333, Good Luck Charm. News that Fang Zhao was taking Huang Art's 12 tones exam spread online quickly. The name, Huang Art's 12 tones, was a novelty to many folks hearing it for the first time. What the heck is Huang Art's 12 tones? Sounds like our school, Qian number 12 secondary school. Haraha. There's a number 12 primary school by my house. Every city had primary and secondary schools that had numbers in there. Names. Names like XX City no. XX primary school or secondary school were too common, so the name Huang Art's 12 tones didn't stand out initially. But what did tones refer to? Why 12 tones? After a quick internet search, folks had the utmost respect for Fang Zhao. On my knees. Too high class. All I can do is admire from a distance. Folks who can simply graduate from this course have major bragging rights, huh? My advisor's advisor graduated from that program. A real badass. Word has it that all the graduates become industry giants. Outsiders might not know much about this program. Huang Art's 12 tones is somewhat independent from the school itself. The instructors for the program are far superior to the other teachers at Huang Art and their colleagues at Huangmu. Right? Most of the 12 tones instructors have won Galaxy World medals. Folks who don't care for academic types can look up the actors and singers who have won Galaxy medals. The Galaxy World medal was the highest honor in the arts world. The actors or singers who won the prize were true superstars with global renown, not local celebrities with self-proclaimed stature. Boy, our teacher sat for the admission exam for 10 straight years to no avail. Eventually, he just applied to a regular graduate school. He said that it's too hard to aim for the stars. Only the cream of the crop can complete the program. You need to prepare for at least 2 years before sitting for the admission exam. The preparation time is too long and the exam is too difficult. Only about a dozen students are admitted. Only a handful of students take the exam, maybe some 100,000 each year. How long has Fang Zhao been preparing? He's been filming for the past year or so. Some 100,000 people sit for the exam. Why the only? That's way more than a handful of folks. Friend from upstairs, isn't the point that Fang Zhao hasn't had enough prep time? I'm aware that Fang Zhao is very talented, but to try for Huang Art's 12 tones program now is making an outrageous claim. Fans have to calm down sometimes. You have to have rational expectations and not blindly follow your idol. There's something called setting someone up to fail. Don't kill your own idol. It's not that I have no respect for Fang Zhao's abilities, but that you can't wing it for programs on the level of Huang Art's 12 tones by composing a few songs, starring in a TV series, or cramming for the exam. Experience and talent are equally important. The topic quickly trended online. Some folks even started a bet to see how far Fang Zhao could advance in the exam. Something like this hadn't been that big of a deal to begin with, but certain folks were fanning the flames. All Silverwing could do was contain the situation as best they could. Fang Zhao had gotten in the way of too many people. There were always folks who wanted to take him down when the opportunity presented itself. The internet chatter would undoubtedly influence Fang Zhao. All the attention meant more pressure. If someone was overly sensitive, this kind of pressure could be deadly. Passing the first hurdle would give Fang Zhao some breathing room. If he didn't, then he would have to face more ridicule and naysayers. Even though he had some outstanding pieces of work under his belt, this was how the industry operated. When someone was doing well, no one would bother them, but once they screwed up, everyone would show up to tear them down. The first round of the preliminary exams had been held. Countless candidates were eagerly waiting for the results so they could plan their next moves. Fang Zhao was aware of the online discussion. He could handle this much pressure. If he broke under such little pressure, how could he have survived the period of destruction? As soon as he got home, Fang Zhao got a call from Xue Jing. Xue Jing was mighty worried. Ignore all the outside comments. Just focus on your prep. The results for the first round should be out at 8 p.m. tonight. Considering your level, I don't think the first round will be a problem. If you advance to the next round, you'll receive a pass for round 2. Regardless of whether you pass, just take it easy. Thank you. I know. After hanging up on Xue Jing, Fang Zhao responded to messages from concerned friends and family, then starting prepping for the second round exam. In stark contrast to Fang Zhao's calm, Xue Jing was restless. Even though Xue Jing had consoled Fang Zhao, in reality, he was so nervous that he couldn't eat his dinner. He just sat there waiting for the results. At the retirement home for former government officials in Yanbei, great-grandfather Fang was so furious he trashed his own walking stick. I can't rest easy. Can't rest easy at all. On one hand, great-grandfather Fang wanted to call Fang Zhao, but he was also worried he might say the wrong thing and put even more pressure on Fang Zhao. All he could do was quietly fume at home. Great-grandmother Fang sighed and tried to comfort her spouse. Silverwing will handle things, she said. My ass. How can we count on self-interested corporations like that? Hell will freeze over before they lift a finger. They have still made a difference. Great-grandmother Fang browsed the online chatter and took screenshots of some of the comments for great-grandfather Fang. You can tell that Silverwing has intervened to steer the conversation in a positive direction. What good does that do? The situation has still blown out of control. Can you imagine how much pressure Xiao Zhao is under? Why is it so hard for Xiao Zhao to sit for the exams peacefully? Great-grandfather Fang was feeling Fang Zhao's pain. Being a celebrity means that whatever you do, you have to cope with more pressure than the average Joe, great-grandmother Fang said. After pondering the matter some more, great-grandfather Fang still couldn't let go. He called Fang Zhao via video conference. When the call went through, Fang Zhao was in his study. Books were scattered on his desk. He was also reading a document on his tablet. Great-grandfather Fang stuttered. You're studying? Yeah, I'm preparing for the second round. Regardless of whether or not I pass the first round, it's good to be ready. That's the spirit. Maintain your composure. Ignore what other people have to say. Just try your best. Also, make sure you get plenty of rest, and don't forget to eat. After he was done nagging, great-grandfather Fang didn't want to intrude anymore. He hung up and resumed fuming on his own. He hadn't taken a close look during the video call, but from what great-grandfather Fang could remember, he thought Fang Zhao had lost weight. Xiao Zhao seemed skinnier. He's under so much pressure. Who knows if he's eating regularly? Great-grandfather Fang sat restlessly until 8 p.m., nervously fidgeting with his truncated walking stick. At 8 p.m., Fang Zhao received an email notifying him he had passed the first round exam. The email also included his exam pass for the second round. Just as Xue Jing had predicted, the first round hadn't posed a major challenge. As long as he'd been careful and had nailed the questions he was supposed to, clearing the first round of screening wasn't an issue. After notifying Xue Jing, his great-grandparents in Yanbei, and Silverwing, Fang Zhao went back to his prep. As far as the rest of the world was concerned, Fang Zhao didn't have enough prep time. But from the moment of his rebirth, Fang Zhao had never stopped absorbing information and knowledge about the new era, even when he'd been filming. The reason he could race through Ming Tsang's notes and Xue Jing's mock exam wasn't just because he was cramming. Xue Jing had described to Fang Zhao the types of questions that appeared in the second round exam and other things to pay attention to. Fang Zhao didn't leave his apartment the next 2 days, nor did he go online. He would leave the public relations battle to the professionals at Silverwing. All he had to do was focus on his exam prep. The second round took place just 2 days after the first round. A new venue was assigned, a different university. Fang Zhao kept a low profile as usual when he arrived at the exam venue. The university was in a secluded location. By the time Fang Zhao finished his exam, word that he was there had already leaked. There were quite a few entertainment journalists staking him out. Fang Zhao was determined to avoid them. None of the entertainment journalists managed to snap a picture of him. All they could do was buy some of the surveillance footage from the university. Access to the surveillance footage was heavily restricted. There was only so much footage one could buy, but it was better than nothing. For entertainment journalists, a single frame was enough fodder for several stories. Only some 20,000 candidates passed the first round exam. After the second round, only 5,000 were left. So many folks were hoping that Fang Zhao would fumble during his exams, cave under the pressure, or underperform due to jitters. Yet against all the expectations, well-intentioned or not, Fang Zhao passed the second round exam with a solid showing. After clearing the second round, Silverwing felt it could speak with more confidence. They didn't have high hopes for Fang Zhao. Clearing the second round was enough. Passing the third exam was even better, but it was no big deal if he didn't. For someone Fang Zhao's age, passing the first 2 rounds was a terrific result already. Only 1,000 candidates would remain after the third exam. Among the people sitting for the third exam were some of Yinzhou's more famous artists. They were mostly in their 60s and 70s. The number of artists who were 30 or younger could be counted on one hand. The day before the third exam, great-grandfather Fang sent Fang Zhao a package. He said he and great-grandmother Fang had gotten it at the cemetery for martyrs. The 2 elders had made a quiet trip to Qian, but they hadn't bothered Fang Zhao. They'd just visited the cemetery for martyrs, gotten what they needed, and left. They had sent the gift to Fang Zhao by courier before they'd left. Your great-grandmother, and I said a sincere prayer for this. Word is that it's quite effective. Remember to wear it during your third exam. I've already checked. They're allowed at the exam venue. Remember to wear it. Great-grandfather Fang said in the voicemail he sent Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao opened the package. It was a necklace similar to the good luck charms of the old era. Out of curiosity, Fang Zhao removed the slip of paper inside the pouch attached to the necklace. It had been folded multiple times. After carefully unfolding the piece of paper, a portrait emerged. Fang Zhao, the inaugural leader of the Resistance's 5th Battalion during the period of destruction. Fang Zhao. Chapter 334, Finishing Early. After the period of destruction, people had started treating the heroes from the era as saviors as a form of religion. Festivals of worship and prayer from the old era were moved to martyrs' cemeteries. Every city had its own martyrs' cemetery. Folks had stopped believing in the legends of the past and started projecting their emotions onto the martyrs' cemeteries, which became the sites where people prayed for good fortune. Outside of Memorial Day, the martyrs' cemeteries typically didn't draw many visitors, but there were exceptions. For example, great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang had visited the martyrs' cemetery in Qian to pray for good luck for Fang Zhao's exam. The idea hadn't occurred to great-grandfather Fang initially. When he'd been taking a walk in the garden of the retirement facility one day, he had overheard a fellow resident saying that he had obtained a good luck charm at a martyr's cemetery for his great-grandson, who had been about to perform his military service. Great-grandfather Fang had a eureka moment. Ah, that's something I could do. Great-grandfather Fang hadn't known if good luck charms were allowed at the exam venue, so he had checked with his connections at the education ministry. When he'd confirmed that they were kosher, he and great-grandmother Fang had quietly set off for Qian. There was a martyr's cemetery in Yanbei, but great-grandfather Fang didn't think it was big enough. It wasn't that he didn't respect the martyrs who were buried there, but that when it came to Fang Zhao's exam, great-grandfather Fang wanted to pray at the biggest martyr's cemetery in Yinzhou. If one was going to worship, it made sense to worship the greatest martyrs. People had their own agendas. So who was the greatest martyr at the martyr's cemetery in Yinzhou? This was a subject of debate. Some said Fang Zhao, others Wu Yan. There were also other answers, but when it came to praying for good health and good luck, very few people worshipped Fang Zhao. The reason was Fang Zhao's personal history. Many historians lamented Fang Zhao's fate and considered him a tragic figure. He had survived 99 years in the period of destruction, but had failed to take that last step and make it into the founding era. His tomb was ranked second. His influence had also waned. In terms of stature, in the minds of Yinzhou residents in the new era, Fang Zhao was even lower than the martyrs buried in tombs number 3, number 4, and number 5. Even though it was unfair to evaluate the martyrs from that era according to their tomb placement, people from the new era made that subconscious judgment. Not everyone studied history. As time passed, few folks took the time to study the period of destruction. If not for the airing of Founding Era, most born and bred Yinzhou natives probably couldn't have remembered who was buried in the top 10 tombs at the Martyrs Cemetery. The bottom line was that folks who prayed for good luck and health usually avoided Fang Zhao. People mainly worshipped him to ward off bad luck. But great-grandfather Fang knew what he wanted. When he arrived at the Martyrs Cemetery, he headed straight for Fang Zhao's plot and got a good luck charm. Having performed his worship rituals and mailed the good luck charm, great-grandfather Fang felt much more relaxed. When he returned to the retirement home in Yanbei and was asked about his whereabouts, he didn't feel the need to lie. The fellow resident who had suggested great-grandfather Fang get a good luck charm asked, "Who did you worship?" "Of course it was Battalion Leader Fang," responded great-grandfather Fang. "All I did was suggest you get a good luck charm. I didn't suggest you worship him. I thought about it and decided that worshiping him was the best bet. We share the same surname. Who knows, maybe we are related if I go back far enough. He also shares a name with our Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao even played him in a TV series. It's destiny. But that fella didn't have very good luck." It's not me. It's what the experts say." "I know." However, great-grandfather Fang had his own reasoning. Back then, it was a major challenge to just get through the day. I think he had pretty decent luck to have survived 99 years during the period of destruction. Also, he mentored our old governor Wu Yan. Don't you think he's quite something? Great-grandfather Fang felt he had made the right call, but little did he know the mixed emotions Fang Zhao felt when he received the good luck charm. What a magical experience. After folding the piece of paper printed with the portrait and inserting it into the pouch attached to the necklace again, Fang Zhao chuckled. At the end of the day, I have to rely on myself. Even though it felt weird, Fang Zhao still followed great-grandfather Fang's instructions and kept the good luck charm on him. It was a thoughtful gesture by the two elders, after all. The day of the exam, great-grandfather Fang got up early. When he figured it was about time for Fang Zhao to get up and have breakfast, he sent his great-grandson a text message asking him what he was eating. Great-grandfather Fang was relieved to find out that Fang Zhao had a voracious appetite, as usual. Having an appetite was a good thing. It proved that Fang Zhao was in good physical shape, unlike some exam takers who couldn't eat when they got nervous. Great-grandfather Fang reminded Fang Zhao to bring his good luck charm again before ending the exchange. Great-grandfather Fang started fretting again. "I hear the exam will take the entire day. There's a time limit of 8 hours. Great-grandmother Fang had done her homework too. She was familiar with the exam rules. Great-grandfather Fang started panicking. 8 hours. What about lunch? Given Xiao Zhao's appetite, will a regular boxed meal suffice? Don't worry. I've asked Xiao Zhao. He said you can order your meals online from approved vendors at the exam site. You can order as many meals as you like. Is that so? How come you never mentioned this before?" "I did. You were wearing your headset at the time. You did that on purpose. You decided to tell me when I had my headset on." Picking a fight with great-grandmother Fang was great-grandfather Fang's way of easing his stress. If he weren't so advanced in age and physically frail and worried that he would pose a burden, great-grandfather Fang would have preferred keeping vigil in Qian instead of restlessly waiting at home for the results to be announced online. For an exam of this magnitude, other kids typically had their parents with them. If not their parents, then other elders. It pained him to see Fang Zhao soldier on alone. Seeing as great-grandfather Fang was trying to start a fight and was overthinking things, great-grandmother Fang shook her head. She picked up her kettle and started watering the plants. If someone wanted to make something of themselves, be it in the military or the arts, there were no shortcuts. Great-grandmother Fang was also delighted to see Fang Zhao blossom. She just wasn't a braggart like her husband. She was also nervous for Fang Zhao on the occasion of such an important exam. The more Fang Zhao progressed in his career, the less the two elders would be able to help him. At the end of the day, all Fang Zhao could count on was his own talent. At one of the exam venues, a university in Qian, During the second round of security screening, one of the exam monitors asked Fang Zhao to remove his necklace for a scan to make sure it wasn't being used for cheating. The scanner picked up the folded fragments of the Fang Zhao portrait and reassembled it on screen. The exam monitor was baffled when he identified the portrait. After Fang Zhao entered the exam room, the exam monitor whispered to his colleagues, "Someone actually brought a good luck charm with old battalion leader Fang's picture." What? Very few exam takers picked him in the past. Isn't it still under debate whether he brings good luck or bad luck? It was Fang Zhao who brought the good luck charm. You know, the popular actor who was assigned to our venue. Interesting. Perhaps he is someone who likes to defy convention and picked a martyr that other folks avoid. Soon, many of the monitors knew that Fang Zhao had brought a good luck charm with his namesake's picture on it. The third exam didn't just cover theory. Examinees had to compose a song on the spot and analyze different pieces of music. All of this took time, so even though there were fewer questions, the exam lasted longer. None of these questions took Fang Zhao by surprise. Xue Jing had told him that the third exam also tested analytical skills and versatility on top of theory. These types of questions didn't pose a major challenge for Fang Zhao. Hours passed by. When one of the exam monitors approached Fang Zhao to ask him about his lunch plans, Fang Zhao was getting ready to leave his seat. The monitor looked at the time. It was 1 p.m. The exam started at 9 a.m. It had only been 4 hours. The surprised monitor checked Fang Zhao's exam status on his tablet. The column indicated Fang Zhao had already submitted his answers. "I'm done. Can I leave now?" Fang Zhao asked. He was a bit hungry. "Why, yes." After Fang Zhao left, the monitor conferred with his colleagues. "What do you think? Did he actually finish?" "Probably not. I hear the third exam is the toughest. 4 hours is too short." But he looked like he was in a good mood. He didn't seem like someone who didn't finish the exam. Have you forgotten that he's an actor? How can you tell what an actor is really thinking? That's true. Who cares? We'll find out when the results come out. It's a shame that the results for the preliminary exams aren't ranked. Otherwise, we could find out his placement. Having left the exam venue, Fang Zhao was oblivious to the speculation. He went home to have lunch, then briefed Xue Jing on his performance. The entertainment journalists staking out Fang Zhao missed him again, but they managed to land 2 major scoops. First, Fang Zhao had turned in his exam after only 4 hours. Second, Fang Zhao had brought a good luck charm with Fang Zhao's picture on it. Each of these pieces of information was sufficient fodder for multiple stories. The entertainment journalists stayed true to character, crafting their pieces in a way that catered to the curiosity and venting tendencies of the masses. The results for the third exam took longer to process than previous exams. Candidates had to wait 5 days. Candidates who sat for the Huangart 12 Tones exam came from all over the world, so news of Fang Zhao's candidacy soon caught notice in other continents. The Yinzhou chapter of Founding Era and endorsement deals for Fiery Bird's 10th generation consoles and headsets had boosted Fang Zhao's visibility in other continents. Readers from other continents also became fixated on the exam. The entrance exam for a music program that had barely caused a ripple in the glamorous and messy entertainment industry in the past now became the focus of many journalists. Fang Zhao ignored the online chatter, be it mockery or praise. He stayed home and read several books that Xue Jing had recommended. When he got tired, he taught curly hair new video games or fed his rabbit some leaves. 5 days later, the official website of the Huangart 12 Tones program published the list of candidates that had passed the 3 exams in the preliminary round. The results weren't ranked. The names of the successful candidates were listed alphabetically by surname. Fang Zhao's name was on the list, as was his 6-digit candidate ID number to avoid confusion. Soon, Fang Zhao also received an email from Huangart about the next round of exams. Great-grandfather Fang was ecstatic that Fang Zhao had passed the 3 preliminary exams. Despite having been hobbling from the discomfort in his legs the past few days, the old fella couldn't help leaping in joy a few times. "Be careful. You're not young anymore," warned great-grandmother Fang. The leg problems were genuine, tracing back to great-grandfather Fang's time in the military. Their condition had improved with treatment, but they still hurt from time to time because he was old. Great-grandfather Fang couldn't stay put even while sitting down. He clicked on a few chat groups and started sending digital red packets in celebration of Fang Zhao's results. Ha ha ha. Our Xiao Zhao passed all of the preliminary exams. Red packet. Did you see the news? Our Xiao Zhao was the only candidate under 30 to pass all 3 preliminary exams. Red packet. The retired officials in the chat groups were used to great-grandfather Fang bragging about his great-grandsons, usually Fang Zhao. Whenever he sent red packets in his chat groups, 9 out of 10 times, it had to do with Fang Zhao. Everyone knew that Fang Zhao was great-grandfather Fang's clear favorite. He viewed his other descendants with one lens and Fang Zhao another. How biased he was. With the passage of time, the prejudice got worse. Whenever he mentioned our Xiao Zhao, it was a sign that reason had gone out the window. At times like that, there was no point in arguing with the old man. It was all in vain. All they could do was accept the red packets and congratulate him. Congrats. He passed the preliminary round? Passing all 3 exams is no small feat. They're quite tough. Congrats. Look forward to the time when your Xiao Zhao passes the second round of exams. Remember to send red packets then. Yes. Who knows? He may be on a roll. What if he passes the second set of exams too? Great-grandfather Fang responded. I'm pleased that he's gotten this far. Even the experts are saying that for someone of Xiao Zhao's age, passing the preliminary round is a great accomplishment, enough to prove his talent. There's no shame even if he stumbles in the second round. We'll treat it as a rehearsal and a learning experience. Xiao Zhao is still young. There will be plenty of other opportunities down the road. Great-grandfather Fang paused before adding, but if he really passes the second round, I'll send out some major red packets to the group. Meanwhile, on the internet, attention was focused elsewhere. Did Fang Zhao really bring a good luck charm with Fang Zhao's picture to the exam? Is that why he finished in 4 hours and passed? I think so. Didn't you read what the experts said? It's very rare for someone Fang Zhao's age to pass all 3 preliminary exams. Exams require luck too. One of my relatives told me that Fang Zhao's grandfather got the good luck charm from a martyr's cemetery. This comment irked great-grandfather Fang. It was his great-grandfather, not grandfather. His grandfather is an idiot who doesn't know Jack *T. Chapter 335. You absolutely must misunderstand. Great-grandfather Fang felt that among all his descendants, the one most like him was Fang Zhao. As for the others, who were they like? Great-grandfather Fang glanced at his old wife. In any case, they aren't like me. Great-grandfather Fang muttered to himself. Online, even more people participated in the discussion about good luck charms. Some people felt that Fang Zhao's good luck charm had brought him good fortune, and these people wanted a similar model, but at the same time, they were also worried. What if they became unlucky afterward? I think it's better to wait first. Let's wait and see how Fang Zhao does later before buying. It's not like we need it immediately. Then let's wait first. In any case, the second round of examinations is approaching. We can decide again after the results are out. My demands aren't high. Furthermore, I have an examination coming up. I'll buy it first. At Qian City's Cemetery of Martyrs, there were suddenly a lot of people buying protective amulets, and the protective amulets they wanted to, but were the ones Fang Zhao had used. However, it just so happened that this version was out of stock. Previously, as there had been few people buying this, those in charge of the cemetery had not kept much stock. The rarer something was, the more valuable it tended to be. As stock was low and not many people managed to buy it, this protective amulet's price was jacked up in a short time. As quantity was low while demand and prices were high, there were inevitably people blinded by greed that took an alternative path: counterfeiting. In the eyes of those who made counterfeits, the paper quality was just slightly inferior and the painting looked exactly the same. How could they count as counterfeits? But buyers did not approve of it. In the old era, there was a word: consecrate. An amulet that hadn't gone through a consecration ritual or been created in the cemetery was a fake. No matter how good quality of the materials used, it was still a fake. Thus, relevant departments started combating counterfeits. The cemetery also had their own countermeasures, so genuine and fake goods could still be differentiated. As for Fang Zhao, who had given rise to this series of counterfeiting and anti-counterfeiting, he had no time to be bothered about all this. After receiving the notification for the second stage of examinations, he was called over by Xue Jing to undergo a week of training. Afterward, he would head to Huangzhou to participate in the second round of exams. More than 100,000 people had applied to take the examinations, and after going through 3 rounds of preliminary exams, the number of people with the qualifications to sit for the second stage was only 1,000. Of the 90-plus from Yenzhou that had passed the preliminaries, Fang Zhao was the youngest. This time, Fang Zhao did not let the company arrange any other assistants and, as before, brought along Zhuyu and Yin Biao. These two took turns being a driver and an assistant. "Boss, are we really not bringing Curly Hair along? Won't he feel lonely if he is left alone at home?" Zhuyu asked. "He won't," Fang Zhao answered firmly. "With the gaming console around, Curly Hair would not find it boring. Furthermore, if there was any danger, it would be more convenient for Curly Hair to handle it himself. If someone was dispatched to stay home and watch him, Curly Hair's actions might be restricted." After arriving in Huangzhou, Fang Zhao's presence declined drastically. His influence here was a far cry from his influence in Yenzhou. However, since he had frequently been appearing online recently, Fang Zhao still wore a cap. During this season, Huangzhou's weather was slightly hotter. Inside Huangzhou Institute of Art, many students walking on campus were sporting hats too. Furthermore, Fang Zhao kept a low profile so he appeared less conspicuous. "Hey, boss, make the most of your time to study. Leave any errands to us," said Yin Biao. This time, Yin Biao and Zhuyu both had assignments. Silver Wing, great-grandfather Fang, Shui Jing, and others had all privately sought the two out to have them run more errands. This way, Fang Zhao would have time to adjust to the time difference and prepare for his examinations. So after arriving at Huangzhou Institute of Art, Zhuyu ran off to inquire about the necessary procedures for exam candidates and to learn how the school arranged its exam candidates' room and board. Yin Biao followed by Fang Zhao's side and towed the luggage and bags. Fang Zhao had wanted to carry his own bags, but Yin Biao hadn't let him. Let boss carry a bag? How could a salted fish fetching such a high salary have the cheek to allow that? This was such a rare opportunity to display his usefulness, so naturally, he couldn't let it slip by. The sun was extremely glaring. Fang Zhao pointed at a building with walls that seemed to be entirely made of transparent glass, not too far away. "Let's sit over there and wait." The building that Fang Zhao had pointed out was a library mainly for guests. The first floor was primarily a rest area and was slightly more lively. The people seated on this floor were mostly people who had stopped on the way for a rest. After finding a spot to sit down, Yin Biao put down all the bags and luggage. When he saw that Fang Zhao wanted to go buy a drink, he hurriedly exclaimed, Let me. Yin Biao ran to buy a drink while Fang Zhao sat on the chair and gazed out of the transparent glass at students that were walking by outside. Huang Art students all had a sort of haughtiness, even though they maintained their fundamental etiquette and did not spare any honorifics. One could sense haughtiness from their expressions and speech. That was understandable, as top-notch institutes seeped in artistic influences with many specially privileged people. This was very normal. Fortunately, they wouldn't look down on people without any reason. This was also part of their upbringing. Taking a further look at the interior, there were many green plant ornaments and wood-colored furniture all around. Even if that furniture wasn't really manufactured out of wood, and those lush green plants were merely man-made air purifiers, when put together, they gave off a very peaceful vibe. Upstairs was a small library collection open to the public. Paperback books could be borrowed here as well, but at a fee. While Fang Zhao was taking the measure of his surroundings, Yin Biao returned from purchasing drinks. There were too many people today, and he had even needed to queue up. After drinking some water, Fang Zhao said, I'll be heading up to take a look. All right, I will just sit here. If you want to buy anything, you can send me a message straight away. Yin Biao indicated that he would not wander off and would be on standby at all times. When Fang Zhao went up, Yin Biao sorted out some of the luggage and wiped the sweat off his forehead. While drinking some water, he thought about his performance in the morning. Seems all right, MHM. I can feel at ease and rest for a bit. A person at the side watched him for a bit and then came over. Hey, brother, you brought your son to enroll too? The mineral water in Yin Biao's mouth all spurted out. PFFFF. Yin Biao was sweating all over from that scare and hurriedly explained, No. That's not it. You absolutely mustn't misunderstand. That is my boss. As he said that, Yin Biao had some self-doubt. He was clearly still young and wasn't much older than Fang Zhao. What had caused this person to have such a misunderstanding? Where could Yin Biao find the gall to be his boss's father? Stroking his beard, Yin Biao found the reason that had caused this misunderstanding. He had originally thought that it would make him look more dignified and imposing, but he had never imagined that it would cause this sort of misunderstanding. Luckily, this hadn't been heard by his boss. If his boss was annoyed in his heart, what would Yin Biao do if he got fired? Stroking the beard he had grown, Yin Biao decided that he would shave it when they returned to the hotel later. During this period, Huang Art's other, more ordinary advanced courses were also enrolling, so it was a common sight to see other parents sending off their children for enrollment. Afterward, there were quite a few others who came over to talk to Yin Biao. Yin Biao had to explain clearly to them that he was just accompanying his boss. He really didn't want any misunderstandings to arise. There were also others that accompanied their family elders and came over. Yin Biao even met a person who was accompanying his father who would be taking the second round of examinations for Huang Art's 12 tones. Hearing the other party bragging and flaunting, Yin Biao especially wanted to say, "My boss is also here to take the second round of examinations," but he chose to hold it in. As a qualified bodyguard, it would be best if he didn't randomly reveal information about his boss. When Zuiyu was done handling all the procedures, Fang Zhao checked into his dormitory. Zuiyu and Yin Biao wouldn't need much afterward, so Fang Zhao let them return to the hotel and wait. The school had only prepared temporary dormitories for exam candidates. Other people were not able to stay. Huang Art's 12 tones' second round of examinations was even longer and required 3 continuous days of exams. The examination venue was a building next to Huang Art Library. The examination venue was linked to the library by a passageway. The second round of examinations was open book, so materials could be referenced, be they physical copies of books or computer files. Other than being unable to communicate with the outside world, everything in the library could be used. For the next 3 days, candidates would be confined to these 2 buildings. But candidates apparently didn't seem indisposed, especially candidates with creative backgrounds. For them, shutting themselves in their own work studios for 1 or 2 months was common. There was no need to worry about food, water, or toilets. All they needed to do was concentrate on answering the questions. On the first day, after Fang Zhao saw the questions, he left the exam venue and went over to the neighboring library to look through resources. This library was different from the small library that catered to guests. It was truly a treasure trove of knowledge. Some resources that were reportedly not permitted to be converted to electronic files and disseminated could be found here. There were monitoring systems for the exams. Monitoring teachers would observe the candidates' actions through the monitoring system and would not appear in front of candidates or disturb them. As for meals, Fang Zhao did not let down his stomach. Solving questions and composing consumed mental strength. He had consumed quite a bit and needed to replenish his energy now so that he could move forward even better later on. While others ordered only 1 box lunch, Fang Zhao could order 4. If the box meals had less inside, he might order 5 or 6. During these 3 days, Fang Zhao spent the first day visiting the library and researching resources, and he rested at night in his own examination room. There was a bed within the wall, and when it was brought down, it was sufficient for a single person. The second day was spent solving questions, and Fang Zhao rested early after completing them. On the third day, he once again went to the library to look through the resources in the morning, and he returned to his room in the afternoon to make amendments to his script. When time was almost up and other people in the examination venue started submitting their scripts and leaving, Fang Zhao submitted his as well. Leaving the examination venue, Fang Zhao saw a group of students distributing Huang Art cultural commemorative gift boxes. For people that could participate in the second round of examinations, the majority all had some reputation in their own domains. Thus, even though Huang Art students had their own air of arrogance, in front of candidates who took part in the second round of 12 tones' examinations, they were even more courteous and had fitting smiles when they handed over the gift boxes. When they saw Fang Zhao, some students' eyes shone brighter, and they rushed over to hand over the gift box. "You have worked hard." Fang Zhao smiled as he accepted the gift box. "Thank you. It wasn't that arduous." Fang Zhao really had not found it that difficult. He had not needed to worry during the examinations. Food and drinks were provided, and there were specially designated activity areas. Candidates could also roam freely in 60% of the levels. of the library. Other than solving questions being somewhat mentally straining, the rest hadn't been too tiring. Can we take a photo together? I'm a fan of yours, a student asked. Me too. I really loved your acting in Founding Era. Recently, I have been watching the early seasons of the Yinzhou chapter. I'm a gaming fan. Students of a top-notch art institution would not get too excited when seeing celebrities and reputable artists, and were just slightly more curious. After Fang Zhao agreed, these few Huang art students took a few group photos with Fang Zhao. After chatting with Fang Zhao for a bit, they went to post the photos up on their social platforms. Following that, various people from entertainment media once again started to excessively interpret Fang Zhao's expression in the photographs. Fang Zhao is smiling so happily. He probably did quite well for the examinations. I feel that Fang Zhao is actually forcing himself to smile. If you've seen the expressions of others that took the second round of examinations, it is quite safe to say that the difficulty was rather high. 3 continuous days of examinations. But why does Fang Zhao seem to be in high spirits in the photo? Perhaps he is pretending? I wonder if he wore his good luck charm this time. Who has bought information from Huang Art's side? Hurry up and speak. Huang Art rarely leaks information to the outside. Purchasing the monitoring system's videos is even more difficult. There were also some people who made inquiries with Huang Art monitoring teachers that they were close to. While concrete information about the situation at the examination venue could not be divulged, when asked about their impression of Fang Zhao, these monitors said, "He is very young and he can eat very well." Chapter 336, All the Rage. After taking the examinations, Fang Zhao waited in Huangzhou until the results of the second round were released. He called on a few industry precursors, all of whom had been recommended by Ming Tsang and Xue Jing. These people had even gone to Fang Zhao's concert back then. There were also a few other senior Chimu graduates that Fang Zhao got to know in the group chat. These people had helped him by sharing resources in some form or another before he'd sat for the second round of examinations. Even if Fang Zhao had not used those resources in the end, he still had to thank them. Huangzhou Institute of Art, inside a certain office. The second stage examinations grading teachers from the music team were discussing Fang Zhao's examination script. Not only does this young fella have a good grasp of the fundamentals, he also has high comprehension and intelligence. He is indeed really capable and has the qualifications to get into 12 tones. A rare talent. There were some experiences that teachers couldn't teach and that students would have to rely on themselves to comprehend. Students with high levels of comprehension were much easier to groom. Some other teachers expressed a different view. Solely based on the questions, I would give him high marks too, but we still have to take into account his character for this evaluation. What? Remember that accompaniment piece for the finale of Season 9 of Founding Era Yinzhou chapter? The officially released information is that Fang Zhao completed it all by himself, but as before, I still have my doubts. That isn't something a person his age can produce. Even if he has been able to compose a few outstanding works before, that tune in Founding Era was different. You guys have also agreed that he has high levels of comprehension and intelligence. What makes you so sure that he wasn't able to produce it? There are always geniuses in this world. This isn't something that being a genius can explain. Hey, I don't know how to explain that feeling either, nor do you guys. The grading teachers were split into 2 factions. One faction felt that this youngster Fang Zhao had talent and ability. His questions had been answered very well, and giving him high grades for the second round of examinations was not an issue. But the other faction firmly believed this. In any case, I don't believe it. Regardless of how Fang Zhao did on his exams, he surely got others to write those previous works of his on his behalf. Toward these sorts of people that get others to substitute for them and never admit it, the overall marks for the second round examinations have to be pressed down. The head of the music team grading the papers watched both sides continue to disagree, and his brows scrunched up. After more disagreements and no solution, he interjected, "All right, everyone stop arguing. Since you all can't decide on an outcome, let's call and ask." "Ask who?" "I have already asked Xue Jing's side. He denies participating in any of Fang Zhao's composition. I believe that he would not lie about these matters, and furthermore, the style of Xue Jing's pieces are different, so it wasn't him." "What are you trying to say?" "Go ask teacher Mo Lang." On hearing Mo Lang's name, both factions fell silent. The group head saw everyone looking terrified, and he pointed at the grading teacher that had argued the loudest. You, make the call and ask. That teacher stuttered. And me? Weren't you very loud just now? Go and ask. You can't blame that on me. It's because I have a singing background and my singing techniques affected me. I'm not used to speaking softly. Besides, I do not know Teacher Mo's contact number. I know. I have already helped you dial the number. As he said that, the grading group head forced a communications device into that teacher's hands and raised his chin, indicating that teacher should hurry up and ask. Mo Lang had just returned from Planet Y. He had recently been on vacation and had nothing to do at home, so he answered rather quickly. The teacher nervously introduced himself first and then stated that his purpose was to find out if Mo Lang had guided Fang Zhao when Fang Zhao had been composing. This was a rather tactful way of asking, but Mo Lang had been part of the music circles for so many years that even if he didn't like to bother with other stuff, he could still tell the other party's intention. The other party's question was just indirectly asking him, did Teacher Mo ghostwrite for Fang Zhao? Mo Lang went silent. This sort of silence wasn't tacit agreement, but rather, it was like the gathering of black clouds. The atmosphere was both stifling and suffocating. The other teachers also held their breath and tried to lower any presence of their existence. The entire room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the teacher that was holding the communications device. Teacher Mo, we aren't doubting your character. We are just asking, that's all. Mo Lang became even more taciturn. The silence made all the grading teachers feel their skin tighten. A few of them also subconsciously shifted further away. They all knew that this was the calm before the storm. Venerable Mo, the teacher holding on to the communications device probed. His voice seemed to be wavering. Old Mo Lang appeared to be breathing heavily on the video call, but when he spoke, his tone was almost flat. I remember telling others in the industry about the matters with Fang Zhao. Listening to your words, are you implying that I'm lying? No. Venerable Mo, we are just routinely asking. It's merely a formality. Please, don't get worked up. You absolutely mustn't get worked up. That teacher was so worried his face was turning red. Mo Lang suddenly raised his voice and furiously roared. Absolutely preposterous. You mustn't think too much. We really did not have that intention. Really, that teacher was so worried he shot up from his chair. Old Master Mo was a treasure of an artist. If anything bad occurred to old Mo because he had become angry, this bunch would be done for. Should I swear it on my Galaxy World Medal? How do you all wish for me to prove it? I will come over to Huang Art to show you your proof. An old fellow like me can still walk. You doubt me? That's simply vilifying all the honor I have achieved in my life. Trampling all over it. No. You have really misunderstood. Without a doubt, we believe your morals. It is really just a formality. Really. Furious berating still continued from the other end. The grading teacher holding the communications device had sweat trickling down his forehead. Mo Lang's words were like large bricks aimed at his head, each one heavier than the last, smacking his head till he was dizzy. A single person would not be able to handle Venerable Mo's fury. He thought about looking for the other grading teachers to share the responsibility. You guys hurry up and help explain. However, when he looked behind him, he realized that all the other grading teachers that had originally been sitting there had run off. The teacher facing the full wrath on his own. At that moment, the amount of cursing in his head was enough to fill up the entire continent of Huangzhou. Mo Lang spent more than 10 minutes admonishing that teacher through the call. However, Mo Lang was still very advanced in age, so his assistants were worried about Mo Lang's health and advised him to calm down. After the call ended, the grading teachers that had left returned one by one. One of them even exclaimed, "See, I already said we should seek truth from facts. If it's good, that means it's good. If it's no good, then that means it's no good. How things are is how they should be. We are but grading teachers, not the teachers that will be guiding them. If this person really has problems, then those teachers should be the ones fretting over it. Anyway, let's not be unreasonable. Since he has already explained it well, and you people haven't been able to find evidence that someone ghost wrote, we should just evaluate him according to the exam script." With a rigid face, the teacher holding the communications device stared accusingly at the speaker. "Why didn't you say all these before we made the call? According to the exam script?" The grading teacher that had sat down again looked over at the group head. Then let's evaluate according to the script, the group head said. On the day results were released, many media outlets were watching Huang Art's official homepage. With only 12 selected from 1,000, the elimination rate was rather high. At the appointed time, Huang Art's 12 Tones' advanced course page refreshed. The 12 accepted applicants were displayed. This list was arranged according to the results of the second round examination from highest to lowest. Fang Zhao took third place. Of the two before him, the first was a talented 40-plus-year-old Huangzhou dance artist. He had made a name for himself for many years already and had been coined the dance god's successor. The second was a 50-plus-year-old painter. He was still considered young in new era terms. He came from a family with a background in painting and calligraphy and was also a genius. Not mentioning how many awards he had received, what people remembered most about him were the two paintings he had sold a while back. The selling prices of these paintings were in the tens of millions. In the musical field, there were 4 entrants this year. Fang Zhao was the highest ranked from the music field. Actually, when the music team's grading teachers saw the final standings, they felt a little regret. If they had known it was going to turn out this way, they would have given Fang Zhao's exam script a few more marks. This way, they would not have lagged behind dance and painting. However, the media outlets that had their attention on the enrollment of this advanced course did not spend too much time bothering about the classifications of the standings. Their focus was on Fang Zhao. Many entertainment media members had been putting all their effort into throwing shade on Fang Zhao, but today, they changed their tune and lauded his accomplishments. Huang Art's 12 Tones advanced course's youngest entrant in close to 50 years. Yet another Mo Lang. The Galaxy World Medal isn't a dream. Ability? Or was it luck? The most effective good luck charm in history. Entertainment news media outlets made full use of their ability to blindly create stories without logic. They inflated Fang Zhao so much that he didn't even recognize himself. Certain reviewers were also unwilling to keep silent on this. Some reputable reviewers even posted short evaluations on their social platform accounts. Really unexpected. Fang Zhao has huge potential. Nobody knows how high he can climb. But there is one thing that is certain. Silverwing Media must fear being unable to control Fang Zhao in the future. When Silverwing's people saw this status, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since when have we controlled him? Right from the start, Fang Zhao had always done things beyond what the company had anticipated. He simply had never been controlled. In Yinzhou, on the second day after the second round's examination results were released, Yinzhou's Cemetery of Martyrs' administration department held a ceremony. On this day, the Cemetery of Martyrs were full of people who had come to attend the ritual. There were people from Yinzhou as well as people from other continents. A foreign tourist saw the ceremonial guards and band walking at the front, turned to look at the dense mass of people behind him, and then lamented to his companion. Tisk, looking at this situation, later on, by the time the ceremony is over, those amulets will surely be sold out. His companion shot him a look of how ignorant and replied, all of the amulets at this ceremony were sold out in advance. If you wish to purchase one, you would have queue up. That's right. The model of amulet that Fang Zhao had used had become all the rage online. This also became a must-see location for tourists from other continents. Some people asked them, there are cemeteries in every continent. So why have they all come here? Tourists. This is just coincidentally joining in all the fun. Why don't you just purchase it online instead of traveling a long distance and coming all the way to Yinzhou? Tourist, sales of this model was selling too quickly, and the cemetery stock cannot hold up. Online sales have closed, so one can only take a queue number for a booking. Queuing up here is still better than trying to get the goods online. Actually, there weren't that many people that really believed in these superstitions. They were just following the trend to join in on the excitement. They felt that after purchasing the amulet, they could treat it as a way of being pretentious. People were also willing to spend money to get the amulets as gifts for others. Fang Zhao, when he saw all this news, his feelings were once again complicated. At the Yinbei retirement facility for veterans, in the past 2 days, the smile on great-grandfather Fang's face had not faded. That smile of his annoyed others when they saw it. My family's little Zhao. I'm not bragging. He is just so capable. How many analysts said that he would go no further than the second round? But take a look now. Great-grandfather Fang showed off this year's Huang Arts 12 Tones entrance to others for the umpteenth time. Despite competing with so many outstanding artists, he achieved third place. In ancient times, wouldn't he be called a Tan Hua One? An old veteran replied, I heard that Tan Hua Langs all look very good. Your great-grandson doesn't look good. Hearing this, great-grandfather Fang's eyebrows shot up. That old veteran hurriedly explained, No, what I mean to say is that your great-grandson isn't good-looking enough. The others were all speechless. You might as well not explain. Great-grandfather Fang blew his top. You are just jealous and envious and saying this because you are sour. Someone came forward to calm the situation down. Old man Fang, aren't you supposed to be thinking about your family's little Fang? What are his tuition fees are going to be like? Do you need to get anything in order? I heard that the tuition for Huang Arts 12 Tones is especially expensive. Great-grandfather Fang went blank for a bit before returning to his senses. Right. I still have responsibilities. I can't stick around and waste time chatting with you guys. Great-grandfather Fang returned to check his own little treasury and went to research Huangzhou's 12 Tones' tuition fees. He also went to contact some old friends of his from the education system to ask whether there were any procedures needed or if they could pull any strings. Very quickly, he received replies. Tuition fees? The tuition's fees for that advanced course are really expensive. One person will have to spend a few $100,000 a year, and that isn't counting in lifestyle expenditure. Spending money is a must when building interpersonal relationships with others over there, and it doesn't cost any less than the tuition fees. But you also need not worry. For an advanced course like 12 Tones, as long as someone manages to enroll, they will be taking a straight path for grooming talents in our continent. The Ministry of Education is in charge, so there isn't any need to pull strings. Any procedures will be handled right at the start, and the scholarships given out can offset the tuition fees. All you all need to do is handle daily living expenses. However, your family Xiao Zhao earns quite a lot. What are you so worried for? What he earns is his own money. What I'm giving him is just my kind intentions as an elder. Do you understand what kind intentions means? Great-grandfather Fang had his own tiny inclinations. He wanted to show that he could still be of use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have peace of mind. If he could not even do anything to help, wouldn't he be just like this bunch of old fogies who spent all day in the garden chatting and gossiping idly? After learning about the matters before entering school, great-grandfather Fang started dreaming about the future again, and a crazed smile appeared on his face. Huang Art was good, a top-notch advanced course in a top-notch school. It would be best if Fang Zhao found an equally capable and like-minded girlfriend, just like that recent teenage idol serial with classmates from the same class being lovey-dovey, and so on. But then, great-grandfather Fang thought about the ages of Fang Zhao's coursemates. His smile gradually vanished. Chapter 337. You're going to keep a dog? The news of Fang Zhao passing the second round of examinations and enrolling in Huang Arts 12 Tones created much discussion, but outside of Yenzhou, those topics only lasted temporarily. After all, those areas weren't Fang Zhao's home ground, and Silver Wing teams had difficulty getting involved. They couldn't increase publicity further even though they wanted to. However, back in Yenzhou, it seemed like this fervor would continue on for a few more days. Yenzhou people felt that with such a good example like Fang Zhao, they could be proud. Look at our Yenzhou's genius. People who weren't from professional art industries and didn't pay much attention to this sort of news only found out through the news that people able to enroll in Huang Arts 12 Tones were very impressive. However, nobody could clearly determine exactly how impressive those enrollees were until they downloaded a copy of this year's Huang Arts 12 Tones examination scripts. Every year, after the entrance examinations for Huang Arts 12 Tones concluded, Huang Art would officially release the examination questions for the 3 preliminary exams and the second round exam. In the past, the only people that had downloaded these exam questions were those related to the arts. In general, the amount was low, but this year, because of the discussion that came about as a result of Fang Zhao, many people who weren't from the art industries also joined in the excitement and downloaded the questions. After all, the fee for downloading these questions wasn't much. It could be considered gaining knowledge, and they could see for themselves the fabled super hard questions for the entrance examinations of this top-notch advanced course. Afterward, they realized that the preliminary exams were okay. Ignoring those subjective questions, Although the objective questions might seem difficult, by spending the time to research some materials, it was still possible to pass the exams. The second stage was where the questions got really difficult too. Answer: I recognize every single word, but when put together, I actually can't understand it. Questions from the first preliminary already left me on the verge of tears. My head was already dizzy just checking through materials for an hour, and I was only able to make some slight progress. I totally can't even do anything from the second stage examination. My mom graduated from a music academy, and she also says that these questions are extremely difficult. She says that there are a few composing questions that she is completely unable to answer. It's like having her favorite food, watermelons, and most hated, coriander, placed in front of her and being asked to create a dish that smells and tastes good with the two. Forget about having 3 days. Even if she was given 3 years, she still wouldn't be able to do it. Indeed, those that are able to pass the examinations are just sick. Us normal people have no way of understanding how the mind of a genius works. From this, it can be seen that Fang Zhao really has the ability. It isn't something that can just be explained by being lucky. If it were other people, even if they brought a whole trunk of good luck charms to the examination venue, it wouldn't be of any use. But words were just words. Fang Zhao style good luck charms still maintained their high desirability. As before, there was no stock available online, so everyone that wished to purchase them had to queue up at Yinzhou's Qian City's Cemetery for martyrs. The matter of Fang Zhao enrolling in Huang Art's 12 tones and his good luck charms once again created a wave of news. In the entertainment circles, those big names that stood firm were not really worried. It was the people in the circles that weren't really moving along that were not at ease. Every time they persisted long enough to make some news, it ended up being battered by Fang Zhao's news. Now that Fang Zhao was temporarily going to be leaving the entertainment circle to further his studies, they could only heave half a sigh of relief. Why only half a sigh? This was not the product of groundless fears and alarmist talk. This Fang Zhao person really played his cards too unconventionally. There was no way they could completely relax. Back when everyone had been guarded against him producing virtual idols, he'd run off to play games. And he'd been on fire. When people had been prepared to guard against him entering the esports competition scene, he had actually gone to complete his military service. And he had been so d***mn popular again. And when everyone had thought he was doing very well and would stay in the military, he had returned and held his concert. And he had made a ton. And when everyone's attention had been on music, he had snagged an important role and gone to act in the large-scale revolutionary film project. Eyeballs all around the world had popped out. Now, Fang Zhao had passed the examinations and gotten into what was said to be a God-tier advanced course. Even the good luck charm he had worn had become an online trend. Counting all this one by one, it was horrible just thinking about it. Only God knew what he would do next. Back when Fang Zhao had gone to serve in the military, everyone had thought that he would cool down. However, everyone had ultimately found out that Fang Zhao was still able to make waves from far away. It would be good if Fang Zhao quieted down while furthering his studies. These people would be able to make use of that year to boost their fame, and once they were standing firm, they wouldn't be afraid of getting battered. After Fang Zhao received his admission notice, he returned to Qian City to handle a few matters, then went to Yinbei City to visit the two old Fangs. He didn't stay long, though, before once more heading to Huangzhou to handle his admission procedures. Great-grandfather Fang gave Fang Zhao a red packet. After you have settled down there, send us some photographs and videos of Huangzhou Institute of Art, so your great-grandmother and I can see what your life is like over there, so we can also experience the atmosphere of an art institute. The truth was that great-grandfather Fang had not gloated enough. He still wanted to flaunt a bunch in the group chat with his old comrades and prove he hadn't been bragging blindly. If you two are free, you can come over for a holiday. The dormitories allocated there are bigger than most other students. Fang Zhao replied. Great-grandfather Fang smiled and waved his hands. Oh, let's see how it goes. The two of us are old. We won't be able to help you much if we go over. Furthermore, you will surely be very busy when you start school. We don't want to go over and disturb you. However, once Fang Zhao left, great-grandfather Fang started browsing through his calendar and set up reminders for large-scale holidays. After that, he placed an order for a new walking stick and pondered whether or not to purchase 2 sets of artsy clothes so that they wouldn't make Fang Zhao lose face when they went over to visit him in Huangzhou. This time, when Fang Zhao traveled from Yinzhou to Huangzhou, he brought curly hair with him. He would be studying at Huang Art for a somewhat lengthy period of time, and he couldn't just leave curly hair in Yinzhou. Fang Zhao wouldn't feel assured leaving him at Muzhou either. The secrets that curly hair's body contained could not be made known to others, so staying beside him was the most appropriate. After some consideration, Fang Zhao had also brought the rabbit along. He wasn't certain whether this rabbit might do anything shocking while he was furthering his studies, so he'd be better off keeping an eye on it. Fang Zhao had gone through the school and dormitories rules and regulations and had not seen any restrictions regarding pets, but people that were going to keep pets needed to produce all sorts of identification and sign an indemnity. He wouldn't be the only person in the building. Keeping pets was fine as long as it did not affect the other students. Unlike those during the second round of examinations, the dormitories allocated to students that had been admitted were of high quality, around 100 square meters with 2 rooms, 2 halls, and 2 washrooms. One was a bedroom, while the other was a work studio. The studio alone took up close to half of the area. For many people here, the work studio was even more important than the bedroom, so much so that eating, drinking, and toilet breaks could be all settled in the studio. The people here could decide on how to furnish the place themselves. Artists had their ateliers and dancers had their practice rooms. Fang Zhao's own furnishings here were very simple for the time being. Besides the basics, a desk and a bookshelf, there was a music keyboard he had received as a reward when he had been in Qian Academy of Music, a commemorative helmet-style gaming console that Fiery Bird had sent over, and the water tank with the rabbit. Curly hair ran all over the house happily as he patrolled his new territory. Fang Zhao had arranged a place for Zuiyu and Yin Biao outside the school. Fang Zhao had just replied to a message from great-grandfather Fang when he heard the doorbell ring. His new neighbors from the dormitory next door were dropping in. A man and a lady. They seemed to be much older than Fang Zhao. The man was Will Branch, the genius painter whose results for the examinations were ranked second among students admitted in this year's intake of 12-tone students. Unlike Will, Will's wife was much more cheerful and had even brought over some freshly baked cookies. It wasn't that she couldn't bear to part with some money to buy a more valuable gift, but that the majority of people who enrolled in this advanced course weren't lacking in money. They wouldn't lack these sort of things. Since Will and Fang Zhao were both enrolled in this course and they would be neighbors, she had brought along a little token of sincerity. Even if Fang Zhao didn't need it, he could also pass it on to his friends. Printed on the lid of the cookie box was a painting done by Will in the past. It appeared really abstract. People who were not familiar with paintings might just think that it was blind and random strokes. However, back then, someone had offered to buy it for 6 million, but Will had not sold it. At the corner of the painting, there was an imprint that looked like a V. This was Will's personal symbol. Will's wife was a lecturer at some other school in Huangzhou and would not be staying here all the time. In addition, when Will started painting, he would not bother about anything else and would get annoyed if he was disturbed by others. Will's servants just delivered meals at set times while maintaining cleanliness and hygiene. They wouldn't dare say anything more. Most of the time, it was Will alone staying in his dormitory. That was why Will's wife had come over to build up a relationship with his neighbors. She hoped that Fang Zhao would look out for Will sometimes. Originally, Will's wife had not had any hope that Fang Zhao would be able to help out much. A young artistic genius would surely be different from ordinary people in some aspects. Perhaps he might be even less reliable than Will. But looking at things now, Fang Zhao did not seem to have the fickleness of a young person. He didn't appear to be ill at ease when facing them, and instead gave off a steady and reliable vibe. With such a neighbor, she could rest easy. Will frowned as he gazed at curly hair, quietly sitting beside Fang Zhao's feet. "You are going to keep a dog here?" "MMHM, he is really quiet normally and is very obedient. He won't disturb the neighbors, and all the paperwork has already been done," replied Fang Zhao. Previously, when he'd been setting up his living arrangements, Fang Zhao had filled in the column indicating that he kept pets. Whenever the dormitory admins allocated rooms, they took into account the requests of the students admitted to the advanced courses. If there were people who didn't like pets or had problems with pets, these people wouldn't be allocated next door to someone keeping pets. Of course, perhaps the other students might have forgotten to leave a remark. Will's wife was worried that Fang Zhao would misunderstand, so she explained, We don't have any issues with this. It will be all fine as long as he doesn't bark inconsiderately. Although the dormitory block has very good soundproofing, many people here like to open their windows rather than rely on the system's completely sealed environment. You don't have to worry about this. Curly Hair won't run around wildly and bark uncontrollably, Fang Zhao reassured them. That's good then. However, a pet dog still needs accompaniment and exercise. When you are busy with your studies and composing, you will still have to bring him out to walk often. Don't spend all your time cooped up in the dormitory. If you don't like heading out, you can buy a treadmill and train him to run. Will's wife even recommended a few versions of treadmills that young people like to use. Will didn't say anything else on this matter, but his tightly constricted brows didn't loosen. After sitting and chatting for a bit, Will and his wife took their leave. Just before they left, Fang Zhao asked them to wait. Some specialty products had been just sent over from Planet Y, so Fang Zhao gave Will and his wife some. When Fang Zhao went over to the storeroom to take the stuff, Will, who was still frowning, stared at Curly Hair and walked over. Curly Hair raised his head to look at the stranger. A pair of dog eyes, innocent and harmless in appearance. Will stared at Curly Hair, then extended a hand to stroke him. Chapter 338. Can't even afford a dog. Will's wife had originally wanted to take a look at the furnishings in Fang Zhao's room and speculate whether Fang Zhao had any special characteristics. When she turned around, she saw Will stroking the dog and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Her face was completely pale, and she pulled Will back immediately. Do you not want your hand any longer? A painter's hands were very precious. If his hands were bitten, even though medical technology was very advanced now, but what if? What if he was unable to fully restore his former skill? What if he was unable to paint out everything he pictured in his mind? This was a rare occasion where Will's wife got angry. But since they were in someone else's home, it wouldn't be good to say too much. After she pulled Will away, he was met with a barrage of words. Only when she saw Fang Zhao bringing a bag of things over did she force a smile, but it seemed stiffer than before. After Will and his wife left, Fang Zhao looked at Curly Hair. Will might look unsociable, but he has no ill intentions. Curly Hair wagged his tail and came over and whined. Fang Zhao also knew what Curly Hair meant. All right, your performance today wasn't bad. Go play. Even before Fang Zhao finished the sentence, the little thing had dashed across the room, proficiently put on the gaming helmet, and started playing his games. This dog's gaming addiction was getting stronger and stronger. Next door, after Will and his wife returned to their own dormitory, his wife started reprimanding him for his inappropriate actions. You still dare to touch an unfamiliar dog. Have you forgotten what happened in the past? When Will had been younger, he had been bitten by a dog as a result of a prank by some peers. The injuries had been a little serious, but he had recovered well. He had protected his arms especially well that time. So after healing, his painting skills hadn't been affected, but his legs had taken a while to fully recover. Also, new era medical techniques were quite advanced, and the dog that had bitten him had been small. If it had been a large dog like those seen in Muzhou that had bitten Will, it would have been hard for him to even survive. Thus, normally, when Will saw a dog, he kept his distance, and he was especially vigilant against unfamiliar dogs. Compared to his past behavior, his actions today were really unexpected. Will seemed to be puzzled himself. I just felt that dog was really extraordinary. It gave me an intense feeling. What sort of feeling? His wife asked, suspicious. Will's forehead creased tightly. I felt like touching. Will's wife. Seeing Will's perplexed manner, his wife probed. You want to get a dog? Will didn't hesitate and replied, I don't want to. Pets are too much trouble. If he couldn't take care of himself normally, would he even keep a dog? Besides, this wasn't his own home, so he could not just leave these matters to servants or a housekeeper. Regardless of whether you wish to get one or not, just don't have any designs on the dog next door. Let's not talk about whether Fang Zhao is willing to sell or not. Even if he is willing to sell it, you won't be able to afford it. Will's wife continued to berate her husband. I have checked, and the value of that ordinary-looking dog of Fang Zhao's was estimated at more than 200 million by an authoritative pet magazine. The money you earned from those paintings was spent a few days back purchasing antiques because you said you wanted to study ancient people's painting styles. Faced with this pragmatic issue, Will paused for a bit and then said, Old master's words really make sense. What did your dad say? Will's wife asked curiously. Not to me. He said it to my older cousin. He said that painting requires one to put in continuous effort to improve oneself. One must continuously try to surpass oneself. If not, the art that one produces can't even be worth as much as a dog. That cousin of Will's had loved to look at the value of a painting in monetary terms. When Will's cousin was young, he had learned painting for the sake of earning money. He'd had talent, but hadn't been hard-working enough, so the old master had said such words to incite him. Although Will's paintings currently sold in the tens of millions range, and other than a few reputed great masters with many years of experience, it was really difficult to find someone comparable. It still wasn't enough to purchase curly hair. Indeed, if I don't continue to work hard, I won't even be able to afford a dog. Will lamented while staring at his own hands. Will's wife. No. Old master's context definitely didn't mean the sort of dog that is worth over 200 million. Will's wife could not help but ask him, did you have any special feelings when you touched a dog worth over 200 million? I felt like painting. Will also seemed to come to his senses when he spoke as he reminded himself before heading over to his atelier. However, when Will sat in front of his canvas and picked up his brush, he found himself unable to move. He couldn't paint anything. He couldn't put his brush to the canvas. Clearly, he just had an intense desire to paint, but upon sitting down, he realized that his mind was suddenly muddled. It was as if he had lost control of whatever inspiration he'd had, and he had no way of sorting it out. Why was it like this? Will was at a loss. Whether it was a person or some objects, Will had his own methods of presenting them, but when he had decided to paint an object, even if the image in his mind wasn't clear, he would still have some lively outlines and colors. But now it was totally different. The outlines and colors he had in his head were just a dense fog. It was as if everything was hidden behind this fog, and nothing could be seen clearly. Will put his brush down, closed his eyes, and meditated. 2 hours later, meditation hadn't borne fruit. When Will's wife came over, she saw Will facing his blank canvas and looking miserable. He wore a look of being unable to paint and feeling grievance. According to past experiences, this meant that Will had encountered a difficult problem. If he could not find a way to solve it, he probably would not have any appetite. Will's wife quietly knocked on the door. When Will looked over, she asked, "What's wrong?" "I can't paint that dog. Can't paint it." Will's wife looked at the blank canvas. She didn't understand too well, but she knew Will's way of thinking when he painted, so she suggested, "You can paint Fang Zhao first, the way he was next door, him sitting on the sofa and curly hair lying beside his feet. If you start with Fang Zhao, that might aid you in painting curly hair." Will felt that this was feasible. It wasn't that he was unable to paint a dog, just that he wasn't able to create a painting of that dog next door. Since that was the case, he could try it out and start with painting the owner. Perhaps while painting, he would get clearer inspiration. With this in mind, Will picked up his brush and started working on the canvas. However, after a few strokes, he stopped. He couldn't continue painting. Unable to continue. So much so that the more he painted, the more his mind became muddled. That shouldn't be the case. Will appeared even more perplexed than before. Not only was he not able to paint a dog, he couldn't even paint a person, something he was very adept at. Finally, Will decided to shelve this assignment. Following that, he altered the study plans he'd created when entering this advanced course. He once again submitted a new study plan form to the guidance teachers. The teaching methods of teachers in this advanced course were different from normal schooling. Teachers here did not get the students to do whatever they said. Rather, whatever the students wanted to do, the teachers would be there to help them realize their goals. Thus, there were study plan forms to let the teachers understand the advanced students' objectives and orientation. This way, they would be able to give focused guidance and have the best people in each specialized field impart their skills and knowledge. Will's new study plan form did not see any huge changes, but he made changes to the two most important projects. During the period of advanced studies, my short-term objective, to paint Fang Zhao. My final objective, to paint Fang Zhao's dog. Upon seeing the newly amended study plan, the guidance teachers for painting and calligraphy, Fang Zhao didn't know that Will was at a loss. He had just received his course schedule for the first week and was preparing to welcome his advanced studies curriculum. Course schedules would vary, and only the nearest week's arrangements could be set. The lecturers weren't set either. If a certain great master was free this week, he might have a few sessions. In the following week, another great master might take over. Whoever had time would give lessons. Every advanced student would receive a different course schedule. As their specialties, genres, and styles were different, there would also be differences in the teachers for each student. The schedules weren't too tightly packed. Much of the time would be for advanced students to make their own choices. They could seek out a certain great master after lessons to discuss issues, or they could self-study and visit the library or some other location to polish their skills. Alternatively, they could seal themselves up and create their works, but they would need to give a heads-up beforehand. Fang Zhao's first lesson in the 12 Tones Advanced course was a collective class. Students with painting, calligraphy, dance, and music, as well as other specialties, would attend a class together. Besides the current batch, there were also other advanced students from past batches that had not left yet. With this, there were close to 30 people. It wasn't that those advanced students from past batches had not met the graduating criteria for the course, but rather that they still had some collaboration projects with the teachers that were not yet complete. Once these were complete, they would naturally leave. For the new students' first lesson, it wasn't the lecturers speaking, but those seniors from the previous batch speaking about study issues during the course, giving those without a clear niche some form of reference and making them think, what do you want to do in the future? What sort of heights can you reach? For everyone else, seeing the 20-something Fang Zhao call a 100-plus-year-old person senior was extremely strange. But in 12 Tones, these sorts of scenes were seen often. When the next batch of advanced students enrolled, regardless of how old they were, they would still have to call Fang Zhao senior. Regarding Fang Zhao, who was the youngest advanced student, at the start, others had surely felt a little uncomfortable, but after all, everyone here had some status and was accomplished within their own domain. The path of art was like a sort of religious practice, a form of cultivation. Their thoughts should be placed on upgrading themselves instead of spending time being jealous and so on. That sort of cultivation was no good. The reason why academically inclined great masters did not really like people with an overly commercialized vibe was because they did not like placing too much of their thoughts on things that were not art. As for the private lives of these advanced students, the requirements weren't high. Thus, once everyone had adjusted their mentalities, during the first lesson, Fang Zhao received care and concern from his seniors as well as fellow students from the same batch. Outside the classroom, a few great masters who would be teaching were observing 4 of the new students this year. Of the 4, Fang Zhao was the one they knew the least about, and he wasn't from a familiar family. Known for their art, an elderly man looked at Fang Zhao in the classroom as he asked the person beside him, "This is the kid?" In the eyes of these people who, on average, were 120 years old, at 20-plus years of age, Fang Zhao was just a little kid. Yes, back then, Xue Jing brought this kid along on his global lecture tour. Mo Lang also thinks very highly of him. A different teacher voiced out. No wonder Mo Lang says that he wants to come to 12 Tones to give a few lectures after his vacation ends. We will see whether he really has the ability when the course starts. From what we can see now, Fang Zhao does indeed have innate skill and talent. He doesn't seem to have that cupidity or fickleness. For him to have done so well at his age is already very difficult. These people were really not focusing on and talking about Fang Zhao on purpose. If it was anybody not from the industry seated there, they would also be staring at Fang Zhao. Because when looking inside the classroom, Fang Zhao was too conspicuous. He was like the only grandson sitting among a group of people who were like his grandparents or parents. Chapter 339, New Assistant. Compared to the first test graders, the instructors at Huang Art had a better impression of Fang Zhao. They had graded fairly in the second round of the admission exam. They hadn't known Fang Zhao, but they trusted Xue Jing and Mo Lang. One's final ranking in the admission exam depended on their overall score. There were no interviews, because they weren't necessary. The candidates who were singled out by the initial graders were all known quantities. Even if someone used a pseudonym, the instructors could figure out whose disciple that person was with a quick read of their exam. There wasn't much of a point to the interviews, so they had eventually been phased out. The first class was the first time these music masters were able to observe Fang Zhao up close. He has great promise. He has his own style. The kid was nominated for a Galaxy Supernova Award this year. Oh, he was the one who received a nomination by special mention? Come to think of it, Now I remember. There was indeed a Fang Zhao on the list of special mentions. Did Xue Jing tell him about this? Old Xue must have his reasons for not telling him. Let's not butt in. We should hold off on telling him for now as well. Fang Zhao, who was sitting in the audience. I heard everything you said. The Galaxy Awards was the most prestigious prize in the arts world, second to none. Supernova was a subcategory of the Galaxy Awards that honored young artists who had made a substantial contribution. It was awarded not just to musicians, but also to up-and-coming painters, dancers, and actors. Most winners were artists in their 40s or 50s, which was considered a young age in the new era. To be nominated in one's 20s was already a tremendous honor. But Fang Zhao didn't understand what special mention meant. Setting aside commercial value and considering only artistic achievement, Fang Zhao naturally paled in comparison to those artists in their 40s and 50s who had enjoyed fame for many years. He could not prove himself by passing the 12 tones exam alone. The Galaxy Supernova Special Mention nomination was the equivalent of using VIP access, of cutting in line, but this alone did not turn off the masters at the Academy. The nomination had to be irrefutably justified. The Galaxy Awards put a premium on contribution, not commercial viability. Even if someone produced an outstanding piece, if they hadn't accumulated a critical mass of work or reached a certain level of artistic sophistication, they wouldn't be nominated. Contribution, special mention. A light bulb flashed in Fang Zhao's head. The 4-part, 100-year period of destruction series, the Hull virus. The period of destruction series had created a window for curing the Hull virus. Some 5 years had passed since then. With more systematic treatment protocols and better results, Ming Ye's condition had improved significantly. Even though he didn't speak much and his range of emotions was limited, at first glance, he didn't differ from the average person in a major way. If that was the reason Fang Zhao had been nominated for a Galaxy Supernova Award, that meant a total cure for the Hull virus wasn't far off, if it hadn't been cured already. Only that would prove the value of the 4 movements of the period of destruction series and assuage these masters into allowing this shortcut, a nomination by special mention, with no qualms. It had been 5 years. The organizers of the Galaxy Awards had kept quiet all along. It turned out they had been gearing up for a big move. All things considered, the period of destruction series did constitute a major artistic contribution, and its influence spanned different fields, enough for the jurors to make an exception. Fang Zhao was delighted when he figured out the reasoning, not because of the Supernova nomination, but because his work paved the way for a cure to this disease that had originated during the period of destruction. He had never thought that his series might have such an impact when he'd composed it. In any case, this was a good thing. Since the masters had no intention of breaking the news to Fang Zhao just yet, he pretended he hadn't heard anything. After his first day's classes, Fang Zhao returned to his dorm room, where he found Yin Biao and Zuiyu waiting. Fang Zhao had signed them up for a celebrity bodyguard course so they would have a better understanding of the kinds of situations bodyguards who worked in the entertainment industry faced and how to respond in a professional manner. They would learn how other bodyguards practiced their trade. Yin Biao and Zuiyu took no issue with the assignment. In fact, they were delighted. The fact that Fang Zhao was willing to sign them up for further studies meant he wanted to keep them around long-term. So exciting. Not being fired is terrific news. The 2 men were extremely enthusiastic. They promised Fang Zhao that they would brief him on their progress every few days. That was the purpose of their visit today. Zuiyu and Yin Biao had too much free time. Apart from the fact that Fang Zhao could handle himself very well, the 2 bodyguards were also inexperienced. On many occasions, Fang Zhao could deal with matters by himself more efficiently than if he delegated the matter to them. Just a few days into the course, and it had already made a difference. The 2 men realized many of their shortcomings. It was easier than learning on the job. This professional bodyguard course in Huangzhou lived up to its high price tag. To prove they were serious about their studies, the 2 men took notes and let Fang Zhao examine them. When Fang Zhao arrived, his neighbor Will also returned. He stared at Fang Zhao briefly before entering his own room, frowning. After entering Fang Zhao's room, Yin Biao couldn't help but blurt out, "Boss, is your neighbor a nutcase?" Yin Biao didn't finish his sentence. He felt the guy next door had looked at Fang Zhao weirdly, like a voyeur. But passing judgment based on a mere look didn't seem appropriate, so he'd held back. I've asked him about it. He wants to paint a portrait of me, but he's stuck. He needs to observe me some more. Fang Zhao had figured out the reason behind the odd behavior, but he still wasn't entirely clear on why Will was stuck. Painters had their own way of doing things. Fang Zhao wasn't about to quibble with him over the occasional stare. After briefing Fang Zhao on their progress and letting him inspect their notes, Yin Biao blurted out, "Boss, do you need an assistant? I have a former comrade who has been working in Huangzhou since he retired from the military. He knows the entertainment industry well, has a lively personality, and is meticulous and smooth." Fang Zhao nodded. "Go on." Yin Biao was delighted and gave the lowdown on his former teammate. His name is Nan Feng, as in Southern Wind. He used to be a member of Outpost number 23-2. He was a sniper. Unfortunately, he injured his left eye during an operation. Back then, Baiji had still been poor, and the medical infrastructure had been primitive, so his treatment was delayed. Eventually, he retired and returned to Earth, where he had a prosthetic eye implanted at a military hospital. Then, armed with his pension and discharge payment, he moved to Huangzhou. Because he hadn't notched any major merits and his length of service had been short, Nanfeng's discharge payment had been meager. He worked as a bodyguard and an extra. Even though he was skinny and short, he was quick with his hands and got along well with his colleagues. He was also quick on his feet and diplomatic. He had fared well compared to most other folks. Last month, Nanfeng had used his hard-earned savings to upgrade to an artificially intelligent left eye. Now that he was strapped for cash again, he was looking for new work. Lo and behold, he'd run into Yin Biao one day. Fang Zhao got a decent grasp of Nanfeng's situation from Yin Biao's briefing. "I don't have class tomorrow afternoon. See if has time for a meeting." Of course. He has all the time in the world," Yin Biao blurted out. "Then let's meet tomorrow at 3 p.m. in your apartment." "Oh," Yin Biao froze. "There's no need for boss to make the trip personally. I can bring him here." "It's okay. I'll come over." Since Fang Zhao had made up his mind, Yin Biao didn't press the matter. After leaving Fang Zhao's apartment, he gave Nanfeng a call. Nanfeng was quite emotional. "Thank you, Captain." He had actually been quite sad when he'd run into his former captain and learned that Yin Biao had been forced into retirement after losing his legs in a terrorist attack. Baiji's fortunes had improved vastly, so it was a shame that Yin Biao had had to quit the military so early due to an injury. But after learning about Yin Biao's current line of work, Nanfeng had almost lost it. He wanted a piece of that easy money, but he also understood that if he didn't show initiative and complacently twiddled his thumbs, he wouldn't survive for long. Nanfeng was confident that he was quite the well-rounded employee. He was a good waiter, he could drive, cook, walk the dog, and feed the rabbit. He knew how to handle interpersonal relationships, and he was willing to put himself at his boss's beck and call. Besides, based on what Yin Biao had said, he figured Fang Zhao would be easy to get along with. As long as he did his job, Fang Zhao wouldn't give him a hard time. "Don't thank me now. Thank me after you've impressed our boss. Remember to show up early tomorrow. Don't make boss wait," Yin Biao said. "No, I'm going to head over now." Nanfeng was ecstatic. "I have quite a few questions for Captain. I need to learn about boss's preferences so I can do a good job. Captain, my future is in your hands." "Sure, why not?" Nanfeng brought appetizers, barbecued meat, and a few cans of beer. "Let's skip the alcohol," Yin Biao said. Zhuyu agreed. It wouldn't be a good idea to reek of alcohol when boss shows up tomorrow. Zhuyu gave this prospective colleague a few pointers. He also asked, "So how's your tolerance?" "Oh, don't you worry about that. Don't be fooled by my stature. I actually have decent tolerance. I can drink on boss's behalf in the future," Nanfeng said with a chuckle. Zhuyu examined Nanfeng's new left eye curiously. "Your new eye is really high quality. It looks no different from the real thing." He could tell the difference up close, but from a distance, it looked like a real eye. Of course, Nanfeng was quite happy with his new eye. It cost more than $10 million. It took me 7 years to save up. Technological advancements in the new era brought conveniences to the handicapped. Take Yin Biao's prosthetic legs and Nanfeng's eye, for example. "Do you have X-ray vision? Can you see through walls?" Zhuyu asked. "Of course not. Civilian models are all heavily restricted. I didn't want that many new functions either. I was happy as long as it could restore my vision. Why is it so expensive if it has so few functions?" Zhuyu wondered. "There's no way around it. Quality costs. Inferior models will hurt me here. Nanfeng pointed at his head. There's the risk of dementia. So your new eye has no additional functions? Yin Biao asked. Of course it does. Nanfeng crept closer. Look at my left eye. The color of Nanfeng's left iris turned from white to red, then yellow, green, jade, blue, purple, and finally black. Look, the full range of color variation. Yin Biao. Zuyu opened his mouth, but decided it was better to stay mum. This team member of Yin Biao's is indeed quite the character. Nanfeng adjusted his eye color back to normal. He noticed that Yin Biao's face had gone black. He slapped himself on the chest and proclaimed, Don't worry, Captain. I know more than you do about how to be a good celebrity assistant. No, it's not that. I just want to remind you that our boss is a bit different. He's not the average celebrity, Yin Biao said. How different? Nanfeng asked. Yin Biao didn't respond directly, instead asking, Have you watched the Yinzhou chapter of Founding Era? I started watching yesterday. I'm on season 5 now. Nanfeng wasn't from Yinzhou and had never watched the Yinzhou chapter before. He had crammed them only because he was applying to become Fang Zhao's assistant. And he'd fast-forwarded through the show, playing only the segments where Fang Zhao appeared. It might come in handy for brown-nosing. Our boss's solo fighting ability is no different than in the show, Yin Biao said. Nanfeng wore an expression that said, You're F***king kidding me. He glanced at Zuyu for confirmation. A serious-looking Zuyu nodded, then pointed to himself, Yin Biao, and Nanfeng before saying, Believe it or not, with his bare hands, boss could beat the 3 of us into pulp. Nanfeng started to tremble. Chapter 340. Boss, rest easy and allow me. Nanfeng, who felt he had quite a bit of work experience, started to get nervous. He did more research on Fang Zhao, but the information he gathered was all superficial, stuff that he had already known. As for insider information, Yin Biao wouldn't reveal too much about Fang Zhao before Nanfeng was officially hired as an assistant. He could ask friends to uncover unreported tidbits through other means, but if he did that, he could kiss his job goodbye. For now, all Nanfeng could do was extrapolate from the info he gathered online. When Yin Biao and Zuyu got up the next morning, they saw Nanfeng using a device they had never seen before to conceal his puffy eyes. Captain, the more I think about the gig, the more nervous I get, Nanfeng said. You're not mentally tough enough. You're regressing. Yin Biao started to wonder whether Nanfeng would be able to grip his gun properly during an emergency. Oi, I was affected by what you said. You said that the boss is different from other celebrities, so my prior experience is irrelevant. Now I feel like I don't even know what to say. Captain, what do you suggest? What should I say when I see the boss this afternoon? Nanfeng asked. Just call it as it is. Don't embellish and don't be too humble. Boss doesn't buy that crap, Yin Biao said. Understood. In any case, behave yourself. Nanfeng nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Captain, I will be on my best behavior. After all, I have plenty of experience working in Huangzhou. I want to let the boss know that I know the rules of the entertainment industry, that I can start the job right away and deal with any challenges that come my way. Fang Zhao arrived at 3 p.m. on the dot. When he entered, he noticed the floor was sparkling clean and the apartment was very tidy. There was not a speck to be found on the windows. In anticipation of their boss's scrutiny, Zuyu and Yin Biao had cleaned their apartment meticulously, personally attending to nooks and crannies that might otherwise have been easily missed. How do you do? I'm Nanfeng, as in Southern Wind. Nanfeng tried hard to smile naturally, but he was so nervous that it came off as awkward. Fang Zhao gestured to a neighboring chair. Don't be nervous. Nanfeng's teeth were clattering as he said, I'm not nervous. Yin Biao resisted the temptation to slap Nanfeng in the face. He briefed Fang Zhao on Nanfeng's personal history. When he got to the part about Nanfeng's new prosthetic eye, he glared at his former teammate. At this point, Nanfeng recovered his senses. His quick thinking was back and his attention sharp. He explained to Fang Zhao how he had earned the money for his new eye. 10 million was not a small sum for the average Joe. Most people couldn't earn that amount in a lifetime. Fang Zhao had to be wondering how someone with as little job stability as Nanfeng had been able to get his hands on so much cash. And why did this guy want to become his assistant? Would he be a dedicated employee? Take Yin Biao and Zuyu, for example. They might not be able to earn 10 million after 10 years in the bodyguard business unless some major events happened and they were awarded bonuses. So on this matter, Nanfeng had to thoroughly explain himself to Fang Zhao. Nanfeng took a few sips of water, paused, and said, I didn't make a lot of money my first 2 years in Huangzhou, just enough to cover my expenses. During my military service, I had been quite out of touch. I hadn't had much work experience before joining the military. When I left the military, it took me some time to adjust, to learn how to handle my affairs and personal relationships. Things started improving after I got to know my surroundings and built up a personal network. I invested in a low-budget TV series made by a few university students. The year before last, the returns were quite good. I earned nearly 5 million that year between my dividends and the return on the investment. When he had seen his income statement, Nanfeng had felt like he was on cloud 9, but soon, he'd realized that Huangzhou was home to many high-income individuals. Small potatoes like him barely caused a ripple. Now, Nanfeng had stopped investing in TV productions for a couple of reasons. Firstly, he had run out of cash, and secondly, his previous collaborators had made it to the big leagues and were now backed by major corporations. He was fortunate enough to have come across that one investment opportunity. He wouldn't always be so lucky. There were plenty of smart investors in Huangzhou. He was a nobody, so you don't have to worry about the source of the cash. I didn't earn money through illegal means. Huangzhou was full of opportunities, but one would have to work hard. Whether or not someone could strike it rich depended on their talent. It hadn't been easy for Nanfeng these past few years. He had been so busy that he'd felt like a constantly spinning top. He'd wished he had multiple brains that could function concurrently. There were no free lunches. Life was a constant learning experience. But now Nanfeng had his future mapped out. Many folks said that if you were to identify the entertainment industry with a color, it would be gold mixed with black. Money came quickly, but it was also easy to make enemies. But Nanfeng liked the industry. He could get used to things. Felt that being Fang Zhao's assistant was a decent position. Fang Zhao wasn't short on cash, so he didn't have to venture into illegal dealings. Also, word was that Fang Zhao was connected in the military. Connections were a good thing, a form of protection. Not to mention that one of Fang Zhao's bodyguards was Nanfeng's former captain, an old friend. The salary that Fang Zhao could offer certainly would pale in comparison to his investment returns, but it would be high by industry standards. The bottom line was that this was Nanfeng's best job prospect right now. After he had accumulated enough experience as an assistant, Nanfeng was confident that he could become a talent agent, build his own team, and produce a few superstars. It would be the pinnacle of his life. The only thing that worried Nanfeng was Fang Zhao's positioning in the industry. From what he could see, Fang Zhao was more of the artsy variety. This was an area that Nanfeng was less familiar with. Nonetheless, Nanfeng went for the hard sell. I will do my best as an assistant so you can focus on your studies and composition and have time to rest, boss. I will take care of boss's daily chores, walk the dog, and feed the rabbit. I will plan your trips in advance and even double as a bodyguard. Swa? You and Yin Biao stared him down immediately. Double as a bodyguard? What do you think we are, window dressing? Why would we need an assistant to double as a bodyguard? What AF asterisk king calculating fella this Nanfeng is? Zhuyu thought to himself. After Nanfeng finished his spiel, he looked at Fang Zhao expectantly. Why don't I start on a probationary basis? You can decide whether or not to keep me after my probation. Fang Zhao stared at Nanfeng for a few seconds and nodded. 1 month's probation. I'll send you a contract when I get home. Wow. Yes, boss. Nanfeng worked hard to contain his emotions. He wanted to show that he was a steady hand. Is there anything boss wants to eat? I'll order the ingredients. Nanfeng wanted to show off his cooking skills to his new boss and 2 colleagues and make a good impression. He wanted to prove he wasn't lying. That won't be necessary. I'm heading back to campus. Yin Biao is a former comrade. Why don't you stay and catch up with him? You can come by campus tomorrow to sign your contract, Fang Zhao said as he got up. No. Boss, let me head back to campus with you so I can familiarize myself with the route, Nanfeng said while getting up himself. Are you kidding me? He could catch up with his comrade later. He had just been hired as an assistant, on a probationary basis no less. He had to seize the chance to impress his boss. Boss, where's your car? I'll pick it up, Nanfeng asked. I didn't drive. I walked from Huangart, Fang Zhao said. Then should I call a car? Nanfeng asked. I'm going to walk back. Great idea. It's good exercise. Boss, let me walk back with you. Zui Yu and Yin Biao silently observed Nanfeng's shameless sycophancy, which got them thinking that they weren't doing their best. The two bodyguards also wanted to walk Fang Zhao back to Huang Art, but Fang Zhao told them to stay put. After leaving the apartment, Fang Zhao took the elevator to the first floor instead of using the bridges that connected the apartment blocks. He was wearing a hoodie, which was common apparel in this neighborhood. Add to that a baseball cap, and unless someone stood right in front of Fang Zhao and stared, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Plus, Fang Zhao wasn't as popular in Huangzhou as he was in Yanzhou. Fewer people would go out of their way to identify him. Huangzhou also had its share of high-rises. The apartment block where Zui Yu and Yin Biao lived was home to a lot of students and workers from other continents, but the rent varied significantly within the same building. The lower the floor, the cheaper the rent. The brighter the unit, the more expensive the rent became. Huangcheng, the capital of Huangzhou, was also known as Phoenix. This had been a forgotten wasteland during the old era. It had also been an important battlefield during the period of destruction, but in the new era, it was the world's leading metropolis, far more prosperous than Qian. The buildings were towering and the streets separating them weren't that wide, but it wasn't dark at street level because the streets were properly lit. The gaps between the skyscrapers were lit up in an artistic fashion. Even the lighting layout in the lower floors was aesthetically pleasing. Nanfeng noticed that Fang Zhao was quite interested in the lighting, so he shared some stories he had heard. This is probably a typical black street in Huangcheng, but unlike black streets in other cities, they aren't poorly lit and are much safer. Strictly speaking, there are no black streets in Huangcheng. The lighting here was designed by a world-famous artist. Quite a few artists who studied in Huangzhou rented places in this neighborhood. Do you see the trash can over there? The painting on it was done by an artist before he became famous. Eventually, it was preserved and locked up. While Nanfeng was telling Fang Zhao stories, a nondescript TV broadcast van was parked the next block over. Inside, a middle-aged man was pointing at an online map and whispering. The office workers haven't left work yet, and the homebuddies aren't out either. The streets are quite empty. The timing is perfect, just the right number of people. There are two young men the next block over. Walk past them, make this turn, and you'll see someone smoking by a garbage can. Then head this way, and you'll see a couple in the corner. Then, there were two people next to the man barking instructions. One was a pretty, sweet-looking young blonde in a red dress, and the other a big, chiseled fella whose arms and neck were covered with menacing tattoos. He had "Don't mess with me" written all over him. The duo paid close attention to the instructions. Remember your route. This time, you'll be passing 9 people. See if any of the 9 are willing to intervene. The trio was working for a live TV show that exposed shortcomings in human nature. Today they wanted to show online audiences how few people were willing to stick their necks out when they ran into other folks in distress in daily life. The middle-aged man was the host. He relied on his quick wit rather than good looks. He knew how to come up with gimmicks that attracted viewers. The two folks standing in front of the host were both acting graduates from Huang Art. They weren't well known, but both were competent actors. Huang Art graduates were all works of art, as they say. The two were solid actors. The host had paid them handsomely to be part of his show. Got it? The host asked. Got it, the duo responded. The host took one final look at the two actors and wasn't satisfied. He summoned his makeup artist. Add some finishing touches. Prop master, where's our knife? Is the knife ready? Yes, yes. The prop master dashed over to hand a bloodied knife to the big fella. The makeup artist added a few fake wounds to the blonde in red and drew a few fierce-looking wrinkles on the big fella's face. Our camera's ready. The cinematographer signaled okay. He had deployed a fleet of miniature drones. After making sure that everyone was ready, the host went live. He kicked off with a sensational introduction before cueing the action. We're all set. Let's see whether folks stay put or intervene when they run into a robbery. We have no idea who we'll run into or what their backgrounds will be. This is reality TV. Out of respect for the pedestrians, their faces will be obscured. Okay, our actors can start. The host gestured to the two actors, who instantly shifted into character. The blonde in red roughed up her hair, and her sweet smile was replaced with one of anger, sadness, and desperation. The big fella lost his kindly face and replaced it with a vicious look. Coupled with his giant build, tattoos, and thug haircut, no one would mistake him for the good guy. Carrying the bloodied knife, the big fella got off to a head start while the lady in red, who was trailing behind, screamed at the top of her lungs, "Robbery!" The cameras clearly captured the surroundings of the two actors. The audience was clueless as to where the location was. There were also many viewers tuning in from outside of Huangzhou. Curious viewers from around the world were turning to their screens in earnest while munching on snacks. Two silhouettes could be spotted on the route the big fella and the blonde in red were taking. Even from a distance, they seemed young. The first person, who was wearing a cap, appeared calm when he saw the two actors pass by, while the other, a shorter man, looked on earnestly, eyes sparkling. This doesn't smell right. The tattooed big fella and the blonde in red hesitated briefly, but they kept running. Meanwhile, Nanfeng was ecstatic. The cry of robbery had jolted him to his senses. Now that he saw two people run by, he started flexing his limbs. Here it was, the opportunity to prove his worth. Nanfeng took a giant step in front of Fang Zhao and said, "Boss, rest easy and allow me." The way Nanfeng saw it, anyone who served at the side of a strong fighter like Fang Zhao, even if they were a lowly assistant, had to be able to fight. Chapter 341, Can I Touch? With close to 10 million viewers worldwide spectating, Nanfeng proceeded to beat the guy up. The other party was caught off guard and was entirely stupefied. Nanfeng knew how to use his own advantages and the most effective ways to bring someone down. In any case, he had once served the military on the rough and remote planet Baiji. He was someone that had wielded guns and fought beasts. He had a wealth of actual combat experience. However, his experience running minor roles and being a stuntman in Huangcheng had led to him learning how to dazzle with fancy moves. Thus, although Nanfeng's actions seemed garish and a tad superfluous, but they were nice to watch and could shock industry outsiders, such as those online audiences. Although Fang Zhao could see that those attacks of Nanfeng's were slightly superfluous, to others, Nanfeng's movements were too quick. They simply wouldn't be able to react. The burly fella had already been pinned to the ground, and his dagger forcibly seized. The pretty blonde in red behind ran up anxiously and tugged at Nanfeng. "Stop beating him, stop beating him." Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. We are just doing a program. Look, there are drones following us. The blonde in red pointed at a few miniature drones that looked like houseflies following them in the air. Following that, other crew from the livestream team hurried over. They hadn't expected the first pair of pedestrians on the planned route to take action either. When the program host had seen the other party's skill through the video feed, he knew that this wasn't someone to trifle with. Thus, he had immediately left the TV broadcast van and run over, worried that something might go wrong if they were a step too late. It was best to clear up this sort of misunderstanding as soon as possible. Unlike the program crew's panic, online audiences were overjoyed. The comments section was filled with strings of "ha ha ha." See, haven't they encountered a strong person? I know where it is just from the backdrop. Only Huangqing's black streets have these sorts of lights. I just don't know which street it is. People from the black streets are more unreasonable, and there are quite a lot of experts. Indeed, Huangqing deserves its reputation. Even an unremarkable person can settle this so cleanly. They should have prepared to get beaten when producing this week's episode. There are still people that will uphold justice and aid others. See, didn't they just get beaten by a pedestrian? The host rushed to the scene and saw the blonde in red supporting the burly fella. They seemed to be all right, so he heaved a sigh of relief before intending to explain what was going on to these two pedestrians. But when he saw that person in the hoodie and baseball cap, he stood there blankly and even forgot what he had wanted to say. The host could suppress his astonishment, but the other crew members of the program weren't able to hold their words. "Fang Zhao," someone exclaimed in astonishment. This place wasn't too far away from Huangart. Because there were crew members that were Huangart graduates, they paid attention to news about their alma mater. They had previously seen quite a bit of news about Fang Zhao being admitted to 12 tones and had privately discussed this person. The host had even had plans to invite Fang Zhao to show his face on an episode of this program. However, since people that entered 12 tones rarely had any interaction with outside entertainment programs, the host had given up the idea. He had not expected to run into Fang Zhao here. Other crew members that hadn't noticed looked over when they heard Fang Zhao. Nanfeng immediately stood in front of Fang Zhao. However, he was much shorter than Fang Zhao and couldn't even obstruct Fang Zhao's chin. Netizens watching the live stream who had just been commenting, "Ha ha ha ha," suddenly heard Fang Zhao, and many of them were astonished as well. Fang Zhao. Did I hear wrongly? Quick, tell me. Did I actually hear that person say Fang Zhao? Remove the censor. Why is there mosaic at this crucial point? Even though we can't see that person's face, from their reactions as well as that person's figure, there is a possibility that it is Fang Zhao. Shouldn't the focus be on why Fang Zhao, who is furthering his studies at Huang Art, has actually appeared in Huangqing's black streets? Nonsense. Huangqing doesn't have black streets. Why aren't there any? Just because lights are installed doesn't mean that you can stop calling it a black street. The characteristics are the same. Previously, we heard that Fang Zhao came from a black street. Perhaps he knows some people there. Was the one who stepped up to help Fang Zhao's bodyguard. Shouldn't it be younger brother in the black streets? That's how it is on TV shows. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Huangzhou Entertainment reporters, get to work. The camera view changed. It was no longer looking at Fang Zhao, but at his surroundings. This made the audience dissatisfied. In the comments section of the live broadcast, the audience urged the host to switch the camera back and remove the mosaic. The host shot a meaningful glance to that tattooed fella. The burly bloke the size of a bear nodded his head faintly, and when the camera faced him, he shrunk back and his vicious face became somewhat wacky. What they were trying to tell audiences was that their team had principles and would not film others against their will or generate discussion just to attract everyone's attention. After Fang Zhao saw the camera moving away, he apologized to the host that came walking over. Sorry, my assistant was a little rough. Nanfeng stood obediently at the side, looking apologetic. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you all were acting. When I saw that aggressive man with a knife running over, I was worried that he would hurt my boss, so I acted. But I didn't go all out, so he is fine. The host hurriedly said, It's all right. I can understand your reactions. Our program is a test of human nature. We wanted to see how people would react to this sort of situation. Lending a helping hand is actually a good thing, and it shows everyone a good example. After introducing the main intention of the program, the host looked toward Fang Zhao with gratification and zeal. I didn't expect to see you here. The hidden meaning behind this was thus. Aren't you undergoing further studies at Huang Art? Aren't 12 Tones advanced course students a bunch of study freaks? How do you still have time to visit Huangqing's black streets? Hurry up and explain yourself. You can't deceive me. I'm here to visit a friend, Fang Zhao answered briefly. The host didn't believe these words. However, he put on an expression that said, Oh, so that's the case, and asked for an interview, but Fang Zhao declined. The host didn't insist after seeing Fang Zhao's expression, but he wasn't resigned to giving up such a good opportunity to take advantage of Fang Zhao's popularity. In Huangzhou, Fang Zhao's popularity might be limited, but this live broadcast was to a global audience, people from all 12 continents. As the subject changed, the anchor had some anticipation as he asked Fang Zhao. Our staff accidentally shouted out your name just now, but during the process of our live broadcast, all pedestrians' faces are covered by mosaics, so the audience didn't see your face clearly. Now, there are over 10 million viewers. 30 million. A crew member quietly interjected. About to reach 40 million. It has reached 40 million. The host's heart was beating like mad. While not doing anything special, the online viewers had already reached 40 million. In the past, the highest viewership count had been only 20 million. This figure now simply made him want to shout out in joy. However, he was an experienced host and knew how to keep his appearance in check. The host warmly tried to earn a few more brownie points with Fang Zhao and eagerly asked, Zhao God, how about saying hello to everyone? Just a few minutes will do. We won't take up any of your time. Fang Zhao nodded. All right. The host suppressed his ecstasy, which was threatening to overflow, and signaled to bring the camera over quickly as he took the brief gap to peek at the online viewership. It had already crossed the 50 million mark and was rising to the 60 million mark without any signs of slowing. Perhaps with some operations to stir up discussion, the figure might even hit 100 million. 100 million, that was the goal set this year. As long as they were able to achieve it just once, it would be satisfactory. Now, just half a year in, there was actually a chance. Before the camera, Fang Zhao's expression was much gentler as he smiled and greeted the online audiences. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fang Zhao. Online audiences weren't satisfied. especially those that had switched over from other channels upon hearing the news. Of course we know you are Fang Zhao. Can't you say more? The live broadcast comment section got noisy once more when they heard Fang Zhao saying, I'm here to visit a friend, as well as to appreciate the art and culture of Huangqing streets. I hope to benefit from this city that indeed has a strong artistic flavor. I can't stay any longer, as I still have something to do. Everyone, please continue. Fang Zhao raised his hand to make a bye gesture, but new audience members that had just joined the live broadcast weren't satisfied. Leaving just like that. Won't even say just one more line. Yeah, saying one more line is fine. I haven't even taken a screenshot yet. The host, standing to Fang Zhao's side, also urged, Zhao God, do say a little more. Consider it ending on a good note. To the side, Nanfeng frowned and took a step forward, intending to help Fang Zhao settle the problem at hand. He understood too well about how these hosts tried to take advantage of others' popularity. All they were concerned about was the traffic of their own program and the viewership count. As long as Fang Zhao continued to talk, they would come out with more and more excuses to get Fang Zhao to speak. They wouldn't let him leave easily. If he gave them an inch, they'd take a mile. These people were best at taking advantage of others. If Fang Zhao didn't want to speak, he would be labeled a diva, as having an inflated ego, or other such terms regardless of whether it was true or not. Fans of Fang Zhao were not the main focus of this live broadcast. If the commentary developed in an unfavorable direction, once it started, it would be even more troublesome. It wasn't that Nanfeng always considered the worst, but that he had seen these things happen frequently in the entertainment industry. It was best to guard against them from the beginning. But before Nanfeng was able to act, Fang Zhao spoke. As before, Fang Zhao had a faint smile, but people who saw his smile felt a little uneasy, as though they were facing affection from their own grandparents. Have you done your homework? Have you prepared for your final exams? Have you completed your month-end work summary? Online audiences, this person was simply venomous. I skipped class to watch the live broadcast. Suddenly, I feel as if I have been stabbed through my chest. Why must you remind me that I still have to fight the god-tier boss known as the final exams? The image of my superior's devilish face just appeared in my head. That scared me and made me tremble even on a hot day like this. I quit being a fan. I want to report Fang Zhao for a personal attack. My mind and body took a beating. I'm going to become an anti-fan. Only if he sends me one of those protective charms will I return. One isn't enough. I want 10 protective charms to alleviate this stab that has pricked my heart. Disperse, everyone, disperse. Do your homework and hurry and review your exam materials. Those that have reports to write, think about your own salary. Thus, the host watched as the live stream's viewership count, which had soared to 70 million, experienced a sharp decline thanks to that line from Fang Zhao. The previous shining live broadcast viewership count was like a wild mare that had thrown off its rider and run off into the distance, never to return. All the crew members of the program. Their wish for 100 million viewers, which they'd made as part of their New Year plans, was no longer achievable. A chilly feeling swept through their hearts. The host really wanted to give his mouth a tight slap. Your cheap mouth. Why did you ask Fang Zhao to add another line? The host seemed to suck in his bitter tears as he watched Fang Zhao leave. Nanfeng tried to stifle his laughs and only managed to gradually become serious when they reached Huangart's campus. Boss, I have a confession to make. Fang Zhao eyed him. Speak. Saying Fang Zhao's apparently all-knowing look, Nanfeng felt frightened deep down. Luckily, he had remembered Yin Biao's repeated exhortations. Don't try to be too smart with the boss or play tricks. If you make any mistakes, admit them as soon as possible. Actually, I could tell that they were acting, but I don't really like these sort of programs. Boss, maybe you do not know, but in the past, there were instances where distasteful incidents that happened on these sort of programs, so I dislike them. Nanfeng told Fang Zhao about some of the negative influence brought about by reality TV shows that he had seen. There were some things that shouldn't be tested. Human nature by itself was already very complex. The majority of people producing these sorts of programs thought that they would be able to grasp the overall situation while just observing from the side. They assumed an attitude of superiority to denounce others' actions for not being appropriate and led audiences to pass judgment. Actually, Nanfeng had found these sort of programs rather meaningful at the start, but later on, when he'd experienced more, Nanfeng had become unsure whether these programs were good or bad. But he didn't like the program deliberately testing human nature and found it irksome. After explaining his thoughts, Nanfeng scratched his head. Actually, I only used it as a pretext to teach them a lesson and perform a little in front of you, boss. But boss, I'm sure you could also tell they were acting right. I knew about it before they appeared. Actually, Fang Zhao didn't like these sorts of programs either. Human nature was complex, and he had seen too much of it during the period of destruction. Being able to see through this and control the situation to a certain extent, it seemed like Nanfeng had experienced quite a lot. Boss, you are really impressive. How did you know? Nanfeng was halfway through his sentence when he remembered reading up on Fang Zhao's past deeds and the nicknames Diting and Divine Ears. I heard it, replied Fang Zhao. Indeed. Now Nanfeng was rejoicing for being honest. Boss, you are really impressive. Previously, I thought that all the talk online about your divine ears were just adulation, but now it seems like they really are divine. Noticing that Fang Zhao wasn't angry, Nanfeng relaxed and continued to be a toady right up until he stepped into Fang Zhao's quarters and saw curly hair. This. Isn't this the curly hair with a valuation of 200 million? A living $200 million dog, right in front of his eyes. Nanfeng was so excited that he bit his knuckles to stop himself from shouting out. Nanfeng's voice trembled slightly as he said, Boss, can I touch him? Fang Zhao eyed curly hair and replied, Sure. You will have to bring him out for walks in the future. You can get familiar with him first. Nanfeng struggled to control his overflowing excitement and became nervous. It's my first time touching a dog of this level. Should I touch him directly, or do I wear a glove? Fang Zhao, touch him directly. Then, Fang Zhao watched as Nanfeng ran to the washroom and washed his hands 3 times with soap and dried them before proceeding to touch the dog. He was treating the dog like precious and fragile chinaware. Luckily, Nanfeng remembered his responsibilities, and after touching the dog, he followed beside Fang Zhao to learn the scope of his job. When he saw the rabbit in the water tank, Nanfeng's eyes lit up. But when Nanfeng opened his mouth, Fang Zhao spoke first. You can't touch this. Oh, got it. I won't touch it if boss doesn't give approval. Nanfeng expressed immediately. It is poisonous. Got it, boss. I absolutely wouldn't touch it. Nanfeng answered even more firmly. Actually, there really wasn't a lot of things Nanfeng needed to do on normal days, so Fang Zhao didn't talk about it for too long. He drafted out a probationary contract and discussed wages and benefits, and Nanfeng signed it immediately. Then, boss, I will head back today to prepare first. I'll come over tomorrow. Having received Fang Zhao's approval, Nanfeng left. However, he didn't return home. Instead, he went over to Yan Biao's. Ha! Captain, I have seen that dog already. That is a $200 million dog. This is my first time seeing one. I even touched it. With 2 hands too. That fur is so soft. It's worthy of being a $200 million dog. Its canines are so white, even whiter than my own, which I tend to sew carefully. As expected from a dog with a value of 200 million. At the side, Zhui's mouth twitched. This schemer had even started kissing the dog's *SS. Seeing Nanfeng mentioning 200 million in every sentence, Yan Biao couldn't help but interrupt him. Curly hair's value cannot be measured easily by monetary value alone. Right now, Yan Biao couldn't tell Nanfeng about curly hair's service and security checks in Y military base. All he could do was remind Nanfeng that this dog's value couldn't be measured by money. There was only one dog alive in the entire world that was even more effective than the security screening machines at spaceports. Over at Muzhou, many people had ideas of poaching him, while Y Base kept having evil intentions of keeping curly hair for themselves. How could he be worth just 200 million? Those parties might even be willing to spend a few times that amount. Nanfeng went blank for a second, and the excitement on his face subsided. Looking slightly ashamed, he said solemnly, I understand now. Captain, your reprimand was correct. Yan Biao was even more at a loss. What? Do you understand? Which part of my sentence was reprimanding you? I was just stating a fact. Nanfeng was minding his own business and reflecting. I know that I have become snobbish already. Even when it comes to aesthetics, I can only view them from a monetary point of view. Those experiences of mine in the past few years have already become habit, but Captain, don't worry. I will take note when I'm outside and won't be a disgrace to the boss. What you said is right. Our boss is an artist, not an ordinary star in the entertainment circles. Our outlook cannot be shallow. We cannot only think about money. We need to maintain standards and be classy. Yin Biao. Yin Biao stared at Nanfeng in silence for a bit before nodding. It's good that you know. After Nanfeng left, Yin Biao lamented that he really couldn't keep up with the thoughts of people who had left the military and spent a long time in society. Chapter 342. High-Pressure Assistantship. Nanfeng returned to his apartment and shared the good news with several of his closest friends in Huangzhou. Even though he was envious of Fang Zhao's high income, Nanfeng didn't feel jealous. He figured that Fang Zhao had leveraged his talent into a comfortable living. He couldn't argue with that, and he had his own talents. He was confident that a brighter future was in store. Yet Nanfeng's good mood was soon shattered. He came across a headline: Fang Zhao's assistant in assault during live broadcast. Nanfeng's heart leaped immediately. A further search yielded similar headlines. The headlines were written in the most sensationalist way possible. They all included key phrases like Fang Zhao's assistant, Huangqing Blackstreet, and assault during live broadcast. They all but screamed, "Come check out the commotion." Fang Zhao's assistant attacked someone in front of an audience in the tens of millions. The news reports about Fang Zhao's encounter with the live broadcast crew mostly focused on the matter of his assistant launching an attack. Many readers blurted obscenities as soon as they saw the headlines, but when they clicked the links and read more carefully, they reacted differently. F***CK, we were conned again. Still, after reading the full story, these internet readers who loved a spectacle kept following the aftermath. Serves them right. You have to prepare for the possibility of getting beaten up if you make these kinds of shows. Who knows if you're acting? If I ran into the same situation, I'd throw a punch first too. If it were a genuine assault, then I would be in the right. If it was just acting, I'd be innocent by virtue of not having prior knowledge. I wouldn't be liable for any compensation. Fang Zhao's assistant held back. If I were him, I would have beaten the assailant to a pulp. Boy, cut the bullshit. Not everyone has the courage to step up. Many folks like to mind their own business on black streets. I'm curious if Fang Zhao actually has mob connections. Isn't the main attraction the assistant's eye? After the blurring effect was removed, you could see that one of the assistant's eyes was red. Is he of mixed heritage? What type of mixed race would that be? Even someone of mixed race wouldn't have eyes of a different color. He must have some type of eye disease. A bunch of country bumpkins. Haven't you heard of colored contact lenses? For a while, it was quite the fad to wear just one colored lens. It was a form of street culture. Apart from colored contact lenses, there are also prosthetic eyes that vary in color. It's a shame that the eye only showed up in the footage briefly. After reading the comments in several of the more popular discussion forums, Nanfeng felt his career was over. During the time of the attack, Nanfeng had neglected to disable the color variation function of his prosthetic eye, so the color of the eye had adjusted according to his mood and become red. News of the assault had spread so quickly and on such a large scale. Nanfeng was convinced this wasn't just regular word of mouth. He was positive the TV crew was working behind the scenes. What could he do about snatching the spotlight away from his boss? What would happen if the story tarnished his boss's reputation? He had just landed this job and was at risk of losing it before he had warmed his chair. At a loss, Nanfeng asked Yin Biao for advice. After getting the full lowdown, Yin Biao was quite calm. Based on my understanding of boss from these past 2 or 3 years, he's not going to quibble with you over having the limelight stolen. But you did act improperly on this matter. Why don't you apologize to boss first? He's not that petty. One had to give credit where credit was due. Yin Biao had been an attentive employee these past 2 or 3 years. He was spot on. Fang Zhao was not about to throw a fit over a drop in publicity. Fang Zhao knew what was being said online. Silver Wing had also contacted him to get a full briefing. There was no shady business involved, and the incident wasn't a big deal in the first place. Silver Wing also knew that the TV crew was trying to generate publicity. The company knew how to respond. As for his assistant Nanfeng, the way Fang Zhao saw it was that even though Nanfeng was a bit impatient, he had a lively personality and was quite energetic. In key moments, he showed the right balance of intelligence and emotional intelligence. Even though he had his own agenda, Nanfeng had an upright character. If he didn't cause any major problems during his probation, Fang Zhao was going to keep him on as a permanent employee. He knew that serving as his assistant was only a stepping stone for Nanfeng. Nanfeng was ambitious and had set his sights higher. That was perfectly understandable. Everyone wanted to progress. When the time came for Nanfeng to move on to greener pastures, Fang Zhao wasn't going to get in his way. In fact, if Nanfeng did a good job, Fang Zhao was going to help him along. So when Nanfeng called to apologize, to admit his mistake and reflect, Fang Zhao didn't say much in the way of a reprimand. When he realized that Fang Zhao wasn't going to fire him, Nanfeng's mood improved. His boss wasn't a petty person, which meant Nanfeng would have a much easier time serving as an assistant. The next day, when Nanfeng arrived at Fang Zhao's dorm room, Fang Zhao had just returned from the gym. "Good morning, boss." Nanfeng had bought breakfast and some ingredients, which he placed in the kitchen. Thus started his first day as an assistant. He had already taken notes on the tasks Fang Zhao had assigned to him. He had to inspect the rabbit in the tank and check how much feed was left in its feeding tube. He also had to check the readings on various indicators and throw in 2 freshly snipped leaves. He didn't dare touch the slug. Fang Zhao had cautioned that the rabbit was poisonous and wasn't to be touched. Nanfeng didn't question Fang Zhao's claim. He had a friend who kept a poisonous sea slug at home that couldn't be handled with bare hands. Special gloves were required. "Boss, I'll walk curly hair then." "Go ahead. Did you memorize the route?" Yes. Nanfeng showed Fang Zhao the route he had marked on a map. "The leash is in the cupboard by the entryway. Curly hair will fetch it himself." Just as Fang Zhao finished his sentence, Nanfeng saw Curly Hair open one of the doors to the cupboard next to the entryway and drag out his leash with his mouth. He closed the door, then trotted toward Fang Zhao. "What a smart dog. You even know how to open the cupboard yourself and fetch your leash." "Boss, you did a great job training him." Nanfeng wanted to add, "This $200 million dog is truly worth its value." But he remembered Yin Biao's advice and held back. After attaching the leash to Curly Hair, Fang Zhao let Nanfeng take Curly Hair on his regular walk on campus. Even though Huangart's campus security wasn't top-notch, it was better than taking a walk off campus. Fang Zhao didn't intend to let Curly Hair hole up in his dorm room for the entire length of his program. The student gym was off-limits to dogs, so Fang Zhao walked Curly Hair within the Huangart campus, tracing several regular routes and frequenting one of the on-campus parks. Even dogs weren't suited to gaming all day. It was good for them to get a breath of fresh air and experience nature in the local community. When Nanfeng returned from walking the dog at a lightning pace and extracted himself from thoughts that he had just taken a dog worth $200 million for a stroll, he noticed Fang Zhao signing for a delivery. 10 gigantic boxes of fresh fruit from Muzhou. Nanfeng remembered Yin Biao mentioning that Fang Zhao had a stake in a Muzhou farm, guaranteeing him a steady supply of fresh produce. Fresh fruit from Muzhou fetched a handsome price locally. Nanfeng rarely sampled this Muzhou specialty. The sight of the crates made him hungry. After observing Fang Zhao carry 2 crates into the storage room of his dorm room, Nanfeng figured the boxes weren't heavy. After detaching Curly Hair from his leash, he scrambled over to help out. Nanfeng flexed his limbs, walked over, and grasped the first crate. Deep breath and go. No luck. Nanfeng tried another box. Still no luck. After trying to lift the remaining boxes one by one to no avail, Nanfeng watched Fang Zhao carry another 2 crates into his storage. He was blown away. On only his first day on the job, Nanfeng had already experienced the sense of powerlessness and resignation that Yin Biao had described. When Fang Zhao noticed Nanfeng just standing there dejectedly, Fang Zhao instructed him. "The 2 boxes on the side contain melons. Why don't you unpack them, give the melons a wipe, and bring 2 of them next door? We should be up by now." "Okay, boss." Assigned a fresh errand, Nanfeng felt he had value again. Maybe he couldn't handle heavy physical labor, but he did a decent job of delivering gifts and cultivating relationships. On previous assistant gigs, he had delivered gifts to fellow actors on the same shoot on behalf of minor celebrities. It was the kind of work he knew well. After unpacking the crates, Nanfeng picked 1 melon of each kind, placed them in a clean basket, and went next door. Flashing a friendly smile, he pressed the doorbell. The door opened, soon to reveal a pale, serious-looking young man. Nanfeng maintained his smile. "Good morning, Mr. Will. My name is Nanfeng. I'm Fang Zhao's assistant. Will said nothing, his expression stone cold. These are fresh fruits from a farm in Muzhou. My boss asked me to bring them over. My boss has a stake in the farm, so these are technically homegrown. Will stood by the door, frowning. His gaze shifted from Nanfeng to the melons in the basket. Nanfeng kept up his friendly smile, but Will's serious expression remained. Seconds later, Will extended his hands, but gave no indication of welcoming Nanfeng into his room. Keeping his composure, Nanfeng handed over the basket. The melons are quite heavy. After accepting the basket, Will seemed to be getting ready to close his door, so Nanfeng left. But after taking a few steps, he still hadn't heard the sound of the door closing. Will's gaze lingered. Nanfeng turned around to find Will staring at him through a small gap next to the ajar door. Will's room was dimly lit. His face was blurry, giving off weird vibes. Will remained silent and kept observing Nanfeng. Nanfeng froze and returned Will's gaze with a smile. 2 seconds later, Will closed his door and returned to his studio. So it's decided. Fang Zhao's assistant is too easy to draw. I'm going to pass. But Will still felt the itch to draw. He scanned his room, and his gaze landed on the basket of melons that had just been delivered. I'll draw a melon, then. Next. Door, back in Fang Zhao's room. Nanfeng was oblivious to Will's thought process. He did, however, feel he had been scrutinized. Fang Zhao's circle of friends was different from the people Nanfeng was used to dealing with. Accustomed to folks who hid their true feelings behind a mask, Nanfeng was at a loss as to how to deal with temperamental artists like Will. Just like Yin Biao had predicted, this was a tough job. Nonetheless, Nanfeng was confident he could do well. Today he was going to show Fang Zhao his cooking skills. He had trained with a master chef. Nanfeng was going to let Fang Zhao know that he was a versatile assistant. As he kept busy in the kitchen, a thought popped into his head. The series finale of Founding Era was airing over the next 2 days. But was Founding Era going to fall off the radar after the series finale? No such chance. Setting aside the issue of online reruns, it was awards season on all continents. Regardless of the continent, the blockbuster project, Founding Era, was bound to mount a clean sweep at all the major awards ceremonies. For the sake of their own careers, the actors featured in the TV series weren't going to let the buzz die down just yet. Fang Zhao had taken on such a key character in the Yinzhou chapter. His performance spoke for itself. He was bound to pick up a newcomer or supporting actor award of some sort. And as Fang Zhao's assistant, Nanfeng was likely to attend these prize ceremonies. Previously, he had worked as an assistant for 2-Bit Stars. The most prestigious awards ceremonies had been out of their league. They would have become a laughingstock if they had shown up on the red carpet uninvited. But things were different now with Fang Zhao as his boss. All sorts of awards ceremonies. All sorts of red carpets covered in flashing lights. Just the thought of them got him excited. Nanfeng rubbed his hands. He had to do a good job so Fang Zhao would bring him along to these prize ceremonies. While Nanfeng was busy in the kitchen proving his versatility to his new boss, proving his worth, Fang Zhao got a video conference call from Jing in Yinzhou. Jing had been in Yinzhou for some time working on a new textbook with a few old friends. He never made it to Huangzhou. Jing asked Fang Zhao about his studies and his transition to campus life. Fang Zhao answered Jing's questions in detail. Jing was pleased with Fang Zhao's answers. After pausing briefly, he said with a chuckle, Fang Zhao, I'm calling with some good news. What good news? Fang Zhao played along. He had already guessed the reason for Jing's call. You've been nominated for a Galaxy Supernova Award. Fang Zhao had been busy with exams for the 12 Tones program, and the nomination list hadn't been finalized, so Jing had held back the news. By the time the nominations had been confirmed and Fang Zhao gained admission to the 12 Tones program, the internet had been filled with praise for Founding Era. Worried that Fang Zhao had been too giddy, Jing had held off on sharing the news for another few days. Jing had expected ecstasy and irrepressible joy from Fang Zhao, but none was forthcoming, even after an extended wait. You're not excited? Even though a nomination doesn't guarantee an award, a nomination for someone your age is already quite rare. This is the Galaxy Supernova Award we're talking about. It's the highest honor a young artist can receive. Not everyone can receive a nomination. Worldwide, only some 70 artists were nominated this year. It's quite a feat considering your present circumstances. It's not that I'm not happy, Fang Zhao explained. I'm just confused as to why I was nominated. After all, my artistic accomplishments and contributions haven't amounted to much. Even if I pass the initial screening, it doesn't seem likely for me to end up on the final list of nominees. Xue Jing roared in laughter. It's great that you've remained sober and level-headed. This time, you were a special nominee jointly recommended by 2 jurors from the Huangqing School of Medicine and the Galaxy Awards panel respectively. The 100-year period of destruction series you composed played a major role in the curing of the Hull virus. Most folks were only shortlisted as prospective nominees after surviving nearly half a year of debate and discussion. In Fang Zhao's case, strictly speaking, he had taken a shortcut by bypassing the discussion phase. To be nominated in the end was in itself a form of recognition and honor. The reason for his nomination was more or less what Fang Zhao had expected, but he kept playing along, feigning some surprise and delight. Otherwise, Xue Jing would think he didn't care about the Supernova Award and get upset. Keep a close eye on the email inbox on your bracelet. Set up an alert. The 10 winners will be selected soon. Each winner will be contacted individually, Xue Jing said. Every year, 10 Supernova Awards were handed out. Was 10 a large number? Not at all. That was barely one per continent. Within a 10-year span, most continents didn't produce as many as 10 Supernova winners. Musicians, painters, dancers, sculptors. How many people were eyeing the prize? Young actors were also in the running. Xue Jing didn't know who the ultimate winners would be, and he had no way of finding out ahead of time. Due to his own circumstances, he wasn't part of the selection panel this year. But based on his own calculations, considering the weight of Fang Zhao's contribution, Fang Zhao had a 60% chance of winning an award. But that was his own thinking, which he did not share with Fang Zhao. While Fang Zhao and Xue Jing were chatting via video conference, the activity in the kitchen had died down. Nanfeng was eavesdropping, ears pricked. He knew he was wrong to eavesdrop. He had planned on shutting the kitchen door when Fang Zhao got on the call, but when he heard the words, Galaxy Supernova nomination, he hadn't been able to bear closing the door. This was the Galaxy Awards. Even if it was the Supernova Prize for up-and-coming artists, it was still a prestigious award. Even though Nanfeng hadn't paid attention to the award before, he knew the weight it carried. One could put it this way. If Fang Zhao won the award on account of his music, even if he was a terrible actor and mediocre gamer, he would still return to Yanzhou to a hero's welcome. If Fang Zhao were to seek employment at an institution for higher learning, winning the Supernova Award would significantly help cut through the red tape and bureaucracy at the top schools. As an artist, his pay would double or even triple without a doubt. The mental reminders flashed in Nanfeng's head. You're a high-quality assistant. You can't eavesdrop on your boss's video conference. You have to respect his privacy. But he couldn't control himself, especially when he heard Xue Jing say with joy that the 4 chapters of the 100-year period of destruction series had helped cure the Hull virus. He nearly chopped off part of his fingers. A gamer/actor/composer had actually helped overcome a virus. At that point, Nanfeng wanted to call his mother, who often mocked the entertainment industry. Mom, my boss is a god. Chapter 343, Compulsory Exam Question. Nanfeng felt immense pressure on his first day as Fang Zhao's assistant. The next day, Fang Zhao had class. After Nanfeng completed his own tasks, he didn't head home immediately. Instead, he sought shelter in a pavilion that was part of an on-campus park. He opened a plastic container to reveal slices of iced watermelon. Nanfeng wanted to take in the artsy vibe of the Huang Art campus. Someone was practicing the piano nearby. Legs crossed, Nanfeng shook along with the beat. He felt he had gotten a taste of the artistic life. Soon, a parent and her child joined Nanfeng in the pavilion. The child looked like he was a secondary school student. Judging from their conversation, they were at Huang Art to sit for an exam. The parent was consoling her son, who was complaining about how hard the Huang Art exam was. Huang Art's admission exams are tough. Even prospective students with connections need to sit for them. But do you know why Huang Art has these exams? It's for your own good. The administration doesn't want any of their students to be in the awkward position of cluelessly munching away at a melon because they can't follow an academic discussion. Nanfeng, who was eating watermelon 10 meters away, he felt like he had been punched in the gut. It was quite the demoralizing comment. But Nanfeng quickly regained his composure. The sky was the limit for Fang Zhao's career. As Fang Zhao's assistant, he had to be presentable too. Should he sign up for a short-term course? After consulting with a few friends who also worked in the same industry, Nanfeng signed up for an online course. After filing his application, he didn't immediately head back to his own flat, instead making his way to Yin Biao's place. He watched the season finale of Founding Era with Yin Biao and Zuoyu. Nanfeng had already watched the episodes from the Yinzhou chapter that featured Fang Zhao, but the entire series was too long. He couldn't possibly catch up in a day or two. He would watch the remaining episodes when he had time, not just those of the Yinzhou chapter, but the other chapters as well. He wasn't interested in the series per se. He wanted to get to know the actors cast in the series better. After finishing class, Fang Zhao returned to his dorm room and organized his notes for the day. When it was time, he turned on his TV to a preset channel. As long as he didn't have class, Fang Zhao would tune into the 10th season of Founding Era. Today was the season finale. Unlike the previous seasons, the 10th season of Founding Era had a brighter visual tone. Downcast from a grim and gray color palette since the first season, audiences were finally rewarded with a change in the 10th season. The overall epic storyline was quite stifling, but the 10th season was much more upbeat, even though quite a few main characters died. From the full recovery of territory to cleaning house in Huangzhou, to the Founding Era and the naming of the 12 continents, to a new regime, a new order, and a world. After enduring 100 years of suffering, the human race was finally marching toward a brighter future. A short film concluded the series. It featured the final victory, the triumphant homecoming of the heroes, and the changes to the world in the 500 years after the Founding Era. The score to the short film kicked off with a Chinese flute and violin solo that resembled a lone voice beckoning from the vast landscape. A powerful force was gradually forming and gathering pace steadily. Darkness always preceded the dawn, but darkness also became the dawn. Bellows from the brass section resembled deafening cries that pierced the dawn, charging toward the sky and beckoning the future. The world was rebuilt on this wasteland under a warm, nourishing light. A series of pale headstones told the stories of countless legends. Every note that traveled to the ear evoked a fragmented memory, and every melody formed coherent scenes in the mind. Like a preacher relaying an epic narrative, the TV series was a lesson in history and time that told of grand, epic battles and legendary figures who were also regular folks. Blurry shadows appeared in the film. These were the characters that survived or perished during the 10 seasons. During the 100-year period of destruction, it was the work of these titans that had led to them escaping the darkness and forging a new world. Now, 500 years later, they were long gone. What history remembered was their determination and glory as well as tragedy and sorrow. But what took their place was something brighter, a sense of purpose powerful enough to motivate people to strive their entire lifetimes. In later years, people called it faith. Others called it the grand cause. It was this force that had underpinned 100 years of struggle and gave rise to countless miracles. The short film was accompanied by an uninterrupted 10-minute score. 10 minutes, far longer than the average song, was sufficient to convey a mind-blowing range of color. 10 minutes, 12 melodies, 28 sections, more than 100 lines of music. They encompassed the cultural elements of all 12 continents. A large and complex ensemble of instruments. The rich range of emotion and the exquisite melodies that varied in pace but came off as seamlessly edited, coupled with the repeated variations, did not result in an overwhelming or protracted effect. The piece did not feel long at all, with surprises popping up at every corner, giving little in the way of respite. It had both the weight of an epic and the sheer beauty of a romantic score. A stunning and grand construction filled with twists and turns that put the listener in the moment and stirred their emotions. When Mo Lang had composed the piece, he had been inspired by Fang Zhao's This Life of Mine. What Mo Lang had wanted to create was not just a perfunctory account of these historical figures or collection of memories. What he had wanted to do was recreate the ethos of the era, as if these giants had never left and the hope and faith that had propelled them into battle had lived on. The human body might decompose, but the human spirit lived forever. The blood of the martyrs painted the skies red as the heroes made a triumphant return, remembering these forgotten souls and etching their stories into stone. Forgetfulness was the ultimate killer. The short film ended with a monologue from the character playing General Liu Shi from Shizhou while resting on his deathbed. I will have experienced 3 deaths in my life. The first time was when the period of destruction began. I bid farewell to my past and took on a new identity. The second time will be my imminent death, when my heart stops and my coffin is buried. I will be declared dead by a doctor, by friends and family, and by society. As for my third death, it will occur when the last person in this vast universe who remembered me forgets me. At that point, I will have nothing to do with the world. That is when I will truly disappear. I lived through my first death, and I'm about to welcome my second, but as long as you remember me. The hoarse yet firm voice summoned all the remaining strength of his lungs, transcending time and space. I shall live on forever. Fade to black, followed by the text. Please remember them. Commemoration and the passing of the torch could withstand the test of time. Audiences from around the world only shifted their attention away from the screen when the end credits rolled. They felt a sense of loss and were reinvigorated at the same time. The 10 seasons of Founding Era had finally concluded. A visual and auditory feast, without a doubt. When these stories of the past were transformed into images and the effect was enhanced by a haunting score, 10 seasons later, audiences acutely felt the power of fate and faith. Unsurpassable, God-level work. We probably won't see another piece of filmed entertainment that can rival Founding Era for another 100 years. They weren't kidding about the series being a milestone. Even if there's a remake featuring a bunch of big stars, it can't beat the original. It's just not the same. I'm out of here. Gotta go pay my respects at the Martyrs' Cemetery. I've decided. My plan for the second half of the year is to hit all the Martyrs' cemeteries on all 12 continents. Who's going to the Martyrs' Cemetery in Qian? Can I trouble you to bring back a good luck charm from old Fang's grave? They're in high demand these days and will be difficult to come by. I think there's a quota of 1 per person. I love the soundtrack. The score to the short film at the end is jaw-dropping. The piece was written by Master M.O. Lang. It's a complex, meandering piece that incorporates elements from all 12 continents. It's grand and meticulous at the same time. This is a true master at his finest. No wonder he's a national treasure, someone who's won the Galaxy World Medal, the highest honor in the arts world. Factoring in all 10 seasons, the score for Founding Era is so strong. The songs keep getting better and better. The final piece that ran with the short film at the end was the grandest of them all. Did anyone notice the credits at the end of the film? 2 people were credited with the arrangement of the final song. One was M.O. Lang, and the other Fang Zhao. What? Fang Zhao was involved. Curious viewers rewound the episode. Lo and behold, there was Fang Zhao's name. Concluding score, legend. Composer, M.O. Lang. Arrangement, M.O. Lang, Fang Zhao. This was a tough song to compose and arrange as well. Fang Zhao was actually one of the arrangers. As far as us academics are concerned, arrangement is a form of composition. In other words, Fang Zhao took part in the writing of the song. No wonder he's a genius who got into the 12 Tones program. He's on a completely different level. The more people discussed Fang Zhao, the more folks studied the end credits. Some of them scrutinized the list word by word. Thus, their attention was drawn to the list of musicians who had taken part in the recording of the final song. The world's top 3 orchestras, Huangzhou Nightfall, Hongmenlin, and St. Byron were all involved. I knew it. Sheng Yong from St. Byron nailed his solo. My absolute favorite TLB also took part. No wonder the performance in the middle of the song sounded familiar. I took a close look at the list of parties who participated in the recording. Besides the world's top 3 orchestras, the others are all masters or critically acclaimed ensembles. They represent a wide range of styles. It's hard to believe that someone was actually able to incorporate them all into one song. In that context, lined up alongside a host of world-class masters, Fang Zhao paled in comparison. But the criticism was muted by the fact that Fang Zhao had been admitted to the 12 Tones program. Yet while professionals and non-professionals alike touted their beloved orchestras, bands, and masters that had taken part in the recording, a lone comment quickly became the focus of attention over a short period of time. Such a show-off, Granddaddy M.O. I can't handle such a sophisticated piece. This is the kind of material that will become my dissertation topic or appear in my final exam. I want to cry my eyes out. After worshipping this magnificent piece, breaking down how technically difficult it was, and admiring the all-star lineup that recorded the song, students from various music academies became paralyzed with fear. A single thought lingered in their heads after reading the comment. **T. This is definitely going to show up on an exam. Chapter 344, Prize Notification. Indeed, Mo Lang's 10-minute piece was eyed by teachers in every major music academy as a potential exam question as soon as it debuted. It was exam time. After all, the teachers had to get creative. Every year, outstanding pieces were used as exam questions, and Mo Lang's was a shoo-in. He was a master to begin with, and the song was top-notch. The piece was impossible to pass on. Ever since he had advanced in age, Mo Lang only released a song every 2 or 3 years, and every release was a curveball. Teachers immediately saw potential in Legend as a possible critical analysis or rearrangement question or essay topic. Just as music students from different departments had suspected, the complexity of the piece was Mo Lang's way of showing off. The questions asked by Mo Lang's piece were all tough ones. The average student struggled to answer one of them, let alone every single question. Many students started brainstorming. Since they knew that Master Mo Lang's piece was a likely exam question, they had to prepare in advance. Should they seek outside help? Yet folks who had made their presence known on similar occasions in the past, tutors from music cram schools and the authors of prominent textbooks, kept a much lower profile this time around. The leading cram school tutors were at a loss too. There didn't seem to be an easy solution. They didn't dare comment on the piece. We barely understand it. Who are we to counsel others? What if we're wrong? That'd be career suicide. The composer was Mo Lang, after all. What a legendary figure. His technique was beyond the grasp of the average musician. Should they ask Mo Lang himself, then? Stop **ting. Was it so easy to gain access to a master musician who was a national treasure? Not to mention, that Mo Lang was quite old. He had limited energy, and his body couldn't keep up. There was only so much he could do. After pondering the matter repeatedly, the students realized that approaching Fang Zhao was the easiest move. Fang Zhao was young, so there wasn't a generation gap to consider. Plus, Fang Zhao had been involved in the composing of the song. He was somewhat of an authority too. The students of Qian Academy of Music were the first to reach out to Fang Zhao. They were all senior alum, this and senior alum, that, fully taking advantage of the old boy connection. It wasn't only the students. The teachers who planned on using Legend as an exam question also consulted Fang Zhao. As for Fang Zhao, he didn't mind offering his thoughts. It was easy for him. When he had been working on the song with Mo Lang, they had had wide-ranging discussions. He knew Mo Lang's creative philosophy well. The only thing was that Mo Lang was still the author of the song. Whether or not he should speak up, how much he should reveal, these were matters he still had to consult Venerable Mo on. Mo Lang was actually quite delighted when Fang Zhao reached out. This is a good thing. From Mo Lang's perspective, his body couldn't cope, so it was impossible for him to lecture at length. But if it were up to him to choose someone to speak on the topic, his first choice would be Fang Zhao. He didn't think that Fang Zhao's young age reflected a lack of ability. The old man had gotten a good sense of how much Fang Zhao knew when the young composer had still been on planet Y. As far as he was concerned, Fang Zhao would do just fine as a lecturer. Mo Lang already enjoyed considerable stature and prestige. He had no intention of holding back his talent and knowledge at this stage. He was more than willing to share his wisdom and insight with the next generation. It wasn't that Mo Lang ever withheld in his teaching, but now that he was so advanced in age, and he had gained new insight during the creative process for Legend, why leave any stone unturned at this stage? Passing the torch, a key theme in his work, was very important to him. As a teacher, he had the responsibility to spread his knowledge, train disciples, and dispel confusion. The future of the industry depended on the next generation. Mo Lang hoped to see innovation and breakthroughs in all musical genres. Fang Zhao, do speak up. Mo Lang was very supportive. If I weren't encumbered by my poor health, I'd go on a global lecture tour. After receiving Mo Lang's go-ahead, Fang Zhao approached Huangart for a venue where he could broadcast his lecture live. Yes, he could have lectured from his dorm room, but Huang Art had professional lecture halls for live broadcasts. The rent wasn't that expensive. As long as one could secure a room, the rest was easy. The only requirement for booking a lecture hall was that one had to broadcast through Huang Art's own website. The leadership at Huang Art wasn't about to stall Fang Zhao on this matter, not to mention that he had Mo Lang's backing. His request was approved immediately, and he was allocated a prime lecture hall that had recently been upgraded with live broadcast equipment. Once he got approval, Fang Zhao studied his own class schedule and decided on a timetable for his lectures. Tentatively, there were 3 lectures scheduled, each lasting an hour. They were free to watch. This was what the Huang Art officials in charge of the school's online curriculum had suggested. Given Fang Zhao's current seniority, he wouldn't be able to command a very high viewing fee. Mo Lang also had to be taken into consideration. The fee couldn't be too low, out of respect for Mo Lang's stature. Still, Fang Zhao wasn't short of cash, so they decided to keep things simple and make the lectures free. Master-level teachers had done the same in the past. It was a form of pro bono work, a token of encouragement and support for young musicians. The news of Fang Zhao's upcoming online lectures on Legend was first spread by the students of Qimu and Huang Art. Students from the leading music academies in other continents soon caught wind from chat groups and online forums. Many folks tuned in to partake in the spectacle. The lectures were free, after all. Giving them a listen didn't cost a cent. But there were also folks that felt that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Fang Zhao was bound to withhold the good stuff, so the lectures were a waste of time. It was up to the masses to decide whether or not to tune in. Fang Zhao couldn't force the issue. The 3 lectures were scheduled for 3 separate days, but cumulatively, they would not last more than 3 hours. Fang Zhao showed Mo Lang his lecture outline. "You've done a decent job. Just stick to this outline. Knock him dead. I will tune in." While Mo Lang was only listening in on the lectures, he occasionally posted a thought or two. He couldn't physically deliver a full lecture now, but he was still fully capable of offering a thought or two every lecture. But that got some of Mo Lang's disciples jealous. Teacher is playing favorites. Mo Lang had so many students. In terms of seniority, stature, and academic achievement, any one of them was far superior to Fang Zhao. But Mo Lang had no patience for the jealousy. "What can I do? On the matter of this piece alone, Fang Zhao knows me the best. He also has enough professional knowledge to lecture on the topic. You guys don't know me well enough. You can't capture what I want to convey." Several of Mo Lang's disciples were incredulous. They also tuned in to Fang Zhao's lectures. During the first lecture, Fang Zhao focused on the background of the song and its artistic merits. "Is that the case? Is that what Teacher Mo meant?" asked one of Mo Lang's former students. But every time a disciple posed such a challenge, they were inevitably shot down by Mo Lang. "Indeed, that's exactly what I meant." So much so that the more they listened to Fang Zhao's lectures, the less they questioned. Or maybe they simply kept their thoughts to themselves. So that's what Venerable Mo was thinking. I could never tell. Has age changed his perspective? It wasn't just Mo Lang's former students. Many folks tuned in to Fang Zhao's lectures to enjoy a good show or with skepticism. But gradually, they realized that this Fang Zhao fella's lectures were very high quality. They were all gems. Fang Zhao's gaming and acting fans got word of the lectures and started tuning in too. Even though I couldn't understand a single sentence, I still felt that it was kick-ass. So Zhao God is truly a music professional. I thought it was a joke. Out of the online audience of some 20 million for Fang Zhao's first lecture, only 1/10 were music students. The remaining viewers were either fans or random spectators. On day 2, Fang Zhao moved on to composition technique. The number of music professionals tuning in jumped by 1 million. Students who had skipped yesterday's lecture showed up today. They realized that Fang Zhao's every utterance might be considered a model answer on their upcoming exams. It was better to hit record first and decipher his words later. Students who were lacking in analytical skills committed the lecture to memory. At least they wouldn't turn in a blank exam. The number of music professionals tuning in on day 2 had increased, but the overall viewership actually increased by 20 million. In contrast, 1 million more music professionals wasn't much to write home about. The music professionals are a minority here. Most of the viewers are fans of Fang Zhao. No wonder producers like to invite top celebrities to join live broadcasts. They have a built-in audience, Another view lamented. What a smart PR move by Huang Art. Because the second lecture touched on some key points and important techniques, the music professionals tuning in paid close attention. Those who couldn't keep up with the lecture rewatched the archived video after class. Fang Zhao was also very focused. The vocal reminder on Fang Zhao's bracelet sounded before the online audience of some 40 million. Ding! You have received an important email. Please take a look. Fang Zhao paused briefly before resuming, but he ignored his bracelet as if he hadn't been interrupted. But some of the folks watching the lecture took issue. It's best that you turn off your notifications while lecturing. It's a form of professional courtesy. That's right. We turn off our notifications when we lecture too. Otherwise, your flow and rhythm will be interrupted. We're also concerned about affecting our students. Fang Zhao is still young, after all. He's inexperienced. He just has to pay attention next time. My fellow professionals tuning in, there's no need to be too harsh. Fang Zhao's fans. So it turns out the vocal reminder on Zhao God's bracelet is the default one. I remember when this voice first came out. Everyone complained it was as stiff and emotionless as a stone. I haven't heard the default voice in a long time. So they haven't changed the voice, have they? Ha ha ha. My granddad uses the same voice. The chit-chat continued until the following comment. Do you guys know what the email he just received is about? If not, check out the press release the Galaxy Awards Organizing Committee just put out. The winners of the Galaxy Supernova Prize have been announced. Fang Zhao is among the 10 winners. So it's possible that Fang Zhao had set his notifications to mute, but the email from the Galaxy Awards organizers was categorized as extra important, and that's why his vocal reminder was triggered. That can't be it. If it was a message from the Galaxy Awards organizers, why didn't he read the email? Mo Lang, who was listening in on the lecture, also noticed the announcement from the Galaxy organizers. He made the connection to the vocal reminder he had just heard during Fang Zhao's lecture. This fella is quite something, he blurted with a chuckle. This was probably the first time in history someone had been able to ignore a prize notification email from the Galaxy Awards organizers and keep lecturing calmly. More and more folks searched the internet to verify the news. When they managed to do so, they scrambled back to the online lecture to post comments. Zhao God, you've won a major prize. Aren't you going to take a look? Hurry, check out the email you just received. If it were me, I'd screw the lecture and read the email first. Now this is a masterful display of God-level composure. So the award citation refers to his special contribution in curing the Hull virus. What the heck? Isn't the Galaxy Award an arts prize? They don't have a medical category, do they? New fan. It's a long story. Please conduct a search for news items related to the 4 chapters of the 100-year period of destruction series. More and more folks found out about Fang Zhao's supernova win, but Fang Zhao continued his lecture at his usual tempo, even though the comments section for the online lecture had already been flooded with messages urging him to read his email. At the retirement home for former government officials in Yanbei, great-grandfather Fang was watching the live broadcast. He learned of Fang Zhao's win through the comments section and confirmed the news on the Galaxy Awards official website. He was in tears, his voice hoarse from screaming in celebration. Great-grandfather Fang felt that this went beyond a family honor. As the only Yinzhou native to win a supernova award this year, Fang Zhao was the pride of the continent, no doubt. But as one of the major players behind the curing of the Hull virus, he was a credit to all mankind. Our Xiao Zhao, how come he's so competent? Great-grandfather Fang's emotions began spiraling out of control. He was so moved that he was covered in tears and snot. He turned his head to discover great-grandmother Fang had been filming him all along. Great-grandfather Fang. Burp. Chapter 345. It's watching me. Great-grandfather Fang was so caught off guard by his wife's paparazzi-style filming that he burped. The burp instantly erased all the simmering emotions that had built up inside him. But he was done crying, which had taken a toll on him. Devoid of emotion, great-grandfather Fang felt refreshed. He sent out 8 generous virtual red packets in his various chat groups and bragged away. In celebration of our Xiao Zhao winning the Galaxy Supernova Award. Red packet. Every time the former officials in the retirement home heard great-grandfather Fang tout Fang Zhao's latest song or acting role, they adopted the mindset of watching someone make a fool of himself. Even though they ostensibly congratulated great-grandfather Fang, In their hearts, they were contemptuous. The retirement home was quite big. Besides great-grandfather Fang, there were bound to be other retired officials whose descendants were doing well, especially those who were part of the establishment. But these fellow residents were much more low-key about their descendants' accomplishments. There was no way they would put these milestones front and center and brag about them like great-grandfather Fang. But this time around, when they found out that Fang Zhao had won the Galaxy Supernova Award, great-grandfather Fang's fellow retirees offered their heartfelt congratulations. Firstly, it was because the Galaxy Supernova Award was the real deal. Fang Zhao was the only person from Yinzhou among the winners, and he was only in his 20s. He had tremendous potential. The prize cemented Fang Zhao's transition from an entertainment celebrity to a genuine artist. The second reason great-grandfather Fang's fellow retirees changed their minds about Fang Zhao was his role in the curing of the whole virus. Regardless of whether or not it was serendipitous, Fang Zhao's contribution couldn't be disputed. It was worthy of respect. Congrats, old Fang. Your family has produced another stalwart. Your Xiao Zhao is only in his 20s. The sky's the limit for him. This kid Fang Zhao is quite something. Great-grandfather Fang couldn't contain his delight. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Zhao takes after me the most. Great-grandfather Fang wanted to speak to Fang Zhao via video conference, but he decided to wait another 2 days because he figured his great-grandson was very busy. After sending a text message offering his congratulations and urging Fang Zhao to pay attention to his health and eat well, great-grandfather Fang, donning his new artsy outfit and with his immaculately polished walking stick in hand, went out for a chat with his friends. He wanted to see if his friends thought his new outfit was artistic enough. Should he get a new hairdo too? In Guangzhou, after completing his second lecture, Fang Zhao had a huge backlog of messages to go through. First, Fang Zhao read the email from the Galaxy Awards organizing committee and confirmed that it was a notification of his win. The email also asked Fang Zhao to respond with his address. The invitation to the prize ceremony would be delivered within 12 hours of organizers receiving his address. After responding with the address of his dorm room at Huangart, Fang Zhao responded to some of the other messages. While he was doing so, he got a call from Huangqing TV's Channel 9. Huangqing TV's programming wasn't heavy on commercial and entertainment content, and its Channel 9 specialized in highbrow documentaries. A small portion of its best work ended up in government archives and labeled with a golden sticker. Channel 9 was making a documentary about the curing of the whole virus. It was a gold sticker production. As the composer of the music that paved the way for a cure to the whole virus, Fang Zhao was naturally one of the key interviewees. We've already dispatched a team to shoot in Yinzhou. We're wondering when would be a good time for Mr. Fang. It's just going to be a straightforward interview and some additional filming. Half an hour will suffice. We'll also film you going about your day, but our cameraman won't be intrusive, the producer from Channel 9 said. Crews had already been dispatched to all 12 continents. There were people involved in the project to cure the whole virus on every single continent who needed to be filmed, but the team sent to Yinzhou had a heavier workload. When Fang Zhao had composed the 100-year period of destruction series, he had been working for an entertainment company in Yinzhou. The Yinzhou crew also had to film Fang Zhao's fellow team members who had helped create the virtual idol polar light. No problem, Fang Zhao said. Then when might you be free, Mr. Fang? Let's set up a time. We can conduct the interview at Huangart. We'll send our team over. How about tomorrow at 4 p.m.? I have class in the morning and a 1-hour lecture in the afternoon that's being broadcast live. The lecture ends at 3:30. I can start filming at 4. Great. Let's make it tomorrow at 4 p.m., then. After making the appointment with Channel 9, Fang Zhao called Nanfeng to brief him so he could start getting ready. Already ecstatic about Fang Zhao's supernova win, when Nanfeng learned about the Channel 9 interview, he profusely promised his boss that he would be on his best behavior and not reflect poorly on Fang Zhao. After hanging up, Nanfeng also secretly commended himself. See, what a great eye for employers I have. He also reminded himself to perform on the job so he could keep it for as long as he could. He was going to attend the Galaxy Awards presentation ceremony with his boss. How many award-winning actors and actresses coveted an invitation? The entertainment industry figures who could attend were a minority who had accumulated a critical mass of works and gained sufficient status. As a newly hired assistant, Nanfeng was already feeling the trickle-down effect of his boss's success. The day after Fang Zhao was awarded the supernova, he had class in the morning and gave his third live lecture in the afternoon. As soon as the lecture started, the viewership skyrocketed to 100 million people and kept growing rapidly. Yinzhou's entertainment media put its ability to judge where the winds were blowing and to bullish *T accordingly on full display. Once word that Fang Zhao had won a Galaxy Supernova Award got out, they started putting him on a pedestal. Most of the viewers for the final lecture were from Yinzhou, folks who were curious and eager to witness the spectacle. The 10 winners of the Supernova Prize hailed from 9 of the world's 12 continents. There were 2 winners from Huangzhou. Media outlets from those 9 continents went all out in their self-promotion, eager not to be outdone by their competitors. The comments section for Fang Zhao's live webcast was flooded with congratulatory messages, but Fang Zhao didn't study them carefully. Instead, he completed his lecture series according to his lesson plan before smiling at the camera and thanking viewers for their good wishes. After going offline, Fang Zhao got a video call from Xue Jing. "Fang Zhao, have you received your invitation to the awards ceremony?" asked Xue Jing. "I have. It was delivered to my dorm room last night," said Fang Zhao. "Good. Remember to be humble when you attend the presentation ceremony. You carried yourself well during today's lecture. Keep it up." Xue Jing was worried, having read all the inflated coverage by the shameless media. He was concerned that Fang Zhao might be swayed and get a swollen head. He figured if he had won the supernova at such a young age, he would have felt like he was God. Many senior artists who had won Galaxy Awards in the past would be attending the presentation ceremony, and Xue Jing didn't want Fang Zhao to leave a bad impression. Fang Zhao knew what Xue Jing was thinking. He was about to respond when an alert popped up on his bracelet and caught his attention. "Teacher Xue," Fang Zhao said, "listen to me, don't dress like a rock star at the award ceremony. Just pick something simple and elegant." "I understand. Teacher Xue, I wanted to. I'm not done yet. Listen, kid. The venue will be filled with senior artists. Regardless of whether they are award winners, their presence means they have made significant contributions and racked up accomplishments in their respective fields. Watch your behavior before them," Xue Jing continued. "I understand, Teacher Xue. Let me finish first," Xue Jing scolded before realizing he might have been too harsh. He paused and asked, "What was it you wanted to say?" "Teacher Xue, you've won the Galaxy World Medal. It was announced 2 minutes ago," Fang Zhao said. The Galaxy World Medal wasn't awarded every year. It wasn't uncommon for there to be a 3 to 5 year gap between winners. The reason that Xue Jing worked so hard at his age to accumulate even more accomplishments and make greater contributions to his field was to win a Galaxy World Medal, which was the pinnacle of any artist's career. Judging simply from how many outstanding pieces he had and his influence as a composer, Xue Jing paled in comparison to musicians like Mo Lang. In contrast, his range was also limited. There were other competent composers who specialized in the same genre. He fell just short in terms of artistic achievement. But all these years, he had kept toiling away. Xue Jing applied for a Galaxy World Medal every 3 years. He had applied this year as well. That was why he wasn't a member of the organizing committee for this year's Galaxy Awards and hadn't joined the selection panel for the Supernova Award. News had not been forthcoming, so Xue Jing figured he had been passed on again. Little did he know, Xue Jing froze when he heard what Fang Zhao had said. Xue Jing's assistant looked on with concern. He had just received official word of the prize, but Xue Jing was on the phone with Fang Zhao, so he hadn't interrupted. The assistant handed him a glass of warm water. "Venerable Xue, calm down. Have a sip of water first." Xue Jing's eye gradually focused on the glass. He accepted it, but his hands kept shivering. The glass was only half full. By the time it had reached his mouth, another half had been lost to the trembling. He also accidentally hung up on Fang Zhao at some point. When Fang Zhao called back, it was Xue Jing's assistant who answered. "Venerable Xue is just in shock. He needs some time to recover," the assistant said as he cast a glance at his boss, still paralyzed in his chair. Good to know. Fang Zhao had been worried that Xue Jing was so emotional he had collapsed or something. Nanfeng was already waiting when Fang Zhao emerged from the classroom. "Boss, the folks from Channel 9 are here." The crew from Channel 9 was standing by. The venue for the interview was a quiet park within the Huang Art campus. The questions posed to Fang Zhao weren't as pointed as the ones he had learned to expect from entertainment journalists. They mainly revolved around his creative process and the Hull virus. Fang Zhao answered in detail. A giddy Nanfeng delivered tea to his boss and the interviewer. After the interview, most of the crew left. If we need additional footage, we'll reach out ahead of time. Does that work for you, Mr. Fang? The producer asked. No problem. Fang Zhao was willing to work with the crew on minor details like that. One cameraman remained to tail Fang Zhao and shoot him as he went about his daily routine. Fang Zhao, just go about your business as usual. Pretend that I don't exist. If you think something is off limits, just let me know. The cameraman followed Fang Zhao back to his dorm room. The first thing he noticed was the Fiery Bird gaming helmet. To prepare for the Channel 9 shoot, Nanfeng had wiped many of Fang Zhao's personal items repeatedly, especially the gaming helmet. Wow! Fiery Bird's limited edition souped-up 8th Gen gaming helmet. It's no longer available for sale. The cameraman was a Fiery Bird fan as well. His gaze became fixated on the helmet. Nowadays, only celebrities like you who work with Fiery Bird can get one. Can I take a look? The cameraman asked, looking at Fang Zhao expectantly. Of course, Fang Zhao said, nodding. Can I take a picture of it? Sure. Thanks so much. Oh, Mr. Fang, just do your own thing. I've set up the camera already. It will follow you automatically. I'm just going to sit here and not interrupt your work. The cameraman cradled the gaming helmet like a baby. He was giddily taking a selfie with it when he felt something was off. He scanned the room, and his gaze met that of the curly-haired dog lying next to Fang Zhao's feet. That dog is looking at me. I feel like it wants to bite me. The cameraman whispered to Nanfeng. Nanfeng, who had been pondering what to wear to the Galaxy Awards presentation ceremony, glanced at Curly Hair and said, Little Curly Hair is such a good boy. Why would you think that? No, I really think it has something against me. Look, it's still staring at me. Why don't you switch places? Nanfeng suggested. The cameraman broke his promise of sitting still and moved to another chair, still cradling the gaming helmet. Yet Curly Hair's gaze lingered. The cameraman poked Nanfeng and whispered, It's staring at me again. Curly Hair kept on staring, snorting every few minutes or so. The cameraman panicked. What did I do wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? Chapter 346. Gift from a Kid. During the entire shoot, the cameraman was holed up in his corner, cradling the gaming helmet. He used his bracelet to adjust the angle of the camera. Fang Zhao just sat there writing. Initially, the cameraman had thought that Fang Zhao was posing. No wonder he starred in Founding Era. That's some serious acting chops. But eventually, the cameraman realized that Fang Zhao was actually writing. He was curious what Fang Zhao was writing, but he was hesitant to zoom in. Most artists didn't like voyeurs when they were immersed in the creative process. The curly-haired dog stuck out its neck and glanced over at its owner. The notebook spread open on Fang Zhao's desk was filled with words and all sorts of symbols and lines, but the cameraman couldn't understand a thing. Not a single word. After a few embarrassed chuckles, the cameraman reluctantly parted with the gaming helmet and packed his gear. On the way back to the TV station, the cameraman shared his thoughts about the shoot with his colleagues. Fang Zhao's dog is vicious. Doesn't he have a small dog? One of his colleagues asked. It is a small dog, but now I know, the smaller the dog, the meaner it is. Maybe it's leery of outsiders. Did it bite you? No, but there's a saying from the old era that makes a lot of sense. Biting dogs don't bark. It didn't bark, so it's definitely the biting kind. It kept staring at me. What a scary gaze. I'm thinking if Fang Zhao hadn't been around, it would have attacked me. Ha ha ha. So were you scared shitless during the entire shoot? Yeah, but thank God there was a limited edition gaming helmet to keep me company. While the cameraman was discussing the limited edition gaming helmet with his colleagues, Curly Hair was already dragging the helmet back into the cabinet. A puzzled Nanfeng looked on and asked Fang Zhao. Boss, so Curly Hair likes gaming helmets? Yep. Fang Zhao slammed his notebook shut, but he didn't put it away. It remained on his desk so he could edit his score in the evening. He had been inspired by the footage the documentary crew had shown him today. Seeing as Fang Zhao had no intention of elaborating, Nanfeng moved on, asking about preparations for the awards ceremony. Boss, are you really going to wear that outfit on the red carpet? As far as Nanfeng was concerned, the outfit Fang Zhao had picked was too plain. It didn't stand out. Nanfeng had attended many award ceremonies. Some celebrities were dressed unremarkably at first glance, but on closer scrutiny, there was a certain extravagance to their outfits. It was stealth posturing, to put it bluntly. The celebrities attending the presentation ceremony weren't going to dress plainly. What a great opportunity for exposure it was. There would be so many people attending. How would they boost their popularity if they didn't wear something special that became a topic of discussion? But the presentation ceremony Fang Zhao was going to attend this time wasn't of the pure entertainment variety. It was very high class. Nanfeng didn't have much in the way of precedents to work with. He didn't feel confident about this judgment and wanted to confer with Fang Zhao. There is no red carpet at the presentation ceremony for the Galaxy Awards, Fang Zhao responded. As an elder in the arts world once put it, they didn't need a red carpet to shine. Serious artists didn't care about things like that. They also weren't into ostentatious displays, which they considered too crass. No red carpet. Nanfeng was disappointed, but he quickly found his composure. His job posed many new challenges, and he intended to take them seriously. Yin Biao and Zuiyu were still taking their bodyguard classes. Nanfeng hadn't signed up. He had rented a room on campus close to his boss's room, so he could be at Fang Zhao's beck and call. That way he could do his job efficiently and minimize intrusions to his boss's personal life. After dinner, Fang Zhao started editing the song he had composed in the afternoon. There had been a large element of luck. In the 4 chapters of the 100-year period of destruction series becoming the key to curing the whole virus, but there had been a certain inevitability to that luck too. Fate worked in magical ways. Even Fang Zhao, who had endured the 100-year period of destruction, hadn't expected this added bonus. The reason the Galaxy Award selection panel had decided to make an exception and name Fang Zhao a supernova winner was to send the message that music wasn't just a form of recreation or entertainment. It could also save lives. At 11 p.m., Fang Zhao sent the edited piece to the director of the documentary about the whole virus. After the interview, the director had a brief chat with Fang Zhao. It was also the director who had showed him the footage of the whole virus patients his team had compiled. On the spur of the moment, the director had jokingly asked Fang Zhao, "Want to compose a new piece? I'll stick it in the documentary." "Sure," Fang Zhao had responded. While Fang Zhao was sending the director his score, the director was on a video conference call with an old collaborator. What the station chief means is that they want to promote this documentary heavily. Curing the whole virus is something beneficial to all of mankind. It's a rare topic to come by, so of course we need to make the most out of it. The production values must be meticulous. As for the score, we're counting on you, old Joe. Anyone in the business knew that an excellent score that meshed well with the film had a big impact on viewers. It would enhance the appeal of the documentary significantly. The old Joe the director had referred to was a famed musician and composer of film scores. He was in his 80s. In the new era, when life expectancies had doubled, these were prime years, the pinnacle of one's career. Old Joe had a special knack for interpreting images. He also knew how to help the director advance his or her story. He had his own team and took on projects independently. Old Joe had been hired to write the score for the whole virus documentary. He had a sufficient body of work and a team with a proven track record that justified the appointment. The director's email notification went off during the chat. The director had dispatched teams to all continents, which were in different time zones. It was early in the morning where he was, but it might be noontime on another continent, so he was keeping his eye on the ball, scrutinizing every single email he received. When he got word of the encrypted email, the director clicked on it immediately. The director was surprised when he read the name of the sender. "What's wrong?" Old Joe asked. "It's a scan of a handwritten score." The director didn't identify the sender. "But the score is a bit complex, unlike the ones I received earlier. It's incredibly detailed." Old Joe's curiosity was piqued. "A score? Send me a copy." Old Joe was an old collaborator, and the director knew he was trustworthy. He wouldn't sabotage another person's work. The director forwarded the score quickly after obscuring the name of the composer. "There are quite a few symbols I don't understand. I'm not a music professional. Why don't you take a look and share your thoughts?" the director said while secretly passing judgment. He's a young man, after all. Once he heard I could stick his song in the documentary, he got to work right away. A bit of a career climber. Old Joe often vetted pieces for the director to prevent his team from being conned. Nowadays, many submissions were touted as the work of masters to fetch a high price, but in reality, they were often composed by those masters' students and then polished by the masters themselves. But veteran musicians could see through the act easily. When he got the score, the first thing he looked for was the name of the composer, but it was blurred. He chuckled. Why bother redacting the name of the composer? Not to brag, but at our level, we can identify the composer with one glance. Even if I can't give you a name, I can tell you who the composer trained under. That's why they don't demand confidentiality for music academy exams anymore. The director served himself a slice of watermelon. He chewed away while old Joe kept yapping away. But after a while, when he had nearly finished the slice, he realized old Joe had stopped speaking. He lifted his head, and his heart leaped. Old Joe's smile was gone. Old Joe, the director asked. On the other end of the call, old Joe arched his eyebrows and glared, his voice filled with anger. We've been collaborators for 20+ years, if not 30, no? The director was confused. What's up? You promised me this project, and now you look for outside help. I didn't. The director was at a loss. Old Joe's frown deepened. Then what's this score all about? Don't tell me it isn't for the documentary. You could tell from the score? The director was blown away. He raised his arms in surrender. Okay, I confess, this is a piece a young kid composed for our documentary. It was a nice gesture. He doesn't count as outside help. Old Joe wasn't appeased. He was still trembling in fury. Raising his voice, he demanded, You're still lying. A kid? This type of quality and competence, this level of emotional impact. A kid? Go find me a kid who can produce something like this. As far as old Joe was concerned, it would take a composer with at least decades of experience to produce the score before him. And that would be someone quite talented. The director froze. He immediately clicked on the email from Fang Zhao and showed old Joe the name of the sender and the original scan. He circled Fang Zhao's name on the score. See, there it is. The composer is Fang Zhao, the guy I interviewed today. You must have heard of him. Old Joe stared at the name on the score in silence. If it were anyone else, old Joe would have suspected a ghostwriter, but Fang Zhao, Mo Lang, a national treasure, had personally invited Fang Zhao to collaborate on a piece. He had gotten into Huang Art's prestigious 12 tones programs before turning 30. And the 4 chapters of his 100-year period of destruction series had impressed the Galaxy Awards jury so much that they had made an exception and awarded him a Supernova Award this year. Did he need a ghostwriter? Old Joe was still feeling embarrassed when the director asked. Fang Zhao is only in his 20s. Compared to us, he's a young kid, no? Old Joe's cheeks were burning. Fang Zhao is an exception. His talent has transcended his age. It finally dawned on the director what old Joe was getting at. So you're saying this piece is quite exceptional? Indeed. It's so good that it should cost you a hefty sum. The director was delighted. It's free. Fang Zhao said it's a gift. His only condition is that we don't change his score and that we record the song based on his score. You want to change the score? Old Joe glared into the camera. Don't sabotage a good piece. We won't then. Not a single note. We'll stick to his handwritten score. The director realized he had lucked out big time. He had saved some major bucks. He couldn't afford to splurge on someone of Fang Zhao's market value. He had never thought that Fang Zhao had taken his joking comment seriously. Let's give Fang Zhao more prominent play in the documentary. Then it struck the director that he could publicize Fang Zhao's gift. Who knows, maybe other master composers would donate their work. The director couldn't contain his joy. He was smiling like a fox that had just nicked a juicy chicken leg. This kid Fang Zhao, he's quite willing to lend a helping hand. He's a good kid. Chapter 347, A Kindly Smile. The curing of the Hull virus was big news. When medical experts announced the news, it dominated headlines on all continents for some time. This time, Fang Zhao also became known to many more people. As far as the masses were concerned, the Hull virus was a distant topic. If news of its curing hadn't broken, they probably would have never heard of the virus, let alone its symptoms or how hard it was to cure. And they responded to the news with mild surprise. That was it. But Fang Zhao's role in the cure blew many folks away. Even though many people didn't watch TV series and didn't follow the news, the blanket coverage of Fang Zhao's feat made him a household name. Many were incredulous when they heard the story for the first time. How far-fetched is that? A musician can actually cure diseases. The 4 chapters of Fang Zhao's 100-Year Period of Destruction series served merely as a stepping stone, providing the research team studying the whole virus with a clear roadmap and direction. The actual treatment plan and follow-up research hadn't had anything to do with Fang Zhao. But for folks who didn't care about the details, what was more interesting was how a musician had helped cure an illness. How fascinating did that sound? For most folks, that was all there was to it. A fascinating story, a topic for post-meal chit-chat. But regardless of people's motivations, the Fang Zhao's name got major global exposure yet again. And the engine behind the latest round of publicity was not the entertainment press corps, but serious magazines and news outlets. The full range of news publications in Yenzhou also covered the story thoroughly. Many members of the entertainment industry also discussed the story in private. What a freak this Fang Zhao is. Indeed, I reviewed his career over the past few years again. These are accomplishments beyond the reach of the average person. If you take a look at other celebrities, none of them have followed the same path. No tabloid stories, he doesn't hit the red carpet, and there's little in the way of self-promotion. Yet every time he does something, it's a big deal. This whole virus business has shaken the medical world to its core. I wonder what Fang Zhao will do next. Fang Zhao was oblivious to all this discussion. He was busy preparing for the Galaxy Awards presentation ceremony. In addition, he had received a few new invitations to other prize ceremonies and activities that carried weight. He had to prepare for those as well. On the day of the Galaxy Awards prize ceremony, Fang Zhao brought Nan Feng, Zuiyu, and Yan Biao. It was common for artists who attended prize ceremonies to bring their assistants and drivers, but bodyguards were rarer. Zuiyu and Yan Biao would be attending as driver and bodyguard respectively, but only assistants were allowed in the main venue. Drivers and bodyguards were banned. Nan Feng was glowing. Even though he was assigned a seat in the back where assistants were relegated, he was glad that he had access to the main venue in the first place. He took a selfie and posted it to his social media account, drawing quite a few jealous comments. As for Fang Zhao himself, he tried to act humbly as Xue Jing had instructed. While most of the attendees couldn't rival Fang Zhao in terms of market value, they were far superior when considering artistic achievement. But the awards ceremony posed a dilemma for Fang Zhao. The other artists who won Supernova Awards this year were all quite emotional, teary-eyed and all. In contrast, this young artist was too calm. So Fang Zhao felt compelled to act younger to blend in. His usual calm came off as maturity, but being indifferent at the arts world's most prestigious prize ceremony was a different story. That would be considered posturing. Of course, there were artists who didn't like to smile, or who got more wound up the more nervous they were. But clearly, Fang Zhao didn't fall in either category. I better show some emotion. Otherwise, the veteran artist will think I'm a snob. When it was time for Fang Zhao to accept his award, Nan Feng, who was in the audience, as well as Zuiyu and Lan Biao, who were outside, all noticed their boss was near tears and that his eyes were glowing. What do you think? Do you think boss is really that emotional? Zuiyu whispered in a voice message he sent his 2 colleagues. Of course, this is the Galaxy Awards we're talking about. Even though boss only won a supernova, which belongs to the lowest category and pales in comparison to a Nebula or Galaxy World Medal, it still beats all the other awards. Boss was the only winner from Yenzhou. But something isn't right, Nan Feng said. What do you think? Zuiyu asked Yan Biao. Yan Biao pondered the matter briefly and shook his head. Hard to say. If he hadn't known Fang Zhao for so long, perhaps Yan Biao would have taken the show of emotion at face value. Nan Feng hadn't spent that much time with Fang Zhao and didn't know him well, but Yan Biao, on the other hand, knew Fang Zhao quite well. During his military service, Fang Zhao was someone who killed calmly when he was under siege and facing off against terrorists and beasts. Besides, Fang Zhao hadn't been all that emotional when he got word of the supernova, and it had been several days since then, enough time for him to calm down. Even if he got caught up in the emotion of the moment, this was too obvious a display. Yan Biao suspected it was an act. The presenter of Fang Zhao's award was Mo Lang. Clinging to a silver-white round box emblazoned with the supernova logo, Mo Lang flashed a proud smile. You've done well. Even though the old man was retired, he was still well connected. He had already found out about the new piece Fang Zhao had composed for the whole virus documentary. Adding to that Fang Zhao's other accomplishments of late, Mo Lang fancied great things for the young artist. Quite a few members of the audience were intrigued by Mo Lang's reaction. Venerable Mo is in a good mood today. Venerable Mo doesn't accept disciples anymore. But judging from his demeanor today, he might as well have taken on a new student. People who knew Mo Lang knew that this was a rare display of emotion for him. Mo Lang rarely smiled or joked around. Even as a presenter, he was mostly solemn and decorous, but now he was all smiles on stage. Clearly, he was pleased with Fang Zhao, this junior artist. On account of Mo Lang's status, the veteran artists in the audience secretly vowed to treat Fang Zhao well from now on if they could help it. Mo Lang personally draped the supernova medal over Fang Zhao's neck. Fang Zhao clutched a certificate that went along with his medal. In all honesty, he was happy and overcome with emotion. Whether it was the curing of the Hull virus or a nod to his musical talent, the prize was worth celebrating. It was something worth getting excited about. His unfulfilled wishes from his previous life were being realized now. The white metallic medal he had just donned and the certificate in his hands were confirmation of his hard work the past few years. He had shouldered a heavy burden during the period of destruction and faced different circumstances, so he'd had to conceal his emotions, keep his cards close to his vest. Now he was wearing his heart on his sleeve. It was a minor adjustment more in keeping with the young body he inhabited. After wearing the medal, Fang Zhao had to remain on stage with Mo Lang for a photo. The photo would be filed in the Galaxy Awards archives. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the prize ceremony on a certain website. The host was also overcome with emotion, and he pronounced, "At this moment, the venerable Mr. Mo Lang, a master who is a national treasure, and Fang Zhao, the youngest supernova winner this year, are facing the camera and flashing kindly smiles simultaneously." Realizing his mistake the host caught himself. But it was a live broadcast after all. What he had just said couldn't be undone. Laughter engulfed the control room of the live broadcast. "Ha ha ha, the host misspoke, huh? Kindly my ass." It's a fitting adjective for Mo Lang, but Fang Zhao is only in his 20s. Snicker. Kindly. What the hell? Compared to these old geezers, Fang Zhao is just a kid. Why don't you stick to the facts, host? Even though the host eventually corrected himself, his comment had already aired. Some folks with too much time on their hands took a screenshot of Fang Zhao's smile while wearing his medal and holding his certificate and made it into an emoticon called Kindly Smile. Ignorant of the fact that he had been made into an emoticon, Fang Zhao acknowledged the master artists in the audience before returning to his seat. After the supernovas were presented, it was time for the Nebula Prize. The Nebula was a lifetime achievement award of sorts. One winner was chosen each year, honoring an individual or organization that had made long-term and significant contributions to the arts. As for the Galaxy World Medal, the most coveted prize among the Galaxy Awards, career achievement, talent, and competence were equally weighed. If there were no suitable candidates, the prize was not awarded. It was common for the award to not be handed out several years in a row. But this year, Xue Jing had finally been selected. Many folks were worried when Xue Jing went on stage, afraid that the elderly man in his 160s would be so overcome by emotion that he would pass out. Xue Jing had long been a fixture in the arts community. He had many friends in the audience. It seemed like these friends could feel the heavy heart and ecstasy that were colliding inside Xue Jing. Xue Jing had waited for some 160 years. He had been oh so close to winning this award on many occasions, but had always missed out. Now, the most prestigious medal and highest honor in the arts world was in his hands. It was affirmation of his talent, contributions, and his artistic career. The mood in the room was much more boisterous compared to when the supernovas were being awarded. Xue Jing was allocated more time to share his thoughts compared to the other prize winners. He was all choked up and the applause was never-ending. Fang Zhao clapped along too. He was happy for Xue Jing while pondering his career at the same time. The supernova was only the first step in Fang Zhao's artistic career. The Nebula Award and Galaxy World Medal were his next goals. Maybe, when he was at the twilight of his life, he would be awarded the most prestigious medal of the premier prize in the arts world, just like Xue Jing and Mo Lang. Photos and footage of Fang Zhao accepting his award surfaced online before the Galaxy Award ceremony had ended. Screen captures of the live broadcast and highlights appeared on a variety of media outlets. The news item showed up among entertainment, local, and even military headlines. As the youngest winner of the supernova this year, and with the link to the curing of the Hull virus, Fang Zhao was prime fodder for journalists. He simply dominated the headlines. At their retirement home in Yanbei, great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang were glued to the telecast. Great-grandfather Fang tearfully handed out generous red packets in his chat groups. Our Xiao Zhao won the Supernova Award. Red packet, red packet, red packet. The gaming department at Silver Wing didn't stay idle either. The team posted profusely. Jinro's latest status update. Our boss. Kindly smile. It was fair to say most of the people who knew Fang Zhao well were quite emotional while watching the live broadcast, but there was also a minority that reacted differently. The painting prodigy and Fang Zhao's Huangart classmate, Wu Branch, for example. Wu was extremely calm and wore a very serious expression when he watched the live telecast. His eyes were glued to Fang Zhao as he carefully observed his classmate's every move and expression. He felt that he was close to attaining the short-term goal he had set for himself while studying at Huangart. Chapter 348. Realizing a short-term goal. After the Galaxy Awards prize ceremony, Fang Zhao's name recognition was boosted yet again. Both journalists who were part of and outside the establishment showered praise on him. If any big star in the entertainment industry was made the topic of the day, these media types would typically feud to no end. Yet this time, they all stuck to the same script. Why was that? The circumstances were different. One had to pick one's battles. The pundits weren't stupid enough to bicker over this one. Regardless of whether or not Fang Zhao had simply been lucky in providing the breakthrough to curing the Hull virus, the results were what they were. He had received an official commendation. He had picked up his prize. Even if they wanted to take issue with Fang Zhao, now was not the time. They could only hold back for now. There would be plenty of other opportunities down the road. Who knows, they might have something on Fang Zhao next time. The director of the Hull virus documentary intended to capitalize on Fang Zhao's popularity. Government-owned media outlets on every continent were already pushing the documentary, generating plenty of headlines, but the director's fear was that few readers would actually go to see the documentary. The name, Fang Zhao, guaranteed traffic, which meant more potential viewers. To give the documentary broader exposure, the director shot a short film that used Fang Zhao's new song as the score. Fang Zhao's authorship of the song was highlighted. Nanfeng was peeved when he found out. Nanfeng voiced his concerns to Fang Zhao directly. So it turns out that high-class shows like this will hitch a ride on someone's popularity too. Isn't it a bit underhanded? But as far as Fang Zhao was concerned, as long as they meant well, he wasn't going to quibble with the director or the team over their calculated moves. Fang Zhao was happy to see more people learn of the Hull virus and the stories of the strong family members who supported the patients. The first trailer that the production team for the documentary released was about 3 minutes long. A mournful piano solo conveyed sadness and a heavy heart. A stifling mood permeated the darkness, as if the world were deep in slumber. Hull virus patients experienced an out-of-body experience of sorts. They couldn't express themselves. They couldn't experience the world, so they didn't feel sadness and pain. Those who suffered the most were their immediate family. As far as the immediate family members of Hull virus patients were concerned, the world was a mean place, but they had no choice but to confront it head-on. They were forced to abandon their own life plans, like the power couple of Ming Tsang and wife, for example. They gave up their promotions and bright futures so they could track down a cure and diligently keep vigil, hoping that Lady Luck would pay them a visit. But when would that day arrive? Nobody knew. Maybe their children would recover tomorrow, or never. Human beings weren't afraid of hardship. What they feared the most was the lack of courage and determination. A man squatted in a corner smoking a cigarette and taking in the picture of his 5-year-old daughter, who wore a blank expression. He tugged his collar over his lips, which were frozen pale, got up, and shivered in the relentless winter breeze. He had to get back to his life. After a long night of entertaining, a middle-aged man reeking of alcohol and vomit returned home to his stone-like, expressionless child. His shoulders collapsed, and he stormed into the bathroom. He washed his face with cold water and stared into the mirror with his bloodshot eyes. How much longer can you keep your *T together? A mother sat on the seat of a swing, watching squealing children scamper in the park. Her eyes turned tearful. She dusted off her dress, left, and leaned on a railing, her eyes filled with fear. A gray-haired couple steered a wheelchair-bound young man out of the hospital and into the quiet streets as they slowly made their way home. Not everyone was as well off as Ming Tsang and his wife. There were so many folks who had already been suffocated by the cruelties and hardships of life. For them, the world was a brutal place. Fate was a form of torture, a multitude of setbacks, painful and full of desperation. In one fleeting moment, they had contemplated giving up. They had wanted an end to it all. Life is an extended wait. Everyone is waiting for something important or meaningful. It could be a certain person, a single utterance, a belief, or an opportunity. We're prepared to wait for our whole lives. Thankfully, Lady Luck shined on us this time. Our break has finally arrived. A letter arrived informing them that there had been a breakthrough in the battle against the Hull virus and that their loved ones qualified for an upcoming clinical trial. 3 years ago, the release of the 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction series had provided the missing link in the race to cure the Hull virus. At that time, a sea of changes had occurred in many corners of the world. But the world was a vast place, and the breakthrough had been kept under wraps and news reports censored. People had stopped paying attention, and the news had soon been forgotten. But unbeknownst to the world, the ripple that Fang Zhao had caused had been changing the lives of many families, of whole communities. So much had changed over the span of 3 years. The man who used to cower in a corner, nursing a cigarette, now raced to the mountaintop in anticipation of the imminent daybreak. He admired the sunrise and basked in the sunlight enveloping the landscape, gearing himself up for a hopeful day. The gray-haired old man removed his hands from his worn pockets and broke into a brisk walk, beaming. Tomorrow will be a better day. It was their dogged determination, strength, and sense of responsibility that got them through the dark days. The seemingly simple melody that played in the background had a glowing effect, splashing vibrant colors onto what had been a dull canvas, creating a rich, layered, and sharp image. After countless sleepless nights, the family members of the Hull virus patients could finally see the light of day and kick back a bit. For those Hull virus patients who had been fortunate enough to stick around for a cure, regardless of their age, they were experiencing their senses and expressing their emotions for the first time. It was like being a newborn. They were clueless about life, not having enjoyed bliss or endured suffering yet. Their experiences from now on would enable their growth and make them strong and patient. Perhaps they might choose a less traveled, more painful path at some point, but this much was sure. Their lives would be rich and colorful. The cheerful melody soared high, a glimmer of light in the dark seas breaking through the surface of the water and rising alongside the sun. Fang Zhao hoped the Hull virus patients who had received a second lease on life were filled with gratitude, remembered their purpose in life, and never strayed from the righteous path. Fish swarmed through the waters while eagles scaled the skies. Fang Zhao hoped the recovered patients would face their uncertain futures bravely. There were also researchers and medical personnel to thank. There was too much to say. Fang Zhao had packed his message in a song. Musicians of a certain aptitude could quickly decode the theme of a piece even if they couldn't figure out the composer's exact message. That was why old Joe had been able to instantly tell that Fang Zhao's score had been written specifically for the documentary. But the message was most likely lost on the masses, who weren't interested in analyzing the piece. The name Fang Zhao alone was enough to pique their curiosity. That was why the director of the documentary had listed Fang Zhao among the credits at the end of the trailer. This move had done the trick. Meanwhile, Fang Zhao's next-door neighbor Will applied for a leave of absence from his classes. He was going to hole up for a week to paint. He intended to skip the next week of classes. His instructors were happy to accommodate him. To have enough inspiration and ideas to paint behind closed doors was a good thing. It proved that the artist had made progress during his studies at Huang Art. The instructors at Huang Art were all giants in the industry. At their level, besides their own accomplishments, bragging rights also hung on the quality of their students. If their students produced outstanding pieces during their programs, it reflected well on them too. One of Will's instructors, a highly respected senior professor at Huang Art, called immediately after receiving Will's application for leave. "Will, you're going into hiding." "Yes, so I can achieve my short-term goal." The old professor paused briefly. Who was Will painting again? I think he mentioned it in his study plan. But the professor interrupted his train of thought, instead asking, "Is this going to be a tough assignment? If you're stuck, you mustn't keep things to yourself. Well, we can talk it over and figure out a solution." "I've gotten over my hump," Will responded. "Good, good." After hanging up, the old professor rummaged through Will's lesson plan. He was getting old and becoming absent-minded. The old man struggled to keep track of anything other than his own work. Still, when he noticed Will's short-term goal was a portrait of Fang Zhao, he cringed. He was sick of the name. The old geezers in the music department had been flaunting it to him constantly. There are so many talented students at Huang Art who span disciplines. Why Fang Zhao? Because he was a celebrity? Because he had high market value? No, Will wasn't that shallow. Probably because he lives close. But, Chapter 349, My Neighbor. The documentary was still being made, but its marketing campaign had already kicked off. The first step in the campaign, a 3-minute trailer, drew quite a bit of attention because of the Fang Zhao effect. "So I hear that Fang Zhao wrote the score for the trailer? That's awesome. Are there any music professionals out there? How is the score? Let's hear some professional analysis." "I'm not a professional and I can't offer professional comment, but I think the score sounds good. Coupled with the trailer, it's quite a moving combination." Sigh. It's not easy being a Hull virus patient or the family member of one. "Are there any Hull virus-related charity events going on? I want to donate to the researchers, but I can't find anything online. I wonder if they have enough funding. I hear the treatments they offer are all free. There's no need for donations. The major research institutes behind the cure are all backed by major investment funds. Such an important project like curing the Hull virus isn't short on funding. What they lack is the right talent. It's time to study medicine. No, I mean to study music, so we can save lives like Fang Zhao. Let's be down to earth and stick to medicine. After all, only one Fang Zhao has surfaced in the 500-odd years of the new era. Other folks had other concerns. The director of the documentary said that the score was an in-kind donation from Fang Zhao. Does that mean Fang Zhao composed a song for the documentary without charging a single cent? Something like that. After all, documentary filmmakers need to hire folks to compose their scores. Master-level musicians don't come cheap at all. Fang Zhao's market value is something to be reckoned with, no? A commission piece from him should cost at least $10 million, no? I remember he sold a piece for $10 million at one point. That's $10 million we're talking about. And he made the offer without a thought. $10 million is low. How long ago was that? His fee will definitely go up now that he's won the Supernova Award. Plus, he is immensely popular now. The filmmakers behind the documentary clearly wanted to use Fang Zhao to draw attention. I don't know what level of artistic mastery Fang Zhao has reached right now, but in terms of market value, he must command a lot more than $10 million, at least twice as much. The director of the documentary was smart. Think about how much of his marketing budget he saved with Fang Zhao's gift. Fang Zhao is like a god. One moment he's taking the gaming world by storm. The other he's mining and battling beasts on a foreign planet. Before you know it, he's starring in a blockbuster TV series. And his songs can cure diseases? I haven't rested my knees since the day I started following this star. I wonder what Fang Zhao will endorse next. For most people, the curing of the Hull virus was just a casual topic of conversation. They quickly moved on to something else, even though it was widely covered by major news outlets, and there was the Fang Zhao factor. Anything that didn't concern their immediate interests was trivial. They would move on after dwelling on it briefly. Meanwhile, the Hull virus patients and their immediate families treated Fang Zhao as a savior. Ming Song had said in public on many occasions that he would lend Fang Zhao his unconditional support on many matters. Their gratitude was not something outsiders could comprehend. Due to the latest round of saturated news coverage, the 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction series, which folks dubbed the key to curing the Hull virus, rose in value. Silver Wing Media, Fang Zhao's management company, took advantage as well. Polar Light, the first-generation Silver Wing virtual idol that was already somewhat passé, started trending within Yenzhou again. Online discussion picked up as well. Does Fang Zhao own the rights to the 4 movements of his 100-year period of destruction series, or does Silver Wing? Has he sold the rights to any of the movements? If not, I'm thinking their market value has just doubled. Bull*T. I think it at least tripled. Speaking of which, I remember that idiot from Lijo, Mr. Z, bought the rights to the 3rd movement for a movie of his. Are you talking about Zero, that generator of trashy movies? A crappy film paired with a godly score. What an insult. We Lijo natives are used to it. I just searched for that Zero movie and watched it. To be perfectly honest, the part of the film that used the third movement of the 100-year period of destruction score kind of stood out. It was quite good. The scenes were especially epic and mind-blowing. Those armored vehicles were the real thing. Really? Let me search for it too. What's the name of the movie? It's called God of War. So viewers dug out and watched a film that even Zero himself had forgotten about. Within a short time frame, the film racked up enough fresh views to push it into the top 10 on Lijo's biggest video streaming website. When Zero saw the data his agent showed him, he was blown away. This hardcore? That can't be the case. In terms of driving traffic, I can certainly rival Fang Zhao. Zero was convinced there was something wrong with the data. Zero's agent stared at his client with a blank expression. Why don't you read the news more often? You've barely been skimming the entertainment headlines recently, he said as he brought up stories from major news outlets about the whole virus and Fang Zhao's supernova win on his tablet. Zero scanned the stories quickly. He looked like he had just witnessed a 10-ton elephant take off in flight. Lately, Zero had been busy reading several novels and scripts that Wu Tianhao had passed to him. The duo had had a good time dabbling in garlic speculation and now were planning on investing in a movie project together. The past 2 days, Zero had been mulling over how to use garlic to improve his acting. Then he'd heard about the spike in the views of God of War. Zero also read some of the online comments, which left him fuming. What do they mean that donating to charity is better than splurging on a crappy movie? I spend my money how I like. How am I getting in their way by having a good time? Did I dip into their savings? I've never been late on a single tax payment. These folks have nothing better to fidget over. It's fuss over it. Huh. Forget it. Fidget it is, then. Zero's agent tried to calm his client, who had rolled up his sleeves and was gearing up for a war of words. Cool down, senior master. You know, no amount of words is a substitute for action. You have to let everyone know that you have ambition too. Zero interrupted his agent immediately. I'm well off and hail from a powerful family. What's wrong with talking about scoring chicks, reading novels, and speculating on garlic? Why are you talking to me about ambition? Zero's agent. Are you trying to piss me to death so you can go shopping for a new agent? Oblivious to the terrified look on his agent's face, Zero felt he had been maligned. He felt that he had been on good behavior, keeping a low profile. Who could have known that he'd get attacked for holing up at home reading novels? It's all Fang Zhao's fault. Still, Zero was full of confidence. Just wait until this business about the whole virus dies down. Fang Zhao won't be trending again, without government media taking the lead. And given how quickly entertainment headlines change, who's going to remember him in a few days? The agent had no qualms about taking Zero down a notch. Festival and awards season is about to begin. Fang Zhao did a good job in Founding Era. It's very likely he'll pick up an award. Film festivals? Let me be clear. I'm not going to attend any that aren't high-class enough. The agent. Who the F***CK cares whether you attend or not? None of the prestigious festivals sent you invites on their own initiative. I had to use my connections to get them. But all Zero's agent did was keep these thoughts to himself. If he actually voiced them, Zero would be royally pissed off. Zero's agent never bothered volunteering information that upset his boss. But just as Zero's agent had pointed out, Fang Zhao was flooded with invites from film festivals big and small from all around the world. He had only been in a TV series and had yet to appear in a movie, but he still got invitations from film festivals. Some of the organizers were hoping to work with him on projects, while others wanted to hitch a ride on his recent star power. But Fang Zhao turned down most of the invites. He was busy. The 12 Tones program was not a walk in the park. The course load wasn't heavy, but there were a ton of assignments. After penning the song for the whole virus documentary, he had to write a lengthy paper. The paper accounted for a big chunk of his grade. If he didn't achieve a certain GPA, he wouldn't be able to graduate. Nanfeng had briefed him on the online commentary, but Fang Zhao hadn't paid much attention. Even though there were plenty of news stories about him, this much he and Zero agreed on. It would die down in a few days. Even though all these TV and film festivals were coming up, some of which Fang Zhao would attend, by that time, every celebrity would be angling for a piece of the action. The publicity teams for many top stars had been gearing up already, But who knew this whole virus business would land Fang Zhao in the entertainment headlines again? But that was a fluke. These crack teams were going to go all out in the days that followed. Let's see who shines the brightest on the red carpet eventually. After such an extended shoot on Planet Y, many members of the founding era cast felt it was their turn in the limelight. Yet no one, including Fang Zhao, would have guessed that the name that was slowly being crowded out would dominate entertainment headlines once again a week later. A week later, Fang Zhao's neighbor Will finally emerged from hiding. He had been holed up in his dorm room for 7 straight days. Apart from attending to his bodily functions, all Will had done was paint. By the time he left his room, he was a shade of his previous self, barely able to stand on all fours. He had lost a ton of weight, as if he had just survived a major illness, yet he was in great spirits and looked relaxed. Will showed his painting to his advisor after emerging from hiding. The first time the old professor laid eyes on the painting, he was so shocked that he struggled to find words. The crooked outline looked quite over the top, but somehow, it came together nicely. The extensive use of black, in contrast to the white canvas, lent passion and mystique to the piece, which was so dynamic and full of tension. If someone stared at the painting, they would feel as if they had just succumbed to a bewildering blow. They'd have no idea what had just hit them. The old professor glared at the painting for some time before taking a deep breath. He asked Will, "Can I keep the original for a few days? I want to take a good look at it." Will nodded decisively. "Sure." After getting Will's permission, the old professor took the painting home. Wanting to brag and to get a second opinion, he invited an old friend over to have a look. "My neighbor?" "Who's Will's neighbor?" the friend asked. "Fang Zhao. You know, the guy who was all over the place a while back. He's in Will's class. He's the youngest student in the program this year," the old professor explained. "What's so interesting about Fang Zhao? But is he really like that in real life? The portrait gives off a weird vibe. It's kind of spooky too." I confirmed with Will. "It's Fang Zhao all right." "Wow. I never would have guessed that Will would take this approach. This is a significant improvement. The sketching is superb, and he has gone beyond putting idea to paper. It's so rare to have this level of enlightenment at this age. This should be put on display so that the other art academies can see what our 12-tone students are made of." Well, that's up to Will. Once it's on display on campus, buyers will soon beckon. Then let's put it up for auction. The painting will definitely fetch a good price. That is, if Will is willing to sell. So, painting in hand, the old professor personally paid Will a visit to see if would be willing to put the piece up for auction on Huang Art's auction website. Huang Art selected outstanding student works every week to put on display. If the artists agreed, the pieces would be put up for auction as well. "Go ahead and put it on display and up for auction," said an emotionless Will. The old professor was quite baffled by Will's casual attitude. "You're willing to part with it now? You don't want to keep it for a few years?" "No," Will responded firmly. The old professor wanted to confirm Will's intentions. "It took a great deal of effort and reflection to produce this painting. Are you sure you want to sell it right after you've finished it?" Will seemed confused. "This was only my short-term goal. Painting Fang Zhao is only the first step. My ultimate goal is actually to draw his dog." As far as Will was concerned, painting Fang Zhao was only a transition. Been there, done that. Why keep the painting around? Speaking of which, it dawned on Will that it was time to ask Fang Zhao if he could borrow that dog. Chapter 350, Alien. Will had indeed struggled to read Fang Zhao, but he had been able to capture the complexity of his inner turmoil. Not entirely, but at least a part of it. That was already a big success. To capture the full extent of Fang Zhao's complexity would require further refinement of his painting skills. So for Will, the painting was a form of incremental progress, the equivalent of a draft. He hadn't taken it too seriously. Will had attained his short-term goal of tackling a portrait of Fang Zhao. At least Fang Zhao was within his grasp. He could produce some semblance of a portrait of Fang Zhao. But curly hair fell outside his comfort zone. Others might not be able to detect that complexity. More often than not, Will only sensed that the dog was a bit special, but when he picked up his paintbrush, he realized that he had no idea where to start. The more he pondered the matter, the more confused he got. This was a challenge unlike any other he had faced before. No one had taught him how to handle a problem like this. It was something he had never thought about. After considering the matter some more, he had decided to start with the dog's owner. And this was an idea that had come from his cousin, a dog owner himself. Will remembered that his cousin had once said that a dog's personality, to some extent, came from its master. That was why Will had painted Fang Zhao. Now it was time to study the dog again. Yet he was still clueless as to where to begin. After another round of brainstorming, Will decided to borrow Curly Hair for a brief time. He might get more insight after a period of close contact with the dog. But Will knew he wasn't a dog lover. He had never wanted a dog before. He thought they were too much trouble. He had even been bitten by a dog once. He had not harbored any affection for a dog since he'd been a kid. Now that he decided to have a dog, he made a rare call home. The person who answered was Will's father, Will Sr. Will's new piece had caught the attention of masters in the art world, and word had traveled to Will Sr. He was quite proud and had just bragged about the news to a few old friends. He was still wearing a broad smile when he got the call from his son. "What is it? Have you run into a problem?" said Will Sr. in an unusually pleasant tone. "There is indeed a problem," Will said. Will Sr. was intrigued. "Tell me. I want to have a dog." Will's comment caught his father completely off guard. Will Sr. nearly dropped the teacup he was holding. Incredulous, he was scared more than surprised. "You're going to scoop dog poop with your drawing hand." Will kept his cool. "I won't have to clean up myself. I did some research. Now, there are AI robots that can do the job and other related equipment that can ease the owner's burden. I won't have to do stuff like clean up poop myself. Don't you remember that you were bitten by a dog?" Will Sr. said. "I don't have amnesia." Will maintained his composure, speaking as if he were bringing up a mundane matter. "There's no law that says you can't have a dog after you've been bitten by one. Tell me the truth. Why exactly do you want to have a dog?" Will Sr. asked. "For inspiration. I can't draw a dog, so I want to try close contact with one." "You've been enrolled in the 12 Tones program for some time now, and you can't even draw a dog." Will Sr. scolded. Even though he struck a hostile tone, Will Sr. knew his son well. He knew that Will had to have his reasons. Maybe he did genuinely need to borrow a dog to find inspiration and resolve his impasse. "How long are you going to keep your dog for?" Will Sr. asked. "I don't know. Probably until I can paint the dog." Will sounded unusually troubled. It felt horrible being stuck. Why would he bother taking care of a dog if he could already draw one? It was too much hassle. But Will wasn't sure when he would be able to produce a painting. Will Sr. dropped his objections, but voiced other concerns. "What kind of dog do you want to have? Don't pick a big dog. When big dogs bite, they kill. A small dog. That's good." Will Sr. breathed a sigh of relief. "Bring it over some time. I haven't gotten the dog yet." "Who are you borrowing it from?" "Fang Zhao." When the latest class of the 12 Tones program had been announced, Will Sr. had looked into Fang Zhao, who struck him as being exceptionally young. Plus, Fang Zhao and Will were neighbors. Will Sr. had done some research online, and he knew that Fang Zhao had a very expensive dog. Will Sr. pondered for another few seconds. "I'm going to send over another servant. You also need a nutritionist." "For the dog." "For you." Will Sr. wanted to hang up on his son. Will was mentally exhausted from holding up all this time for his Fang Zhao portrait. He struck everyone as being in poor health. He needed someone to look after him, and he needed to rest. Father and son discussed the matter of the dog some more. Will accepted his father's suggestion to call one of their relatives to ask for advice on having a dog. The relative recommended a popular web channel dedicated to dog rearing. The host broadcast his dog training sessions live and offered tips to novice dog owners. When Will clicked on the link, the host was disciplining a dog and launching into a spiel at the same time. "I like smart dogs, but not cunning dogs." "What's the difference?" "Smart dogs do what you ask. Cunning dogs ignore your instructions. Smart dogs are of the cuddly and adorable variety, while cunning dogs are little demons." Will thought about the dog next door. Based on his current understanding, Curly Hair belonged to the cuddly and adorable category. To prepare for his upcoming dog ownership, Will pulled out a notebook and started taking notes. Curly Hair type, cuddly and adorable. The host continued in his live webcast. Most dogs are afraid of heights. Will jotted a reminder in his notebook not to walk Curly Hair on high ground. Dogs like to be fondled, but don't fondle the butt or tail of a dog whose personality you don't know well. No touching. Definitely not. Will jotted down this point with force. He was still haunted by the memory of being bitten by a dog as a child. Dogs like to chew and bite. Gotta hide all my pens. And they like to tear stuff? Gotta hide my most important documents, especially my paintings. As for the rest, so be it. There's a saying from the old era that dogs can't help eating shit. Gotta lock my bathroom door too. While Will was preparing for dog ownership, an online news item sparked heated discussion. Will's Huang art professor posted Will's painting on the school's website and made it available for auction. After the portrait was posted online, it began drawing the attention of fellow artists. The number of bids rose quickly. Within a day, the portrait was going for $30 million. Paintings that were posted by Huang Art as one of its featured pieces were the works of either masters or very talented students. It was not unheard of for a painting to go for as much as $30 million, but when pieces attracted such bids in the past, it was typically from other artists, collectors, or investors. Other folks wouldn't pay attention, nor would they express interest. There were two reasons this particular painting was able to draw attention from every continent in a short period. The style was unusual, and, more importantly, the subject was Fang Zhao. My neighbor? Whose neighbor looks like that? His facial features are leaping from the canvas. It's gonna scare children. Ha 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 ha. Who is Will's neighbor? Poor thing being depicted this way. According to my auntie who works at Huang Art, Will's neighbor is Fang Zhao. That's impossible. According to credible sources, the neighbor is indeed Fang Zhao. F***CK? That looks nothing like Fang Zhao. This is worth $30 million? My niece in primary school can paint like that. Not to brag, but I could produce 10 paintings like this in a day. Then why don't you paint one? So this is what they call an abstract painting? Isn't Will Sr. a surrealist painter? I remember him saying that he wanted Will to take after him. Even if Will doesn't become a surrealist, he's not an abstract painter. This is a major detour. Nowadays, painters just follow the money. What you hate, others like. Surrealism was indeed popular in Will Sr.'s time, but now the elite prefer abstract paintings. That's why Will switched gears. Look, the bids for his portrait broke $30 million in a day. The bids are going to keep going up. I don't really get the aesthetic standards of you artists. A regular Joe like me can't understand abstract paintings. They're no fun. I prefer surreal paintings. Who was it that painted a portrait of Fang Zhao last time? I thought he did a good job. A year one student at my art academy just drew a sketch of Fang Zhao. Picture, that sketch wouldn't pass muster in our class. It's so superficial and empty. Other than the fact that it looks like Fang Zhao, there's nothing there. Some of the onlookers were confused. So, apart from resemblance, what other elements are we looking for? Of course, something deeper, something philosophical. There's a reason why Will's painting got so expensive. The more I study it, the more of a heart-thumping, dazzling effect it has. I'm bedazzled too. Even a painting like this is worth $30 million? I feel dizzy, my eyes are blurry, and my heart is racing. I want to have a painting auction too. Even if it's a decent painting, the pricing is a bit high. Hype. It's definitely hype. There were the naysayers, and defenders as well. That's actually not the case. My uncle put in a bid too. He's not a painter, and he doesn't really understand the painting, but he's a businessman. He is quite rosy about the painting's commercial prospects. True. The painter is a rising star, and the subject is likewise a genius artist. Fang Zhao is a trending topic. But the way Will portrays Fang Zhao is really spooky. He looks like an alien. Ha ha ha, there you go. My question has been answered. The reason why Fang Zhao kicks ass at everything is because he's an alien. Will, does Fang Zhao know you painted him like this? Paging alien Fang Zhao. The focus of the discussion shifted again, this time from the pricing of the painting to Fang Zhao's new nickname. But amid all the playful banter, no one took things seriously. This was simply a form of entertainment. In addition, the matter died down quickly, replaced by the latest headlines from the entertainment industry and news about new celebrity ventures and projects. Oblivious of the online chatter, Will pressed the doorbell to Fang Zhao's dorm room after taking dozens of pages of notes on dog rearing. Chapter 351, Borrowing a Dog. Nanfeng answered the door. When he realized that the visitor was the genius painter who was enjoying his moment of fame at the academy, Nanfeng was delighted, his previous concerns about Will cast aside. He wore an enthusiastic smile, a contrast to Will's pale and serious expression, which Will had maintained since coming out of hiding. This is a master who produced a painting worth $30 million. After all, you can't judge him like a normal person. Hello, Master Will. After inviting Will in, what Nanfeng wanted to do was ask him about his painting, but he knew his place as an assistant, and he was aware that Will was a quiet fellow. so he held back. After entering Fang Zhao's dorm room, Will scanned his surroundings. He was quite disappointed when he didn't spot curly hair, and he frowned. But Nanfeng was already used to Will's constantly disgruntled look. After pouring the guest a cup of tea, he snuck away to the kitchen to prepare his boss's dinner. He had to put on a good showing. In a few days, Fang Zhao would be bringing him along to film festivals. That meant walking the red carpet. Fang Zhao was quite taken aback by Will's sudden visit. He knew about the portrait. Will had mentioned it to him, and he had signed off on it. Fang Zhao had also learned from Nanfeng that the painting had been posted on Huang Art's website and was fetching prices of up to 30 million. Fang Zhao hadn't been following the news online. He had papers to write and other assignments to attend to. He was scheduled to attend a few film festivals soon, so he had to clear his desk before then. It would be easier to ask for time off that way. He had already turned down all interviews about the whole virus so that the spotlight would be on the research and medical personnel. He just made for a nice prelude. There was no need to blow his story out of proportion. After Fang Zhao sat down on his sofa, a yawning curly hair also emerged from his room and laid down by his owner's feet. He didn't give Will so much as a glance, because he didn't need to. He could tell who the visitor was by smell and figure out what that visitor had brought with him. Meanwhile, Will's gaze lingered on curly hair for quite some time before he told Fang Zhao the purpose of his visit. "You want to borrow my dog?" It was the first time Fang Zhao had run into a situation like this. He had never considered Will an animal lover. Even though Will's gaze lingered on curly hair constantly, Fang Zhao never detected any envy in him, nor the affection toward animals seen in animal lovers. The gaze was more a gaze of curiosity and novelty. That was why Fang Zhao froze when he heard Will's request. Curly hair snorted a few times. Will wore a serious expression on his face, his whole presence oozing a sense of determination that said he wasn't kidding. "I want to paint a dog, your dog, to be specific, but I can't. I'm thinking close contact will stimulate and inspire me. That's why I want to borrow the dog. If it's more contact you want, I can send curly hair over to your room more frequently. We're neighbors, after all," Fang Zhao said. "No," Will said with a shake of his head. "What I mean is close contact, up-close observation." Nanfeng, who was chopping veggies in the kitchen and eavesdropping at the same time, couldn't help sending a glare Will's way. Will continued, "He's so difficult to paint. That's why I want to take some time to observe the real him. If I can walk the dog regularly, that would be even better. I hear that exercise helps a dog express its personality. Oh, I almost forgot. What are his hobbies?" Fang Zhao. He couldn't tell Will that this dog was addicted to gaming. "What's his personality like?" Will asked. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao felt it was better to keep Will in the dark. Yet Will kept pressing on earnestly. On the rare occasion that he talked, Will looked like he was having a scholarly debate. He even took out a pen and a notebook to jot down Fang Zhao's responses. Perhaps the answers would be the key to Will finding his inspiration. But Fang Zhao's silence led to a look of utter disappointment on Will's face. So it turns out that Fang Zhao doesn't even know the answer to these questions. An awkward silence settled in. At a loss as to what to say, Will opened his notebook and said, "You don't have to worry about the dog not being well cared for. My family will be sending over help. I am bringing in experts to look after him. They're arriving tonight. Also, these are some notes I have taken." Fang Zhao accepted the notebook Will handed over and leafed through its pages. He could tell from the notes that Will had done his homework. He wasn't all talk, even though nearly none of his notes applied to curly hair. "As for dog food, I'll only buy the best. I've started looking at kennels too. I'll buy whatever he likes right away." To show his sincerity, Will even offered to sign a dog loan contract. Fang Zhao returned the notebook and pondered. "Let me think it over." Fang Zhao's response got Will panicking. He was about to mouth on when Fang Zhao raised his hand to stop him. "I'll have a decision by tomorrow at 9 a.m. Will could only back down. When he got up to leave, he kept looking back at curly hair. Nanfeng emerged from the kitchen after Will left. "Boss, you have to think carefully before you decide." Nanfeng didn't want Fang Zhao to loan out his dog. "What's the big deal about a $30 million painting? My boss's dog is worth $200 million. You can't just loan him out like that. A pet dog like curly hair is weak and defenseless. Will can barely take care of himself. How can he take care of a dog? What if curly hair dies under his watch? Setting aside the prospect of illness or death, what if curly hair suffers from psychological trauma or some type of invisible damage? There'll be no going back. This is the only $200 million pet dog in the world. Plus, Will doesn't come across as a reliable fellow. I think he must be psycho beneath his cool, cold exterior. Fang Zhao waved Nanfeng away. I have my own considerations. Taking note of Fang Zhao's reluctance to discuss the matter further, Nanfeng shut up. The first key to being a trusted aide was to listen to his boss. He had to go where his boss pointed and do what his boss said. Even if his boss made the wrong decision, he would have to follow suit. At around dusk, the servant and nutritionist that Will had mentioned arrived. Apart from them, there were also 2 bodyguards. They didn't move into Will's dorm, staying at Huang Art's guest house instead. They were close by and could rush over on short notice. Inside Will's dorm room, Will was curious about the suitcase the nutritionist carried. What's in the suitcase? Rabies shots, the nutritionist responded. For the dog. No, for you, in case you're bitten by the dog. Will fell silent. He recalled how terrified he'd been as a child when he had been bitten. But soon, his desire to produce great art nipped his fear in the bud. Before art, everything else was secondary. Not to mention that Curly Hair always seemed well-behaved in Fang Zhao's room. He never bit. He wouldn't have any use for the rabies shots. Next door, after his room had been cleared of outsiders, Fang Zhao locked his door and windows to have a chat with Curly Hair. Given Curly Hair's current level of comprehension, he could understand and follow what Will had said and what was going on next door. Even though Will doesn't seem reliable, he's a good man. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Curly Hair began whining on the floor, a picture of reluctance. Fang Zhao continued, I can add a small hole to my door. You can hang out in Will's room during the day and eat there, then come back in the evening to sleep. Curly Hair kept whining, although at a lower volume. Also, I have to head out of town in a few days for film festivals. You know about this. Do you want to come with me or stay here? Curly Hair stopped whining and started wagging his tail as if he was pondering the question. If Fang Zhao's travels were to seek inspiration for his music, Curly Hair would definitely tag along. But film festivals were super crowded. He didn't like the hustle and bustle. People were so casual these days. He might get fondled all the time, and he wouldn't be able to bite back. After a rudimentary exchange, Fang Zhao was able to figure out Curly Hair's intentions. I don't want to go. I want to stay home and play games. Don't game all day. The stern reprimand sent Curly Hair cowering again. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Zhao made a decision. Will showed up the next morning, dark circles around his eyes from a sleepless night of worrying. You can borrow the dog, Fang Zhao said. The comment jolted Will. His eyes lit up. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I have my conditions. Fang Zhao outlined his conditions. He would add a dog hole to his door. Curly Hair would spend the day in Will's room and return to Fang Zhao's room in the evening. I'll be heading out of town in a few days. We can go by this contract on those days. If Will did a good job, he would have more access to the dog. If Curly Hair fell sick, then having more access would be out of the question. Rest assured, I won't let him starve. I'm going to go buy dog food now. What brand does he prefer? Is there anything else I need to prepare? Will took out his notebook and started taking notes. He also gave Curly Hair a quick pat on the back, using the stroke he had practiced on his model dog for more than 10 hours. Will quickly withdrew his hand when he noticed Curly Hair baring his white teeth. In a cautious tone, he asked Fang Zhao, Is he trying to bite me? No, he's just being friendly. Will, really? Childhood trauma cast a lasting shadow. To move things along, Will went for a walk with Curly Hair right after he signed the loan agreement with Fang Zhao. 2 bodyguards hired by Will Sr. trailed not far behind. This was a $200 million dog, after all. Even if the Huang Art campus was quite secure, they had to play it safe. Will and his father would have to make a major payout if the dog was kidnapped. The bodyguards were also there to protect Will from being bitten. People who knew Will well were blown away by the scene. How could Will possibly have a dog? Has he forgotten that terrible incident from his childhood? How could someone so prone to being bitten by dogs have a dog? What if the dog bites off one of his fingers or damages the muscles in one of his arms? His career would be ruined. Who cares about inspiration? Is he willing to put his life on the line for art? The skeptics baffled Will. All I did was borrow a dog so I can find inspiration for my work. Why is everyone responding like it's the end of the world? This dog is a good boy. Really, it's not aggressive. It doesn't bite. Will explained repeatedly. Chapter 352, Film Festival. According to the loan agreement, If Will was free in the day, Fang Zhao would let Curly Hair go over. When Will was writing his thesis, Curly Hair would lie down and nap inside the newly bought kennel. During mealtimes, he would be called out to eat, and he would put on a leash and go for a walk in the afternoons. After the walk, Curly Hair would return to Fang Zhao's place and game throughout the night. Fang Zhao had told Curly Hair not to game the whole day, so Curly Hair would play games at night and sleep during the day. After trying out keeping Curly Hair for 2 days, Will felt that keeping a dog was very simple. Fang Zhao had said there was no need for him to bathe the dog or make arrangements for someone to trim Curly Hair's nails. All he needed to do was provide board and lodging and keeping an eye on Curly Hair on walks. It was that simple. When Will spoke to his family over the phone, Will even said, "That dog is really well behaved. He doesn't gnaw on the sofa, doesn't damage the furniture, and doesn't destroy my paintings. He doesn't bark for no reason, and he knows to defecate in the designated area. He sits obediently and doesn't move when I comb his hair. In my workstation, he is especially quiet, though he eats quite a lot." Will believed that everything that was said online was wrong. Clearly, keeping a dog was very easy. There weren't any worries at all. The only thing that made Will gloomy was that he still didn't have any inspiration to pick up the brush and was still unable to draw anything when he faced a sheet of paper. However, Will Sr. felt a lot more reassured when he heard this. He really is much smarter than other dogs and deserves his value of 200 million. As for inspiration, it is something that can be gained but not sought. You don't have to painstakingly think about it. Perhaps it will automatically come to you after some time. You must remain patient. Will understood what his father was saying, but he had an indescribable feeling that he would make no headway if this went on. He didn't have peace of mind, and he felt that something was lacking, but he couldn't say what it was. Whatever, I'll continue keeping it this way. Perhaps it will be as father said, and inspiration will come after some time. Will Sr. then asked Will about some other matters. Knowing that everything was fine, he felt relieved. He thought nothing much about the "though he eats quite a lot" that Will had said. How much of an appetite could this tiny dog even have? After the call, Will had only just turned around when his servant handed him an express delivery that had just arrived. "Sir, you bought snacks for the dog again. The storeroom in your quarters is almost full to the brim with them." This servant had served Will for over 30 years, so she spoke rather casually with Will. The previous trending dog snacks were no good. It doesn't like to eat them. I asked Fang Zhao already. It likes snacks that are a little harder. Will unwrapped the package hurriedly and tossed an artificial bone for grinding teeth into Curly Hair's bowl. This servant had experience keeping a dog. When she saw that bone, which simply couldn't be bitten by such a small dog, and the details on the packaging, she told Will, "This is meant for large dogs. It is a specialized snack for large dogs, with great bite strength to gnaw on. Small dogs won't be able to bite." She hadn't yet finished when she heard crack. This so-called specialized snack for large dogs with great bite strength to gnaw on was treated like a biscuit by Curly Hair as he devoured it in just one bite. The servant. She subconsciously backed away from the dog. The sounds of cracking continued. Other than Will, who was not the least bit bothered, Curly Hair's danger level rose in the hearts of the servants and bodyguards. The servants and bodyguards also discussed this in private. Should we tell Master Will Sr. this first? If anything should happen, even a visit to a hospital might not be enough to completely recover. We have to. With this sort of bite strength, just one bite would result in a tragedy. That is Master Will Jr.'s hand that created a painting worth 30 million. Does he have insurance? Speaking of Master Will Jr.'s painting, I think I saw that it hit 37 million yesterday. One bodyguard had just opened up the webpage displaying Will's art and choked out, "No, just recently, it hit 40 million. A $40 million painting. Master Will Jr.'s hand is really too expensive. In the future, we must absolutely prevent him from touching the dog." In a certain city in Huangzhou, an investor had just placed a bid of 40 million and officially brought this auction into the $40 million range. Beside him, his son was extremely perplexed by his father's actions. "So, Dad, you also like this portrait? Since when did you learn to understand paintings?" "No, I think highly of these two, Will and Fang Zhao." The investor waved his finger but didn't continue to explain. Instead, he posed his son a question, a genius artist plus a genius rising star in both art and commerce. "What do you get?" Two geniuses? It's money. That investor drummed his fingers on the table and stared fixedly at the figures that were slowly rising on the display. Considering this momentum, if Fang Zhao can generate some big news at the Corral Film Festival, the value will rise further. The investor's son didn't really understand what his father meant, but he knew of the Corral Film Festival. A quick search online yielded the latest push notification news, and he went blank for a second. Huh? Fang Zhao sold his dog. He has finally sold his $200 million dog. Some news about Fang Zhao selling his dog had appeared online. Furthermore, there was also photographic evidence. The accompanying images were of Will walking the dog on a leash. But they were people that refuted it. By now, it was common knowledge that Will and Fang Zhao were neighbors. It didn't mean that the dog had been sold. Rather, Will might have been helping walk the dog. However, most of the online push notification news was dominated by the Corral Film Festival. The topic of Fang Zhao selling his dog had only just appeared when it was pushed down by news of other celebrities. For example, a certain celebrity's photos at the seaside, or so-and-so appearing at a coffee shop together with someone else on Corral Island, and so on and so forth. Elsewhere, Fang Zhao had applied for leave and was preparing to head to the Corral Archipelago to attend the Corral Film Festival. The Corral Archipelago was a region in Huangzhou. Having gotten its name from coral, the archipelago possessed beautiful waters and colors that were really unforgettable. The Corral Film Festival, which was held there, was one of the most artistic and influential film festivals in the world. It was also the most comprehensive film festival, as it included awards for movies, serials, short films, and more. Other than the political and commercial elements, it also emphasized art, and the highest prize was the Golden Coral Award. Nanfeng had already started making preparations even before Fang Zhao received his invitation. As an all-around assistant, I have already made reservations for a parking space on Corral Main. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get a parking space and would have to park the flying transport at one of the other small islands. Yin Biao straightened up his new bodyguard attire and chuckled as he viewed photographs of the flying transport that Nanfeng had rented. Oh, Nanfeng, this flying transport is really excellent, a deluxe model. Renting it couldn't have been cheap, right? Boss will be heading to the Corral Film Festival, the film festival that creates violent storms in the entire world's entertainment circles every year. We can't scrimp on our allocations. We can't be looked down on by others or become a laughing stock. Besides the flying transport, I have also rented a flying car. It can be driven out when we get there. Most importantly, boss can cover the expenses. Fang Zhao had seen and approved everything Nanfeng had applied for. One had to act according to the rules of whatever circle they belonged in. Nanfeng was the most familiar with film festivals, so as long as it wasn't overboard, Nanfeng's requests and activity expenditures would be approved by Fang Zhao. It's rumored that boss might win an award this time. Best supporting role or something like that, Zuiyu remarked as he wiped the shades in his hands before putting them on. How come I heard that it is probably a newcomer award? Yin Biao went online and started to search. He didn't really know much about this stuff and didn't understand some of these awards. Nanfeng had also hired a stylist from one of his contacts. He already had it all planned out. When they reached the Corral Archipelago, he would give Fang Zhao a new appearance every day so that he wouldn't lose out to others. After Fang Zhao had finished giving his last lecture before setting off, he returned to his quarters to tidy up his things. He didn't bring much with him, as Nanfeng had mostly prepared everything. Before he left, Fang Zhao headed next door to check things out. From his past few days of observation, Fang Zhao had realized that Curly Hair was adapting very well. The little thing also seemed rather happy and was enjoying himself next door. With a lifestyle of eating, drinking, and sleeping in the day before returning home to game at night, how could he not feel refreshed? However, Curly Hair was already controlling the amount of food he ate and drank next door to conceal his peculiarities. Now, his appetite had increased considerably, and he ate as much as 3 large dogs put together. Therefore, after Curly Hair had eaten next door, he would still eat the dog food that Fang Zhao prepared when he returned, though nobody else knew about this. Fang Zhao had already instructed Curly Hair on what was needed, so Fang Zhao didn't need to say much when other people were present. Will even brought out his new shopping list to prove that he would definitely not treat Curly Hair poorly. The list was filled with dog food and treats of the expensive variety, so nutrition was guaranteed. Nanfeng was a little worried and said, "Isn't this a little too excessive? Don't feed him till he turns into a pig." With a straight face, Will replied, "That absolutely won't happen. How can a dog turn into a pig? Is this man an idiot?" When Fang Zhao left the dormitory building, Yin Biao and Zuoyu were already stationed beside the car door. Yin Biao noticed Fang Zhao carrying a wrapped-up case in his hand and hurried over to help. Fang Zhao carry it. "Boss, what is this?" "It's rather heavy." "Miniature aquarium," Fang Zhao replied. Curly Hair wouldn't be coming along this time, but Fang Zhao was bringing the rabbit with him. Fang Zhao didn't know what Curly Hair might do to the rabbit if it was set free. Given Curly Hair's stomach, which could even digest a bullet, Fang Zhao reckoned that his toxin resistance would be rather high, and he might be just fine eating the sea slug, at most having the runs. Furthermore, the Coral Archipelago was surrounded by the ocean, and there would be many people keeping sea slugs on the islands, so Fang Zhao wouldn't have to worry about the feed. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to look for more choices of feed, since the appetite of the rabbit had increased recently. The car arrived at the transfer station, and the party set off toward the Coral Archipelago in the flying transport Nanfeng had rented. Chapter 353, Arrival. The Coral Film Festival lasted quite a long time, about half a month. Many attendees arrived ahead of time. There were also some folks like Fang Zhao who landed a few days into the festival, but they were few. Fang Zhao was held back by class. Quite a few key sessions were clustered around a few days, not just music classes, but also drawing and dance. It was as if the scheduling was intentional so that the teachers could keep their students at Huangart for a few more days. One student suggested in private that this was a prank on the part of the teachers. Fang Zhao's departure was delayed by 2 days. By that time, the film festival had already kicked off. Entertainment headlines were dominated by the Coral Film Festival. The entertainment journalists were already flexing their limbs in celebration. There are bound to be reporters staking out the airport. "We've got to look our best," Nanfeng said while scrolling through the headlines on his bracelet. Fang Zhao was easy to take care of. He always kept his hair short, and he wasn't fussy about his hairdo. Nanfeng paid a hairdresser to give him a trim before their departure, and their stylist could take care of the rest. The stylist was one of Nanfeng's friends. He would be traveling with the entourage. He was responsible for Fang Zhao's entire look. Fang Zhao wasn't a fan of too much bling. His outfit for the day was simple, but nobody could take issue with it either. This annoyed Nanfeng. It wasn't quite what he had imagined. He felt that he hadn't shown his full repertoire. En route to the airport, Nanfeng checked in with his chat groups and showed off to a few of his old friends. He also compared notes with the other assistants from Silver Wing. Nanfeng had been added to a Silver Wing chat group for assistants not long after he had started this job. The other assistants had been quite guarded around him at the outset because he had still been on probation. But soon enough, Nanfeng had become an insider. His boss was always at full throttle. There was a constant stream of news about Fang Zhao, which gave Nanfeng quite a bit of backbone. Fang Zhao was also in a special situation. He was on academic leave, which meant he wasn't competing directly against Silver Wing's other artists. That was also why Nanfeng had been quickly accepted as one of the boys. There was internal competition within Silver Wing. The assistants were quite chatty, but there was no way they could reveal too much about their boss's private lives. Matters that pertained to their boss's direct interests were off-limits. Meanwhile, several young actors were comparing notes in a chat group set up by G. Polan. G. Polan had had a minor role in the Yinzhou chapter of Founding Era that didn't draw much attention, but he had racked up quite a few credits over the past few years. Even though he was never the leading man, one was bound to see his face in some local and foreign productions. Just getting folks to recognize his face was no small feat. The Coral Film Festival was naturally too good an opportunity to pass on. G. Polan showed up with a few young actors who were his partying buddies. They might not be invited to certain events, but just being able to show their faces and get exposure from a major film festival justified the trip. Some of the celebrities who attended film festivals got invites from sponsors, while others were part of productions that were being screened at the festival. On average, there were dozens of premieres at a film festival. Each premiere staged a red carpet walk. The featured film's cast only took up so much time. They needed a large number of other filmmakers and celebrities to fill up the screen time. Did you think the folks who weren't part of the cast who walked the red carpet repeatedly were really there to watch the movie? As for minor celebrities, they didn't necessarily walk the red carpet. Some found it a chore, while others failed to crash the party. A few actors in the group were sharing their thoughts. They thought they had decent careers in Yenzhou, but here they were nobody. No one recognized them on Main Street, not so much as a glance. As for the entertainment journalists, why would those guys make time for two-bit characters like them? I just crashed a red carpet ceremony. There were so many people crashing the ceremony that they had to step up security. I was kicked out in the end. The good thing is I had already had my picture taken. I've completed my assignment. I'll have my publicity team edit the footage. They better edit out the part where I got kicked out by security. I hear 2 of our company's projects are selling quite well over at the film market. They've already signed deals for them. It's a very lively film market this year. Movies set against the period of destruction are doing exceptionally well. The fad created by Founding Era won't die down for another 5 years. My agent has secured a role in a film set in the period of destruction. I'm only the 3rd male lead, but the director is quite well known. Both the leading man and leading lady are A-listers on their respective continents. My roommate also got a role in a TV series that touches on the period of destruction. Who wants to go watch movies? Let's organize a group. Let's go. Idiot. Are you going to waste your hard-earned appearance here on watching movies? You should seize the moment and crash a few red carpets, get your photo taken, and generate some headlines. Where's your agent? He says he's out negotiating deals for me. He wants me to stay out of trouble, but it's so boring staying in my hotel room. I've ended up getting killed in 10 straight gaming sessions. I'd rather watch a movie instead. Forget about it. You won't stand a chance trying to land a ticket for a major production. All you can settle for are the smaller budget movies. I saw a horror movie this morning. I broke into a cold sweat. You gotta admit, the films invited to screen here are all quite high quality. Where's Big Brother G? I saw in the news yesterday that he attended a premiere. It was for a movie he actually appeared in. Why is he so quiet today? That's not his style. Paging Big Bro G. Is Big Bro G free today to show us a good time? G. Poland was the closest thing to the leader of the group. His career was also the most thriving. Usually, G. Poland was quite high profile, posting selfies on his social media accounts every day. He had made a post at least once or twice daily since arriving at the Corral Film Festival. It was utterly odd for him to not have posted a single item today. There was no way someone like him would let his social media accounts go cold on an occasion like this. It was definitely not G. Poland's MO. After a while, G. Poland finally responded. Busy. Picking someone up at the airport. Who? Who could require Big Bro G to put in an appearance? All of Silver Wing's A-listers have arrived. No, there's one more person who hasn't shown up yet. Fang Zhao. Big Brother Zhao is arriving on the island. Big Brother came out so naturally, no qualms whatsoever, even though the actors were referring to someone younger than them. I'm going to. Which airport? Wait for me. My shades are broken. Who's got spares? Why do you need shades? Who would recognize you? It would be a great thing if you were recognized. This is the Corral Film Festival, after all. While G. Poland and the other young actors were awaiting Fang Zhao's arrival, a shiny golden flying transport hovered above. It stood out amid all the white, gray, and black transports. The plane didn't land immediately, making a few ostentatious turns before touching down slowly. That flying transport looks like it's been struck by lightning. Whose is it? One of the young actors asked, glaring in its direction. What a flashy landing. It's got to be a major player. Let's wait and see. Let's see who gets out first. I'm sure it's someone very recognizable considering how high profile the landing was, G. Poland said. Just as the actors described, the flying transport was so flashy that the entertainment journalists staking out the airport got all excited. They had started filming when the transport had still been hovering and hadn't stopped since lest they miss a single detail. Soon, a figure emerged from the entrance of the plane. Such vibrant colors, an over-the-top shirt, and pants with extravagant prints. This combination stole everyone's attention instantly. G. Poland cast a skeptical glance and grumbled, I saw that outfit at Fashion Week last month. It looked hip on the model, but why does it look so weird on him? He wanted to punch someone. He actually brought 10 assistants? What's up with that? The bodyguards trailing him look like they're gearing up for a group fight. The young actors were blown away. F***CK? I'm wearing the same outfit as one of the assistants. One of the young actors started covering himself awkwardly. His entire outfit had cost some $10,000. It was the most he had splurged on an outfit ever, yet even this fellow's assistants were so luxuriously dressed. Such injustice. He's the king of Lijo, no doubt. But is Zero here to showcase his movie or himself? His movies wouldn't qualify for the Corral Film Festival. As for branding, his last name is an established brand already. One of the Renaults is a major backer of the film festival. Even if his movie isn't screening, he can still easily swing an invite. While Zero and company were the focus of attention, another flying transport landed. Yin Biao disembarked and surveyed his surroundings. Nanfeng was right on the mark. I thought we're going to make a grand entrance, but everyone is the same. There's a flashier plane right next to us. Fang Zhao emerged and looked over. Because air traffic was especially busy this time of the year, the airport imposed restrictions on plane size. Large flying transports were banned. Only small or medium transports were allowed. Planes that were too big were turned around. The bling-bling flying transport parked next to their plane was right on the border. A little larger, and it would have been banned. It was probably custom-made, and it was clearly larger than its neighboring aircraft. With that plane as a contrast, Fang Zhao's flying transport, which was already quite modest to begin with, paled in comparison. Nanfeng was utterly annoyed. Based on where the flying transport was parked, it had landed not long before theirs. Who the F***ck is that? Fang Zhao, who had a good idea, smiled. The Samoyed of Lijo. Chapter 354, Preferences. Back when they had been shooting Founding Era on Planet Y, Zero had toyed with the idea of a stage name. Fang Zhao had jokingly suggested Samoyed 1. As far as Fang Zhao was concerned, even though Zero looked like he deserved a good beating, he never did anything immoral or illegal, and he was a simple thinker. Also, Zero always said in private that he was the smiling angel of Lijo and even secretly nicknamed himself Samoyed. The name might even strike folks who didn't know the backstory as tasteful. Zero had arrived at the Corral Film Festival 2 days late not because, as he put it, the superstars always showed up last, but because he had received a dressing down from his father. In the end, Zero had gone over his father's head straight to his grandfather, the governor of Lijo. By the time he had secured his festival passes and tickets, it had already been 2 days into the festival. Senior Master, let's stick to our game plan on this trip. You have to control yourself. This flying transport wasn't part of the plan. It's too high profile. Shall we stick to the plan going forward? You promised the governor on your honor. I promised on my honor. Yet Zero was oblivious to his agent's pale complexion. He had promised his grandfather that he wouldn't stir up trouble or instigate disputes, but does being high profile count as stirring up trouble? Isn't this perfectly normal? Being high profile didn't qualify as something out of the ordinary in Zero's book. Zero fidgeted with his sunglasses and pouted his lips toward an approaching limo. Let's go. We've posed for 10 minutes. These ecstatic photographers probably have enough material. Zero's agent, who was trailing behind his client, wore a blank expression on his face. These paparazzi? They're not here out of admiration. They're here to see a monkey make a fool of himself. He could predict what the entertainment journalists would write even without going online. The entire population of Lijo knew the limits of Zero's talent. His films would never qualify for the competition of a film festival of this stature. More likely than not, he was here to party and pick up chicks. Zero's agent was also quite worried. In Lijo, Zero had been able to indulge himself and make a mess of things to no end. His family had always backed him up. Even though Lijo natives loved to chew out Zero, at the bottom of their hearts, they still treated him as a mascot and a regular source of entertainment. But on other continents, similar behavior would probably result in a mob lynching. Zero waved off his agent's spiel. Got it, got it. Stop talking. I'm no idiot. Zero's agent. Yes, you're the brightest of them all. You have an IQ of 250. Just as he was getting ready to leave, Zero heard someone yell near the entrance to the airport. It's Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao? Over here. Fang Zhao? What do you think of Will's painting, my neighbor? Stop pushing. You folks in the front are getting in the way. What's Fang Zhao carrying in his suitcase? Is it some kind of secret weapon? Who cares? Let's shoot it first. It was storytelling time again. It didn't matter what was actually inside the suitcase. The key question was how to spin a tale based on the picture. Fang Zhao had been dominating the headlines of late. Everyone recognized the name. The entertainment press corps naturally paid attention to someone who frequently showed up on TV newscasts. Fang Zhao's role in curing the Hull virus and his Supernova Award win had completely overshadowed the prestige of the 12 Tones program. There were plenty of folks who had graduated from the 12 Tones program, but only one student had written a song that had helped cure the Hull virus. Capturing Fang Zhao on film was a rare opportunity. Naturally, the paparazzi would seize the moment. Staking out the airport had paid off after all. G. Poland and company were completely crowded out. Wow, Zhao God is this popular, one of the young actors said with envy. The entertainment journalists who joined the stakeout are from all over the world, not just Yinzhou. G. Poland marveled. Even Silver Wings A-listers don't draw this kind of commotion, no? Many celebrities were insanely popular in Yinzhou, but hardly worth a mention in a global context. Not far away, an incredulous Zero watched as the press pack rushed toward Fang Zhao like sharks that had smelled blood. His shades had nearly fallen off. Zero hadn't felt anything when the paparazzi had snapped away at him behind a 10-meter perimeter, but now the contrast was glaring. It stung. Such bad luck. He must have pulled some sort of sorcery to steal the limelight from me. Zero's agent. Are you AF * King Idiot? Elsewhere, Zuiyu and Yin Biao put into practice the bodyguard skills they had picked up in class recently, shepherding Fang Zhao to his car. A reporter tried to tug Fang Zhao, but was blocked by Zuiyu. Safe in his car, Fang Zhao got a call from G. Poland. Fang Zhao told him the location of his hotel and asked for a backroad route. G. Poland and company, who had been at the film festival for some time, were quite familiar with the terrain. They were handier than GPS. They were here to crash red carpet ceremonies, after all, and made their way to all kinds of events both big and small. After Fang Zhao and his entourage checked in, G. Poland and his crew arrived. The two groups had lunch together. G. Poland insisted on paying, and Fang Zhao didn't fight him. Fang Zhao also agreed to have his picture taken with G. Poland and let him post the photo on social media. Big bro Zhao, what should we do after lunch? G. Poland asked. Nanfeng glared at G. Poland. This kid is a relentless free rider. Naturally, Fang Zhao knew what G. Poland and company were getting at. He responded, I'm going to catch a few movies. The films that have been selected for the Carol Film Festival competition should be decent. G. Poland pounced when Fang Zhao didn't blow him off. I'm going to join too. I've been so busy since I got here. I've only managed 2 screenings so far. Take me. I love watching movies, another young actor said. Me too. Me too. We don't have anything else going on. We'll hang out with you, the others said. It was as if these groupies had completely forgotten what they'd said in their chat group, that only idiots go watch movies during a film festival. G. Poland had work the next day. The others couldn't remain idle either. Even if they wanted to slack off, their agents would get on their cases. Their agents hadn't worked so hard to get their clients to the film festival just for their clients to be beach bums. Fang Zhao's workload was different, but he had his own tasks to attend to. His only credit so far was Founding Era. TV series were different than movies, whose publicity campaigns involved more events. Many directors were promoting their new films and went all out. The TV series featured at the film festival were either being broadcast or had concluded already. There were associated events, but none of them involved Fang Zhao. He hadn't received any special requests either. All he had to do was attend the awards ceremony at the end of the festival. Fang Zhao had read up on Corral. The archipelago was home to a branch of the Marine Biology Research Institute that was also one of the world's 3 major sea slug breeding grounds. But the branch was located on a smaller island, not the main island. Corral comprised a host of islands. Because of the film festival, the general public was most familiar with the main island, Corral Island. If one wanted to buy a sea slug, they didn't need to venture to a smaller island. There were plenty of fish pet markets and stores on the main island, which drew traffic away from the outlying islands. Fang Zhao wanted to bring his rabbit to the Research Institute branch. The branch housed quite a few rare sea slug species and many types that weren't available on the market. The staff there could also perform a health checkup on his rabbit. They were professionals. Fang Zhao had all the credentials he needed, so the day after he arrived in Corral, he traveled to the small island that was home to the Research Institute branch, water tank in hand. Silver Wing headquarters. Chairwoman and CEO Duan Qianji was getting a briefing from her secretary about the film festival. The team Duan had dispatched was doing well negotiating partnerships and new deals. Silver Wing artists were also getting decent exposure. What about Fang Zhao? Has he helped out at all? Duan Qianji interjected. Not that I've heard of. After checking into his hotel yesterday, he had lunch with Ji Polan and his friends, then saw a few movies. Duan Qianji was curious. What kind of movies did they watch? She wanted to get a sense of Fang Zhao's tastes based on his preferences in film. According to his assistant, he watched a historical epic, a film set in the modern day, and a sci-fi movie, and 2 animated features for children. Duan Qianji. Animated features for children? Duan Qianji was baffled. She asked, what did he do today? If I recall correctly, there were 3 major premieres today. Apart from the cast, premiere screenings were also attended by other directors and celebrities. Even folks who weren't invited and didn't have tickets tried to crash the red carpet. Fang Zhao left the main island first thing in the morning for a small island that's home to the local branch of the Marine Biology Research Institute. He said he wanted to get a checkup for his pet sea slug. The secretary's voice tapered off. Duan Qianji, who was signing a document, paused. He went where? The Carroll branch of the Marine Biology Research Institute, to get his pet sea slug a checkup. So a film festival is less interesting than a sea slug? Chapter 355, Can Eat. Fang Zhao could no longer be controlled by Silver Wing. Now, even though Silver Wing was always keeping tabs on Fang Zhao's tendencies, they were unable to anticipate the next step he would take. Everyone had thought that with the invitation card Fang Zhao held, in addition to his reputation, he could easily attend any large-scale production's premiere and grace the red carpet without any worry of being chased away, and he'd still have reporters from every continent following after him for interviews. However, contrary to what most people had thought, after going to catch a few movies on the first day that weren't too popular, on the second day, he had gone to an island's research center to give his pet a checkup. Totally unpredictable. This was the collective opinion of Silver Wing's personnel. So much so that there were even some who wondered whether Fang Zhao was doing this on purpose because he knew that people were watching him and analyzing his preferences. However, these people were overthinking things. Fang Zhao had really gone to watch those movies seriously and had had a purpose for doing so, including the 2 animated features for children. Now, due to the popularity of Founding Era and the easing of restrictions for films set during the period of destruction, more and more movies and drama series set in the period of destruction were being produced. But the period of destruction was an extraordinary period, and many new era people had no way of understanding that time. To produce a great film, it had to be helmed by a grand director and competent scriptwriters, and having top-quality music and sound personnel, outstanding actors, epic subject matter, and other such important factors was indispensable. Otherwise, it was very likely that while the film would have the skin of a period of destruction flick, its core would be empty and it would be nothing more than a dud film. From an artistic angle, it wasn't that adaptations were not possible, but as someone who had personally experienced the cruelty of the period of destruction, Fang Zhao hoped that people would view that period with reverence and reflection and not treat it jokingly and adorn it with irrelevant matters. The period of destruction film that Fang Zhao had gone to watch hadn't been too bad. It had told the story from an even more ordinary perspective. The accompanying soundtrack had also had its own characteristics. When watching the film, Fang Zhao had actually paid even more attention to analyzing the acoustics. It wasn't just limited to this film. In all the film premieres that Fang Zhao had gone to, he had paid particular attention to analyzing the acoustics and music. Different movie genres had different musical characteristics. Some lesser-known composing experts who could improve a low-budget production were participating in the competition, whereas an accompaniment that wasn't done well could lead to a negative film experience, and viewers might find it jarring. It would be unable to achieve the desired effect. Fang Zhao had discovered some new techniques after watching those movies, and with his notes, he would be able to write out a thesis in the next few days. During the course of advanced studies, there were rules for theses. Fang Zhao felt that he could write a lot, and there was too much he could learn from and analyze during this film festival. Thus, when Fang Zhao had brought out his notebook after each screening of a movie, Ji Polan and the others had been at a loss. Could it be that their disparity with Fang Zhao was in how they thought afterward? Right. I will write when I get back. Among Ji Polan and the others, There were some that had watched the animated features with keen interest, and some had fallen asleep. Only Fang Zhao had been different. He had kept his eyes wide open as he'd stared at the screen as his pen scribbled continuously in his notebook. The theater had been very dark, and Ji Polan hadn't even known what Fang Zhao was writing. Would Fang Zhao's blind scribbles while staring at the screen be legible? But after they had finished watching, Ji Polan hadn't had the nerve to ask for a peek at Fang Zhao's notes. Blindly scribbling wasn't very difficult for Fang Zhao. He had gotten used to it during the period of destruction. In addition, as Fang Zhao had watched the animated feature targeted at kids, besides analyzing the acoustics of the film, he had still been able to see the new era's education situation for kids through the content and techniques. Thus, when compared to the other films, Fang Zhao had taken down a lot more notes for these two animated features for kids. During the period of destruction, life had been about survival, preserving oneself, then picking up weapons with which to fight. During that period, the first items a child might have picked up were not eating utensils, but, rather, knives and guns. But these were no longer needed in the new era. As someone who had experienced all three periods, the old era, the period of destruction, and the new era, this sort of experience was really miraculous. This was something that nobody else would be able to understand, something Fang Zhao didn't need anybody else to understand. When Fang Zhao brought his pet for the checkup, he brought along his notebook so that he could still work on his thesis in his free time. Before heading over to the research center, Fang Zhao contacted the breeder of the hybrid rabbit, Denzel. Denzel informed Fang Zhao that he had a student who was working there and studying sea slugs. When Fang Zhao arrived on the little island where the research center was located, Denzel's student came to personally pick him up. "I am Ren Hong. Just calling me a Hong will be fine." Ren Hong had a rather cheerful temperament. He looked like a freshly graduated university student, but in actual fact, he had been working at the research center for 10 years already. Generally, the people of Corral Archipelago were used to seeing big-name celebrities. The clientele here was higher end, so he was more casual toward Fang Zhao. However, Fang Zhao was still different from other celebrities. The halo of being a Galaxy Award winner was much brighter, and furthermore, he had been introduced by Denzel, so Ren Hong treated Fang Zhao much warmer than when he did others. Ren Hong drove Fang Zhao to the expo. The research center's laboratory was off-limits to outsiders. Generally, tourists would head to the expo. There, one could find sea slugs for sale, veterinary clinics, and all sorts of little shops. "Is this that sea slug my master bred?" Ren Hong was very interested in the rabbit inside the aquarium. However, as he had received the data that Denzel had sent him, and thus knew that this little thing was highly toxic, he didn't dare touch it. There are many varieties of feed here. Feed with a higher composition of natural ingredients is limited, but here in the Corral region, you can purchase a lot more this time. On the way, Ren Hong recounted many stories regarding the sea slug trade. The expo also belonged to the research center. Their research center had a high revenue and didn't lack any money. But due to the rising popularity of varieties of goldfish and other non-poisonous ornamental fishes, the pressure on them had increased somewhat. This year, the center has bred quite a few better-looking sea slugs that have a lower toxicity that won't hurt humans. These varieties have hit the market, and many families with kids and elderly have ordered them. You can purchase some when the time comes. The Sea Slug Exposition was bustling. There were merchants and celebrities that were participating in the film festival. Along the way, Fang Zhao saw quite a few familiar faces. Ren Hong brought Fang Zhao deeper inside. He observed many people who were coming out opposite him and holding all sorts of aquariums, both large and small, filled with all sorts of sea slugs. Some were colorful and garish, swimming about excitedly in their aquariums and appearing very lively. Fang Zhao didn't know whether he was assuming wrongly, but it seemed that the rabbit in the aquarium he held seemed to have become especially quiet after he'd set foot in the expo. The rabbit was just laying there not moving, as if it was a fake. Fang Zhao also saw some tourists carrying aquariums with sea slugs that weren't too gorgeous and were slightly bigger than a fist. Although they couldn't be compared with Fang Zhao's rabbit, they could still be considered rather big for sea slugs. Are those being bought to be reared too? Fang Zhao asked. They're to be brought home and eaten. Ren Hong raised his hand and pointed out. Ornamental is that side. This side onward is for food. Those that aren't too colorful or beautiful and don't have any special characteristics are for consumption unless their flesh doesn't taste good. However, the majority of sea slug flesh tastes quite decent and has high nutritional value. If handled well, there won't be any toxins that would harm humans, and it'll provide health benefits too. Oh, and those few varieties over there have succulent flesh and a tasty flavor. Many people buy it to brew soup for old folks. And the Rao over there is more suited for youngsters. Youngsters have their own needs too. Renhong gave Fang Zhao a you-know-what-I-mean look. If you wish to, I can help you purchase them. Just transfer the funds to me. We have an internal staff price. Seeing Renhong's vigorous recommendations, Fang Zhao bought a batch suitable for elderly to be sent to the two old folks in Yinbei City. He also bought some snacks and souvenirs to send to other people. Renhong smiled so happily that his eyes disappeared. They had an internal staff price, but they would also get a cut of sales. The research center didn't lack money, so their staff would also earn from this. No wonder Denzel said that this is a big client, Renhong thought to himself. He felt that it had been worth waking up early in the morning to prepare. After calculating the cut he would receive, Renhong's expression became more enthusiastic, and he introduced Fang Zhao to the prices of different breeds of sea slugs and also handed Fang Zhao a little book. In it were over 10 ways to prepare sea slugs for consumption, as well as methods to avoid. Steaming, boiling, frying, and roasting all had detailed steps, and incidentally, the book was a form of advertisement as well. Different varieties have different flavors and different nutritional values. We here pay particular attention to food therapy. Sweet, sour, salty, and bitter all have different effects. Bitter ones help to alleviate fever and with detoxification. Sour helps with sweating and diarrhea, and those few there have sweet flesh and have mild benefits. After introducing all the different breeds and the surroundings to Fang Zhao, Renhong's line of sight fell on the aquarium in Fang Zhao's hands. I really have no idea what yours tastes like. After all, it's a hybrid, so our center hasn't studied it before. If you decide you no longer want to keep it, give me a call. Then change its feed to clear the toxicity, and after 1 month of feeding, bring it over and let me slice a part off for research purposes. You can then use the remaining portion to boil some soup. Renhong had already checked on the value of this hybrid sea slug. It was too expensive to purchase, so he was waiting for when Fang Zhao no longer wanted to rear it and decided to eat it. Renhong would then request a small portion for research purposes. Such a huge lump could cook up an entire pot. Fang Zhao had already bought everything that he wanted to buy. Knocking on the wall of his mini aquarium, he told Renhong, "Let's get it checked out first. It doesn't seem very well today. All right, let us head to that side. There are apparatuses that can be borrowed in my friend's shop. They are the latest models, and the inspection results are very accurate." Renhong personally did a checkup of the rabbit Fang Zhao handed over. The checkup results would require at least 10 minutes to be processed, so Fang Zhao went to the shop next door that was selling feed to take a look at some of the products that Renhong had recommended. The rabbit that could normally eat anything seemed to have a poor appetite today. Even when Fang Zhao threw in some corral special feed, which was said to be selling especially well, the rabbit didn't even eat a single bite. Its ears were pressed up tightly to its body, and it still continued to lie there motionlessly. Surely it couldn't be that it wasn't acclimatized to the water. Yesterday, it had eaten a lot, whereas it had only eaten a little bit this morning and hadn't eaten anything else since. Especially after arriving at the expo, it had entered this play-dead state. Seeing this situation, Fang Zhao wasn't in a rush to buy any feed. Just as he was prepared to find somewhere to sit and wait for the checkup results, he heard crisp laughter from outside. "Yo, old Tan, you didn't attend the film festival?" Renhong greeted the person with a laugh. Although he had been called Old Tan, this person didn't seem the least bit old. He was middle-aged and had a well-built physique. He had been laughing heartily at something, and that had caught Renhong's attention. The person in question was holding on to an aquarium. When he heard his name being shouted, he turned around and his eyes brightened, following which he walked over quickly, bypassing Renhong, who had already outstretched his arms for an embrace, and walking right in front of Fang Zhao. "Fang Zhao? Hello. My name is Tan Min." As he spoke, Tan Min handed Fang Zhao a name card. Fang Zhao eyed the introduction on the name card. "Director? Tan Min, a native of Corral, used to be a diver. Afterward, he had changed his profession and become a director. Although he wasn't that famous globally, he had a considerable reputation in the Coral Archipelago. Just a simple look at the way he had been chatting so animatedly with the shop owners here displayed the advantages of being a local. However, Fang Zhao did not intend to act right now. According to his plans, during his advanced studies, he would need to compose and write a thesis, as well as prepare for his second important concert after graduation. He simply didn't have time to act. Before Fang Zhao even said anything, Tan Min placed the aquarium he was holding in the arms of Ren Hong, who was standing beside them with a vacant expression on his face. He rubbed his hands, acting somewhat embarrassed, and with eyes filled with anticipation, asked Fang Zhao, "I wonder if Mr. Fang is interested in investing in movies?" Chapter 356. This story is purely fiction. Tan Min had no other choice. As a native, participating in the film festival had its advantages, as it was close to home and he had some privileges. Usually, as he had some reputation as a local, there were people willing to invest in some of his films. However, in the past, he had directed documentary reels about the ocean. Now, he had decided to shoot a movie and he wanted to pull in investors. It was a pity that, given 10 directors, 11 would be looking for investors, and the extra was one who had previously been in a different profession. For someone who had changed his profession to a director like Tan Min, attracting investors was much harder, more so when he wanted to change his genre. He didn't wish for people's impression of him to always be about ocean documentaries. After busying himself for a few days without any success and being unable to squeeze into a few venues, Tan Min could only hang around in the surroundings. Today, he had come over to purchase a few sea slugs for the little kids in his family when he'd unexpectedly run into Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had been all over the news some time back, so Tan Min knew that Fang Zhao was loaded, and he also knew that some actors liked to invest in films when they weren't acting, so he had come running when he had spotted Fang Zhao. Invest in a movie? Fang Zhao had never expected to hear such a question. He did not intend to act, but investing in a movie wasn't out of the question. Tan Min was delighted when he saw that Fang Zhao wasn't immediately rejecting him. With an extremely warm smile, he hurriedly said, "If you are free, how about we head to the coffee shop over there for a chat? My script has already been written." Seeing Tan Min acting this way, Ren Hong helped out and suggested, "How about this? Fang Zhao, you have walked around for quite a bit in the expo. You guys can have some tea and a chat while resting, and when the results are out, I will bring them over." Fang Zhao nodded. "All right." Tan Min also knew the staff at the coffee shop, and they helped prepare a quiet little private room and recommended some of the region's specialties. Fang Zhao ordered a cup of tea and was in no hurry to read Tan Min's script. Instead, he asked Tan Min some questions. "Back then, what made you decide to be a director?" Tan Min drank half his glass of lemonade to cool himself down. When he heard what Fang Zhao asked, he paused for a second before saying, "The ambience of movie and film is very dense in the Coral Archipelago. People here are fond of randomly filming or photographing things in their free time. I used to be a diver and frequently collaborated with the research center. Sometimes, when they wanted to collect specimens in a certain ocean region where it is difficult to operate equipment, us divers would go over and help. As technology advanced, I went to the deep sea a couple of times, and I can be considered to have a better understanding of the ocean than most." As he spoke about his experiences in the shallow and deep seas as a diver, Tan Min was in a good mood. His previous nervousness and apprehension had largely dissipated. "In the beginning, I only tried my hand at filming some videos relating to the ocean to make a special collection. Afterward, I received an award, and that aroused my interest in this profession and opened a new door in my life. I wanted to record even more films about the ocean so that when people looked up at the starry sky, they would also look to our planet's very own vast ocean." Tan Min's voice was slightly excited. "A director that came to participate in the film festival once told me that curiosity and imagination bring about stories. The ocean is such a magical place, and it brings me a lot of inspiration. I have been to mainland Huangzhou for directorial advanced classes, and I even recommend a few of my mainland classmates visit the oceanarium when they feel lacking in inspiration. They might be able to find the things they need there. Nowadays, some bigger oceanariums have quite a number of deep-sea creature exhibits. These deep-sea creatures have always grown rampantly in certain places, and they have strange, unimaginable appearances. I feel that these creatures surely have the sort of mentality that since no one can see me, I will just grow as I wish. And whenever someone steps into the deep-sea creatures exhibit for the first time, they might go, wow, they can even look like this. As he waxed lyrical about the ocean, Tan Min started to chuckle to himself. A smile also appeared on Fang Zhao's face. He knew that the ocean had many creatures with strange appearances. Furthermore, with the huge environmental changes brought about by apocalypse, triggering mutations, these creatures might have become even stranger now. Tan Min continued, one doesn't necessarily have to head to a foreign planet to see monsters. We can also see them on our own planet. There are all sorts of monsters in the ocean. As long as you take note and observe, you will always be able to discover them. Coral Archipelago is surrounded by the ocean, and Huangzhou's third-largest oceanarium is here. When I was a diver, I rarely went to the oceanarium, as I was in contact with the ocean nearly every day. However, since becoming a director, I have brought the kids in my family to oceanariums everywhere to enjoy the sights and expand their knowledge. The fish in the sea aren't just limited to the sort that appear on our plates. As long as one has a boundless imagination, the future will be unlimited. Especially in our profession, we have to open our hearts, and imagination is necessary. After a simple sharing of his professional experience and feelings, Tan Min digressed and asked Fang Zhao, have you heard about the story of mermaids? Fang Zhao nodded his head gently. Yeah, I am very interested in this, and I searched for quite a lot of video resources about mermaids. So much so that I even have some films preserved from the old era. I have watched the romantic fables of those predecessors as well as those supernatural flicks. Of course, there are too many of those, and I don't intend to follow the tide. I haven't met a mermaid, but I have kept sea slugs, and I have many years of experience. I won't film a mermaid, but I can film sea slugs. Tan Min got even more excited as he talked, and he even slammed his hands against the table. Fang Zhao's brows arched upward. He knew Tan Min was about to broach the main topic. Indeed, Tan Min's expression became serious, and he said, actually, this time, I wish to film a movie pertaining to sea slugs and include some topics about environmental protection. Man and nature have to live in harmony. We lost too many things in the 100 years of the period of destruction, and it took 500 years of great difficulty to recover. Man must cherish what we have, right? Fang Zhao nodded once again. There was nothing wrong in Tan Min's words. Nobody could understand it more than he himself, as he had personally experienced the calamity and destruction. Fang Zhao recalled the ocean he had seen during the period of destruction, then looked at the clear sky and azure ocean. How hard had it been to come to this point? As he noticed Fang Zhao listening intently, Tan Min spoke even more enthusiastically. It seems like there is hope for all that I have talked about. This story I want to shoot this time is a script written by me. It is a script that I took 5 to 6 years to refine and straighten out. Tan Min wasn't worried that the contents of the script being leaked, as the halo around Fang Zhao's head was still bright. It was unlikely that he would do anything to damage his own name. Tan Min was worried that Fang Zhao would be scared by the contents of his script, so he added a warning. Let me say this first. The story is purely fiction. You absolutely mustn't take it as being real. Let me describe it briefly. Hearing Tan Min say this, Fang Zhao really felt a little interested. This story happens in a small coastal town. The main protagonist heads out to sea to fish and catches a sea slug. This sea slug doesn't seem to have any special characteristics, just some minute differences from others of the same breed. The protagonist doesn't really care much, but he realizes that it is still alive after fishing it up and decides to keep it as a pet. One day, he realizes that the flower buds of a few potted plants in his house are gone. Fang Zhao's hand that was holding the cup froze. Tan Min continued narrating. He searches and searches, but he can't find anything and eventually forgets about it, thinking that perhaps it was his neighbors or relatives' kids that plucked them when they came over to play, and he feels that it is a pity. After that, the protagonist heads out to sea again, and when he returns, he actually discovers that all the newly grown leaves in the flower pots are all gone. Fang Zhao drummed his fingers soundlessly against the cup. Tan Min went on. The protagonist is puzzled and asks his family members. He ascertains that nobody else entered the room during the period he was out at sea. After some consideration, He sets up surveillance cameras in each of the 4 corners of that room. Fang Zhao. At the climax, Tan Min's face turned red from excitement. When the protagonist returns after heading out to sea once more, he realizes that even some of the older leaves are gone. He feels a chill down his spine and goes to check the videos captured by the surveillance camera. After that, he sees that the sea slug that he had previously fished up actually opened the lid of the tank and climbed out during the period he was at sea. Ha! Did you get the creeps? Fang Zhao. You got me there. Chapter 357. Life on the Rebound. Fang Zhao looked at Tan Min in silence. Fang Zhao's glare reduced Tan Min's enthusiasm. He spoke in decreasing volume. That's the gist of the story. Tan Min mopped the sweat on his forehead. All he had done was outline the script. It was a basic synopsis at best, so why did he feel like he had just completed a Herculean task? It had to be the pressure. If he couldn't secure the necessary investment, the story might not hit the big screen. Fang Zhao remained silent, so Tan Min asked in a tentative tone, I just made all this up myself. What do you think? Fang Zhao fiddled with his cup and smiled. It's okay. Fang Zhao would have given the story higher marks if it weren't so familiar. He could tell how much effort Tan Min had put into the script based on his outline. Fang Zhao had been observing Tan Min during the extended silence to make sure that the pitch was an original story and not based on covert surveillance of himself. It was too big of a coincidence, so Fang Zhao had to proceed cautiously. It was a good sign that Tan Min had proclaimed the story was a pure fabrication and should be treated as such. There were some things that even Denzel, the rabbit breeder, wasn't privy to, and Fang Zhao had no intention of divulging the information to anyone else. Tan Min had no idea what was going on inside Fang Zhao's head. When he heard Fang Zhao's response, his anxiety and pressure vanished instantly. Then, are you interested in investing in the project? Tan Min had spent a lot of time preparing for this shift in genre. He was ready to kick off shooting once the funding was in place. Let's hear your game plan. Fang Zhao didn't know if Tan Min's story would resonate with audiences, but if it was shot properly, he should be able to recoup his investment. The beginning of the story was too familiar, which had thrown Fang Zhao off guard and given him a major kick. But now that he had ascertained that Tan Min wasn't lying, Fang Zhao was willing to back the project. Tan Min's smile grew. He didn't need to hold back anymore. He pulled out a complete portfolio. Ren Hong, who had the results of the physical in his hand, refrained from approaching when he saw that Fang Zhao and Tan Min were still deep in conversation. He sat outside instead. When Tan Min emerged, Ren Hong noticed that his cheeks were flush and his face was wrinkled from excessive smiling. Here's to a happy partnership, Tan Min said as he shook hands with Fang Zhao. To show his sincerity, and because he was overwhelmed with emotion, Tan Min's handshake was quite firm. He eased his grip when he regained his composure. He was worried that Fang Zhao might take offense, but his new partner hadn't. Fang Zhao's such a nice guy, Tan Min thought to himself. Fang Zhao noticed Ren Hong when he exited the meeting. He asked about the physical. Ren Hong handed Fang Zhao a sheet of paper. It's probably just a case of poor appetite due to slow acclimatization. The sea slug itself is quite healthy. All its levels are normal. I've compared all the numbers to data provided by my boss. You don't have to worry about mistakes. There was no point in sticking around now that Fang Zhao had confirmed his sea slug was healthy. Tan Min played tour guide, giving Fang Zhao the lowdown on local culture and custom. He was a native of the Coral Archipelago, so he knew the place better than the researchers who had relocated here. He offered up many tidbits that Ren Hong wasn't aware of. At dawn, Tan Min took Fang Zhao to a lighthouse on the coast. This is a popular tourist spot. It served as a location for quite a few movies. There actually was a lighthouse here during the old era, but it collapsed during the period of destruction. A sturdier replica was erected during the new era as a monument. Legend has it that the ancestors of the governor of the Coral Archipelago guarded the lighthouse. Their family was also behind the replica. Over the generations, at least one member of the family is always living in the lighthouse. Visitors are welcome. Fang Zhao glanced over as Tan Min was talking. The tall lighthouse towered over the coast. Against the backdrop of dawn and rolling waves, it emanated a mix of gravitas and tenderness. It appeared to glow with a certain grace and magical aura. As far as folks from the new era were concerned, this was old-school elegance. Retro architecture always reminded people of history. Even though these were new buildings, they didn't figure prominently in modern development. But as a symbol of the past and a local landmark, they drew a steady stream of visitors and photo takers. Tianmin was a regular visitor. Admiring the lighthouse reminded him of his own personal history. I was dealt quite a few setbacks when I first switched from scuba diving to directing. I felt my talent wasn't appreciated and that I wasn't understood. I was young back then, so I decided to find a place to sulk. I ended up holing up inside the lighthouse. The guard at the time was this interesting old fella. He dragged me outside, pointed to the sky above the sea, and told me, "See that light over there? Even if the sun is blocked by clouds, it shines through the clouds. As long as you are talented enough, no one can stand in your way." The trip down memory lane led Tianmin to chuckle a few times. How young and innocent the first was back then. It was as if I had owed on optimism. I had so much mojo. That's what got me through the career switch the next few years and how I found my footing. Only later did I find out that the old fellow was one of my biggest critics. He never voted for me in local film competitions. His comments were the most brutal. Since then, whenever I think back to what he said, I think that something was off. Fang Zhao laughed. "Did you ever go back and ask the old man to clarify after you successfully switched careers?" Tianmin spread his arms. "I'm too chicken shit. I never had the guts to ask, because someone told me the old man is the grandfather of our current governor. He's got quite the temper." Tianmin followed up with a sigh. "There's a new guard at the lighthouse now. The old fella got too old and retired. The one time I found the courage to knock on the entrance to the lighthouse, the new old man asked, 'Who the hell are you?'" Tianmin didn't blame the old man. Back then, he'd felt he was on cloud nine because he had won a film award, but his work actually hadn't been good enough. It was understandable that the old fella hadn't voted for him in the regional film competition. Tianmin asked, "So, Fang Zhao, are you going to take part in any of the film festival events on the main island tomorrow? If not, I'll take you scuba diving. I just got a message from a friend who has to help collect underwater samples for the research institute. I'm going to check out the excursion." Fang Zhao pondered the question and responded, "I'm in no hurry to get back." "Great, then you can join me tomorrow. We'll catch a ride with the research institute. Don't worry about equipment. I'll take care of that. If you don't want to scuba dive, you can hang out on the coastal square. You don't have to worry about paparazzi there. Artists like you who hole up all the time have weak bodies. You should work out more. Don't let your bones rust. Have you heard the saying, sound body, sound mind?" Fang Zhao checked into a hotel on the outlying island that night. Nanfeng, Yin Biao, and Zuiyu were instructed to take the next day off. "Boss ditched us again." Tianmin also booked a room at the hotel so he could get to know Fang Zhao better. He wanted to talk movies with Fang Zhao, but Fang Zhao started working on a paper instead. Tianmin could only retire to his room. The next day, Fang Zhao boarded the research vessel with Tianmin. Already on board were 7 scuba divers. They all knew Tianmin. Tianmin started chatting with his old friends. The next thing he knew, Fang Zhao was helping folks from the research institute move their equipment. There were plenty of people who could handle equipment that weighed dozens of kilograms, but few artists could, especially with such ease. One of the scuba divers whispered to Tianmin, "Big brother Tan, so this is the guy you said was a little weak and needed taking care of?" Tianmin's jaw dropped. "Youngsters like him are in good shape," were the only words he could manage. Fang Zhao's help reduced the prep time significantly. Initially, the researchers on the boat had been a bit wary of Fang Zhao. Now, they gladly briefed him on the waters they were venturing into. When they arrived at their first location, the scuba divers went underwater with their gear and equipment. Fang Zhao was an amateur, so he rarely strayed from the group. Tianmin knew the marine vegetation and wildlife in the region well, so he briefed Fang Zhao whenever he saw a new species. "There is some coral over here. Pretty, aren't they? Don't touch them, though. They are all under surveillance. Folks who damage the corals are subject to heavy fines. And don't try to catch any fish or shrimp you see. That's finable, too. You could even get yourself banned from the archipelago," Tianmin said. He was worried that Fang Zhao wouldn't be able to help himself. Fines weren't a big deal, but being blacklisted was. Being banned from the islands was no joke. Some 200 or 300 people were blacklisted every year. Fang Zhao didn't touch anything. All he did was observe quietly. Then he returned to the ship to take off his scuba gear, replacing it with a snorkel that revealed his ears. Naturally, Fang Zhao needed to get the leader of the research team to sign off. If anything happened to him, the team would be liable. Fang Zhao signed a waiver and returned underwater. One of the professional divers thought Fang Zhao was yet another impulsive tourist. F***CK? He's crazy. What does a novice diver know about protecting his ears? If he doesn't watch his ear pressure carefully, he could die. Put a rescuer on standby. Let's have one of the divers tail him. Tianmin, he's your guest. You take care of him yourself. Youngsters are so impulsive. Tianmin thought to himself. Regardless of what he thought of Fang Zhao, Tianmin tailed him closely along with another diver just in case. Yet they noticed that Fang Zhao didn't do anything drastic after switching to a snorkel. All he did was swim around slowly and aimlessly. He showed no signs of discomfort. Big brother Tan, this kid doesn't look like a novice diver. One of the professional divers told Tianmin via his comms device. Tianmin didn't know what to say. He realized he didn't know Fang Zhao at all. Fang Zhao was now his big boss, his biggest investor. Tianmin was cool as long as his boss was happy. As for Fang Zhao, he turned his attention to the wonders of the underwater world. It was a flurry of light and shadow, bursting with color. Exotic and lively. He could hear the sound of currents bombarding reefs. The minute movements of groups of fish skirting around his body in fear. The tiniest of noises competed for Fang Zhao's attention among the corals and between the reefs. What was a calm, quiet underwater world to Tianmin and company lit up Fang Zhao's ears. Straps of seaweed wavered in the water. A small finback swam by. Life was on the rebound after the period of destruction. Chapter 358. Don't ask me. When Fang Zhao surfaced and returned to the boat safely, one of the professional divers asked him, "What were you up to just now?" Seeking inspiration, Fang Zhao responded. The diver paused briefly before having an epiphany. When these artist types go crazy, they're not going crazy, they're seeking inspiration. Tianmin was curious. Weren't you listening for something? Why else would he have left his ears uncovered? I did indeed hear a few things. Fang Zhao was in a decent mood. His head was filled with inspiration. After shedding his scuba gear, he said bye to everyone and took off with his notebook. As curious as he was, Tianmin didn't intrude. One of the divers shook his head as he watched Fang Zhao leave. What could he possibly have heard underwater? Had he gone dumb from a lack of oxygen? Then he remembered Fang Zhao's nickname. Even though it seemed far-fetched, maybe Fang Zhao could hear things that normal people couldn't. After all, his ears were dubbed Diting, God's ears, and so on. Another diver slapped himself on the thigh. I forgot to ask him where he learned to dive. Is that kid a good diver? I think he's pretty kick-ass. We ran into a strong current that gushed from above and below, and the kid wasn't swayed. He was exceptionally calm, no sign of panic whatsoever. He performed just as well as we did. I want to know where he learned how to dive. His name sounds familiar. Didn't the kid serve in the military too, in addition to acting and composing? I think I remember hearing his name in the military headlines once. Now that you mention it, I think I've heard his name before too. It's been so long, so I didn't make the connection. Let me do a quick online search. Fang Zhao was oblivious to the discussion on the boat. He was busy recording down in his notebook all that had flashed through his head. The new song would make its debut in his second solo concert. The period of destruction had seen the extinction of certain types of marine wildlife and the birth of new species, but overall, the damage had been tremendous. There hadn't been much beauty left to speak of. What Fang Zhao had seen in the ocean had left a deeper impression than what he had seen at the aquarium. He had gotten a stronger sense that life was indeed on the rebound. That was also partly why he was willing to back Tianmin's new project. Setting aside his concerns about the script, Fang Zhao could tell that Tianmin was genuinely passionate about these waters. Folks who grew up in the new era didn't feel the change in fortune as acutely, but Fang Zhao was different. If Tianmin could spread his passion for these waters and his interest in protecting its marine ecosystem, what was a few more dollars? Fang Zhao didn't stay on the research vessel. There was limited space on board. The researchers couldn't possibly give him his own room, so Fang Zhao moved on to a floating square. This was a square anchored in the waters. Apart from concession stands, it was also equipped with fishing sections and a swimming pool. It drew quite a few fishing enthusiasts every year. Because of the film festival, the visitor traffic was concentrated on the main island. Fewer folks ventured out to the outlying islands. There were only a handful of people on the floating square, mostly young men and women. It's just a bunch of rich kids who have nothing to worry about. It's their third trip this year. Stay away from them. These kids like to stir up trouble when they run into celebrities, one of the divers told Fang Zhao. Having read up on Fang Zhao, the folks on board the research vessel had a better understanding of his current situation. Many asked him for his autograph before he left, while others eagerly recommended prime fishing spots. Tan Min also joined Fang Zhao. After all, he had to keep an eye on Fang Zhao, who was his biggest financial backer right now. As a local, Tan Min knew the ins and outs of the maritime square well. He instructed Fang Zhao to wait while he dealt with the paperwork. Tan Min's paperwork was straightforward, but Fang Zhao's was slightly more complicated because it was his first visit. Authorities imposed strict protocols on first-time visitors. Fang Zhao was about to sit down when he heard his name called. "Hey, is that Fang Zhao?" "It really is." "Fang Zhao, come join us. Tell us how you managed to compose the 4 movements of the Period of Destruction series." Tan Min took notice of the growing commotion and frowned. He was wondering whether or not to step in when Fang Zhao gestured to him. Fang Zhao told Tan Min to stay put and deal with the paperwork. He approached the group of young men and women who had spotted him. "Hey, Fang Zhao, I saw the news reports about the Hull virus a while back. I just want to know why that Period of Destruction series was able to cure the disease," a young man in shades shouted. "I'm not sure either. You'd have to ask the medical researchers," Fang Zhao said with a smile. He wasn't one to quibble with these kids over decorum. No one would have dared speak to Fang Zhao this way during the Period of Destruction. But there was one set of rules for years of chaos and another set for prosperous times. Naturally, Fang Zhao didn't thrust the standards of the Period of Destruction on these young men and women. These kids struck Tan Min and company as typical rich kids, but drawing from his own brief observation, Fang Zhao realized they meant no harm, even if they spoke a bit too casually and in bad taste. "What were you just talking about? I think I heard someone mention a great white." Fang Zhao asked. "Yeah, we were wondering if you might run into a great white in these abouts," a kid sucking on a straw said as he adjusted his cap. "Word has it there was a sighting, but not in these exact waters. It's just a rumor. Some say it's pure fabrication, that the great white is already extinct apart from artificially bred ones, and thus can't be spotted in the wild anymore." "It's true. Someone captured it on camera," an older boy retorted while swinging his fishing rod. "Many species that have been categorized as extinct have been caught on camera in recent years. In any case, I don't want to come across a great white. It's the tyrant of the sea. Bullsh*T. You've watched too many movies. The great white is just wee big. It's nothing in terms of size. I can knock one out with a single punch." "Boy, you certainly know how to Bullsh*T. Fang Zhao, I hear you're quite the historian. So was the great white the most brutal sea animal during the old era?" Fang Zhao had just settled into his role as a jovial onlooker when he heard the question. "I'm not sure which species was the most brutal, but let me tell you a story. It's a story I read while researching the old era a while ago." Meanwhile, Tan Min was a bit worried. After rushing the Maritime Square staff through the paperwork, he returned to Fang Zhao only to discover that the group of youngsters, who were quite boisterous, were now staring blankly at his new partner. He had no idea what Fang Zhao had told them. The boy who was fishing hadn't even noticed that he had dropped his fishing rod into the water. "For real?" a waiter whispered. "What's the commotion?" Tan Min asked the waiter. "He's telling a story." "What story?" "The story of 2 orcas who ran into a great white. How they toppled the shark, took a few bites, and didn't like the taste, then tossed it around." "Tan Min, what about now?" "Now he's telling the story of a wandering orca that ran into a great white. The great white was too strong, and the orca was no match. So the orca summoned other orcas in the area and surrounded the great white." "Tan Min, can you move over? I'm going to listen in too." While Fang Zhao was telling stories, quite a few folks were doing online searches of him. The daily entertainment news cycle never strayed from affairs or breakdowns. It was quite boring. The film festival was going on, but fans were treated to a steady stream of the standard celebrity selfies by the beach or on the red carpet. Only a few of the better-known entertainment journalists filed interesting material. Even so, after a few days, readers got bored again and started looking for new stimulation. "Where's Fang Zhao?" "Fang Zhao's at the Corral Film Festival too." "Where is he?" Have all the entertainment journalists fallen asleep? The entertainment journalists covering the film festival this year aren't that good. I haven't seen anything about the celebrities I'm interested in. Wang Tai scanned the online comments from a hotel room in Corral. He skipped the comments about Fang Zhao, pretending they didn't exist. Wang Tai's bracelet rang, and he answered the call. Old Wang, you're not in a very generous mood these days, huh? You've hogged too many scoops. The man on the call was quite pissed off. Other journalists had been on the verge of exclusives quite a few times, but Wang Tai always beat them to the punch. So the late stories always struck outsiders as matching reports, Wang Tai's leftovers. The reporters were very disgruntled. The tone softened, the caller looking for a compromise. I know you're Yinzhou's king of paparazzi, but can't you spare a few scoops for your old friends? Wang Tai organized his notes from the day and responded at the same time. I said at the outset I wouldn't be tracking Fang Zhao. He's quite a popular figure these days. If you land a scoop on him, you'll make a fortune. Fang Zhao is too hard to tail. Plus, he isn't on the main island. Then there's nothing I can do. I've given you the opportunity. The mere mention of Fang Zhao also annoyed Wang Tai. He didn't want to discuss the matter further. Hee. Don't hee me. This mofo hates that word. Hee my ass. If you have something to say, just say it. Wang Tai wanted to punch someone. Just consider this as you doing us a favor, old Wang. We are classmates, after all. Just leak us something big, not peanuts. Or tell us where Fang Zhao is. I just got off the phone with the man I sent to the outlying islands. He didn't see Fang Zhao today. He has no idea where Fang Zhao is. This guy's too good at dodging paparazzi. Don't ask me about Fang Zhao. Track him down yourself. Chapter 359, Model Student. At the retirement home for former government officials in Yanbei, great-grandfather Fang had been spending most of his days at home. He was constantly online, browsing for news about the Corral Film Festival. Before Fang Zhao had set off for the Corral archipelago, great-grandfather Fang had sent him this message. Take plenty of shots of the scenery. I hear the Corral archipelago is quite pretty. Fang Zhao had taken his great-grandfather literally, sending along only pictures of the scenery. There was no sign of Fang Zhao himself. A disgruntled great-grandfather Fang blew at his mustache. Don't youngsters these days love to take selfies? Aren't those celebrity photos online all selfies from different angles? How come this kid is different from the pack? I wonder who he takes after. Great-grandfather Fang threw his wife a glance and sighed. If Fang Zhao wasn't in the picture, what was the point of showing his friends the photos? If they wanted to check out the scenery from the Corral Islands, they could just search for photos online. After venting, great-grandfather Fang sent Fang Zhao another message. Zhao, when you take pictures, make sure you're in them too. Take plenty of pictures of yourself and the scenery. Great-grandfather Fang finally received photos he was happy with. Our Zhao takes the best pictures. Look at how upbeat he is. If only he could smile some more. Oh, he went fishing. That's a great catch. Just looking at it makes me yummy. Great-grandmother Fang put on her glasses and joined her husband. I thought film festivals were all about red carpet events. Who knew you could fish as well? Judging from the picture, this must be a fishing area built off the coast. The pictures Fang Zhao sent were all panoramas that provided a clear view of the surroundings. There's this one too. He took it while he was scuba diving. No wonder they call Corral the island of reefs. How gorgeous. Great-grandfather Fang bookmarked the picture. He was going to send a select few to his chat group. After posting the photos in his chat group, great-grandfather Fang began counting the days on his fingers. It still isn't time for the awards ceremony. How come time is passing so slowly for me? Great-grandfather Fang was nervous. How could he not be? Who knows if Zhao will win an award this time? Even though many online comments predicted that Fang Zhao was a likely winner, there were no guarantees. They had no way of finding out the results in advance. Film awards like this love playing games. Everything is announced at the last minute. Wouldn't it be so much better if they were like the Galaxy Awards, where everything is decided in advance? All you need to do to go on stage and accept your award. Great-grandfather Fang was going to fret until the moment the results were announced. Our Zhao was nominated for both Best Newcomer and Best Supporting Actor. Judging from the online commentary, he should bag at least one of the two awards. No, said great-grandmother Fang. She was quite uncertain herself. Which carries more weight, the Best Newcomer Award or the Best Supporting Actor Award? Great-grandfather Fang posted this question online. There were all sorts of answers. Some said the Best Newcomer award was just a token of encouragement and completely dispensable. Others said the Best Supporting Actor award was a sideshow, an award for hard work that didn't carry much heft. Great-grandfather Fang had no idea who was right. The bottom line was that neither award mattered as much as awards like Best Actor. That annoyed great-grandfather Fang. The way he saw it, whenever one of his descendants shined in a certain area, he wanted them to be honored. But personal preference played no role in the way things actually unfolded. Great-grandmother Fang was clueless too. She never followed the entertainment industry. If not for Fang Zhao, she would pay the least bit of attention to entertainment news, let alone film awards. Actually, if you think about it, none of these awards carry as much weight as the Supernova Award, great-grandmother Fang said. That's true. Great-grandfather Fang felt better instantly. We've bagged the Supernova Award already. As for the Best Newcomer Award and the Best Supporting Actor Award, it'd be great if we won those too, but it's no big deal. At that point, a deliverman arrived. Great-grandfather Fang forgot all about the awards. He bolted from his chair, tossed his walking stick, and made for the door in his flip-flops. The package from Xiao Zhao has arrived. Great-grandfather Fang didn't open the delivery boxes immediately. He took a picture of them first, then unwrapped the boxes and took another picture, which he posted in the chat group for his fellow retirement home residents. Our Xiao Zhao has sent us stuff. Again. Photo, sigh, kids these days. How many times have I told him not to waste money? This shipment is going to last forever. He also went fishing in corral. Go figure. When the rest of the folks are walking the red carpet, he holes up fishing instead. What an odd style he has. Meanwhile, on the Corral Islands, Fang Zhao had already returned to his hotel on the main island. He mailed the stuff he had bought and brought Nan Feng and company snacks he'd bought on the outlying island. After replenishing its feed, Fang Zhao examined his rabbit, which was resting in its water tank. The small fellow had gotten all excited after returning to the main island. It had finished its last batch of feed in 10 minutes. When Fang Zhao knocked on the walls of the tank, the little fella's ears pricked and the sea slugs started dancing in the water. He had to send Rinhong a message to place an order for more feed. In the next few days, Fang Zhao ventured out for a few movies occasionally, but the rest of his time he spent holed up in his hotel room composing and writing papers. Nan Feng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao were seated on the balcony of their hotel room in single file, each armed with a bag of snacks. Boss isn't heading out again today. What should we do next? Yin Biao felt he still hadn't fully utilized the skills he'd picked up from his bodyguard course. He felt underutilized. He also felt guilty being paid such a hefty salary while goofing around and downing baked fish chips. I'm gonna head out in a bit to gather some intelligence. You guys do what you want. Boss gave us the day off, after all, Nanfeng said as he tossed a baked fish chip into his mouth. Having signed up to work for a boss like this, all he could do was compromise. He had planned on escorting Fang Zhao to premieres, red carpet events, and the like, but it appeared that his boss was taking a pass. What was more important, the red carpet or homework? But if Nanfeng posed that question to Fang Zhao, he could kiss his assistantship goodbye. Zuiyu, what should we do today? Yin Biao asked. Let's deal with the paparazzi, Zuiyu said while pointing outside. The two entertainment journalists that have been tailing us for the past few days. When we go out for a smoke, let's drag them into the men's room for a chat. Yin Biao nodded. Sure thing. He was bored to death anyway. Inside his hotel room, Fang Zhao sent his completed paper to his instructor, Professor Carter. Douglas Carter, the 12 Tones instructor in charge of arrangement classes and Mo Lang's most senior disciple, was well respected at Huangart. Before receiving Fang Zhao's paper, Professor Carter was chatting with an old friend about the Corral Film Festival. You're not coming over this year? The man on the other end of the video conference asked. No, there's nothing going on that concerns us. Besides Founding Era, I haven't done work for any other productions in the past year. Professor Carter responded casually as he browsed the nominations for the awards ceremony at the Corral Film Festival. Even though he had been part of the team that had written the score for Founding Era, he hadn't been nominated for a prize. He knew that with Mo Lang in the running, everyone else was bound to be sidelined. Judging from the list of nominees, many of the nominated musicians were destined to be sideshows. The other man asked, so Venerable Old Mo won't be attending the prize ceremony this year? The song he wrote for the ending of Founding Era is a shoo-in. It's been years since the old man has attended a film festival's prize ceremony. He passes on everything except the Galaxy Awards. He's in no physical shape to keep up. The old man also likes to avoid big crowds these days. As M.O. Lang's senior disciple, Carter knew his teacher well. And I thought the old man took Founding Era seriously. He lived on Planet Y with the crew for such a long time. Who knows? Maybe he'll make an exception. Carter pondered the response. That makes sense, but so far I haven't heard anything. If he were to attend the prize ceremony, he would have confirmed his itinerary in advance. Well, it's par for the course if he skips the ceremony. He's won so many awards, after all. What's one more to him? Carter received Fang Zhao's paper during the conversation. The email took Carter by surprise. He scanned the first 2 pages of Fang Zhao's paper, oblivious to the fact that his friend was still on the call. "What's up?" the friend asked after noticing Carter arch his eyebrows. "Fang Zhao just sent me a paper. I read the first 2 pages. Even though I haven't read the entire paper, I can tell this is a high-quality paper. Based on our grading standards, I think it deserves an A+. It's that good? Isn't the kid at the film festival? Where did he find the time to write a paper? There's more. He just sent me a message saying he's working on another paper." The smile on Carter's face grew. As a teacher, he naturally wanted his students to dedicate the bulk of their attention to music. When he asked for time off, I was worried that he might let the pomp and circumstance of the entertainment industry get to his head. Who knew he could find the composure to write papers? Young men like him are like a needle in a haystack. No wonder he got into 12 tones at such a young age. Fang Zhao is indeed a decent student. I look forward to reading his other paper after the film festival, a delighted Carter said. 5 days later, before the prize ceremony at the film festival took place, Carter received another email from Fang Zhao. Attached was his second paper and the scan of a handwritten score. Carter spent most of the day reading the paper and studying the score. Then he took a deep breath and sent M.O. Lang this message. "Teacher, are you sure you don't want to take any more students? If you're going to pass, I'm going to take him on." Carter thought to himself. Chapter 360, Junior Disciple. There was a distinction between being a regular student and a disciple. Carter had taught countless students throughout his career, but he would only categorize about a dozen of them as his disciples, apart from his master's and PhD students. Academia placed a premium on passing the torch. It had been years since Carter had accepted a disciple. There was no shortage of standouts at Huang Art. He got the itch to accept another disciple every year. The only thing was that he'd realized that the older he got, the more careful he had to be about accepting disciples. He was worried that the reputation and stature he had spent so many years building might be destroyed overnight. He had seen this happen in the music industry several times. When one was young, they recruited disciples based on talent. But at a more advanced age, talent wasn't the only criterion. Character was equally important. Folks who were more conservative even valued character more than talent. Their disciples didn't necessarily have to be top-notch, talent-wise. As far as regular students were concerned, all Carter had to do was lecture, answer their academic questions, and pass on technical knowledge. Beyond that, Carter was circumspect. He had limited resources. The connections that he had accumulated, the ideas and insight he had refined over time, if all went according to plan, he would only pass on to his disciples. If his disciples performed well, it would also reflect well on him, their master. So for Carter to consider Fang Zhao now was a rare occurrence. In fact, Carter had considered accepting Fang Zhao as a disciple when Fang Zhao had been first admitted to the 12 Tones program. It wasn't only Carter. Some of the senior professors at Huang Art had also had the same idea. But everyone had decided to wait and see so they could observe Fang Zhao's character. Too many geniuses had vanished after succumbing to the tests of time and worldly temptations, not to mention the fact that Fang Zhao was already an active member in the entertainment industry. That had prompted the old professors to proceed cautiously. But now, given the quality of Fang Zhao's paper and work, Carter felt he couldn't wait any longer. If he did, he was worried that someone might beat him to it. He had asked around already. Fang Zhao hadn't been accepted as a disciple by anyone else. That old fella Xue Jing was a solid academic, but he and Fang Zhao had different styles. Even if Xue Jing wanted to train Fang Zhao, he couldn't manage it. He had even needed Fang Zhao's help when he'd been writing the textbook, New Voices in Symphonic Composition. So Carter's only immediate concern was Mo Lang. Mo Lang was his teacher. In terms of stature and talent, he was also top-notch. Carter could tell that the old man had long been interested in Fang Zhao. The only thing stopping Mo Lang was his earlier vow not to take on any new disciples. He was conflicted. It was time for Carter to step in. You had to hand it to Carter. He knew Mo Lang well. Mo Lang was indeed torn when he got the call from his disciple. Initially, Mo Lang had taken the position that if he refused to take on any new disciples, his disciples could forget about it too. Whoever thought otherwise was quickly reprimanded. But now, Carter's spiel helped him come around. What a waste to pass on such a budding talent. I can't live with that. Better that he comes under my lineage than is poached by someone else. Carter was his own student, after all. Mo Lang himself wasn't in a position to take any more disciples because of his previous vow, but Carter could do so. Let Carter take on Fang Zhao on his behalf. Then he could instruct Fang Zhao personally. That could work too. A slight detour. Mo Lang was wearing his poker face during the video conference, but in fact, he was secretly pleased with himself. I've grown more cunning with age. On the other end of the call, Carter was a respectful, attentive student, but in fact, he had long had Mo Lang all figured out. I'll inform Fang Zhao later. Also, Carter, were you hired for a new project? Remember to let Fang Zhao work on it. Also, Fang Zhao is quite young. Make sure your students take care of this junior disciple, Mo Lang instructed. Got it. Don't you worry. Why don't you call Fang Zhao first, and I'll follow up with another call. Then it's decided. As for my students, I will. Make sure they help Fang Zhao out. Isn't Fang Zhao attending the Corral Film Festival? It's his first time at a film festival. I'm worried that Silverwing Media isn't taking good enough care of him. It happens that I have a few students and friends at the festival. I'll ask them to keep an eye on Fang Zhao. Mo Lang was satisfied. He cut his conversation with Carter short and called Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was quite surprised by the call. The old man wasn't planning on attending the film festival. Why the call? What's wrong, Teacher Mo? Mo Lang was also an instructor in the 12 Tones program. The students addressed him as Teacher Mo. This particular greeting of Teacher Mo, however, felt exceptionally good to Mo Lang. Fang Zhao, have you considered studying further under a specific teacher? Mo Lang's tone was quite serious, but he was still significantly friendlier than during the call with Carter. Fang Zhao arched his eyebrows. I have, but I haven't decided on a teacher yet. Let me recommend one. Mo Lang paused briefly. I'm quite old and only have so much energy. Plus, I've stated publicly that I won't take on any new students. But my senior disciple, Douglas Carter, your composition and arrangement instructor, he's halfway decent. If you run into problems, if he's not being clear on certain points, you can reach out to me. Who knew what outsiders would think if they found out that the head of the composition department at Huang Art, a full professor, a PhD supervisor and 12 Tones instructor, was dismissed as halfway decent. Naturally, Fang Zhao caught Mo Lang's drift. Mo Lang wanted to take on a new student, but he could only have Carter do so on his behalf because of his public vow. Meanwhile, Carter was keen on taking on a disciple too. If Teacher Mo and Teacher Carter are willing, of course I'm willing to study under you. Fang Zhao sounded quite excited and passionate, which delighted Mo Lang. The usually taciturn musician flashed a rare smile and rocked his chair. What did I say? With me personally making the offer, there was no way Fang Zhao could refuse. But if Carter had approached Fang Zhao himself, who knows how long it would have taken. Carter is regressing. Carter had no idea how little Mo Lang secretly thought of him. When Carter got word from Mo Lang, he gave Fang Zhao a call as well. The matter was settled. If another old geezer at Huang Art approached Fang Zhao in private, Fang Zhao could only refuse the offer. After hanging up on Carter, Fang Zhao relaxed. He was definitely happy, but not as excited as he had appeared on the phone. People who survived the period of destruction had a different outlook, after all. Fang Zhao knew that even though he'd won a supernova and had made a name for himself, he was still quite junior in the industry. There were many projects he would never be exposed to. Only if he became an official student of one of these masters would he get to work on bigger projects and gain more experience. It wasn't only the teachers doing the observing during the 12 Tones program. The students were observing their teachers too. Students from prominent families had their own connections, but for students like Fang Zhao who weren't born into the arts world, all they could do was rely on their own ability. Fang Zhao had been eyeing Carter as a master too. That was why he had been so proactive in writing papers. More often than not, people created their own opportunities. Now, a prime opportunity had come calling. Fang Zhao walked toward his hotel window and looked outside. The number of movie fans flocking to Corral had grown exponentially in the past few days. Fans wearing clothing emblazoned with the names or pictures of celebrities from all continents could be easily spotted everywhere. The buzz was growing across the archipelago. If the local government hadn't set a quota on visitor numbers and enforced special regulations during the film festival, these fans would have arrived even earlier. To maintain some semblance of normalcy during the film festival, the Corral government reserved car lanes for local residents. The number of permits authorizing use of these lanes was also limited. Each family was only entitled to one permit. Traffic was also redirected elsewhere. The airspace was completely off-limits. Only ambulances, police, and fire rescue vessels and the like were allowed in the air. The pilots of any private flying transports that took off without extenuating circumstances were subject to heavy fines that could eat up their annual income. Luckily, Nanfeng had done his homework. Even though he had never attended the film festival before, he had asked around in advance. Fang Zhao's transportation for all his festival events had long been in place. Over at Huangart, Carter was in a good mood, having accepted a new disciple. Remembering that Mo Lang had asked him to have his students keep an eye on Fang Zhao, he sent his students a message. These few students had told him a few days ago that they planned on attending the film festival. Carter was going to ask them to take care of their fellow disciple, their junior. But before he could send the message, Carter got a call from one of the students. "Teacher, we just arrived at the Corral airport. There's an important premiere in about an hour, and we can't get transportation. Do you know anyone here who could help us out?" A slightly overweight middle-aged man examined the traffic from behind the French windows of a coffee shop inside the Corral airport as he mopped the sweat dripping from his forehead. There's a face-off between the fans of some award-winning actor from Jinzhou and the fans of another award-winning actor from Jizhou, which has created a traffic jam. The police are on site. Word is that it will be another 5 minutes before the situation is resolved. It's insane. I think other fans were affected by the standoff and had to take a detour. They've taken all the taxis. The rentals are all out too. The entire fleet of cars at our hotel is engaged. I haven't been able to find anyone else who can help. A 5-minute wait didn't seem like a long time, but the delay meant it was harder for them to hail a car. When they had first exited the airport, they had seen 5 empty cabs, but those cabs had been gone in an instant. Now, they had to get in line, and just the size of the queue was overwhelming. Carter's students didn't follow the entertainment industry, so they didn't know much about these two award-winning actors. At most, they might recognize the names, and the faces might strike a chord. They never would have thought that they would one day be blocked by the two actors' fans in Corral. Carter's good mood vanished instantly. "You've been to the Corral Film Festival before, haven't you? Don't you know that you have to show up early?" The middle-aged man mopped the sweat pouring down from his forehead again. "I never ran into a situation like this on prior visits, so the importance of arriving early never occurred to me. I arrived 2 days late this time around because of a conference. Who could have known that 2 days would make such a big difference?" Oh, how he regretted his decision now. If he had only known, he would have blown off the conference. It hadn't been an important meeting anyway. The problem was that he hadn't given much thought to the logistics at Corral and had underestimated how passionate the fans were. Carter took a deep breath and blurted out, "Wait for my call." Yes, sir. Sorry to impose on you." Inside the coffee shop at the Corral airport, after hanging up, the middle-aged man accepted a piece of tissue paper from one of his students and wiped his face. He attributed the nerves in part to anxiety and in part to Carter's tone on the phone. He had to keep his composure in front of his students, but the instant he turned his head, he started sweating profusely again. Now he knew why all the celebrities showed up early. It wasn't just for the media exposure. They also wanted to avoid peak traffic. Otherwise, they'd be mobbed by fans when they arrived at the airport. Meanwhile, over at Huangart, Carter reached out to his contacts immediately. The thing was, the closer to the prize ceremony it got, the busier his contacts at Corral became. The folks he contacted were swamped. While they promised Carter they'd see what they could do, it was unclear how long they would keep Carter waiting. The minutes passed as Carter browsed his contact list. His gaze lingered on Fang Zhao's name. He paused before hitting the dial icon. Carter had barely done anything for his new disciple, and now he needed to ask a favor first. It felt unbecoming. His face was beet red during his conversation with Fang Zhao. Chapter 361. It is Fang Zhao. Carter simply explained the matter to Fang Zhao and asked if Fang Zhao was able to borrow a car on his end. Nanfeng had helped Fang Zhao rent a car beforehand, but the hotel was too far from the airport, so fetching someone from the airport would take too much time. In addition, the car had already been lent to Silver Wing for an emergency, and he wouldn't be able to get the car back immediately. Fang Zhao got Nanfeng to ask around to check if there were any available cars, while Fang Zhao himself sent messages to a few people. He remembered Tan Min, so he sent a message first, as he wasn't sure whether it was convenient for Tan Min to pick up a call at the moment. Presently, Tan Min had just stepped out from a screening hall. He had wanted to learn from Fang Zhao and take notes while watching a movie, but he had only written down 2 words when he'd slapped his forehead. I was nearly lead into the gutter by Fang Zhao. Smart recording software is available. Why do I need to write with my hand? The main reason he couldn't manage it was because his writing speed couldn't keep up with the speed at which his brain thought. Tan Min was rather slow, and his scripts were all entered into his computer. Tan Min had just finished watching that movie and had recorded some of his thoughts regarding the movie via speech when he saw Fang Zhao's message and immediately called back. I just finished a movie screening. Tan Min didn't say more and waited for what Fang Zhao had to say. He knew that Fang Zhao contacting him at this time meant that he definitely had a situation. I have a senior who will be heading over here to attend an activity, but the roads are jammed and he can't leave. Do you know anybody in the area of the airport? Could you help send them to the venue? Fang Zhao briefly explained the matter and expressed that he was willing to fork out extra money. With the current market price, although the journey from the airport to the venue was less than 30 minutes, hiring a local civilian vehicle was especially expensive, and the price would rise according to the urgency. Hearing what Fang Zhao had said, Tan Min quickly told him, "All right, I will help you ask around and see if I have any friends who are passing by. Local cars are all booked beforehand, and many are chartered for the entire day. It is all down to luck now." "Thanks." "Hey, welcome." "All right, I will go ask around." About 2 minutes later, as Fang Zhao was asking others, Tan Min replied, "How many people are there with your senior?" "A total of 7 people and 3 24-inch packages." "That's good. I have a friend who just sent people to the airport. He will be heading to the venue to fetch a group, so he can bring you senior's group along." "What is your senior's name?" "George Quintero." "The fare." "Don't bother about the fare. Hurry up and inform your senior. It's best to send a few photographs. My friend will be arriving shortly. His vehicle number plate is." Tan Min passed on the details to Fang Zhao. "Thank you." Fang Zhao didn't waste any time and informed Carter immediately after ending the call with Tan Min. Carter immediately contacted those at the airport. George Quintero was dripping with perspiration as he waited inside a coffee shop. When he heard the communications device ring, he picked up the call immediately. "Teacher, send a photo of yourselves over and wait beside the road. There will be someone there to pick you up shortly." Carter wasn't interested in listening to any small talk. All right. Thank you, teacher. You are still as awesome as ever." "Don't thank me. This time, it was your junior fellow disciple who lent a hand. Today, my face has already been shamed by you." After informing them of the vehicle number plate and ranting some, then forwarding the photographs over to Fang Zhao, Professor Carter decided to listen to some ballads to calm his nerves down. Before he put on his earpiece, Carter felt as though he had forgotten something, but after mulling it over for a few seconds, he wasn't able to recall what it was. "Never mind. It can't be anything important if I can't remember it." Carter stopped wondering and listened to his tunes. On the other side, George Quintero wiped away the perspiration from his face after receiving a tongue lashing from Professor Carter as he thought to himself, "Wasn't I just asking you for help for someone to arrange a car? Why did you have to be so irritable?" Unless Teacher Carter encountered a bottleneck recently while composing? Or perhaps old Mr. M.O. criticized him somehow. "That's not right, junior fellow disciple." George Quintero finally caught the main point and kneaded his chubby face while trying to think hard. Who is this junior fellow disciple? Professor Carter was already over 100 years of age and had groomed too many masters and PhD students. After George Quintero had finished his apprenticeship, He hadn't been too familiar with most of Professor Carter's other disciples beyond the minor impression he'd had of 10 or so of the more prominent ones. Junior disciple. The last disciple to be accepted would surely be called junior fellow disciple, but George Quintero had no either who the last one to have been accepted was. Despite flipping through his communications device's address book, he still wasn't able to determine who it was. However, this wasn't the time to think about it. He instructed his own students to quickly carry their luggage to the roadside and look out for the vehicle number plate that Carter had given him. About 2 minutes later, a local private sports car drove over. One side matched the photographs of the person, while the other side matched the vehicle number plate for confirmation. Verified. The driver gestured with his hands. Hurry up and get in. The other people waiting at the side watched this group enviously. Getting a car at this time was really too difficult. Hey, mister, the road you are taking is different from the navigation system, a student said as he checked the navigation system in his hands and the road outside. Didn't you see the number plate on my car? The roads this car of mine can take are different from others. The driver looked pleased. He really loved seeing foreigners look at him in admiration. A quick-witted student praised him. Oh, yours must be the so-called green pass plate that is limited to one per household. Of course, there won't be any obstructions on this road, and the number of cars allowed here is strictly limited. The road is smooth as well, so we can drive much faster. We will be able to reach the venue in 15 minutes. Nice, we can make it. The people in the car finally relaxed. One student lamented as he saw 2 signboards beside the road in the distance promoting the film festival. It's probably going to be a bumper harvest for Founding Era this year. The boards on the sides of the roads are all for Founding Era. When this was mentioned, the driver got excited. You can tell all this just from the nominations. For the drama series category, the others won't win anything. Us people from Corral Archipelago know this best. Founding Era is really good, and the others have no way of competing. Brother driver, how many chapters of Founding Era have you watched? I've watched them all. My favorites were the Shizhua, Muzhou, and Yenzhou chapters. I watched the fighting in Shizhou, the dogs in Muzhou, and Fang Zhao in Yenzhou. You are also a fan of Fang Zhao, of course. Previously, he was all over the news because of his compositions being able to overcome the Hull virus. After I saw the news, I finished watching the Yenzhou chapter. I'm not exaggerating, but that junior fellow disciple of yours is really impressive. The expressions of the others in the car froze. Junior fellow disciple? The driver found their reaction bewildering. Yeah, wasn't he the one who helped you guys arrange for the car? George Quintero's hand that was adjusting his appearance paused. My junior fellow disciple is Fang Zhao. Teacher, your junior fellow disciple is Fang Zhao. What? It is actually Fang Zhao. The driver in front immediately chuckled when he heard what these people were saying. Are you guys trying to do a choral recital? George Quintero had a puzzled expression. How can my junior fellow disciple be Fang Zhao? When did this start? The driver grinned even more. It's your own fellow junior. What are you asking me for? These people are really too foolish. In any case, Fang Zhao contacted my friend who in turn asked me for help. Now, vehicle resources here are scarce and have all been booked as of a few days ago. Luckily, I was on my way to the venue to pick some people up, so this journey is on the way. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have had the time to pick you guys up, the driver said. It's that busy? A young student asked. Of course. All year round, it is only these few days where it's a holiday and there isn't work. There are people all around who are crazy film buffs. However, each year, during these few days, we all double up as drivers. The driver's smile widened. He wasn't complaining the slightest. It's like a supplement to our income. Another young student was curious. Then you people who take on roles as drivers during this period can earn quite a bit, right? Not much, not much. Just enough to live well. The driver might have said it was not a lot, but the sides of his lips continued to curl upward, and his voice was cheery. I'm not bragging, but we have a family here with a licensed car who are hardworking enough. The 3 of them take turns driving in shifts. Do you know how much they can earn in these 10 days? The few young students in the car were all extremely curious. How much? The driver extended the 5 fingers of one hand. Over 1 million. The others in the car. The figure is rather astonishing, but why did he have to put out 5 fingers? The few young students' attention had been shifted, but George Quintero was still absent-mindedly kneading his face. and he didn't even realize that his hairstyle had already become messy. My junior fellow disciple is Fang Zhao. When did teacher accept a new disciple? That was the Fang Zhao who had ties to the commercial and artistic circles as well as the chaotic entertainment circle. How had his own teacher, who was a firm believer in academia, accepted a disciple like Fang Zhao? Bewildered, George Quintero asked a few fellow disciples, yet they didn't know about this matter either. By the time the car had arrived at the venue, George Quintero still hadn't solved this doubt. In his heart he thought, teacher is also too much. He didn't mention that his junior fellow disciple was Fang Zhao, and he didn't give me a way to contact this junior. After arriving at the destination and thanking the driver, the car drove off before they could even ask about the fare. George Quintero reported his status to Carter and incidentally asked about Fang Zhao as well. A short while later, Carter replied, evidently still in a bad mood. Remember that it was your junior fellow disciple who helped you this time around. When you are there, if Fang Zhao encounters any difficulties, you guys have to look after him, understand? How can we take care of him? Isn't this sort of place his home ground? According to George Quintero's point of view, this was the home ground of people belonging to the entertainment circle, including those teams that specialized in producing music for films. As for them, the academics, this sort of place made them feel slightly uncomfortable. However, even if this was outside of their sphere, George Quintero felt that he couldn't shame his teacher, and since he had been invited by a cooperative partner, he ought to put on an air fit for the occasion. Raising his head and puffing out his chest, George Quintero put on a proper appearance as he led the students into the venue, oblivious to the fact that his students were all bragging to their friends in various chat groups. We have reached the venue. We made it. My teacher's junior helped us arrange a car, and a green license at that. We've got photos to prove it, image. On top of that, I just found out that my teacher's junior is actually Fang Zhao. Yes, it's that famous genius Fang Zhao. Help, what were the students of masters in the old era called? What can I call Fang Zhao when I see him that won't sound so flattering, but will still sound close? Chapter 362, Gala Kickoff. After Fang Zhao helped Carter resolve his students' transportation issue, he started preparing for the prize ceremony. The prize ceremonies for film and TV at the Corral Film Festival took place on separate days. The one honoring TV shows took place a day before the presentation ceremony for movies. All the hotels near the venue for the film festival were fully booked, barring hotels that were reserved for actors and celebrities. Fans could only settle for locations some distance from the venue. Many of them rented office spaces or even flats from locals. Nanfeng handed Fang Zhao a piece of paper. Boss, this is your itinerary. Nanfeng had shown Fang Zhao a draft schedule earlier, but this was a more detailed rundown that factored in possible complications at the venue. Cognizant of the fact that Fang Zhao lacked experience in events like this, Nanfeng had sought out many seasoned assistants for advice, which he had incorporated into this final schedule. Also, Silver Wing is asking whether you need help with your schedule, Nanfeng said. Fang Zhao studied Nanfeng's itinerary and waved his hand. This is great. No need for Silver Wing to send anyone. Nanfeng couldn't help flashing a smile, but he quickly restrained himself. He thought he should come off as a steady ship before his boss. He couldn't break into a silly smile because of a single line of flattery. Nanfeng recovered his composure and continued. Boss, you received 2 nominations, so you have to walk the red carpet. But we have no idea who your partner on the red carpet will be. We'll only find out when we arrive at the venue. This is decided by the organizers. We can only play along. That's how things have always been done at Corral. If we have suggestions, we can pass them along ahead of time, but the organizers might not accept them. Typically, only the cream of the crop in the entertainment industry can sway the organizers. The bottom line was that as far as the entertainment industry was concerned, Fang Zhao had neither enough stature nor seniority to pull rank with the organizers. Fang Zhao understood this as well, so he didn't have any suggestions. He was happy to defer to the organizers. Zuiyu was intrigued and began brainstorming. What if they decide to set you up with an actress who's calculating? Is she going to try to fake a relationship with you? Fang Zhao had never been associated with anyone romantically. Plus, there was no shortage of headlines about Fang Zhao. He didn't need a scandalous affair to boost his visibility. What about the paparazzi, who claimed to be ubiquitous? Quite a few entertainment journalists were tracking Fang Zhao closely, looking for a scoop, But the problem was that they had trouble following the man himself. The journalists sent to film Fang Zhao secretly had been roughed up by Fang Zhao's bodyguards. The bodyguards had been quite strategic in their use of force. They hadn't inflicted any obvious wounds. A hospital checkup hadn't revealed any injuries serious enough to cause public outrage. The incident wasn't worth making a story out of. In that case, there was even less news about Fang Zhao during the film festival. It was all trivial stuff. The pictures that the journalists had managed to take weren't clear shots and had been taken from odd angles. As for a scandalous affair or whatnot, forget about it. There was absolutely no sign online that any entertainment journalist had caught even a whiff of a scandal. Nanfeng sighed. As far as your red carpet partner is concerned, based on what I've found out about the corral organizers, they typically pair up celebrities of similar stature. Plus, there are a limited number of slots at the red carpet for an awards ceremony of this level. Either you're a nominee or a prominent figure in the industry. The scenarios you painted is possible but highly unlikely. Nanfeng didn't think the contingency you suggested would happen. Actors who had a shot at the red carpet planned their careers carefully. Boosting their visibility through a fake romantic liaison was beneath them. If the story was mishandled, it would backfire and jeopardize their careers. But setting aside his professional responsibilities, as a spectator, Nanfeng wouldn't mind Fang Zhao getting romantically linked with someone. Alas, a thought was just a thought. As a competent assistant, he knew clearly what he should and shouldn't do. Still, Nanfeng felt he should be prepared, so he reached out to his friends to help stave off any possible storylines that might cast Fang Zhao in a negative light. Gotta let boss know my value. Gotta let boss realize I'm indispensable. Nanfeng had mapped out all sorts of scenarios and come up with responses. He was ready to see how things played out. Now all that was left was to escort boss to the venue. The presentation ceremony for the Golden Coral Awards for TV was also known as the Golden TV Series Gala. Add to that the founding era effect, and there was a significant bump in turnout. The main island started getting busier the morning of the awards ceremony. Many fans flocked to the venue to stake out strategic positions before the break of dawn. Locals living on the outlying islands also traveled to the main island first thing in the morning. Fang Zhao proceeded according to Nanfeng's itinerary. The assistant had allocated a bigger chunk of time this time around for wardrobe and makeup. The process was more meticulous than usual. Nanfeng was on hand every step of the way, not letting the smallest detail escape his attention. He felt a tremendous sense of accomplishment. If he had his way, Nanfeng would have posted photos left and right. But he could only hold back due to his ethical obligations. Boss, when we're ready here, we'll catch our ride to a side room at the venue and wait for further instructions. Let's head out after lunch. Also, boss, you should overeat a bit for lunch. Otherwise you'll get hungry later in the day. There will be hairdressers and makeup artists at the venue. If you want to change your look or if your hairdo gets messed up, you can reach out to them. If they're unavailable, call me and I'll send someone over. Remember to watch what you eat when you arrive at the venue. You have to control your food intake. Don't eat or drink too much. Cut down on your fluid intake. Nanfeng's non-stop nagging got on Zhuiyu's and Yin Biao's nerves. Too much hassle. What a nuisance. Figuring that he might not be able to eat much in the evening, Fang Zhao went all out during lunch. Nanfeng was left bewildered as he watched bowl after bowl of rice be emptied. Boss, don't eat too much. Nanfeng was worried that Fang Zhao might need the bathroom at an important moment during the ceremony. Yin Biao whispered to Nanfeng. Boss has a quirk. He has a huge appetite. Everyone from the set of Founding Era knows this. When Fang Zhao finally got up from his chair, Nanfeng clutched his chest and took a few deep breaths. Gotta calm down, calm down. Fang Zhao and company got into the car they had booked well in advance and headed to the venue. The route from the hotel to the venue had long been planned. Barricades had been erected on both sides of the road. Police officers hovered nearby, while behind the barricades were packed passionate movie fans from all over the world. The car's windows were tinted, but those inside could still see out. Still, the fans went berserk every time a car emerged from the hotel. Even though the car was soundproofed, the sight of crazed faces and screaming mouths gave Yin Biao and Zhuiyu the jitters. Yin Biao felt he had been exposed to a whole new world. No wonder the local government declared a holiday. How could you work in conditions like this? People were everywhere. He had no idea the island could fit so many people. I'm guessing the police officers from all the outlying islands have been diverted to this location. It'd be impossible to maintain order on the strength of the main island's manpower alone, is what you said. There's more. Officers from other parts of Huangzhou are also sent here. Police districts closest to the archipelago and districts that have spare manpower all send folks over. Otherwise, traffic would come to a standstill, the driver said. Are there this many movie fans? I never felt this way attending other events. As a bodyguard, Yin Biao felt immense pressure. Even though he was quite confident, his knees weakened at the sight of this mob. After studying the clothes the fans were wearing and the signs they held, Yin Biao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, none of these were Fang Zhao's fans. Otherwise, he and Zhuoyu would be stampeded. These are fans from all the continents. You've underestimated how crazy fans can get. Saliva flying, a frantic Nanfeng elaborated on the incredible drawing power of a film festival of this stature. It was his first time experiencing an atmosphere like this too. He had only admired from a distance in the past. Now he was part of the action. Zhuoyu and Yin Biao had laid eyes on many global superstars while Fang Zhao had been filming Founding Era on Planet Y. They had seen top-tier actors from all the continents. They hadn't made much of it then, but in this context, the gathering of stars created a different spectacle. This was a home court advantage for the superstars of the entertainment industry. A single wave and smile could create a tsunami of squeals. Comparatively speaking, Fang Zhao really didn't have much of an edge. After arriving at the side room of the venue, Nanfeng pointed at the door. Boss, we'll have to drop you off here. We can't go inside. You've been briefed on what happens next. The organizers will guide you every step of the way, or just follow the lead of one of the more senior stars from Silver Wing. Someone will give you a heads up on your red carpet partner. If you run into any problems, just call me. I'll figure something out. It was Fang Zhao's first time at such an important event, and he had to walk the red carpet. Nanfeng felt like a parent sending his kid to school for the first time. He couldn't let go. If he had his way, he'd tie Fang Zhao to a leash and lead the way. Yin Biao eyed Fang Zhao, who showed no signs of nerves. Then Nanfeng, who was sweating profusely and shivering. He recalled a saying from the old era. The eunuch panics vicariously for the emperor. Is Xiao Nanfeng a bit too tightly wound? Yin Biao couldn't help blurting out, Xiao Nanfeng. No, I mean Nanfeng. I think our boss is smarter than you are. He'll manage just fine. Nanfeng wanted to say, my ass. But seeing as Fang Zhao had already gestured to him, he held back. They couldn't linger. There was a long line of cars behind them. They had to make way. Boss, why don't you head in first? We'll be outside. Just call if you need anything. Nanfeng had booked a room near the venue. He and Yin Biao and Zhuoyu would wait there. The towering skyscrapers near the venue were equipped with large screens that showed a live feed of the venue. The event hadn't started yet, so all that could be seen was droves of people heading in different directions. Folks had also staked out spots on rooftops. Word was that some rooftops had already been paid for. The moment Fang Zhao walked into the side room, he ran into a director who had just returned from a shoot on Planet Y. The director had rented some of his property on Y. Fang Zhao had met with the filmmaker twice while he had been filming Founding Era. Fang Zhao, you're here. Congrats on your 2 nominations. Judging from your performance in Founding Era, I think you're bound to bag at least 1 prize, the director said with a thumbs up. Commander Hua, he asked about you before I came back. He said to tell you to visit Y again when you had time. Fang Zhao figured that what Hua meant was to drop by Y again with his dog. Chapter 363, Red Carpet Partner. It had to be said that there was simply too much star power at an awards ceremony like this. One global superstar followed another. Fang Zhao didn't stand out at all. Even the brash Zero failed to cause a ripple here. Zero had been able to crash a red carpet or 2 during the film festival, but he wasn't good enough for the red carpet at the Golden TV series gala. He didn't have any quality productions under his belt. He lacked seniority. And gathered here were fans from all around the world and the top figures in the film and TV industry. Zero wasn't much of a factor. This wasn't Lijo. Every step had to be earned the hard way. The entertainment journalists might throw him a crumb or 2 when there wasn't any big news, but at a star-studded moment like this, they ignored Zero outright. It wasn't just Zero. Wu Tianhao, Barbara, and so on got the same treatment. They felt slighted, but either they bolted or they sucked it up. At a star-studded moment like this, everyone seemed to have forgotten about Fang Zhao. But he was someone who had been nominated for Best Newcomer and Best Supporting Actor in a Drama, after all. When the awards came up, folks still mentioned the name Fang Zhao. But apart from having his arrival at the airport 2 days ago filmed, there had only been a dribble of news about Fang Zhao since the beginning of the film festival. Initially, quite a few folks had been clamoring online for news about Fang Zhao, but as items had surfaced about other stars, no one had had time to track Fang Zhao. But now that they had Fang Zhao in their sights, a few journalists who worked for media outlets close to the organizers approached for an interview. After giving 2 brief interviews, Fang Zhao made an excuse to bolt, avoiding the remaining few journalists. Journalists who had access to the side room all belonged to publications that had worked closely with the organizers for years. They weren't prone to stalking certain celebrities. After Fang Zhao left, they turned their attention to other actors. There were plenty of stars in attendance this night, plenty of people to interview. When Fang Zhao served himself some tea from a dispenser, he overheard a few directors whispering, "Hey, Oldly, I heard a while ago that you signed on for a project backed by the Renault family of Lizhou and that kid from the Wu family from Tongzhou. Those 2 kids are both very generous. Is the project going well? I have a script I'm thinking of pitching to them. Don't get me started. I'm suffering from internal bleeding here. Yes, the 2 kids are generous, but they both keep nagging me about starring in the film. The way they do things. What's wrong? I thought they did a good job in Founding Era. But that's Founding Era. What kind of production is that? Even the extras were professional actors, or at least highly experienced. It was a different atmosphere. Even if you were an average actor, your level was raised by everyone around you. But now that they've left the Founding Era set, they're showing their true mettle. These 2 spoiled brats. One just wings it, the other just tries to steal the show. The pressure had been immense on the Founding Era set. Even Zero had held back his usual antics. But now that he was working on a production he was investing in, he felt he could take liberties. Plus, he was a slacker to begin with. Naturally, his performance paled in comparison to his delivery on Founding Era. Other than that, Zero realized his beloved garlic didn't do its trick anymore. He either overacted or couldn't deliver the right emotions. Now Zero felt great about himself when he did his scenes, but everyone else found his delivery super awkward and stinging to the eyes. As for Wu Tianhao, he tried too hard to steal the spotlight, and he was over the top and pretentious. He even improvised from time to time. The director and screenwriter were too chicken shit to offend the 2 investors. All they could do was suck it up and keep shooting. In the end, a serious drama became a comedy. The 2 directors were deep in conversation when they caught a glimpse of Zero heading their way. They shut up immediately. The director who had just spoken turned away from Zero, lest he get busted. But Zero seemed to be fuming about something else. He looked like someone had robbed him of billions. He was completely oblivious to his surroundings. Zero had just realized that all he had gotten was an invitation. The invitation gave him access to the awards ceremony only. As for the red carpet festivities, he could forget about them. He didn't qualify. He had nothing to show for himself apart from that cameo in Founding Era. All his other films were major turnoffs, far from meeting the exacting standards of the Corral Film Festival. After repeated pleas from his agent, Zero had agreed to suck it up and stay. No wonder he looked so pale. Everyone who saw him coming their way ducked immediately. If I can't afford to piss him off, can I hide? They thought. Cup of tea in hand, Fang Zhao steered clear of Zero as well. He ran into Si Lu, a fellow actor from the Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era. Even though Si Lu was signed to Neon Culture, a Silver Wing rival, and the 2 companies were at loggerheads, Si Lu thought well of Fang Zhao. When he had played the lone swordsman Qi Guan on Founding Era, Fang Zhao had given him a few pointers. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Apart from Si Lu, Fang Zhao also ran into Qiao Tingzheng, an actor who specialized in playing villains. A senior actor, Qiao Tingzheng had passed on a few insights to Fang Zhao, but the wife braggart lived up to his name. A few sentences in, and he was talking about his wife Windsor again. Qiao Tingzheng hadn't been nominated, but Windsor had been nominated for Best Original Song and was therefore eligible for the red carpet. Qiao Tingzheng was a bit upset because he hadn't qualified for the red carpet and thus couldn't walk with his wife. He was sad and a little jealous. Speaking of the red carpet, do you know who your partner is? Qiao Tingzheng asked. Fang Zhao shook his head. I haven't heard yet. It's still early. You'll find out when the red carpet event begins. Don't be nervous. Remember not to drink too much water. It will affect your performance. Xiao Tingjing instructed before he parted ways with Fang Zhao. He was worried that Fang Zhao would overhydrate because of nerves and fail to bring his A-game to the red carpet as a result. After Xiao Tingjing left, a man carrying a wine glass sauntered toward Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had never spoken to the man before. All he remembered was catching a glimpse of the person from a distance at the performance. Hall on Planet Y. He vaguely remembered the face, but he didn't know the man's name. You look like you're in good spirits. Are you ready for the red carpet? The man asked as he cocked his chin. I'm all set, Fang Zhao responded. You've already done well to have earned 2 nominations, but... The man gave Fang Zhao a knowing glance, crept closer, and lowered his voice to a whisper. Did you know that you were originally nominated in 3 categories, but the jury voted you down in 1 category because of your young age? The man took a sip of his wine, chuckled, and left. Fang Zhao didn't follow up, nor did his gaze linger on the mystery man. As soon as he turned around, he saw He Lizi walking toward him. He Lizi was an A-lister in Yenzhou and one of Silver Wing's top artists. He had been nominated for Best Actor at the Golden Coral Awards on several occasions. He had won Best Actor in a drama for his performance in an extremely popular TV series 5 years ago. This time around, He Lizi wasn't among the Best Actor nominees. There were so many chapters to Founding Era. Only 5 actors were nominated. He Lizi had known his odds would be slim when he had been cast in the role of Wu Yin because the character was played by 3 actors at 3 different ages. Naturally, he was at a disadvantage compared to his rivals. Even though he was a bit sad he hadn't been nominated, he had accepted the outcome. He and Fang Zhao weren't rivals anymore. Fang Zhao's focus was his music, so he didn't pose a threat. Plus, both artists were signed to Silver Wing. The Silver Wing board made a point of cultivating Fang Zhao. Duan Xinji had even personally asked He Lizi to keep an eye on Fang Zhao at the film festival and pass on some pointers. What did that man say to you? I'm guessing nothing flattering. He Lizi had approached Fang Zhao quickly in the first place because he had noticed the man's sly smile. Nothing major, Fang Zhao responded. Good. This is your first time attending an important event like this. Many folks are jealous that your first acting performance earned 2 nominations. There are plenty of people who want to see you make a fool of yourself, including the man who just approached you. No matter what they say, don't let it get to your head. Stay calm and composed. The time spent agonizing over their comments is better used practicing your acceptance speech. You're likely to win in one of the 2 categories. Got it? Great. If you have a question or run into a situation, feel free to get in touch. I see an old friend. I'm going to go say hi. He Lizi had his own group of friends. He moved on quickly after the brief conversation with Fang Zhao. The crowd in the side hall grew in size. The soothing soundtrack, piped by the sound system, wasn't relaxing at all. Instead, the mood in the room grew increasingly tense with every passing second and minute. Fang Zhao also ran into Ji Polan and company. Ji Polan looked more sophisticated than he used to in his carefully tailored outfit, made of a slightly reflective material. His posture and hand gestures were also smooth and elegant thanks to recent in-house training. His good looks added to his advantage. But there was definitely no shortage of pretty faces in the room. Advancements in plastic surgery meant there were countless, perfect faces for the media to obsess over every year at the film festival. But how many of them qualified for the red carpet at an awards ceremony of this stature? Not to mention, Ji Polan's face was still far from perfect. Regardless of how confident they were in Yenzhou, Ji Polan and friends paled in present company. Self-aware as they were, they stuck to a corner and avoided roaming the room. The several young actors that were part of Ji Polan's group were all priorities for Silver Wing. Otherwise, the label wouldn't have bothered to secure invitations to the Golden TV series gala for them. When the group noticed Fang Zhao, they approached to say hi. Big Bro Zhao. Big Bro Zhao is cutting quite the dashing figure today. This wasn't mere flattery. What appeared to be a simple black and white combination didn't come off as staid because of a sophisticated design that was mature and youthful at the same time. The slick cutting highlighted Fang Zhao's slim figure. Fang Zhao was impeccably groomed from head to toe. Nanfeng had gone all out crafting his boss's look. Even though he boasted fewer accessories, Fang Zhao wasn't one to be neglected, even if he just stood there. Maybe this was what they call a star's aura, G. Poland and company thought. You've decided to stick together? Fang Zhao asked as he scanned the group. These were all young actors. Silver Wing's senior stars were too busy to babysit them. Even if they wanted to make conversation with some of the bigwigs, they would be given the cold shoulder. All they could do was linger in a corner. One could be as obnoxious as one wanted on their home continent, but sharing the room with the biggest stars and most prominent entertainment executives in the world, it was smart to keep a low profile. There are big shots everywhere. Even the top stars from our continent have to play nice, one of the young actors said with a forced chuckle. He wanted to chuckle more naturally, but his entire body had started freezing up from the moment he'd entered the side hall. He could barely walk. He relaxed somewhat in Fang Zhao's company. They belonged to the same label, after all, and Fang Zhao was friendlier in comparison. It was like running into a fellow countryman abroad. Even if they didn't know each other and had never exchanged a single word before, they would still feel more at ease. We haven't seen you in a few days, Big Bro Zhao. We've been taking in the sights, and we watched 2 movies, another young actor said. At times like this, generating a few headlines for the Yenzhou news outlets would be considered mission accomplished. Generating stories for foreign publications was a different challenge altogether. Big Bro Zhao has been holed up writing papers. G. Poland answered on Fang Zhao's behalf. He knew about Fang Zhao's plans after the movie viewings. The others were clued in by G. Poland's response. Oh, that's right. He's still in school. He has other assignments. I haven't completed my assignment for the film festival yet, the young actor standing closest to the corner said with a distressed look. G. Poland explained with a chuckle when he saw Fang Zhao look over. His agent asked him to hook up with someone during the film festival. Any gender or race would do. His agent is the devil. Amen to that. All agents are devils, another actor seconded. What about you, Big Bro Zhao? Someone asked. I don't have an agent, Fang Zhao responded. Jealous. So jealous. What they envied wasn't the fact that Fang Zhao didn't have an agent looking over his shoulder, but the fact that Fang Zhao could become so popular without relying on an agent. He didn't need an agent to fight for plum jobs. He could take care of everything himself. Take his role in Founding Era, for example. Silver Wing might not have been able to secure the part. It was Fang Zhao who had done the lobbying. Not to mention that Fang Zhao had a broad repertoire. Acting wasn't even his main focus. This was also the source of much envy. Oh, I forgot to ask. Big Bro Zhao, who's your partner on the red carpet? The red carpet event is about to start. G. Poland was curious. I have no idea. But before Fang Zhao could complete his sentence, he got word on his bracelet. It's Anna. I just received word. My red carpet partner will be Anna, Fang Zhao said. G. Poland and company took a collective deep breath. You mean the Anna who won the Golden Coral Award for Best Actress last year? She's been nominated for Best Supporting Actress this year as well. She's a super-A-list star in Huangzhou. Isn't her husband that really famous Huangzhou pop star Lan Jing? Indeed. Lan Jing, the genius singer-songwriter who's a regular among the top 3 on Huangzhou's pop charts. I'm a fan too. I went to see him when he went on his world tour 2 years ago. The name also rang a bell with Fang Zhao because Lan Jing was Mo Lang's final disciple. As Nanfeng had said, actors were typically paired with other actors of similar stature on the red carpet, even when it came to supporting actor nominees. But Anna was far superior to Fang Zhao in terms of stature within the film and TV industry. Someone must have pulled some strings. Chapter 364, Boiling. A gentle voice drifted over from behind them. Fang Zhao. The few that had been in the midst of discussion turned their heads, and their eyes lit up. What they saw was a lady with long golden curls and a white embroidered dress with an eye-catching silver pendant. She was elegant and graceful. However, when they realized who this person was, G. Poland and the others became timid like quails. This extremely famous Huangzhou film star and recipient of the previous season's Best Actress award smiled at them as she glided over. Anna was in her 40s, but in the new era, she could still be considered relatively young. Furthermore, she maintained herself very well, so when she stood beside Fang Zhao, there didn't seem to be any age gap between the two. Anna gave a slight nod of her head toward G. Poland and the others before glancing at Fang Zhao with a faint look, like a senior's warm gaze toward a junior. You can call me senior sister. My husband, Lan Jing, was Mo Lang's last disciple and most of my own music theory and knowledge was taught by him. I also studied with Venerable Mo for a period. Thus, our circumstances seem slightly similar. So, it is fine to just call me senior sister. Anna's tone was cordial and, at the same time, told Fang Zhao that for this red carpet arrangement, she and Lan Jing had lent their strength to help out Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was still considered a newcomer to the film circles, and this was his first time attending this sort of occasion. It would be awkward if Fang Zhao's red carpet reception wasn't enthusiastic enough. Venerable Mo didn't wish to see this sort of situation either. Thus, Anna had come over to lead a junior disciple as a favor to Mo Lang. When her husband, Lan Jing, had encountered some problems during his concert world tour, it had been Mo Lang who had personally stepped in to help resolve them. After finding out that Mo Lang had indirectly accepted another disciple after such a long time, Anna had immediately made the decision to request the organizing committee partner her with Fang Zhao. Before she had come over today, she had even spoken to Mo Lang on a call and pledged, "Teacher Mo, don't worry. I will lead the little junior disciple along." After Anna arrived, Ji Polan and the rest made their greetings before tactfully leaving. "Greetings, senior sister." Fang Zhao was smiling. When he had heard Lan Jing's name, he had already guessed that it had been Venerable Mo pulling the strings. "I heard that you arrived rather early, but there wasn't much news about you. Did you go out to have fun?" Many of Corral's specialty products are only sold during the yearly film festival period. You can buy some to bring back. The majority of specialty products here can't be found elsewhere and aren't sold online. Anna decided to make a little small talk with Fang Zhao, so he wouldn't be nervous. On account of Venerable Mo and Lan Jing, she would especially take care of this little junior disciple. "I bought some already and sent back a batch," Fang Zhao said. "Bought presents yet? Do you have little kids at home? Old and young?" As he replied, Fang Zhao received a message. "Something important?" Anna asked. Messages and news might change a celebrity's condition before he stepped onto the red carpet. Since Anna had already promised to help, she naturally kept an eye on Fang Zhao's condition. "It's Teacher Mo," Fang Zhao replied. Anna's expression was solemn. "Venerable Mo sent you a message at this time?" From her understanding of Mo Lang, there was no way that Venerable Mo would not understand the situation here and choose to send a message at this sort of time without consideration. Venerable Mo sent a set of exam questions. Fang Zhao replied with a smile. Mo Lang wasn't worried that Fang Zhao would get stage fright later and had specially sent him examinations questions to test him, perhaps because he was worried Fang Zhao would be infected by the atmosphere of the film festival and forego academics. Anna still wanted to say something, but the person in front had already gestured toward them to start preparing, so she said, "There is still half an hour before it begins. Don't be nervous. You have been to many large occasions. Check to see whether there is anything out of place, and, if there is, look for someone to rectify it. There are people upstairs. Never mind, I will bring you over." Anna brought Fang Zhao up to the side hall's second floor and got a stylist she was familiar with to inspect Fang Zhao once more. Fang Zhao also saw Liu Outyin on the second floor. This time, Liu Outyin had been nominated for the Best Child Star Award and would feature on the red carpet. No one knew where this child had just been, but his hair was a mess and his stylist was busy trying to tidy it up. When he spotted Fang Zhao, Liu Outyin patted his chair's armrest twice. "Big brother Zhao." His father hadn't been able to receive any nominations this year, and thus hadn't been able to get a spot on the red carpet. This time, Liu Outyin would be accompanied by a singer when entering the venue. Beside him, someone asked Liu Outyin, "Have you prepared your acceptance speech?" Liu Outyin puffed his chest out. "All memorized." Anna chimed in too. "Nervous? No way, the Best Child Star Award is surely mine. The acting of the other nominees isn't as good as mine." At this moment, the screen beside them flickered. Many large screens were hung up in many areas of the side hall. Previously, publicity images from various films had revolved on these screens. Right now, the images had changed, and all of them displayed the scene outside. All the people that had been joking and chatting a moment ago stopped as their expressions changed. On the screen, the scene showed that people were thronging the streets outside the venue. As the scene cut, all sorts of people could be seen. There were film buffs, professional film crews that took up a few rooftops, entertainment reporters situated at their own designated locations nearby the venue, and die-hard fans of each and every actor. There were even people at the balconies of nearby residential buildings or at public plazas watching the time and keeping their eyes peeled on large screens, displaying the live broadcast. A cameraman who was on break glanced at the slowly fading sunset glow and shouted to the others in his team, "Time to get ready." As the curtain of night gradually approached, the high-rise lights on the main corral island started to shine. Fang Zhao could even see people who seemed like bodyguards armed to the teeth accompanying the professional film crews. The atmosphere in the side hall had started to fluctuate following the changes in the scene. The organizers had already started arranging for people to enter the venue. Celebrities not gracing the red carpet were to enter the theater in batches. Do you know why so many people strive to win an opportunity to grace the red carpet? Anna asked Fang Zhao, her eyes still fixed on the display. Fang Zhao glanced over and waited for Anna to continue. "Have you seen previous editions of the Golden Series TV Gala?" asked Anna. "I have," replied Fang Zhao. There were top-notch film crews throughout the world gathered here. One had to be prepared to be filmed from the moment one revealed their face. Why had Nanfeng continuously emphasized and paid particular attention to every single detail of Fang Zhao's appearance? The majority of composing was done behind the scenes, whereas actors stood right in front of the cameras. Now, countless cameras would capture images of celebrities in high definition from practically the moment they appeared. In addition, there were large quantities of critics camped before the live broadcast screens watching closely and ready to catch any slip-ups. It's good that you have seen it. However, watching and experiencing it for yourself is really different. Have you prepared yourself mentally? Anna asked. "Done," Fang Zhao replied. "Nervous?" "No." Whatever else Anna might have prepared to say remained stuck in her throat. She studied every fine detail on Fang Zhao's face and realized that Fang Zhao wasn't lying. There wasn't a single trace of nervousness. But after recalling that Fang Zhao was a celebrity and had appeared at many public occasions as well as on stage at the Galaxy Awards ceremony, Anna didn't find it that strange either. When the last natural light disappeared beyond the horizon, Golden TV series Gala's stage, Golden Coral Theater, was lit up by dazzling lights, taking on the shape of a large golden coral. The sounds of a bugle signified the prologue for the Golden TV series Gala. Boom, boom, boom. Ear-splitting fireworks shot into the night sky as colors filled the night sky like a peacock spreading its tail. These weren't real fireworks, but special effects created by light and sound. Numerous light projection machines throughout the island propagated the mood, sending the entire island into an impassioned state. Ocean blue waves of light shone at the center of the theater before rippling out in all directions. Above it, dazzling flares burst open, as if all of tonight's passion was in them, forming projections of all sorts of huge coral in the air. Blots of light scattering in all directions shimmered and flitted across tall buildings, following the blue waves of light as they descended onto the crowd. These artistic light effects that were like fireworks were continuously beamed up into the sky, turning the plain-looking night sky into a dazzling and multicolored dream. The mood of the crowd was ignited as they watched these lifelike light effects that appeared within reach. It was as though the stereo equipment released a formless blade, assaulting the auditory senses of the crowd wave by wave. The sounds of the tide seemingly became an electric current, brushing across everyone's skin and making every hair on their bodies stand. Many people felt as if an uncontrollable impulse was threatening to overflow. A long and narrow stage rose up 20 meters in the wide open space before the theater. Countless fireworks, made from special effects lighting, flew out from the 50-meter platform up in the air, forming huge waterfalls that streamed down from both sides of the path. An ancient, solemn, and thick sound rang out. Creak. Near the top of the Golden Coral Theater, large doors with a golden coral imprint that only opened once a year started to move unhurriedly. A red carpet from inside the golden coral imprinted doors rolled out along this elevated path. Here, celebrities, directors, renowned film critics, and all sorts of influential persons in the film industry gathered at the summit of this golden pyramid of the entertainment circle. As the Madeira carpet was laid on that elevated path, reporters and specialized cameramen had all prepared their equipment. Outside, the countless film enthusiasts were an unrelenting tide with no end in sight. Their fiery enthusiasm threatened to overflow in all directions, and this whole region felt like it was on the verge of combusting. Under this eye-dazzling and magnificent scene, the densely concentrated crowd was expressing the excitement within their hearts, shrieking frantically as their cries reached the sky and going head-on against the powerful sound effects. All the blood within their bodies was resonating, and their hearts were pounding, seemingly out of control. Thousands of screens throughout the island were displaying this same scene. As the shot passed the faces of all these excited fans, the reflections of these fireworks could be seen in their eyes. The Galaxy Awards ceremony, which was considered to be the pinnacle of the arts, was a calm and controlled affair. But here, it seemed as if any level-headedness had already been thrown out the window. Right now, regardless of which continent a person was from, their state of mind had already aligned. This dizzying passion had made sound seemingly lose its significance. These people might not know what they were shouting, or perhaps they didn't need to know. It was fine as long as they could yell at the top of their lungs and vent their feelings that couldn't be suppressed. Incapable of keeping calm, even those film emperors and empresses with decades of performing arts experience were unable to keep their composure when they arrived here every year and saw this scene. Their struggles were all worth it. Wasn't it all just for this? To stand in the hallowed light, that resplendent path in the eyes of millions. What were the red carpet premieres of large-scale blockbusters compared to this? What were the red carpets of galas everywhere compared to this? The real focus, the real avenue of stars was right here. Here, every celebrity would be embellished to the greatest extent. Here, they were true kings. Although the cameramen and entertainment reporters had different purposes at this sort of time, they did the exact same thing. Raise their mental states to the maximum so as to not miss even a tiny moment that could never again be replicated. Every time a star walking along this path raised a hand, it would trigger a tsunami of sound. The undulating shouts and shrieks had yet to rest since the beginning. Fang Zhao waited in the side hall and watched the images shown on the live broadcast. He could feel the on-site fervor through the display. Following the instructions of the organizers, Fang Zhao and Anna walked out of the waiting room. Outside, a flying car was already waiting. Later on, regardless of the shouting of anyone around, you must maintain your composure. Don't keep looking over if you hear people calling your name. Maintain your own rhythm, Anna told Fang Zhao as soon as they got in the car. Got it. Thank you, senior sister. You don't have to worry. Senior sister will lead you along. Chapter 365, Defection. A host of folks had already gone before Fang Zhao and his partner. The passion of the fans was unyielding. Some of their voices had already started going hoarse from all the screaming. The atmosphere didn't abate a single bit from the moment the red carpet event kicked off. Apart from Memorial Day, the 2 days when the film festival's award ceremonies were held were the liveliest days of the year in the Corral Archipelago. This was Corral's grand feast. Even though most of the archipelago's residents could only settle for a live broadcast of the festivities, they still screamed at the top of their voices in front of their screens, along with the fans on site. A countless number of cops were on duty across the archipelago, maintaining order. After 2 celebrities entered the front entrance emblazoned with a golden coral, another flying transport landed slowly but steadily at the end of the red carpet. Who is it this time? I don't know. How many flying transports has it been? How many of the nominees still haven't walked the red carpet? Fans and journalists alike craned their necks like eager kids opening their Christmas presents. In contrast, the photographers appeared calm and composed. Some of them had been hired by entertainment labels to take pictures of their own artists. Others were on the payroll of fashion magazines, there to snap shots of celebrity outfits and accessories. There were also official photographers hired by the organizers. The stars naturally had impressive auras, and they wore eye-catching outfits, but not every single celebrity moved the photographers. After the photographers shot their assignments, the rest was entirely up to them. Still, even if certain celebrities on the red carpet didn't meet their standards, the photographers would still snap a token few shots out of respect for the organizers. The extra flashes would make the live broadcast look more presentable. The doors to the flying transport at the end of the red carpet opened, and its passengers disembarked. F***CK? It's Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao? The man himself finally makes an appearance. How many days has it been? We've finally landed Fang Zhao. The entertainment journalists were even more excited. Most of them hadn't seen Fang Zhao at all since they'd arrived in Corral. Fang Zhao was a newcomer in the film and TV industry, all right, but in a global context, he was also a true celebrity. He generated news non-stop, being a genius-level character who had been featured repeatedly in authoritative media outlets. Gotta snap. Snap away. Gotta seize the day. Who knows when the next opportunity will be if we miss out this time. From the moment Fang Zhao stepped out of his vehicle, he was attacked by white flashes. He might not have been able to see all the faces clearly, but he could feel the deluge of passion and admiration pouring in from all corners, as if he were the center of the world. Amid the screams and flashes, Fang Zhao bowed and tugged at a pale-skinned arm that extended from inside the flying transport. Dressed in a resplendent white full-length gown, Anna emerged from the vehicle. Against the backdrop of blinding lights, the gown swayed tastefully with Anna's every step. She flashed a subtle smile that was casual and elegant at the same time. Wow, Anna, goddess. No wonder she was an established star with global influence. The fans started screaming. Seeing Anna's face, the fans from Huangzhou wanted to storm the red carpet. One fan warned he was going to try to breach the cordon, but he was dragged back in routine fashion by a police officer. The entertainment journalists and cameramen worked their equipment nonstop. There was hardly a break to the live commentary, and the pack of photographers was a blinding source of glitter. The night hit yet another climax, helped by the rowdy commotion and rapid flashes. Anna was a picture of contentment and composure on the outside. She enjoyed being the center of attention. No matter how much hardship she had to endure behind the scenes, she could never part with her screen career. Even though she kept an even keel most of the time, every time she stood before the press pack, she was truly overwhelmed. It proved that everything she put up with was worth it. A smiling Anna waved toward her fans on both flanks. Whether she won an award was something to worry about later. All Anna wanted to do right now was steal the limelight with her incredible presence. Whether or not she could earn more endorsement deals with the world's top fashion and jewelry labels depended on this walk. But a thought struck Anna after she took a few steps. Oops. The moment she had stepped onto the red carpet, she had been swept away by the emotion of the moment and had started handling herself like a Golden Coral Best Actress winner. What about the junior disciple she had promised to look after? Completely forgotten. If there was a huge discrepancy in their entrances, if one party stole the limelight, then the partner would be reduced to nothing. Even if they appeared in the same frame, the latter would come off as a non-factor. Even if the two stood side by side, the less glamorous star would strike viewers as a groupie. That was also why organizers typically paired celebrities of similar stature on the red carpet, to avoid awkward situations like this. Anna was worried that she would reduce her junior partner to an obsequious assistant on his first red carpet. If the junior disciple was completely overwhelmed by her on his first red carpet, how would she explain herself to venerable Mo? But soon, Anna realized that Fang Zhao lacked the nerves of a newcomer. Fang Zhao cut a masculine and impressive figure in his seemingly simple black and white tux. Even though he wore a smile, there was an aggressive touch to his stare. Aura was a magical quality. Many people would have been awed by the moment and gotten a case of wobbly legs. But in his debut red carpet event, Fang Zhao made people forget about his young age and his newcomer status. Every move he made hit the spot. He struck the perfect balance. A little more outgoing, and he would come off as a camera hog. A little less effusive, and he would strike observers as being repressed. His unique aura, a lovely combination of composure and presence, gave no indication that he was a novice at the Corral Golden Gala. While Anna maintained her smile, deep down, she was blown away. Who is this junior disciple? Is he really a newcomer? In his first red carpet event, Fang Zhao wasn't overwhelmed by Anna's presence. Instead, his own presence added to the overall picture. As far as many top photographers were concerned, there were no real stars, and the so-called pecking order among celebrities meant nothing. The stars were all simply a bunch of outlines. Even the most glamorous visuals didn't necessarily move these photographers. Their job was to capture that moment when contour and light found the perfect combination. To create a satisfactory image, to achieve that aesthetic beauty, they would leave no stone unturned and would lose their wits. Against the backdrop of music and flashlights, The two actors varied their gait for the photographers. They found a specific rhythm and blended together seamlessly. They also struck a perfect, stark contrast with their background. This type of a visual presentation, the elegant pace at which the two actors strutted their stuff, it was a strong assault on the photographer's senses. It moved the photographers at the core. Glints of passion flashed through the eyes of the photographers. If the screams of the fans were a tsunami, then the busy activity of the photographers was a brutal thunderstorm. The dense flurry of lights made for a sparkly, silver-white constellation. The excited photographers frantically adjusting their cameras and pressing their shutters looked like they had shivering hands. They felt they were about to lose their grips. Soon enough, the silver-white constellation blew up entirely. Even though Anna had walked this particular red carpet more than once, this was a first. This was a new experience. Thinking back to her previous red carpet walks, when had these snobbish photographers ever displayed such strong emotion? The unrelenting flashes made her feel like she was taking part in a major religious ceremony. The moment was so overwhelming that she almost lost her cool. Excitement, ecstasy. Anna tried hard to keep it all contained so her smile didn't come off as too unrestrained. The entertainment journalists took in their surroundings. With the photographers going all out, how could they hold back? Even though they were clueless as to why the photographers had suddenly gone berserk, they were quick on their feet. They couldn't go wrong by following suit. Anna and Fang Zhao were only halfway down the red carpet. Photographers that weren't strategically positioned weren't happy with the pictures they had already taken. Even though they were masters at adapting to different lighting conditions, line of sight was still a big problem. The pictures weren't quite right. Just a bit off. Was it Anna? No, it was Fang Zhao. This actor was downright unprofessional. Anna knew how to let every single photographer capture her at her best. This was where experience came into play. But Fang Zhao was different. He had yet to master the skill of allowing every photographer to take shots to their liking. Actually, he was better at dodging the camera. Some photographers thought to themselves, it would be great if Fang Zhao could turn toward us another 15 degrees. Others wondered, I missed the perfect moment. If only he had looked this way a little longer. But all obstacles were paper tigers. The problem was their perfectionism. Fang Zhao, don't look that way. Look this way. Turn this way a bit more. Photographers that typically carried themselves with comportment started growling. Yet this was not their own studio. Their shouts were instantly drowned out. The entertainment journalists realized the photographers were focusing on Fang Zhao. Okay, more Fang Zhao then. The fans staking out the movie theater were also excited at the sight of the two stars. Who could have known that the entertainment journalists next to them would get even more emotional? The journalists pressed their shutters and record buttons frantically between yells. In contrast, the more composed Fang Zhao fans looked like indifferent bystanders. Some fans that were neither diehard supporters of Fang Zhao nor of Anna were blown away by the enthusiasm of the reporters. When they came to their senses, they were furious. I'm a top-tier groupie, a self-proclaimed crazed fan. How can an entertainment journalist be more spirited than I am? Such a disgrace. Can't put up with this. Even though they were neither diehard fans of Fang Zhao nor of Anna, they couldn't allow themselves to be overshadowed by the entertainment journalists. Hence, when the photographers yelled, Fang Zhao, the entertainment journalists were even louder, Fang Zhao, Fang Zhao, and the fans screamed their lungs out. Fang Zhao, Fang Zhao, Fang Zhao. Thus the atmosphere boiled over again, hitting yet another climax. More and more fans started chanting Fang Zhao's name unconsciously, as if they had been brainwashed, including some Anna fans that had lost their minds. Anna, my fans are defecting before my very eyes. Chapter 366, Bragging Rights. When Anna's fans recovered their composure, they realized that something was wrong. They couldn't put up with this. And so the live audio feed featured a face-off between Anna's fans, who appeared to have squeezed every last ounce of energy left in them and cried hysterically, and the mayhem brought on by Fang Zhao's fans and the photographers. Neutral parties wondered who they should support. Forget it, I'll just chant what the person next to me yells. In an atmosphere like this, one would feel bad not taking a side. Eventually, the mood hit its ultimate climax. At that point, words became meaningless. A simple cry of "ah" sufficed. So shouts of Fang Zhao and Anna eventually blurred into one loud chant of "ah." The sense of excitement that gushed forward from all four corners had a dizzying effect on Anna, who was at the center of the storm. The smile she wore was no longer contrived. It came from the bottom of her heart. She was happier than she had ever been winning an award. Outsiders didn't appreciate the moment, but as a regular at film festivals, she knew clearly how rare a response like this was. Even if she didn't win an award, this trip was worth it. Not far from the venue, fans who hadn't been able to stake out a spot outside the ceremony tuned into the live broadcast. Zuiyu and Yin Biao felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw the situation on the screen. Zuiyu shivered, his body covered in goosebumps. Is our boss this popular? Yin Biao was baffled. Don't they say that newcomers are at a disadvantage, appearing at an event like this? Zuiyu turned toward Nanfeng. Did you hire fake fans? Did you arrange for professional fans to set the tone? No way. I just hired a few bodies. Just judging from the number of journalists and the number of fans outside the venue, you can tell it's something way beyond my reach. Still, Nanfeng was blown away. He was ecstatic. Nanfeng had been worried that an acting newcomer like Fang Zhao might not receive a warm welcome. When he'd found out that Anna was his red carpet partner, he had felt somewhat reassured. With this Huangzhou superstar as a partner, the response definitely wouldn't be lukewarm, even if the cheers were all for Anna. But the reality far exceeded his expectations. The way things were unfolding, Fang Zhao's fans might crowd out Anna's. The excitement of the photographers wasn't something anybody could provoke. They had seen their share of superstars. Nanfeng wasn't entirely sure why they had responded to Fang Zhao this enthusiastically. He wasn't a professional photographer. He couldn't understand what had motivated them. But he could tell from the live broadcast that Fang Zhao's aura didn't fall short of Anna's. Nanfeng was so emotional that he was near tears, yet there was nowhere to vent his sense of vindication. Zuiyu and Yin Biao were on a different page. So he sent a message to the chat group made up of his friends from the entertainment industry. Did you watch the live broadcast? That's my boss. That's quite something, performing so well on his debut Golden TV series gala red carpet. Look at how the photographers responded. Nanfeng, you're a rich man now. One friend congratulated him. If you have any business needs in the future, don't forget about your brothers. We'll give you a discount. Ha ha ha. Of course, of course. Nanfeng was quite pleased with himself. He applauded himself for having the foresight to switch employers. Stars with Fang Zhao's talent and luck weren't easy to come by. After enduring so much hardship over the years, I don't know how to describe my emotions now. Nanfeng's eyes were bloodshot, his hands shivering. Is it the same kind of excitement that a pig farmer feels when his pig is ready for slaughter? Another friend suddenly wrote. Yeah, my ass. What are you talking about? Nanfeng furtively glanced at Zuiyu and Yin Biao. He breathed a sigh of relief when he confirmed that neither had looked his way. How could you compare boss to a pig? Even if he were a pig, he'd be a prize pig. Would you be excited if a prize pig was ready for slaughter? Meanwhile, Zero's agent, who was also watching the live broadcast, was likewise tearful, out of envy. Even though he was well compensated, he never experienced the kind of satisfaction that came with great honor and respect. Every time he watched an event like this, he felt jealous watching the reception other celebrities received. Compared to other celebrities, my client is a dog. A stupid dog at that. But even though my client is a stupid dog, I still have to babysit him. This stupid dog pays my salary, after all. Based on his understanding of Zero, he figured his client would also be filled with envy and jealousy. So, with a heavy heart, Zero's agent sent Zero a short text message. No need to be too jealous. You can do it too. There's a saying from the old era. All great journeys begin with one humble step. Let's take things step by step. Soon, Zero responded. I get it, but I have to ask, where do we take that first step? Which continent? Zero's agent was dumbfounded. It's AF * king analogy. Then he recovered his composure. Gotta come to terms with reality. Instead of dreaming the impossible, I better figure out how to increase this stupid dog's market value, how to fetch a higher price for him. As stupid as Zero is, his last name gives him a major leg up. What can Fang Zhao do? As popular as he is now, he isn't the descendant of a general. Meanwhile, Fang Zhao and Anna had finished walking the red carpet and entered the entrance to the venue, which was emblazoned with a logo of a golden coral. The commotion outside died down. After signing the autograph wall, having a few more pictures taken, and doing a brief interview, the couple entered the event hall. Anna had yet to calm down entirely. She turned toward Fang Zhao and smiled. So what do you think? Isn't there something magical about the red carpet that makes you feel like you're floating in midair? Do you want to switch to the entertainment industry for good? Fang Zhao lifted his head, his eyes completely devoid of any excitement. No, Anna. Anna noticed that Fang Zhao was typing into his bracelet. Are you sharing your thoughts with friends? Fang Zhao responded. Teacher Mo sent me a quiz question earlier. I'm sending him my answer. Anna gave Fang Zhao a curious stare. What kind of question did Teacher Mo ask you? He asked me to pay attention to the music playing in the background during the red carpet and text him the name of the composer after I was done. Anna, junior disciple, are you a freak? It was hard enough for a normal person to maintain their composure in a setting like that, let alone pay attention to the background music amid all the screams and cries. It was impossible to hear anything, let alone identify the composer. After finding her seat and sitting down, Anna immediately texted her husband Lan Jing. Now I know why Teacher Mo wanted Fang Zhao so badly. Lan Jing's curiosity was piqued. Why? Because Fang Zhao is a freak. Setting aside the enormous response Fang Zhao had provoked on the red carpet, the lone fact that he could tackle a quiz question while walking the red carpet and then calmly send a text message with the answer afterward was a sufficient blow to Anna. You can't argue with talent. Lan Jing, you're about to fall out of favor. Huangzhou. Mo Lang was watching the live broadcast too. During the red carpet, he had only tuned in for Fang Zhao's walk. He glared at the screen, paying close attention to Fang Zhao's demeanor. On his high-resolution screen, Fang Zhao's performance seemed quite flawless. Perhaps his only mistake was not being adept at giving photographers the perfect line of sight. Seeing Fang Zhao generate such an enthusiastic response made Mo Lang wonder, did the kid remember my quiz question? The background music for the red carpet walk had been commissioned specifically for the event. The pieces would not be played again elsewhere. The songs were restricted to a certain length. Every couple that walked the red carpet was introduced by a new song. Soon enough, after Fang Zhao finished walking the red carpet, Mo Lang got his response. Not only did Fang Zhao give an answer, he provided a full analysis. He deduced the song style based on signature features, structure, and tempo. He concluded that the style was representative of the master musician Staple and that the song had been composed by one of Staple's top disciples. Actually, all Mo Lang had expected was Staple's name, yet Fang Zhao had managed to figure out which one of Staple's students had written the piece. After reading Fang Zhao's response, Mo Lang rocked his rocking chair triumphantly and dialed Staple's number. My man Staples. Mo Lang's pitch was quite high because he was in a good mood. Please call me Staple. Staple was baffled by the call. What was the old geezer doing? Calling at this hour? Staple found out soon enough. Being able to break down the song in that kind of setting, analyze every single note accurately, and pinpoint the composer, this was something Mo Lang could brag about for half a year. How long had it been? Mo Lang had not felt the need to brag to someone since he had stopped taking disciples. No, even before the announcement, he had rarely felt this way. Mo Lang felt that the decision to recruit Fang Zhao was the best decision he had made ever. Even though Fang Zhao wasn't officially his student, he had to instruct Fang Zhao personally. Fang Zhao's official master, Carter, isn't good enough, Mo Lang thought. Seated at the venue of the Golden TV series gala, Fang Zhao had no idea that Mo Lang was bragging about him to someone else. After he sent his answer to Mo Lang, all he received in return was a simple good job. That was it. Maybe that's the style of a master, Fang Zhao thought. After saying hello to all the senior actors in the room, Fang Zhao was summoned by Nova Roman, the head director of Founding Era. The venue was packed, but all the nominees sat up front. Their every move was closely watched. Many folks were curious when Roman asked for Fang Zhao and greeted him with a friendly smile. How come Director Roman is so nice to Fang Zhao this long after Founding Era wrapped? Then again, Fang Zhao's performance in Founding Era had provided Roman bragging rights until the end of his directing career. What a bold move. Such a great eye for talent. Quite a few actors were wondering if Roman's next film might cast newcomers from their respective companies. They had been too timid to approach Roman on Founding Era and had handed Fang Zhao the opportunity on a platter. The big screen set up inside the event hall still showed a live feed of the red carpet. but none of the couples that followed Fang Zhao could generate a similar response. The photographers seemed less enthusiastic too. The contrast was glaring. The actors that immediately followed Fang Zhao and Anna secretly cursed the pair. How cunning those two are? Especially Fang Zhao. Chapter 367, Award-winning. After the final pair completed the red carpet walk, buzz from outside the venue gradually died down. Within the venue, though, the atmosphere was still rather tense. When the last pair entered after strolling down the red carpet, they let out a long sigh of relief. One of them was also gracing the red carpet for the first time and had been so nervous that his entire back was drenched in sweat. He felt that traversing this short path had been even more exhausting than completing filming for an entire series. The majority of award nominees were from the cast and crew of Founding Era. Most of them would at least recognize the others, even if they weren't familiar with one another. Upon entering the venue, most of them subconsciously glanced at Fang Zhao and realized that he still appeared rather unperturbed. Whether contrived or not, this was worth learning from. Thus, those that were very nervous also started to put on an act and appear calm. They could hide their actions and gestures, but their palms were clammy and, in their hearts, they were worrying about whether they would win any awards. The Golden Series Gala quickly started. Compared to the solemn and formal Galaxy Awards ceremony, the Golden Series Gala was much more random and vivacious. At the start, the host created a relaxed atmosphere as he spoke, sang, and shared some anecdotes, obtaining plenty of laughter from the audience. In front of the cameras, celebrities and all other film production workers were laughing gently. If they couldn't actually laugh, they faked it. Otherwise, what would happen if the camera caught it? This was a live broadcast. No one knew what the online audiences were saying, and there would be entertainment reporters ready to take screen grabs and caption things. Thus, acting skills had to be ever present. At the start was the awards presentation for the comedy category. The atmosphere was also much more relaxed, but after the first few categories were completed, the atmosphere was no longer as lively. The younger actors' originally bright smiles had become awkward. The Best Child Star Award was a turning point, because after it were the awards for the TV series categories. In the beginning, the Corral Film Festival hadn't had the Best Child Star Award. At some point, this award had been added to serve as an encouragement for outstanding child performers. This time, Liu Aoyan had made it into the finalist pool and was the hot favorite. Indeed, when the honored guest said Liu Aoyan, there was no surprise on the faces of those present. Liu Aoyan's parents got up excitedly and gave a standing ovation when they heard his name being called. Liu Aoyan got up from his seat and made a small jog onto the stage before doing a somersault followed by a cartwheel and then a few successive flips, landing in front of the honored guest and drawing a chorus of laughter from all the elder actors and actresses present. Haha, this little fella is really excited. These somersaults are full of vigor. Not bad. He must have practiced many times in private. Yeah, he even learned to handle guns. His hands were full of calluses when filming Founding Era. That was why he appeared so natural with them in the series. He is indeed a very hard-working little fellow. On stage, Liu Aoyan didn't even bother to wipe away the sweat from his forehead and was flashing a toothy grin. During the filming of Founding Era, he had been starting to lose his milk teeth. Back then, to increase the authenticity of the film, the director hadn't let him put on fake teeth. Now, he had on a set of custom-made teeth for the awards ceremony. Otherwise, how shameful would it be if people saw the gaps between his teeth? He wouldn't remove the fake teeth until the film festival had concluded, so he wasn't afraid to flash his teeth. Not only did he have to smile, his smile needed to be especially dazzling. This was the first heavyweight award he had achieved relying on his own ability. His father hadn't even been nominated this time around. Liu Aoyan held up the award and was about to give an acceptance speech when he suddenly realized that he had forgotten his lines. He had clearly memorized them before coming, but now that he was overly excited, his brain seemed to be shooting off fireworks. He simply couldn't think about anything else. When the honored guest saw the situation, he understood immediately and didn't hurry off the stage. He asked Liu Aoyan, "What a surprise. Are you happy?" Liu Aoyan immediately replied, "No surprise. I'm very happy. After all, my performance in the series was so good. This little friend really has a lot of self-confidence." "Who was your favorite person in the cast and crew during filming?" inquired another honored guest. Lu Outyin loudly exclaimed. My favorite person was Fang Zhao. The live broadcast camera gave a special close-up of Lu Outyin's father in the audience. Father Lu smiled nervously. In his head, he was thinking about how to sort out this little rascal when they got home. When this rascal got excited, he even forgot about his own father. Aren't you supposed to recite your father's name at this sort of time? After the camera was cut, the person beside Father Lu joked, Want to have a fight with Fang Zhao after this is over? No way. Father Lu replied firmly. Why? Do you know how many sandbags he disfigured during the filming of Founding Era? At this point, Lu Outyin recalled the acceptance speech he had memorized. He thanked his parents for his upbringing. Without his family environment and conditions, he would have had no way of reaching these heights at such a young age. He also thanked the director and the brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts from the cast and crew. But many online audiences were no longer concerned with what Lu Outyin was saying. What they were more interested in was why the first person Lu Outyin had mentioned was Fang Zhao. Thus, many netizens searched for the photograph of Lu Outyin riding on Fang Zhao's shoulders, as well as a historical photograph of Great General Wu Yin sitting on Fang Zhao's shoulders, which triggered a wave of discussions. Inside a residential building on Corral, Maine, blossoming special effects fireworks reminded everyone that yet another award had been issued. Which award was just handed out? A youngster who had just finished a round of gaming asked the companion beside him watching the live broadcast. Best Child Star Award. The winner is that little kid Lu Outyin who played the Yenzhou chapter's lead when he was young in Founding Era. Take a look at this trending photograph, then compare it with the historical photograph. Aren't they very similar? Seems like. The acting wasn't too bad. I have to go search for the Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era. I have yet to watch it. This kid is rather interesting. He even did flips on stage, and when the host asked him who his favorite person in the crew was, he answered Fang Zhao. Huh? The live broadcast even gave his father a close-up. Fang Zhao? The Fang Zhao who was very popular a short while ago? I think I saw his name in the nominations. Yes, he was nominated for the Best Newcomer and Best Supporting Role awards, though I don't know if he will be able to win. Hey, the next award is the Best Newcomer Award. After the Best Child Star Award was the Best Newcomer Award. The honored guest tore open the envelope, glanced at the name on it, and opened his mouth. Fang Zhao. Music and applause sounded as spotlights were pointed at Fang Zhao. Through the camera lens, Fang Zhao got up and gave a bow to the showbiz seniors all around him. There was some excitement, nervousness, and delight in his expression, the sort of reaction someone his age ought to have. Zui Yu, Yin Biao, and Nan Feng, who were watching the live broadcast. Our boss is acting again. Although Fang Zhao had won this award and Silver Wing side was happy, they were also a little disappointed. On this stage, at Corral Film Festival's Golden Series Gala, the Best Supporting Actor Award was rated slightly higher than the Best Newcomer Award. Just like the Best Child Star Award, the Golden Series Gala hadn't always had the Best Newcomer Award. It had only been added later to encourage young performers to work hard in the acting circles. It could be said that the Best Newcomer Award was a comparison between new actors and actresses at this time, whereas the Best Supporting Actor Award was a more comprehensive competition among predecessors of the showbiz circles. When Founding Era head director Nova Roman saw this result, his smile dimmed. In his heart, out of the Best Newcomer Award and Best Supporting Actor Award, he had hoped that Fang Zhao would win the Best Supporting Actor Award. That would be affirmation that Fang Zhao didn't lose to any industry predecessors in terms of ability. In Roman's heart, out of the many chapters of Founding Era and the many important supporting roles, the one who had acted the best was Fang Zhao. Although Fang Zhao was young and his acting path might be more narrow, that couldn't deny his perfect performance during Founding Era. The evaluation committee had ultimately decided to place Fang Zhao on the Best Newcomer Award. Roman had cast his vote on Fang Zhao for Best Supporting Actor, but the others might not have had the same opinion. This was no longer the Founding Era program. Roman's say was limited. An actor's acting skills were important, but there were also other factors involved. After all, the members of the evaluation committee were only human, and they had their own selfish desires or partiality and would also consider an actor's experience. Compared to Fang Zhao, the evaluation committee might be more satisfied with others. Although there weren't any written rules, everyone understood that after winning the Best Newcomer award, Fang Zhao should forget about receiving the Best Supporting Actor award. This made the other few nominees in the Best Supporting Actor category heave sighs of relief. Fang Zhao was indeed a very strong competitor, and his performance in the series was obvious to all. A few people seated beside Roman noticed the expression on his face. They understood that Roman was not pleased, but the result was what it was. Even if he had objected, it was of no use. When the Best Newcomer award was handed out, another wave of light fireworks was set off on Corral Main, telling those watching the live broadcast that yet another award had been handed out. Indeed, it is Fang Zhao, just as I expected. Getting such an achievement on his acting debut really isn't bad. How many people have spent over 10 years in the newcomer category without things picking up? Wasn't there some Continent's Movie Award where the recipient of the Newcomer Award was an actor that had been somewhat invisible for 5 to 6 years since his debut? Fang Zhao has really gotten a lot of limelight at this Golden Series gala. This should be enough. Previously on the red carpet and now winning an award, he has really struck gold. How many people struggle to even show their faces? This is a global live broadcast in any case. In the venue, Fang Zhao accepted the award, gave his acceptance speech, and returned to his seat when he received a message. Before entering the venue, Fang Zhao had set his notifications to silent unless it was someone especially important. Fang Zhao opened the message and saw that the sender was Mo Lang. His message wasn't the same congratulatory messages that others had sent. Fang Zhao's eyebrows raised slightly when he saw the contents. A camera swept toward him, and Fang Zhao fixed his appearance and continued to watch the following awards. The next award category was the Best Screenplay Award, and as expected, the production team of Founding Era picked up the award. 2 scriptwriters represented the team and went on stage to receive it. After thanking a few important figures, the 2 scriptwriters praised the other members of the Founding Era cast and crew. The cast and crew of Founding Era was a super team. During the process of filming, everyone shared our unimaginable suffering. Also, it wasn't easy for the actors to shed their characters. Also, we have to especially thank the consultant team. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to perfect the script. For example, Professor Mante, Professor Redmayne, Professor Bess, Professor Jason, and Yinzhou's Fang Zhao, as well as the others. All of them provided extremely pertinent suggestions. This is the result of everyone's collective hard work. Thank you. The ears of people watching the live broadcast pricked up. What? I didn't hear wrong, right? I think I heard Fang Zhao's name again. They just said Fang Zhao's name, right? After rewinding and rewatching that part, I can confirm that they mentioned Fang Zhao. How many Fang Zhaos are there in the consultant team? According to a public figure's reveal, Fang Zhao was indeed invited to the consultant team for Founding Era, and he was the only Fang Zhao in the consultant team. He was indeed the one mentioned by the scriptwriters. Fang Zhao's name was in the end credits of the Yinzhou chapter, but many people didn't pay attention to it. Some audience members wouldn't understand, but the frequency with which Fang Zhao's name was appearing was really high. The audience was also very sensitive to this name. In the past, only a small portion of Yinzhou people had known that Fang Zhao had been in the consultant team, but now many viewers across the world knew. The F***CK? Fang Zhao was actually a member of the Founding Era consultant team. Isn't he a composer? How is he mixing around with those historians? Does he also specialize in history? Shouldn't you ask why a composer is here snatching awards from people from the film circles? Chapter 368. Him again. The names that had just been mentioned by the scriptwriters were the representatives behind the scenes that had made the most important contributions to each Founding Era chapter. Fang Zhao had been mentioned because he had indeed provided lots of pertinent suggestions. In the Yinzhou chapter, Fang Zhao had been the one to provide the most suggestions, and most of them had been rather important. This was also why the details in many scenes of the Yinzhou chapter had been spot on. Thus, this award, which was usually overlooked by the audience, gave rise to even more discussion. Many people also specifically went to search for the Yinzhou chapter's end credits. A composer who had run to acting and even entered the consultant team, which was a playground for historians. How awesome was that? Next up was the Best Director Award for the TV category, and once again, unsurprisingly, the head director of Founding Era, Nova Roman, received the honors. I would like to thank every member of the staff that worked behind the scenes. The performers were all extremely great, and there were many young actors and actresses that dared to fight and strive and weren't weaker than the veterans in any way. For example, Fang Zhao. The entire cast and crew of Founding Era let out a collective sigh. Here it comes. They all recalled the fear they'd had of newcomer Fang Zhao during production and filming. Back then, Roman had loved to use Fang Zhao as an example to pressure them. When Roman mentioned Fang Zhao, the actors within the cast didn't find it surprising. Everyone knew that during filming back on Planet Y, head director Roman's favorite actor had been Fang Zhao. However, they fully accepted it. Fang Zhao's performance had really been outstanding. If Fang Zhao wasn't only in his 20s, perhaps the evaluation committee would have made an exception and perhaps Fang Zhao could have clinched a few more nominations. A pity, but it was because of this that Roman had specifically mentioned Fang Zhao here. In his heart, he felt that it was a pity for Fang Zhao. After Best Director award was the Best Original Soundtrack award. Fang Zhao hadn't received a nomination. The Golden Series Gala used to have quite a number of categories for music awards. Afterward, due to suggestions from all parties, the awards had been reduced and simplified, with only Best Original Soundtrack and Best Original Score remaining. The TV category would frequently have many works from within a series competing against each other, and the award would be given to the musical composition. This year, the nominations for this category were all works from Founding Era. Someone told his friend in private, Fang Zhao could have also received a nomination here, but it was overruled by the evaluation committee in the end. Fang Zhao's song, This Life of Mine, could have received a nomination based on the quality and alignment with the content of the plot. However, there was a slight controversy. Some people doubted that Fang Zhao could have composed this piece on his own at his age. Even though Fang Zhao had won the Galaxy Supernova Award, it still couldn't get rid of these questioning voices. There were many high-quality soundtracks and accompaniment pieces in Founding Era, and a large number were of a great master grade. Thus, the evaluation committee ultimately voted to exclude Fang Zhao's piece from the nominations. In short, it was because Fang Zhao was too young, had insufficient experience, and wasn't able to make everyone believe that he had composed the piece alone. In a situation where they had many other options, the evaluation committee wasn't willing to take this risk. The screen displayed the 5 nominated compositions. M.O. Lang's Legend, the final song of Founding Era, was among them. The composition information was displayed on the screen. Legend. Composer, M.O. Lang. Arrangement, M.O. Lang, Fang Zhao. Roman mouthed a ha as he turned to glance at Fang Zhao. At this sort of event and for this sort of award, as long as one's name was displayed on the composition information, whether it was a composer or any other participating member, the person had the right to go on stage and receive the award. Indeed, when the honored guest read out Legend, the spotlights converged on Fang Zhao's seat. M.O. Lang wasn't in attendance, so the only present member of this composition was Fang Zhao. The bright, thick, and epic tune belonging to Legend from the ending of Founding Era played. Roman and the others clapped their hands delightedly. When the spotlights shone on Fang Zhao getting up to go on stage, the comments section of the live broadcast erupted. The F***CK? Why is it him again? M.O. Lang couldn't attend, so naturally, the other person will be the one to receive the prize. Arrangement is also a part of this piece. From the Best Child Star Award on, the frequency at which Fang Zhao's name is appearing is kinda high for today's Golden Series Gala. How can this be kinda? It's simply through the roof. Best Child Star, Best Newcomer, Best Screenplay, Best Director, Best Original Soundtrack. His name has already been said 5 times, and he has gone on stage to receive an award twice. His spirit inexorably lingers on. To the one above, did you not attend school? His spirit inexorably lingers on. Is this the right usage of this phrase? Regardless of what online audiences had to say, Fang Zhao's name was especially memorable today. If mentioned just once, people might not have had an impression, but when the name Fang Zhao came up in 2, 3, then 5 awards presentations in succession, each and every one would cause a wave of passionate discussion online. There were film emperors and empresses every year, but it was extremely rare to see such a situation. Entertainment reporters were delighted and rubbed their hands with glee. There was too much to write about. Tan Min, who was seated in the corner, watched enviously as Fang Zhao went on stage to receive the award. Indeed, there were some people that absolutely couldn't be held down. Once sufficiently outstanding, their radiance could not be blocked out. If one had financial assistance but lacked the ability, even if there was someone supporting them from the back, it still wouldn't amount to much. After accepting the award, Fang Zhao specifically mentioned that he was collecting this award on behalf of Mo Lang in his acceptance speech. This time, he appeared much calmer during this award presentation. The message he had received previously had been Mo Lang telling Fang Zhao to go on stage and accept the award should he win it. Furthermore, the organizers would surely have made preparations beforehand and discussed it with Mo Lang. Afterward, the Best Original Score Award and Best Supporting Actress Award were handed out for the TV category, and then it came to the Best Supporting Actor Award. When the list of nominees was recited, Fang Zhao was once again mentioned. In the end, the outcome was just as everyone had expected. Having won the Best Newcomer Award, Fang Zhao failed to be chosen as the winner for Best Supporting Actor. But him being mentioned once again gave rise to yet another round of discussion. 6 times already. Tonight, Founding Era was mentioned the most, but Fang Zhao comes in second. Impressive, being mentioned by others successively 6 times. He can even make his presence felt despite not being nominated, and he even went on stage to receive 2 awards. He still has to go on stage later. That will be the 3rd time. After the TV categories awards for Best Actor and Best Actress were issued, it came to the night's final heavyweight award, the Best Series Award. Once more, there was no suspense. Founding Era. When the honored guest read out Founding Era, nobody's heart skipped a beat. Everyone was already prepared. The other series in the TV category were nothing more than a foil. A few important members of the production and the other Founding Era nominees from tonight all went on stage. The one receiving the award was still head director Roman. Having already received 2 awards, naturally, Fang Zhao also had to go on stage to take a photo. The biggest winner tonight was Founding Era, sweeping up many heavyweight awards, and the second biggest winner was Fang Zhao. That means to say that Fang Zhao is really the biggest winner. More people are talking about him rather than the winners of the Best Actor and Actress awards. The amount of times entertainment reporters have mentioned Fang Zhao is way more than other people. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Special effects fireworks had lit up the sky each time an award had been issued. When the final award was handed out, the entire island had a fireworks display that continued for close to 30 minutes. Many people had come over not just to catch their idols, but to enjoy Corral's magnificent fireworks display. Tonight, Corral natives and tourists from other lands all remembered the name Fang Zhao. It couldn't be helped. The rate at which his name had occurred was just too high. In entertainment news, every 10 pieces of news would have at least 4 items that mentioned him. At a film festival, this proportion was really frightening. In a certain hotel, George Quintero, who had just returned from the Golden Series Gala, sent Professor Carter portions of videos recorded by netizens tonight as evidence. His message was laced with grievance. Teacher, does this little disciple even need our assistance? Given his status in the entertainment-rich atmosphere of Corral, deep creases appeared on Professor Carter's forehead from his frowning. How does Fang Zhao have such a high popularity within the entertainment circles? This won't do. Although television and film were also considered art, they only collaborated in a few outstanding works like Founding Era. Revolutionary programs like these were few and far between. But the current fickle entertainment circle still had a rich commercial overtone, and every company was continuously maximizing their celebrities' commercial value. Fang Zhao having such high popularity within the entertainment circles wasn't necessarily a good thing for academics like them. Young man, don't get swayed by the allures of fame and fortune. Carter decided that, the moment Fang Zhao returned, he would hurry and bring Fang Zhao to work on projects so that Fang Zhao would stay further away from the entertainment circles. Yinbei Retirement Facility. Great-grandfather Fang had his hands full reading the comments as he watched the live broadcast, wishing he could open his eyes wider. He didn't know the situation within the entertainment circles too well and could only grasp a little through the discussions online. He was delighted when he saw people online saying that Fang Zhao might be tonight's biggest winner. Ha! Cough, 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 cough. Great-grandfather Fang choked on his own saliva while he was laughing and slapping his thigh. Great-grandmother Fang got a shock and quickly called the retirement center's paramedic. The paramedic was helpless. Although he wasn't able to find anything wrong, he said, "I suggest you don't overexert yourself and keep your emotions in check. It's best you don't get too excited or angry." "I'm fine, I'm just delighted. I'm happy every day." Great-grandfather Fang pointed at the news about Fang Zhao on the screen. "My little Zhao won yet another award today." The paramedic ridiculed great-grandfather Fang inwardly. "How fresh. How many times have you said, 'won an award' in the retirement center?" The Galaxy Award matter had barely passed, yet here it came again. Just before the paramedic left, great-grandfather Fang pulled him aside and exhorted, "You absolutely mustn't talk about this outside. How shameful." "Don't worry, I got it." He was in contact with these retired veterans every day and wouldn't disclose a patient's condition outside, especially among these retired veterans that cared a lot about their pride. After leaving, the paramedic chuckled and shook his head. Seeing this old man's manner, there would be another bout of bragging in the days to come. Chapter 369, High-Class Face. After the Golden Series Gala, there was saturation coverage and non-stop discussion of the event. The name Fang Zhao once again dominated entertainment headlines on all continents. Fang Zhao didn't win Best Actor, but he was without a doubt the biggest winner of the gala. If one looked at the stats across the board, one would realize that every time Fang Zhao became a hot topic, in addition to the entertainment industry, his name would also show up in gaming, music, and even to a lesser extent military and medical headlines, sectors that had nothing to do with the entertainment industry. Also, world-renowned modeling agencies started eyeing him as a potential signee. During Fang Zhao's red carpet walk, the photographers positioned on both flanks had shivered like crazy. Even though they had taken countless pictures, none of the pictures had been satisfactory on second glance. Their line of sight had been slightly off. All the photographers had been able to do was file the best among the batch. The shooters, however, were still upset. Then they watched video footage of the red carpet. The photographers mourned. "What a waste of talent. This fella is clearly model material. How come his label doesn't position him as such?" The photographers had their own aesthetic standards. Faces that struck many as pretty or handsome didn't interest them. Of course, besides looks, one's presence also came into play, as well as one's ability to create a unique aesthetic before the camera. Footage of Fang Zhao and Anna walking the red carpet spread quickly on the internet. The entertainment journalists couldn't necessarily grasp the criteria for a high-class face, but they knew that celebrities the photographers preferred were definitely high-class. Fang Zhao's face was considered average in an industry overflowing with handsome men and gorgeous women, but overnight, entertainment journalists deemed it a high-class face. Many photographers who shot the Golden Series Gala took an interest in Fang Zhao, going so far as reaching out to Silver Wing and asking to shoot him again. Silver Wing's response: "Oh, Fang Zhao, we don't have any control over him. He signed to the label as a composer, not as an actor or model. But our company has a deep roster of very talented actors and models. If you can't land Fang Zhao, why don't you try them instead?" They received the same training as Fang Zhao. Most photographers didn't bother to follow up. They had seen their share of run-of-the-mill celebs. They were a dime a dozen. They only wanted Fang Zhao. But a small minority of photographers did take Silver Wing up on their offer. When a Silver Wing spokesman was asked about Fang Zhao at a news conference, he simply smiled. "You want me to address an issue the entire company is clueless about?" On the topic of Fang Zhao, Silver Wing started treading more and more lightly. All they could do was appease Fang Zhao to the best of their ability. Beyond that, things were out of their control. Apart from the fact that the photographers expressed keen interest in Fang Zhao, Anna referring to Fang Zhao as a junior disciple also sparked heated discussion. Before the red carpet, Anna had been thinking that she was doing her junior a favor. In reality, she had ended up riding on Fang Zhao's coattails. Sure, jealousy was at play here, but Anna didn't go so far as hating Fang Zhao. He was a junior disciple, after all, and one with crazy potential at that. Someone Mo Lang saw huge promise in. Who knows? She might need a favor from this junior disciple down the road. It made sense to stay in Fang Zhao's good graces now. After Anna let word of Fang Zhao's new loyalties slip, Professor Carter from Huang Art announced that Fang Zhao would be studying under him. Mo Lang also openly praised Fang Zhao. Industry insiders instantly knew what was going on. This was a disciple accepted with Mo Lang's blessing. Mo Lang had brought Fang Zhao under his wing. No wonder Fang Zhao, and not someone else, had accepted the Best Original Score award at the Golden Series Gala on Mo Lang's behalf. To have the backing of a master artist like Mo Lang, who was a national treasure, Fang Zhao's career was bound to be much smoother. Still, Mo Lang was very concerned. Fang Zhao was all over the entertainment headlines, which generated offers of acting and modeling gigs. There were also news items that were completely blown out of proportion. Mo Lang was worried that, if events continued down this path, Fang Zhao would let the hype get to his head. After pondering the matter, Mo Lang reached out to Professor Carter. Once Fang Zhao gets home, bring him along on your next project. He must be isolated. He has to be insulated from these temptations immediately. Carter nodded in agreement. Got it. And what about Fang Zhao's theoretical training? Don't worry about it. Carter, he is my disciple after all. After the Golden Series Gala for TV, it was time for the Golden Film Gala for movies. For visitors to the Corral Archipelago, if the Golden Series Gala was a terrestrial party, then the Golden Film Gala was a festival at sea. The Golden Film Gala was held in a palatial structure on the coast, coupled with a visual extravaganza of torches and lights. The combination of the seaside setting and the dreamy lights made for a decidedly different backdrop than the venue for the Golden Series Gala. Celebrities who hadn't stolen the limelight during the Golden Series Gala eyed the Golden Film Gala hungrily. The past 2 years had been owned by Founding Era. This blockbuster project had attracted 70% of the world's best-known actors and celebrities. Thus, the lineup for the Golden Film Gala was much weaker in comparison. Still, as far as celebrities were concerned, there was no such thing as too much exposure. There would not be a shortage of bodies on the red carpet or a dearth of photos and news. Entertainment journalists from all over the world were eagerly anticipating another shot at Fang Zhao. Who knows, maybe they could land a scoop about this high-class face that was the talk of the town. The photographers shooting the Golden Film Gala also came prepared. Some of them staked out positions in advance, with an eye toward taking the perfect picture this time around. Even though they found out that Fang Zhao wasn't on the list of red carpet guests, they wanted to try to shoot him elsewhere. There were locations where guest celebrities could pose inside the venue. Yet, ultimately, everyone realized that Fang Zhao was nowhere to be found again. Because he hadn't appeared in any movies and he wasn't planning a career in film, Fang Zhao had given away his tickets for the Golden Film Gala to other Silver Wing artists. He had other plans. On the evening of the Golden Film Gala, another celebration for locals took place on one of Corral's outlying islands. Fang Zhao skipped the Golden Film Gala so he could head to the lighthouse with Tan Min. Today is a special day of remembrance for the Corral Archipelago. It just so happens that the Golden Film Gala and the Lighthouse Festival fell on the same day this year. Look, there are locals celebrating near the lighthouse. Even though Tan Min wanted to show his face at the Golden Film Gala, compare notes with other filmmakers, and network, as a local, the Lighthouse Festival had more sentimental value. Forced to choose between the two, he had picked the latter. As for Fang Zhao, Tan Min had brought up the festival to his friend to float the idea. He never thought that Fang Zhao would actually join him. There were too many locals gathered near the lighthouse. It was impossible for Fang Zhao to get close. Instead, he settled for a few spots that Tan Min had recommended. The mood stood in stark contrast to the glamour of the Golden Film Gala. Its top bulb shining bright, the lighthouse projected a historical aura accumulated over time. Waves lapped at the reefs lining the coast, creating intermittent splashes. The moist sea breeze carried the fragrance of wine. Festive crowds were everywhere. Local traditional drums were sounded consistently, evoking the vitality of the region. Dancers raised their heads, their eyes beaming with wonder. The waves, the reefs, the lighthouse, everything blended perfectly to create an intoxicating atmosphere. Tan Min gazed at the lighthouse with a smile and told Fang Zhao. After Founding Era aired, lots of foreigners started saying that Huangzhou residents aren't religious. I disagree. I'm not sure about other parts of Huangzhou, but in Corral, this is our religion. Even though the lighthouse had been destroyed during the period of destruction and rebuilt during the new era, as far as Corral natives were concerned, the spirit of the lighthouse had always been there. The towering lighthouse was a symbol of hope. Fang Zhao started drumming on his knees with his fingers. After a while, he pulled out a notebook from his backpack and started jotting away. Tianmin was filming. He spotted a few pretty girls who were dancing nearby, smiled mischievously, and geared up to tell Fang Zhao, "Hey, those girls are decent." But when he turned his head, he saw Fang Zhao pull out a notebook and scribble away. Tianmin held back and engaged in a bit of reflection. As a working artist, I'm not focused enough. Indeed, success doesn't happen by chance. Look at Fang Zhao and how focused he is, whether he's writing a paper or composing. That's a mindset worth imitating. With Fang Zhao as an example, Tianmin quickly corrected himself. I'm a director who dreams big, an artist with ambition. If Fang Zhao records his insight with a pen, then I'll use my camera. It will pay off one day. I gotta have faith that I will become a world-class director one day. At the stroke of midnight, the lighthouse shined its spotlight on the horizon. A neighboring ship sounded its horn. The deep, melancholic sound resembled a tribute to the lighthouse from the past. For Corral residents, this was the most sacred of responses. The festival was incomplete without the sounding of a foghorn. As the crowds dispersed, Fang Zhao jotted down his final note and closed his notebook. He had accomplished a great deal during his trip. Apart from his paper, he had also composed quite a bit. When he added the finishing touches to the 2 songs he had started, Fang Zhao was going to add them to the rundown for his graduation concert at Huangart. By the time Fang Zhao reached his hotel, folks who had attended the Golden Film Gala were also filing in. Some of the artists who spotted Fang Zhao wondered, where did this fella come from? I didn't see him at the award ceremony tonight. Ignoring the curious gazes, Fang Zhao completed the piece he had started earlier in the evening. After tweaking it some more, he decided to check the surveillance feed for his Huangart dorm room. Curly Hair was gaming again, his tail wagging vigorously. Fang Zhao had little downtime during his stay in Corral. And yet, when Fang Zhao was busy writing papers and composing, Curly Hair was gaming. When Fang Zhao was attending various events, Curly Hair was sleeping. When Fang Zhao was fasting for the Golden Series Gala, Curly Hair was indulging his voracious appetite. The contrast made Fang Zhao feel that dogs had better lives than humans. Chapter 370, Dog Gamer. After attending the Corral Film Festival, Fang Zhao returned to Huangart at the urging of Professor Carter. Huangart appeared to be the same after an absence of 10 or so days. The only difference was that students were discussing Fang Zhao in private more frequently. Fang Zhao heard his name mentioned more than a few times the day he returned, even though the students thought they were speaking with discretion. But Huangart was Huangart, after all. Even idol worship took on a much more subtle form. The day Fang Zhao returned, Will was walking Curly Hair in one of the on-campus gardens in a bid to light a creative spark. Lo and behold, Curly Hair, who was relieving himself in a shrub, suddenly made for the dorm complex. Caught unawares, Will let the dog leash slip from his hands. The leash in tow, Curly Hair dashed toward Fang Zhao's dorm room and leaped at his owner. He wagged his tail vigorously and whined. Curly Hair's enthusiastic welcome caught Fang Zhao off guard. He never would have guessed from the surveillance footage last night. The little fella had been engrossed in his game. Thankfully, Curly Hair wasn't going online. Otherwise, he would be even more obsessed. Will, who was in hot pursuit, breathed a sigh of relief when he laid eyes on Fang Zhao. He was terrified of losing Curly Hair. He had heard that many dogs had been lost in a momentary lapse of attention. The dog manual he consulted said that he had to hold the dog's leash tight no matter what. Curly Hair had been on his best behavior, never causing any trouble under Will's watch, so Will had let down his guard. While the sight of Fang Zhao relaxed him, Will also dreaded the moment. I haven't found any inspiration, and my dog-sitting gig is over already. The utter disappointment on Will's face didn't escape Fang Zhao, who said hello and entered his dorm room. After sending Nanfeng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao home, Fang Zhao returned his rabbit tank to its place and tossed in a fresh batch of feed. Then he gave Curly Hair a quick checkup. Because of Curly Hair's unique DNA makeup, Fang Zhao had to use special tools. But it turned out that Curly Hair was the same. He hadn't even gained or lost much weight. Fang Zhao knelt by Curly Hair and fondled his head. I may have to head out in another 2 days. I need to tag along with Professor Carter on one of his projects in Mazhou. Why don't you hang with Will for another few weeks? Curly Hair's ears drooped, and he tumbled at Fang Zhao's feet, whining nonstop. His tiny paws tugged at the cuffs of Fang Zhao's pants. Fang Zhao observed his dog briefly before saying, "I'll buy you a new video game." Curly Hair got up instantly, glanced at Fang Zhao's gaming console, and started wagging his tail again. He was a bona fide gamer dog, all right. Laughing, Fang Zhao shook his head. He turned on the console and looked up the user data. Curly Hair had already gone through all the single-player games Fang Zhao had bought for him, with flying colors. Now, the gamer dog was going for record-high scores. He had to have been excited last night, because he'd broken a record. If these scores were posted online, they would cause quite a stir. Fang Zhao deleted the data and all the existing games. He bought a new game released by Fiery Bird. It was a physics-themed educational game that got harder with each level. The higher the level, the bigger and more complex the structures the player had to navigate. Fang Zhao stuck to single-player mode. Fang Zhao picked the game not only because of its innovative design, unique color scheme, and neat special effects. The game also incorporated knowledge about structural engineering, and so on, and the score was decent. The background music blended with the game seamlessly to make for a tasteful atmosphere. An ecstatic Curly Hair barked several times. If Fang Zhao hadn't been holding him back, he would have made for his gaming helmet and started playing immediately. After tidying up his dorm room, Fang Zhao was summoned by Mo Lang. Mo Lang wanted to give him a lecture about the finer points of professional musicianship and career development. Mo Lang said that he would lecture by video conference from now on if they couldn't meet in person. He said he would be personally responsible for Fang Zhao's theoretical training. After returning from Mo Lang's place, Fang Zhao heard from Carter, who wanted him to deal with some paperwork. Carter sent Fang Zhao a few forms to fill out. "I'm about to head out to the Spartacus Cup games in Mazhou to help score the opening ceremony. You're with me. A few of your senior fellow disciples will be there too." Just as Mo Lang had instructed, Carter had planned Fang Zhao's schedule for the next few days the day his new disciple had returned to campus. Carter had even finalized the itinerary 2 days earlier than expected so Fang Zhao wouldn't have the chance to make contact with folks in the entertainment industry. Fang Zhao was planning on spending 2 or 3 days on campus before heading out again. He hadn't expected Professor Carter to keep him on such a tight leash. But there were also pros to becoming a master musician's disciple. If he were going solo, it would be very difficult to gain access to a project like the Spartacus Cup in Mazhou, especially for a young musician in his 20s. After finishing the paperwork, Fang Zhao returned to his dorm room, where he found Will standing at the entrance. "Can I have a word?" Will asked. "Sure, let's head in first." After entering the room, Will's gaze lingered on Curly Hair for some time before he spoke up. "When are you heading out again?" Will had really pampered Curly Hair while Fang Zhao had been at the Corral Film Festival, lest he lose a single hair. Yet the creativity hadn't been forthcoming. Will had felt like he was on the verge of something on several occasions. He felt that he was on the right track, but simply lacked the final spark. There had to be something he wasn't doing right. After pondering the matter, Will concluded that the root of the problem was that he hadn't spent enough time with Curly Hair. Man and dog weren't close enough, so the inspiration hadn't been cultivated. If he had more time, he might have a breakthrough. That was why Will approached Fang Zhao again to see if he could look after Curly Hair for a longer period of time. Fang Zhao smiled. "What a coincidence. I was about to look you up. I've been summoned by Professor Carter to join him on a project on Mars continent. I'll be gone for 10 days to 2 weeks or so." Will's eyes sparkled. "Really? That's great." He proceeded to assure Fang Zhao, "Don't you worry. I will become an even more meticulous caregiver. I feel like I'm close to achieving my goal." Fang Zhao believed Will. For now, Curly Hair was Will's top priority. Will's claim that he was close to his goal had to have also been made in good faith. After seeing his own portrait, Fang Zhao was looking forward to seeing how Will painted Curly Hair. Will and Fang Zhao agreed to the same routine. Curly Hair would hang out with Will during the day and return to Fang Zhao's dorm room in the evening. The little fellow would be obsessed with gaming. He wouldn't go wandering around campus at night. After Will left, Fang Zhao called great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang. Carter had gotten on his case immediately after the film festival ended, so Fang Zhao hadn't been able to spare the time to visit the two elders in Yenzhou in person, but they were staying in touch. During the call, great-grandfather Fang was same old, but great-grandmother Fang seemed to have something on her mind. She hesitated. On the phone before telling Fang Zhao about great-grandfather Fang's recent mishap, he had gotten so carried away bragging about his grandson that he had nearly choked on his own saliva. Great-grandmother Fang was quite old and couldn't deal with the shock. The old fella survived this time, but what about next time? The old fella had brought it upon himself when he'd choked. None of the other residents at the retirement liked to talk as much as he did. The older he got, the more impulsive great-grandfather Fang got, yapping away like a little kid. Great-grandmother Fang lamented, "He won't listen to what anyone else has to say. When I told him off, he thought I was blowing things out of proportion. Xiao Zhao, he'll definitely listen to you. Can you ask him to calm down? At this age, he needs to take it easy, not regress to a child." This was unexpected, but great-grandmother Fang had a point. "Got it. Let me see what I can do." After ending the call, Fang Zhao reflected on the matter. He decided that talk was cheap in terms of calming great-grandfather Fang down. The best solution was to find the old man something to do, to help him develop a new hobby. Fang Zhao clicked his address book and called someone in Muzhou, at the retirement home for former officials in Yanbei. Great-grandfather Fang started sulking after he found out that his wife had told Fang Zhao about him choking on his own saliva. Why did he have to tell Xiao Zhao about such a trivial matter? It was nothing, an accident. He's so busy. You're just adding to his burden, great-grandfather Fang said. Great-grandmother Fang gave him a sideways glance. You should control that restless soul of yours. If you have so much energy, go farm. Rent a few more plots to farm so you stay out of trouble. How am I restless? Why are you picking a fight? All I did was brag about our Xiao Zhao. Also, I can't possibly farm every day. If this old geezer does hard labor, he'll collapse and die. Great-grandfather Fang censored his final thought. How is farming more fun than bragging about my great-grandson? Great-grandfather Fang started ignoring his wife. He wore a stern expression on his face, but deep down, he was worried. What would Xiao Zhao say when he called? Would he be upset? Great-grandfather Fang lost his appetite and didn't sleep well. The next day, he was a zombie. Fang Zhao finally called to say that he had sent them a package. It would arrive later in the day. The package contained a small box of walnuts. Many species of walnut had gone extinct after the period of destruction. The species that were available now were mostly new species developed by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. There were only a handful of walnuts in the box. It wasn't that Fang Zhao couldn't afford more, but that there were few walnuts to begin with. These had been plucked from extra samples discarded by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. They had been sent to Yenzhou immediately after. Some basic processing. Soon, great-grandfather Fang received the delivery. The box also contained a manual and an instructional video. So these are the walnuts that Xiao Zhao spoke of? Great-grandfather Fang emptied an even nicer box and relocated the walnuts there carefully. Great-grandmother Fang donned her reading glasses and examined the manual. Fitness walnuts. Great-grandfather Fang followed the instructions in the manual and grasped 2 walnuts. You don't say. I feel more at peace right away. Great-grandmother Fang. Such bullshit *T. Great-grandfather Fang kept talking, an intoxicated expression on his face. This is good stuff. I can kill time with it. It's good for my health, and it looks cool. In blunter terms, this toy was good for his health while allowing the old man to keep being a poser at the same time. Great-grandmother Fang's face went blank. She felt her husband had somehow managed to cultivate yet another new skill. After fiddling with the walnuts the same way they were used in the instructional video, great-grandfather Fang felt he had learned the ropes. He tossed his walking stick and carefully picked 2 of the prettiest walnuts from his box. He headed out to brag again, one hand behind his back and the other playing with the walnuts. Yup, this was what they called Zen posing. Chapter 371. Are you asking for a beating? Great-grandfather Fang brought those 2 walnuts along for a stroll. His pace was rather leisurely, but his pleased expression simply couldn't be suppressed as he hummed a tune while walking around. Someone asked great-grandfather Fang, "Why are you playing with walnuts?" Great-grandfather Fang's face stiffened. Are these walnuts? No. These are sentiments. A creative concept. Art. If you don't believe me, take a look for yourself. They even have some of the old era's charm. On that day, a number of retired veterans asked around in private about where to purchase these sorts of walnuts. They couldn't bear to see great-grandfather Fang showing off. Although they didn't show it on the surface, They rather covetously eyed those walnuts twirling within his palm. When they returned to do some research, indeed, the old era had had such a method of playing with them, and it was rather pretentious. There were also some that asked great-grandfather Fang, but the old man immediately replied, "My family Xiao Zhao sent them," then jabbered on and on about his family Xiao Zhao, which made the askers gnash their teeth. As for those that looked for great-grandfather Fang in hopes of borrowing or purchasing these walnuts, they were met with firm rejection from the old man. No discussion. These were given by my great-grandson. I can't even bear to use them. How could I distribute them to you guys? In your dreams. If you have the ability, get your own great-grandsons to buy them for you. Great-grandfather Fang wasn't willing to loan out these walnuts. He did have a small box full of them, but it was only a small box. He knew very well that if these things were easy to obtain, Fang Zhao would surely have sent a large box. The fact was that there were too few of these things. In the days that followed, great-grandfather Fang liked to twirl these rather pleasing-to-look-at walnuts in his palms wherever he went. Regardless of whether he was strolling leisurely, chatting, or playing chess, his hands never stopped. He even intentionally headed for places with more people to flaunt the two glorious walnuts in his hands. How pleasurable! This is just my individuality. I am completely different from those old fogies that only know how to drink tea and play chess. Great-grandfather Fang even went so far as to christen these two walnuts the Diding walnuts. Having the name of a mythical beast made them even more high-end and auspicious. When it came to mythical creatures and the like, great-grandfather Fang's had the deepest impression of the Diding, because one of Fang Zhao's epithets online was Diding. Thus, when mythical creatures were brought up, the first one that great-grandfather Fang thought about was always the Diding. The rarer something was, the greater its value. With its links to the old era on top of great-grandfather Fang's ability to brag, this leisure topic among the old veterans gradually circulated, and as it spread, it became even more incredible. There were people saying that the veined patterns on the walnut surface weren't ordinary and were similar to the mythical creatures of legends. There were also people who said that the reason these were called Diding walnuts was because Fang Zhao had created them. Fang Zhao's nickname was Diding, after all. Of course, there were also people who wondered whether Fang Zhao was promoting it behind the scenes. Would the next step be roasted walnuts? Thus, unknowingly, Fang Zhao was blamed for something once again. Ultimately, great-grandfather Fang wasn't able to completely preserve his small box of walnuts. In the end, great-grandfather Fang reluctantly gave away some walnuts to a few of his closer older friends. Afterward, some people tried to use their social connections to purchase Muzhou's Agricultural Science Institution's limited surplus of walnuts. Even if the price were several times higher, it wouldn't be enough to match the demand. The more something couldn't be bought, the more people would want to purchase it, and there were many more people making inquiries. Later on, when the personnel from Muzhou's Academy of Agricultural Sciences noticed, they wondered why this plaything had become so popular. The walnuts they cultivated weren't that great to eat, so they weren't mass-produced. In general, when growing new breeds, items without much commercial value were shelved. This variety of walnuts didn't have a high consumption value, so the personnel from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences had never expected that it would become so popular all of a sudden. Now that the circumstances had changed, people started to have ideas. Grow. Since the demand was so high, then they would grow it again. Retirement facilities in the new era also knew how to keep up with the times. Playing with walnuts was indeed uncommon, and those that weren't able to obtain some would use other alternatives. However, they would feel that it couldn't compare with the authenticity of the real ones, so those that could use connections made orders with the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Fang Zhao had no idea that all this was happening. After he settled his matters with great-grandfather Fang, he prepared to follow Professor Carter to Muzhou. Nanfeng and the other two tagged along as well. Nowadays, Nanfeng walked a little taller. Many people who had known Nanfeng in the past searched him out in hopes of a collaboration. However, Nanfeng didn't bother with them. It really verified that phrase. "Ignore me thou shalt, lick my ass you cannot." Nanfeng felt extremely pleased with himself. Nanfeng was putting on airs and chatting when he received news from Fang Zhao about heading to Muzhou. As Fang Zhao's assistant and given his boss's influence, Nanfeng still needed to put on airs at the right time. Otherwise, others would assume he was easy to bully. But whatever the case, what was important were his boss's interests. Nanfeng needed to firmly guard this job of his. He knew very well what he should say and do when meeting others, as well as what sort of attitude to show. Having received notice that his boss would be heading to Mazhou for a music project, Nanfeng felt a little regret at leaving the entertainment circle so soon. However, he understood that Fang Zhao's main focus was on his own composing. As a capable assistant, Nanfeng would only give thumbs up to the decisions Fang Zhao came to. Zuiyu also felt a little apprehension when he received the news. Will boss bring us along for his trip to Mazhou? Nanfeng rubbed his hands in glee and confidently said, he will definitely bring me. I have to take charge of boss's traveling and daily matters. Participating in a project is really tiring, and it is taxing on both the mind and body. Boss's appetite is also so big. I can't let boss go hungry, right? Zuoyu wasn't willing to lag behind and added in. Besides keeping boss safe, I can still drive cars and pilot flying transports. He will need a driver when traveling in Muzhou. Yin Biao chimed in. I can still help boss fend off entertainment reporters, and I teach the paparazzi a lesson. Nowadays, many entertainment reporters are keeping an eye on boss. As a bodyguard, I have a heavy responsibility. Although all three of them proclaimed their importance, inwardly, they felt weak. Fang Zhao could really do without them. During the period of the film festivals, he had even let the three of them have free time. This time around, he would be heading to Mazhou together with Professor Carter's team, so it was uncertain whether he would bring the three of them along. After waiting nervously for an hour, they finally received formal notification from Fang Zhao regarding their travel plans. The duties for the three were also issued, so they immediately felt peace of mind. While excitedly packing his luggage, Nanfeng thought of something and asked the other two, if the three of us leave, what will happen to boss's pets? Yin Biao had just ended a call with Fang Zhao. He replied, the rabbit has a self-feeding machine, and Curly Hair will be looked after by the neighbor. Still loaned to the neighbor? Nanfeng inwardly wondered why that neighbor was so strongly attached to Curly Hair, but he soon shoved those thoughts aside. He needed to concern himself with his boss's matters first. Nanfeng and the other two would head to Mar Sizu beforehand, while Fang Zhao would follow Professor Carter and his team. Mar Sizu, named after great General Mahorsi, was one of the 4 special continents out of the 12 continents in the new era. Mar Sizu was also known as Mazhou for short. Mahorsi was also the family name of the aristocratic Mahorsi family clan, which dominated Mazhou. It was said that people with the Mahorsi family's blood might not necessarily have this family name, but anyone that had this family name was someone that was recognized by the Mahorsi family. Therefore, people coming to Mazhou knew that they could offend first-rate clubs, but they absolutely could not offend anyone that possessed the Mahorsi family name. In Carter's opinion, he was more willing to interact with people who had the Mahorsi family name. At least those from the Mahorsi family clan wouldn't cause trouble for no reason. On the contrary, there were quite a few personnel from second- and third-rate clubs that loved causing trouble. Therefore, before arriving in Mazhou, Professor Carter emphasized to his team not to face it directly should they encounter any trouble. As people that dabbled in art, what advantage could they have when facing those athletes and competitors? They should avoid trouble whenever possible and look for the police if the situation couldn't be avoided. Although the competitive atmosphere there was thick, the law and order in the capital city of Savannah was still pretty good, and law enforcement was just and upright. Mazhou was known by everyone as the competition continent. Everywhere in Mazhou was filled with competitive elements. One could see competitive sporting clubs and guild halls everywhere on the streets, and many basketball stars, football stars, shooting celebrities, wrestling stars, and famed personalities from all sorts of sporting events frequently appeared on the suspended screens on buildings. Savannah, the capital city of Mar Sizu, was also the region where the competitive atmosphere was heaviest. Many large-scale sporting competitions were organized in Savannah, and the Spartacus Cup games were held here. After checking into the hotel and taking some time to rest, Carter held a small meeting for the group. The main point of the meeting was to explain the following arrangements as well as to introduce Fang Zhao to these other disciples. Carter's gaze swept across the room. Everyone, this is Fang Zhao, your junior disciple. This is his first time following the project team. Do take care of him. All Carter saw were smiles on the faces of the others, but inwardly, These people were very envious of Fang Zhao. They all knew that on the surface, Fang Zhao was said to be a disciple of Carter, but in actual fact, he was learning from great master Mo Long. However, regardless of who Fang Zhao was studying under, they all still greeted Fang Zhao as a little junior disciple. Carter had brought along more than 10 disciples to this project team. They were all older, and aside from Fang Zhao, the youngest one among them was in his 50s. Carter was someone who didn't like beating around the bush. After saying all that needed to be said, he took a look at the time and said, "Go and experience things a little, search for inspiration," before turning around and leaving. He still had to attend a meeting with personnel from the Spartacus Cup Games organizing committee to discuss some matters with the opening ceremony. After Carter left, the atmosphere in the conference room lightened. The others all gathered around Fang Zhao to chat with this extraordinary little junior disciple and exchange contact details. In the future, they would have a camaraderie from being one big family and would help each other out, so contact details were a must. An average-sized man with flowing white hair walked over and said with a smile, "Little junior brother, you can call me big senior brother." This man was Enan, Carter's first disciple. He was doing very well now. He had made quite a reputation for himself and had a niche within the circles. Enan was already in his 80s, but this was considered old in the new era. His white hair had been specially dyed and was kept at shoulder length with some floating curls. It let him give off quite the artistic vibe. "Big senior brother," Fang Zhao called out sincerely. "AI, that's right." Enan clapped his hands and his smile widened. "Since you call me big senior brother, I will definitely bring you to." Enan was about to say bring you to soar when the conference door opened and Professor Carter came in hastily to take a file that was on the table. "Definitely bring you to properly investigate academic questions and teach you how to search for composing inspiration during the Spartacus Cup Games period. As your big senior brother, you can ask me if you have any questions. Whether you meet with a bottleneck when composing, an obstacle in your thesis, or so on, you can look for me," Enan said with a straight face. Professor Carter himself knew his own disciple's personality and conduct, so he shot Enan a warning gaze. Enan immediately promised Carter, "Teacher, don't you worry, I will definitely lead little junior disciple along well." Carter groaned and left hastily with the file. The smile returned to Enan's face when Carter left. Slightly impatient, he said to all the others, "It's rare for all of us from different continents to gather for a project. Today shall be my treat. I will bring everyone to have a taste of Majo." Carter's disciples all know what that this big senior brother Enan was very talented, but that he had a bad habit, drinking. At the start, Carter had advised him many times, but afterward, when Enan had produced works of sufficient quality, Carter had stopped warning him to give up the habit. Thus, everyone besides Fang Zhao knew what Enan meant by a taste of Majo. Big senior brother would be treating, so they had to give face and could not decline. As the little junior disciple, Fang Zhao was dragged along with everyone. Scarlet Ocean Flower Street was a consumer entertainment district in Majo's capital city of Savannah. It was a strip that bordered along the Scarlet Ocean. Originally, this street had been called Victory Street, but back during the founding era celebrations, the entire street had been littered with fresh flowers. Afterward, people had brought flowers over to this street during every year's Memorial Day, so people had started to call it Flower Street. The place Enan brought everyone was a rather stylish ball. On Scarlet Ocean Flower Street, the place had an artsy design, but most importantly, the liquor here was good. With great liquor, nice ambience, and decent food, the place was naturally packed. Clearly, Enan had been here more than once. He was familiar with the place, and the group of more than 10 people found a place to sit. As they merrily enjoyed their food and drinks, Fang Zhao sat quietly, listening to these senior brothers and sisters boasting, while also listening to the performance at the bar. The rather melancholy electronic blues tune didn't dampen Enan's high spirits. Although Enan didn't look too reliable, he did have the ability. His analysis of the performance in the bar was also incisive, and he was able to precisely point out the notes and instruments in the tune. After a few rounds of drinks, even those people that normally seemed rather composed had loosened up. They chatted about their respective composing paths as well as their successes and failures. These people that were viewed highly by Carter definitely had sufficient ability, and they had many experiences that Fang Zhao could learn from. After filtering out some of the stuff they said, Fang Zhao decided to take notes and tidy up his thoughts when he returned. 2 hours later, Fang Zhao was supporting Yin into the washroom. Hey, there is no need to help me. Big senior brother can still recognize the road to the washroom. Yin refused Fang Zhao and pointed to his own head. I might look like I have had a lot to drink, but my mind is still very clear. Fang Zhao wasn't comfortable letting Yin go in this state, so he followed a few steps behind. Indeed, although Yin's steps were slightly feeble, his direction was correct, and he could differentiate the signboards. As Yin entered the washroom, someone from inside bumped into him. Luckily, Yin managed to evade quickly. Otherwise, he might have been thrown to the ground. However, the person who knocked into him had also had quite a bit to drink. His body reeked of alcohol, and he had an air of arrogance along with his robust body and rugged muscles. When he looked up, his bloodshot eyes made him seem like some sort of fierce animal as he glared at Yin. Don't you have eyes? The other party bellowed. Yin's anger sobered him up. Clearly, this person had drunk too much and knocked into him. Now the thief was crying thief. However, Yin was rather experienced in this sort of situation. When encountering such a conflict, Yin would consider what sort of person the other party was. If the other party was a pushover, naturally he would smoothen things out. But if it was some drunk fool or a lunatic that couldn't be reasoned with, Yin wouldn't bother, leaving a few parting words before running. In the current situation, trying to reason with this person might result in the other party speaking with his fists. If Yin stayed and didn't run, wouldn't he be asking for a beating? Thus, Yin didn't even go to the bathroom, but instead decided to leave immediately. However, he'd had too much to drink. Even though his mind had sobered up, his legs still felt weak. If not for Fang Zhao coming over to support him, he would probably have fallen to the ground. Yin glanced at Fang Zhao gratefully before shifting his eyes toward that drunk man, then toward the door, indicating they should hurry up and run rather than waste time talking to this fool. Fang Zhao concurred with Yin's choice and supported Yin as they made to leave. But them trying to keep away infuriated the other party even more. The drunkard had a dark expression as he gurgled with tightly clenched fists. What sort of look was that? Looking down on me. You people are King asking for a beating. Fang Zhao. The police administration for this region received a report. The silver medalist of today's Spartacus Cup Games heavyweight boxing event, which had just concluded today, had been knocked out by someone in a certain bar's washroom. Chapter 372, Doubting One's Existence. Yin had a dazed expression on his face when he left the washroom. A while ago, he had expected that deranged drunkard to come over and hit him. Yet in the blink of an eye, before he'd had any time to react, that guy had fallen. Little junior brother, is leaving him there really all right? Yin was worried. Fang Zhao calmly replied, It's fine. There are people headed for the washroom. They are the other party's friends. How do you know? I heard it. Yin, all right. The others didn't notice any difference when Yin returned. It was already getting late, and someone suggested that it was about time to return to the hotel. Coming out to have fun was fine, but it couldn't be too late. Professor Carter wouldn't restrict their personal activities as long as they didn't get out of hand. Otherwise, Carter would mercilessly kick them out of the project team. Yin wasn't in the mood to continue drinking. Let's go. Have a good rest when we get back, so that we will be in the right mind to look for inspiration. When the group exited the bar, a police car had just pulled up. Yin tensed up and glanced at Fang Zhao. Noticing that Fang Zhao didn't have a single shred of panic on his face, he thought to himself, this little junior brother's mental strength is indeed rather impressive. Yin's assistant didn't pay too much attention to Yin's worried expression after they returned to the hotel. Yin was always like this after having too much to drink. Perhaps he might even be consolidating his inspiration and composing in his heart. After his assistant left, Yin immediately went to search the internet to see if there had been any news in the vicinity of the bar before heaving a sigh of relief. Thinking back, he felt that Fang Zhao was indeed a youngster. Fang Zhao was impulsive, but Yin didn't think. That Fang Zhao was wrong. After all, Fang Zhao had done so to protect him. Sigh. I must properly lead this little junior brother along in the future. Previously, Yin had only decided to look out for Fang Zhao on account of Carter and Mo Lang. Now that Fang Zhao had helped him, Yin was much more sincere about it. The next day, Enan went to check the news after waking up. His unease finally dissipated when he saw that there still was no report of an incident at a bar. It seemed like, just as Fang Zhao had said, it wasn't anything big. There hadn't been a splash even after one night, so there was no longer any need to worry. But Enan's smile had just appeared when it froze in place. He saw a push notification for sports news, and one of the articles showed the previous day's Spartacus Cup Games results, including the photographs of the top 3 in the heavyweight boxing competition, which had just concluded yesterday. Heavyweight boxing competition. Silver medalist? In disbelief, Enan searched this silver medalist Danny's photograph on the internet, recalling the deranged drunkard they had come across last night. They were too similar. If that was true, that would mean, on their first day after arriving in Majo, this little junior brother had knocked out the Spartacus Cup Games heavyweight boxing silver medalist. He suddenly felt that this little junior brother would be hard to lead along and that the pressure was really great. At the same time, in a certain private hospital, the current Spartacus Cup Games heavyweight boxing silver medalist Danny had just woken up in his hospital bed. Waiting on him were 2 police officers as well as his club's manager. "Danny, do you still remember what happened yesterday? Was it someone trying to harm you?" The club manager had already come up with quite a few rival names. Danny kneaded his forehead vacantly and shook his head. What happened? The club manager briefly recounted yesterday's incident. After losing the finals yesterday, Danny had been in a bad mood and went with a friend to drink. Danny had quite a lot to drink and went to the washroom midway. That friend of his waited for some time, but felt that something was up, so he went to the washroom to check. He had never expected to find Danny lying on the ground. When the friend went over to ask what had happened, Danny only said, "Someone hit me," then lost consciousness. When that friend heard that someone had hit Danny, all sorts of conspiracy theories sprouted in his head, and he immediately made a police report. When he regained his senses, he felt that it had been a little inappropriate, so he contacted Danny's club manager. The club suppressed the news. This was also why Enan hadn't seen any news related to the incident. The checkup at the hospital discovered that Danny had injuries, but they were a result of the competition. Other than that, there weren't any other big issues. There weren't any cameras near the washroom, and nobody knew what had happened, as it hadn't caused a big disturbance. The police couldn't summon all the people that had been at the bar, so they could only wait for Danny to wake up before asking about the concrete details. Majo permitted competition, but it forbade malicious competition. Athletes that did such things in private would be punished severely when they were found out. This sort of thing was especially susceptible during the duration of the Spartacus Cup Games, so the 2 police officers were here and couldn't be driven away even if the club manager wanted them to leave. "We have some questions to ask you regarding yesterday's incident. We hope that you will cooperate," one of the police officers said. They hoped that Danny could properly recall what exactly had happened yesterday. If this was a malicious revenge incident, they would have to intensify their investigation. But if it was a private matter, as long as Danny didn't pursue the matter, the police officers wouldn't need to do anything more. The club manager also wished to know who had hit Danny. Although Danny had drunk a lot yesterday, he still shouldn't have been knocked unconscious just like that. He was the club's trump card, after all, and a silver medalist at this year's Spartacus Cup Games. The last person to try to strike Danny when he was drunk had spent an entire month lying in hospital. Danny picked up the wet towel at the side and wiped his face as he tried recalling the previous day's details. "I went to the bar for some drinks yesterday. Afterward, I went to the bathroom. When the others saw me, they ran away. When Danny had gone to the washroom, he had thrown quite the drunken fit inside. When the other people in the washroom had seen Danny acting this way, they had left immediately, since there wasn't only just one washroom in the bar. So there weren't any others in the washroom at that time?" One of the police officers asked. "I guess so. What happened after? Who did you meet?" "After that, I think I bumped into someone." The 2 officers and the club manager became more alert. "What did the other party look like?" "I don't remember. I think it was an oldie. There was quite a bit of white hair." The 2 police officers made eye contact. There were too many people that dyed their hair white. This point wouldn't pinpoint much. "You don't remember anything else about the other party's appearance?" the police officer queried. Danny shook his head. The police officer continued, "What happened next? Try to think hard, especially the minute details." "After that, I was lying on the ground." When he recalled this, Danny started to doubt his own existence. Had he actually been knocked down so easily yesterday? And to the extent where he couldn't remember how he had been knocked down. The club manager frowned. He couldn't think of anyone who could knock Danny out so easily. Even the champion of yesterday's boxing competition couldn't do it. However, the two police officers caught on to a detail in Danny's words. Wait a minute, did you say lying? Were you lying on the ground when you were knocked out? I haven't finished yet, Danny said. Continue. Recall the small details. Don't skip anything. MMHM, he even helped flip me over. And then, it seemed like I vomited. One of the officers nodded. You did. Furthermore, when your friend found you yesterday, you were lying face up. Yes, I remember that the person flipped me over after I fell. The two officers continued probing for details, but Danny really didn't remember much. When he didn't think much of a person, he wouldn't really make an effort to remember the person's appearance. Regardless of whether he was drunk or sober, he was the same. If he didn't think the person was worthy of being remembered, he wouldn't waste any brain cells on it. Only afterward, when he had been knocked down and had started to doubt his existence, had his memory become more profound. However, it still wasn't clear, and the only impression he had was the white hair that had flashed past. Furthermore, the more he remembered, the more Danny's spirit took a beating. He had lost the match yesterday and had felt extremely indignant. He had nearly won the gold medal, so anyone in his situation wouldn't feel good. But now, the indignation in his heart had thoroughly been wiped clean. This sort of transformation was like blaming everyone but himself all the way before discovering that it turns out that I am the failure. With such a huge drop in his mental state, what gold medal, what final loss, what indignation, all of these were chucked aside. Currently, there was only one line revolving continuously in Danny's head. So it turns out that I am lacking? The two police officers watched the crestfallen Danny lying on the bed and clutching his head. This huge man now looked as though he had been extremely wronged. Cough. We have a rough understanding of the situation already. According to what Mr. Danny has said, the other party didn't seem to have any strong malice. First, he didn't cause you any bodily harm. Second, the other party helped flip you over to prevent you from choking on your own vomit when you were lying face down. We will continue to investigate this matter, and if you remember any important clues, you can contact us. As long as it wasn't a malicious revenge case regarding competitive rivals, Danny's case wouldn't be considered a big deal in Majo. It was no different from some drunken brawl across the street. Furthermore, at first glance, this matter had been instigated by Danny, and him getting hit was normal. The two police officers left quickly after that. The club manager had similarly complicated feelings as he watched Danny lie in bed, hugging his head and contemplating his existence. So there wasn't any conspiracy theory? Then who exactly hit? Me? That white-haired and confused fellow. As Danny lay in the hospital, doubting his own existence, the one who had cast this shadow on his heart was accompanying his seniors to search for inspiration at the competition grounds. Enan had brought Fang Zhao and the others to watch a tennis match. To fully experience the atmosphere of the sporting competition, they didn't use a VIP box or special viewing terrace. Instead, they sat together with the ordinary spectators. Today was the finals of the Spartacus Cup Games men's singles tennis. This was a match that had a very high viewership. On one side was the old veteran Dummel, who was currently ranked 8th in the world. He had only rushed up explosively this year and had never entered the top 20 in the past. At this year's Spartacus Cup Games, he seemed to have performed exceeding well and had swept through the previous rounds of matches, defeating many strong opponents along the way and making it into the gold medal match. Today would also be the last match in his professional career. On the other side was a young tennis athlete who hadn't fallen out of the top 3 rankings in the past few years, Midasi. He was a handsome lad and was nicknamed the Prince of Tennis. There were also fans who affectionately called him Xiaomi. Midasi had won many championships. The only championship he lacked was the Spartacus Cup Games gold medal. After so many iterations, he had gotten a silver medal every time, and slowly. During the Spartacus Cup Games, he had jokingly become referred to as the perennial runner-up. Among these two, one would retire after this match, while the other said that he would retire if he still couldn't get the gold medal this time. Thus, the attention placed by the media on this was especially high. Fang Zhao took deep breaths, experiencing the complicated mixture of smells consisting of sweat, odor, snacks, and fragrances when Ian turned to ask him, "Who do you think will win?" "I can't tell," Fang Zhao answered seriously. He had watched some previous competition videos of both parties and had analyzed the two competitors' states. Fang Zhao really couldn't say who would win. Haha, that is only right. Ian chuckled. You will never know when a miracle might occur, and you will never know what might happen next. I just love this sort of plot, because every time a turnabout occurs, countless musical notes enter my head. This feeling of my head being filled with music is a magical feeling. As a composer, you should understand, right? Fang Zhao nodded. MMHM. The symphony in his head had never stopped. Chapter 373. This kid. Cheating was an utter disgrace in athletic competitions in Mazhou. Athletes involved in match fixing were banned for life. You want to keep competing? Sure, go ahead, on other continents. Mazhou no longer welcomes you. In some cases, athletes were even barred from entering Mazhou altogether. Quite a few pundits gave their 2 cents on the gold medal match, but no one could say definitely who the likely winner was. The way the match played out bore out the conflicting predictions. The gold medal match ended up taking 3 days, an average of more than 5 hours per day. The total length of the match was about 16 hours, which set the record for the longest championship match at the Spartacus Cup. This was a battle of two athletes at their peak that involved not the slightest iota of showmanship or fakery. Both players were in tip-top shape and were going head-to-head in terms of technique, tactics, endurance, and mental toughness. It was the very definition of athletic competition. They both went all out. Ian marveled. He was a casual tennis player too. But half an hour was tiring enough for him, let alone more than 5 hours. These two are certainly athletes worthy of respect, Fang Zhao said. Fans of the two players went crazy cheering for their respective idols. Even folks who weren't interested in either player began paying attention to the match. One could dislike these two athletes, but one still had to give respect where respect was due. Media coverage of the match also increased. Taking in the match that seemed to be sapping the life out of the players, Fang Zhao realized that the two athletes probably hadn't been kidding when they had spoken of retirement to the media before the match. They were playing their hearts out. It was impossible to play at this level if they were holding back. The third day of play took more than 7 hours. When the match ended, the veteran Dummel glanced at the score on the big screen. He let out a huge bellow as he circled the court, tears rolling down his cheek, as if he had forgotten about his utter exhaustion. In stark contrast was the silent Midacy. Midacy was flat on his back, racket in hand. His other hand covered his eyes. He removed the hand after some time to reveal bloodshot, tearful eyes, and he gazed at the sky. He got up, jogged over to Dummel, and hugged the man, then bowed to all 4 sides of the grass court and raised his hands in applause. The applause was for himself, his opponent, and the audience. He had given it his all. He was at peace with the outcome. A melancholic rock song suggestive of farewell began playing. The hoarse vocals of the male lead seemed to speak to the passion and dedication the audience had just witnessed. At this point, many members of the audience recovered their composure. Dummel should have had no regrets about retirement. He is starting to go downhill, after all. He mustered every last bit of energy he had for this match. I'm guessing it will take him at least 5 years to recover. But Midacy is a different story. Is he really going to retire? Really? Midacy is so young, only 36. In an era when life expectancy had doubled, 36 was truly quite young. It's the peak of Midacy's career now, his golden years. He has plenty more shots at glory after this match. He is quite young, after all. He could play another 40 years if he wanted to. Impulsive talk. It was definitely impulsive talk. Let's see what Midacy's club says. They're not going to give up on a cash cow like Midacy that easily. Even though he's missing a Spartacus Cup gold medal, Midacy has won plenty of other important titles. His popularity is only going to increase after this 3-day match. Regardless of whether Midacy retired, the gold medal match was a great deal for the audience. A 3-day match for a single ticket. Totally worth it. Got my fix. And as far as the journalists were concerned, there was plenty to write about. An even better deal. Perennial runner-up loses again. Prince of Tennis misses out on gold again. Another brand ends collaboration with Midacy. Perennial runner-up loses another deal. In Mazhou, this hub of athletic competition, the major brands preferred champions. Even though Midas had won quite a few titles, his lack of a Spartacus Cup gold was a missing link one couldn't ignore. Add to that the saturated media coverage and the absence of a Spartacus title became a major, indelible black mark on his career. Journalists loved to pour salt on a wound. After the prize presentation ceremony, amid all the talk about Midas's possible retirement, Midas's club announced he would be holding a press conference soon. Is he really going to retire? I don't get it. I really don't. It's just a Spartacus gold medal. After all, he can go after it again. He's only been playing for 20 years. Maybe he's lost his spirit. He's played professionally for 20 years already. After all, come Spartacus Cup time, he always finishes second. And it's not that he's a bad player. He always gives his all. What could he do after he retires? He'll be discriminated against as a coach. It's too hard to shed the perennial runner-up reputation. What if the perennial runner-up can only produce perennial runner-ups? Plus, he's still relatively young. If top clubs want to hire him, they'll skimp on his pay. It's not worth it. He might as well join the entertainment industry, then. Quite a few retired athletes in Majo became entertainers. Considering Midas's good looks and popularity, following in that tradition was a likely move. Back in his hotel room, Enan watched the highlights of the gold medal match repeatedly. He wiped the tears on his face and said, "We should compose a song for them." Sigh, what a pity, Xiaomi. Midas has grown on Enan. You can't blame him for the outcome. He tried his best. After reading the online speculation about Midas's next move after retirement, Enan looked up Fang Zhao. Lots of folks are saying that Xiaomi will likely become an entertainer after retiring. Junior disciple, you have a background in the entertainment industry. See if you can lend him a helping hand. This man has suffered enough, losing the gold medal and all these endorsement deals. And he's getting dissed and teased online left and right. Fang Zhao pondered the request and responded, I actually don't think he needs my help. Given his temperament, I'm sure he's decided on his next move. Anyway, give him some help if you can, Enan said. He thought Fang Zhao was just making excuses, but then he realized that Mo Lang and Carter might not want Fang Zhao to have anything to do with the entertainment industry. Enan swallowed the comment he had been about to blurt out. Fang Zhao glanced at Enan and continued, regardless of what the media is saying now, I think Midas's career going forward won't be that bad. As for the journalists knifing him now, it will backfire eventually. Enan didn't take Fang Zhao's comment seriously. He just started sighing nonstop. Enan was quite sensitive. The thought of Midas's performance in the gold medal match, coupled with all the facetious comments online, made him awfully upset. I feel like crap. I'm gonna go compose to make myself feel better. Even though Fang Zhao lamented Midas's loss, he didn't think Midas was someone who made rash decisions. He was someone with a clear head and a clear plan. That night, Midas held a press conference at his home club. Images of Midas crying after the gold medal match dominated front-page news and newscasts. His fans were heartbroken. Now, both fan and foe alike were glued to this press conference, which was being broadcast live. They could see in the live feed that journalists from many leading sports publications were in attendance. Midas's eyes were still bloodshot. His voice broke up as he started speaking. He continued after recovering his composure. Looking back on my 20-year professional career, I don't have a whole lot of complaints or anger. What I feel more is gratitude. I've never let down my guard in the past 20 years. Even today, I can stand proudly before you. Every step I have taken has been forceful and purposeful. In the past 20 years, I've borne witness to the beauty of competition as well as its cruelty. Retirement isn't a decision I made hastily, and it's not a compromise. I have my own private life and responsibilities. After retiring, regardless of where I end up, I'll always be an optimist. I'd like to thank my club and my fans for their support these past 20 years. I also want to thank my coach. I'm sorry I couldn't bring home a Spartacus gold medal for him. Midas's coach, who was sitting next to him, also turned teary-eyed. His eyes were filled with sadness. When it was his turn to speak, he talked about Midas's difficult journey. I still remember that 16-year-old showing up all alone at my doorstep, bag in hand, 20 years ago. And he stayed for 2 decades. At the beginning of this year, he told me, Coach, this is my last shot. He was under huge pressure. I can only imagine what he was going through. All I can say is that he has always worked his ass off. He's as good a player as anyone out there. How brightly Midas's star had shone back in the day, his surreal rise to the top of the world rankings, his good looks, and his amazing talent. Soon, he had become one of Majo's most popular sports stars, and the endorsement deals had started pouring in. Subsequently, Midas had taken part in all sorts of tournaments and had won quite a few of them. The Spartacus Cup was the only exception. He had always come second. Even if he had managed to survive tough group competition in round robin, he had always ended up with silver. He had beaten every Spartacus Cup gold medalist on many occasions, but the gold medal had simply eluded him. Eventually, the endorsement deals had dwindled. The naysayers and comics had come out of the woodwork. They hadn't cared whether they broke Midas's heart. All they had cared about was web traffic and attention. Midas's fans and critics had already engaged in several rounds of verbal combat in the early minutes of the press conference. Taking in Midas's comments at the press conference and rewatching highlights of the gold medal match, Midas's tearful fans were devastated. They felt like they couldn't breathe. They were also extremely worried about their idol's post-retirement plans. Meanwhile, the critics kept hitting where it hurt most. So he's incompetent, and we can't even talk about it? He has only himself to blame for never landing gold. It's his destiny. Who else can he blame for throwing in the towel now? If you can't handle the pressure, if you don't have mental toughness, why bother becoming a professional athlete? Focus on the entertainment industry after retirement. Make some money so you can enjoy your twilight years. As far as Majo natives were concerned, only failed or retired athletes joined the entertainment industry. In Majo, the most popular celebrities were athletes. Award-winning actors and actresses paled in comparison. After Midas and company spoke, they took questions. What are your plans for after retirement? Will you become an entertainer? What line of work will you go into? Will it be tennis-related? Midas responded, I will move to working behind the scenes. The reporters were intrigued. There was more than met the ears. Are you going to start your own tennis club? A reporter asked. Midas flashed an embarrassed smile. I don't think I ever told everyone what my last name is. The press pack. Even Midas's coach cast him a confused glance. All these years, Midas had never mentioned his surname. It wasn't printed on his ID card, so no one had ever brought up the issue. As far as most folks were concerned, his last name was irrelevant. Midas cleared his throat and said, My full name is Midas Mercy. Dead silence. Dead silence in the online discussion forums. The fans, the critics, the journalists, everyone at the tennis club. What the F***ck did you say? What is your last name again? The Mercis were Majo's most prominent family. Jaw dropped. Midas's coach was in a daze, his expression the picture of disbelief. Journalists that had dissed Midas in the past started shivering. This kid from the Mercy family is quite something, Fang Zhao thought to himself. Chapter 374, Brother Run? The news pertaining to Midas astonished the extensive online audiences. It was as though they had always been pitying this person, but it turned out that he had such a strong background. His family was really strong. Not only that, they were like kings. Although they were no longer monarchs, the position the Maharishi family held in Majo was supreme, and the characteristics were more or less the same. Fans of Midas who had shed tears when he regrettably retired from the sport no longer cried. Those who had publicly bashed Midas were racking their brains thinking about how to retract their words. Junior editor M.O., who had been writing a piece titled The Unspeakable Truth Behind the Perennial Second Place, nimbly deleted his nearly complete article, leaving not a single trace, before starting to write another. The struggles of the Prince of Tennis and his hidden family name. Many people were grumbling that Midas had deceived them, but a portion of people who understand the Maharishi family could understand why he had done so. Not every person that possessed the Maharishi bloodline could have this family name. Midas's ID didn't have this family name written on it. Perhaps it was deliberate, or perhaps he hadn't possessed the family name at that time. The truth was that Midas had only obtained the Maharishi family name later on, and he had never gone and gotten an updated copy of his ID. However, the internal family clan had already recognized that after he retired, he would start his new life with his new identity. In the future, his ID would carry the glorious Maharishi family name. The news conference was still underway. Midas wasn't being pleased because of this family name. He expressed that this family name was glorious, but it also signified even greater responsibilities. In the past, he had been the tennis player Midas, but after today, he would be Midas of the Maharishi family, and would make Mahorsi better together with the others of the Mahorsi family clan. At the same time, at a press conference for the launch of a certain commercial good in another part of Mazhou, a Mahorsi family clan elder was asked by a reporter about the matter with Midasi. With a smile, he replied, "We consider ability, character, moral standing, and other comprehensive qualities. Our requirements for the younger generations of our family clan are rather stringent. Even if Mahorsi hadn't achieved the Spartacus Cup Games championship, he has already proven himself and passed the family clan's test." The thoughts of others were unknown regarding the Mahorsi elder's words, but far away in Lijiao, Zero's father felt that the words of these people were extremely prickly, and they pricked where it hurt the most. Take a look at the kids of another's family, then take a look at his own family's idiot, who lacked awareness and was terribly annoying. If you don't work hard, you will just drag the family clan down. Zero had recently been wanting to speculate on walnuts because walnuts had suddenly come into vogue, giving Zero all sorts of ideas. He had sent over a pair of walnuts to his grandfather, the governor, making his partially biased grandfather pleased. Thus, his grandfather had not stopped Zero from speculating on walnuts, only strongly urging him to not underpay his taxes. Zero's grandfather was rather strict in this aspect. Zero knew his grandfather's bottom line, and after sounding out his grandfather's attitude, Zero rubbed his hands in glee and decided to go out. However, just as Zero and his agent were making plans together, the news of Mazhou's Midasi raised his father's vigilance. This blockhead couldn't be allowed to continue with his wanton ways. Children had to be put in their place once in a while, or they would get out of hand. However, Zero's father couldn't spend every single moment watching his son, and he didn't have that much time. He had given Zero a beating the previous time he had returned and had been called over by his own father for a talking to. That made him livid. What should he let this blockhead do? Zero wasn't accomplished in academics or the military. He lacked IQ and talent, and he had a short attention span. Zero's father decided that he should kick this blockhead out to go assist the poor. Midasi's retirement press conference not only caused a storm in Mazhou, but also affected other continents. Midasi himself didn't know all of this. After the press conference, he vanished from the public eye. Some people were saying that he was participating in the family clan's business, while others joked that Midasi was receiving grooming to succeed the throne. However, everyone's various guesses were taken with a sprinkle of humor because everyone knew that there were many people in the Mahorsi family and that Midasi wasn't the only one that people would joke about succeeding the throne. However, because of the Mahorsi family name, no matter how people joked, nobody would blatantly show any malice, because nobody dared to. None of this affected people from other continents that much. At the start, perhaps there had been a little interest, but it was just treated as news and forgotten after a quick browse. For instance, the team of Fang Zhao and others still had assignments. They didn't have the time to follow the Mazhou people and their gossip. In the days that followed, they went over every day. They sought inspiration, composed, and had meetings every 2 to 3 days. The team had about half a year to produce a collection of music, with sports competition being the main theme. Right now, what was most important was taking advantage of the Spartacus Cup Games period to experience the charm, intrinsic spirit, and radiance of sporting competition. Today, Fang Zhao had gone out with a few seniors to seek inspiration. After having dinner together, the others either returned to the hotel or had other activities planned. Fang Zhao didn't follow them. Instead, he went to a small park a short distance away from the hotel for a run. There were too many people at the hotel gym, and it was noisy. Fang Zhao preferred running in places like parks and such. However, the park was only quiet at night, so Fang Zhao had chosen this time to run. There were many hotels around, so the number of foreigners was rather high. At night, there were fewer people jogging in the park. Most people were used to gyms and didn't really like running outdoors. Furthermore, at this time of night, even natives weren't willing to run in the park. Fang Zhao ran 2 laps around the park and came across someone. The other person was very young, seemingly a student who had yet to graduate. He was wearing what seemed to be a retro punk-style sweatshirt, and he ran over to strike a conversation. "Hey, brother, running? How many laps have you done?" that person asked. 2 laps, Fang Zhao replied. "Just started, huh? There aren't too many people out running at this time. Are you a professional athlete?" "No, me neither, but I will become one soon. For now, I'm still a little insignificant fellow, not worth mentioning, Just stranger A. What? About you? Stranger B. The other party guffawed. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are really amusing. Fang Zhao. Being alone is rather boring. Let me accompany you on your run. The other party requested. No need. You really don't have to be polite. Really, there is no need. All right, then you run first. After Fang Zhao had run off for a bit, the other person, still standing on the spot, loosened his hands and legs before starting to run. He followed behind, leaving a set distance between him and Fang Zhao, and he decided to maintain this gap. Because he was in a rather good mood, he even hummed a little tune. His coach would surely give him a scolding if he heard. However, his coach wasn't present right now. Today was the first time he had been in Mazhou. He had personally been scouted by the manager of a certain club. In the past, he hadn't had much understanding of sporting competitions and hadn't paid much attention to anything but his family's business. This time, he had come over to start a new life in Mazhou and become a professional athlete. He had already looked up some famous athletes in Mazhou, and this person in front of him had seemed a little familiar. Perhaps due to the lowered visibility in the darkness, he hadn't been able to see clearly, but he was certain that this person hadn't been on the list in the file he had received. If he couldn't remember, then so be it. After all, this man surely wasn't some important person anyway. He had told Fang Zhao that he was still a little insignificant fellow, not worth mentioning. That was just him being modest. He actually had rather high aspirations. His hometown had lots of mountains and a thriving tourism industry. Every day, he had climbed up and down the mountains, leading tourists and helping run errands. He had practically spent every day running. The locals there could really run, and he had been the best runner in the town. Today, he had gotten to meet a few of his fellow club members, and he felt that their abilities were just so-so. It was no wonder the manager had needed to scout for talent elsewhere. The legends about Maharishi sporting competitions were indeed exaggerated. He had been unable to sleep tonight, perhaps due to the jet lag from traveling. Without any intention to sleep and being used to the gym, he had looked at a map and run over from his apartment. Anyway, since there aren't other people running, I will accompany the person ahead of me. After I am all warmed up and the other person leaves, I will continue running for another hour. Then I will return to the club. Maybe it's better to run 2 hours instead? 1 hour is too short, no different from a warm-up. Perhaps 3 hours? After all, I have nothing to do. It's better to exhaust more physical strength. When I'm tired, perhaps I will be able to sleep better. MHM. It's decided then. After accompanying that brother for a run, I will run for another 3 hours before returning. Back to the apartment to sleep. Chapter 375, Little Puppy. Fang Zhao only paid a little attention to the person following him before tossing the matter aside. He didn't sense any menace from the other party, and so let the man do as he pleased. It was late at night, and the tall hotels all around continued to shine splendidly. The number of people in this little park continued to decrease until there were only 2 figures that remained running. Fang Zhao ran laps in the park. This sort of peaceful environment made it easier for him to think about issues. He had gained a lot during this period in Maharishi. Not only had he come to understand the cooperative styles of this sort of project team, but he had also gained a lot of experience and had learned even more composition techniques from the others. The sporting arenas in Maharishi were much more intense than those of other continents, especially the atmosphere, which couldn't be experienced on any other continent. For the members of the project team, these were a precious source of inspiration, and it was an experience that images had no way of providing. Fang Zhao didn't know the progress of the others. On his end, he had already come up with an outline. Even though Fang Zhao had only been at the viewing terrace, recalling the scenes at the sporting arenas made him able to feel his racing heart, his perspiration and the merriment of progress, the radiance of physical capability and fighting spirit, and the countless sounds erupting and brushing past him at the venue. Intense, relaxing, high, downcast sections of a melody appeared in his mind. The melody's tempo was quick at times, yet slow at others. Fang Zhao's legs moved along to the beat of the floating melody playing in his head. Fang Zhao didn't have any clear-cut objective in coming here to run. At this sort of time, when inspiration was overflowing, his body would move along to that inspiration. However, while Fang Zhao was doing as he wished, the person behind him was perplexed. At the start, that young fellow had even been humming a tune as he studied Fang Zhao's running technique. In the past, He had neither known nor paid attention to long-distance running techniques. But after signing a contract with the club, he had received some brief specialized coaching, although he wasn't considered a professional athlete yet. TSK, one look and I can tell that he's an amateur. That person came to this conclusion as he observed Fang Zhao's running style for a while. 3 laps later, he saw that Fang Zhao was starting to pick up the pace. His somewhat disorganized state of mind was stirred, and he felt somewhat excited. He increased his speed. Is he simulating a last spurt to the finish? With these thoughts, he also increased his speed. This sort of experience when accompanying a passerby on a run wasn't too bad. However, after a short period, he felt that something was amiss. Isn't this simulation of one last spurt a little too long? After a few laps, Fang Zhao started to slow down. That person heaved a sigh of relief. His sprint is over. Is he slowing down for a bit before leaving? However, after a few unhurried laps, Fang Zhao started to speed up again. That person, again? He watched as Fang Zhao ran lap after lap, sometimes fast, other times slow. Sometimes his quick pace lasted a long time, while other times it only briefly lasted half a lap. Is he toying with me? He really wanted to call out to the person in front and tell him, "Brother, this isn't how your pace should be. You won't last very long running this way." However, an hour passed, then 2 hours later, and Fang Zhao was still persisting. For Fang Zhao, who housed a symphony orchestra in his head, he was like this when his mind was lively. A section of tunes passed. This section isn't bad, but there are still some areas that need to be amended. A moment later, the amended tune played in his head, once more, and again. There are still some small areas that need to be worked on. The third edition played in his head twice. Good, the back. Hey, this area isn't right. Amend, for the nth time. Amend again, for the nth time. This led to Fang Zhao's pace, which was following the beat. It was fast and slow at various times with varying durations. At the same time, the thought process of the person running behind him was like this. A pleasant and floating state of mind. Strange. Speechless. Bad feeling about this. I feel pressured. Starting to feel tired. Last stand of obstinance. Crazy. The fellow up there is still running. He King started to increase his speed. Slow down again. There's a complete lack of logic in his running. What exactly does he want? Trying to slip away or toying with me? Later on, he didn't even have the strength to be impetuous. Feels like my heart and lungs are about to go on strike. Heart rate on the rise, body weary. Every single muscle in my body is going on strike. I can't do it. I can't run any longer. My legs can no longer be ordered around. Watching himself being left further behind, the person lagging behind finally gave up on chasing after Fang Zhao. He dragged his heavy feet to a long bench and sat down. He had an extremely perplexed look in his eyes and seemed to be at a total loss. He considered himself to have a body condition blessed by heaven, and he had reserves from all his years of running. However, at this time, he felt like he was just a piece of trash. He just sat there like a stone statue, his lifeless eyes following Fang Zhao's silhouette as Fang Zhao continued to run lap after lap after lap. At this time, he suddenly understood the words his manager had said when he had first signed. You still have a long way to go. Indeed, it was as everyone said, Marsizu is the apex of competition, and it isn't that easy to break into. There are many talented athletes. Ultimately, how many of them can truly break into the top? In this whole wide world, there are always people more talented than oneself. Among the strong, there is always someone stronger. He had merely come out for a night run, yet a passerby he had come across possessed such monstrous physical ability. And this person still wasn't someone on the rankings list he had seen. Then wouldn't that mean that those godly professional athletes were geniuses among geniuses, the monsters among monsters? As he sat on the long bench in the small park, the person carried a serious attitude for the first time. It was as though he was about to embark on a pilgrimage to examine the route taken by this professional athlete. Time passed by slowly, and Fang Zhao's pace finally slowed down for real, all the way until he stopped. Fang Zhao took deep breaths as he gazed at the sky, which had already turned hazy. He took in the sounds of seeds breaking through the earth and the rustling of wind through tree branches. The beauty of this world was really captivating. There were only 2 people in this small park at this moment. Besides Fang Zhao, The other was the passerby seated on the bench beside the grass. Fang Zhao knew that this passerby had run behind him for some time before stopping and sitting on the bench to rest. He had remained seated there without leaving, as though he was a lost puppy. Kids these days, Fang Zhao thought as he flashed a smile in that direction. The lost little puppy, seating on the bench, woke up from his deep pondering. His expression changed, and he stared at Fang Zhao as though he was facing a terrifying creature. After hesitating for a bit, he spoke. How are you feeling right now? Still okay, Fang Zhao replied. The lost little puppy felt as though his chest was being stabbed by a knife, as though his world was crumbling apart. How is this still okay? Fang Zhao looked as though he was simply refreshed. Fang Zhao decided to show some concern for this little friend. No, I don't wish to speak with you now. The other party got up and ran away. In a certain club, the manager stood ashen-faced at the door. The newly signed young talent was a prick. This was a good young talent with an innate aptitude and much stronger basics than many people. With 2 years of training. No, perhaps he could be allowed to compete next year. The club was planning to nurture this young talent and use him as a secret weapon. He had already known about the matter of this newcomer having won a little contest with the other members of the club. A genius would have the pride of a genius. The more this was so, the more they needed to be polished. Before that, this young talent with loads of potential couldn't be allowed to be cocky, even saying that he was going out for a night run. A night run that lasted the whole night? Bullsh*t. As the manager contemplated how to teach the young talent a lesson, someone dressed in a retro punk-style sweatshirt appeared in his field of vision. But before he could say anything, the other party lamented with all his strength, as though he had witnessed great vicissitudes. The competition really has a fully justified reputation. There are hidden talents everywhere. The manager, who had originally wanted to give him a harsh admonishing. In the space of one night, how had this pompous newcomer gained such a profound understanding? The newcomer spoke agitatedly. I feel that my spirit has taken a beating that cannot be erased. I finally understand what manager meant by those words. You were right. Manager. What did I say? Although the manager couldn't remember what he had said, when he saw that this newly signed talent looked like he had received a huge blow, he showed some affirmation and said, You are really an extremely talented and capable athlete. The newcomer was already on the verge of tears. No, manager, you don't have to console me. I know that I am actually very lacking. I am below average. Manager, have you given any thought to those club members you beat on the first day? The clearly stirred-up newcomer informed the manager and made a call to his family. Mahjong is really too scary. It's no wonder that it is called the competition, right? I always thought that the people of Mahjong were just exaggerating, but after personally experiencing it for myself, I discovered that am I still too young. I only went out for a night run because I couldn't sleep. And guess who I ran into? That simply wasn't a person. He was a monster. You know what a monster is? The sort that you wouldn't wish to run into a second time. A monster. I totally couldn't find myself capable of having any intention of challenging it. The club manager beside him. Nonsense. Since when has our Mahjong been that terrifying? Don't make us Mahjong people out to be demons and monsters. However, which world champion did this kid run into last night? That is really quite some luck. However, the lost little puppy simply didn't take note of the manager's expression. He shared a whole bunch of thoughts with his family. Originally, he had thought himself sufficiently outstanding regardless of whatever impressive people he faced. Even if he couldn't win, he wouldn't lose too horribly. However, reality was just an appalling scene. Now every time he closed his eyes, that person's back appeared in his mind. No, that could no longer be considered his back. That was simply psychological trauma. His professional career hadn't even formally started. Psychological trauma had already been imprinted in him at the starting line. I feel that I will have to at least train for a decade or two to have the power to fight. Chapter 376. So small and so obedient. The little lost puppy felt that he had found the right place. His physical ability, which he had been proud of, had taken a beating, and whatever pride he'd had been completely wiped clean. People who only found out about Mahjong's competitions through word of mouth or through online files would never understand what rationality was. Now he felt that all that exaggerated bragging by others in the past was normal. Hadn't that just been a stranger bee? then there would surely be even more impressive strangers. Or perhaps the person had been keeping a low profile and wasn't used to competition, and thus he didn't belong to the competing category. A harsh reality was indeed the most painful, and Fang Zhao, the one who had given him the harsh wake-up call, simply didn't know that when the symphony orchestra in his head had been surging with momentum, someone had been beaten into submission in the chilly night. After Fang Zhao had finished his run, he had returned to the hotel to do a simple wash-up, but hadn't gone to sleep right away. Although he hadn't slept the whole night, his mental state was stirred up and inspiration was overflowing in his brain. He had already amended the score in his head many times, and it was almost done. Now what he would do was to write out what was in his mind. When the draft was sorted out, the sun was already high up in the sky. When Nanfeng saw Fang Zhao come out, he quickly got someone to send over the prepared breakfast. When the hotel staff had seen Nanfeng ordering a table's worth of food, they had naturally thought that it was for a number of people and had specially prepared extra utensils. Nanfeng hadn't bothered explaining, just flashed a sheepish smile. Nanfeng and the others were already used to their boss having a huge appetite. Fang Zhao had disappeared for a night and had shut himself in his room after returning. They had asked randomly, but they had only received a simple reply of night run. All right, if boss says that it is a night run, then it's a night run. However, Nanfeng and the other two didn't believe it one bit. Naturally, Fang Zhao could see the three's unconvinced looks, but he didn't bother explaining. After running for an entire night, his body and brain had consumed a lot of energy, and he was very hungry. While having his meal, Fang Zhao received news from Will. Will was going to go to an art exhibition and wanted to bring Curly Hair along. During this period, Will had been taking care of Curly Hair in a bid to nurture his inspiration, and he was unwilling to leave Curly Hair's side. He was also unwilling to waste any time. If not for his father personally calling Will to attend on his behalf, Will wouldn't have wanted to leave the campus. He already had no time to mull over his own works. How could he have the energy to ponder others? Besides, the style of this person's works wasn't to his liking. Fang Zhao listened to what Will had to say and thought about it. He then turned on video mode to check on Curly Hair's condition. This little thing could already understand words. When Will had made the call, Curly Hair had been by his side. His tail was wagging vigorously, and it was obvious that he wished to go out and have fun. Fang Zhao pondered, then asked, "Can you bring a dog to an art exhibition?" Will explained, "It's a private exhibition of works. It is handled by a friend of my father's. The exhibition is being held at his own personal manor. Only some people from the industry have been invited, and it isn't open to the public. I have asked already, and there are quite a number of people bringing dogs." It was rare for the reticent Will to say so much. Since this was the case, Fang Zhao didn't reject it. Will also had bodyguards when traveling, so it should be safe. Besides, Curly Hair spent every day absorbed in gaming. Going out to stretch his legs would be good too. All right, let him have more interaction with his kind and get to know some new friends, Fang Zhao said. After ending the call with Fang Zhao, Will immediately went to prepare. Previously, Will's father had told Will, "I know that you don't really like the paintings there. You don't have to stay long. Just go over and express your thoughts. I have matters that I can't drag myself away from, so I can only send you over on my behalf. Of course, don't leave the art exhibition too early. At least stay for an hour before leaving. At least show some face to the host, got it?" Will could accept an hour. Since his father had requested it, Will had agreed. However, he wanted to bring the dog with him. Will's father knew he couldn't change Will's mind. Thus, he had helplessly said, "All right, as long as you have the dog's owner's approval, you can do as you wish. After all, it will be fine as long as your bodyguards attend the exhibition as well." When Will's father had been making that call, a certain relative beside him had heard the conversation and later brought it up in a chat with friends. "Do you know that nephew of mine? The one who got into Huang Art's 12 tones? I don't know if he has gone mad from painting so much, but he is actually keeping a dog." "Keeping a dog, Sai? The sort that smells if you don't give it a bath every day, digs up the floorboards, and destroys flower vases. The sort that barks at the slightest movement. A devil." After ridiculing the dog, he continued, "That nephew of mine is surely being kicked around by the dog. Today he actually said that he wants to bring the dog to an art exhibition. Goodness, how unimaginable is that? That is really a disaster. Having to be in the same space as a dog during an art exhibition. Are there places solely designated for dogs? That won't do. I get goosebumps all over my body just imagining a dog being close. Will was oblivious to his relative ridiculing him. He was delighted to have gotten permission from Fang Zhao and no longer hated the idea of attending this private art exhibition that he didn't really like. He felt that this could be a way of cultivating new inspiration, and he was looking forward to bringing the dog to take part in the exhibition. However, Will's good spirits didn't persist long. After bringing the dog over to the manor where the art exhibition was being held, he found out that dogs couldn't be brought inside the exhibition hall. Will wanted to have his driver turn the car around immediately, but ultimately, he alighted the car while pulling a long face. Will personally carried Curly Hair out of the car. Other people wanted to come over and pet Curly Hair, but Will didn't allow them to do so. This was his source of inspiration. He couldn't allow others to touch Curly Hair, in case the dog was damaged as a result. A friend of Will strode over. Wow, isn't that the dog worth 200 million? He didn't own dogs, but he followed the pet periodical and knew about Curly Hair's valuation of 200 million. How did this dog land in your hands? The friend asked. Borrowed it, Will said. Are dogs really not allowed inside the exhibition hall? Definitely not. Dogs can be allowed to run elsewhere in the manor, but they can't be brought into the exhibition hall. Why are you still holding on to this dog? Are you rearing a dog or an ancestor? Although I don't keep dogs, I know that dogs cannot be pampered this much. Dogs need to exercise too, the friend said as he eyed Curly Hair covetously. Can I hold him? He especially wanted to touch the dog with a value of 200 million, hoping to have a change in fortunes. Will rejected him mercilessly. All right, so be it. Oh, let me bring you to the place designated for dogs. Will's friend excitedly led the way and sneakily touched Curly Hair when Will wasn't paying attention. When they arrived at the designated location for dogs, Will saw others who had brought their dogs. A few dog owners were gathered together and were discussing whether dogs with long legs or those with short stubby paws were more appealing. Will didn't have any interest in these things. He felt that long legs and chubby paws were all transient. He was only interested in one. The designated area was like a large warehouse filled with large cages. There were already 7 or 8 dogs inside. There were 2 that were rather lively, raising their heads in revolt as they howled at the other dogs and people. Before Will even had time to consider, Curly Hair tugged on the leash and walked over to an empty cage, pawing the door before entering. Will's friend laughed when he saw this. What great foresight! This cage was just tidied up and is the neatest. The lighting here is great as well. Will studied the place designated for dogs fussily and saw Curly Hair enter the cage. The cages were all very big. Even large dogs would have a lot of space to move around. The allocated facilities were comprehensive, so there wasn't any need to worry about the dog going hungry or thirsty. What worried Will was the large dog that was as round as a ball in the cage. Beside Curly Hair, it was one of the most energetic dogs here. It was rather large to begin with, and its fluffy fur made it appear even more sturdy. When compared with Curly Hair, it made Curly Hair seem like a miserable pocket-sized mutt. Will watched Curly Hair lie on the soft cushion in the cage, and he could only sigh helplessly. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have attended the exhibition. Will decided that he would only stay for an hour before leaving with the dog. He still needed to make the most of his time with Curly Hair to foster inspiration. Don't worry, the supervision here is not bad. The dogs here are fed natural dog feed produced in Muzhou. There aren't any preservatives. It's expensive stuff. The dogs have even better food than me, said a dog owner beside Will. Another dog owner chimed in. It's true. There are also cameras on the sides and men in charge of watching over the area. You don't have to worry about losing your dog. Every dog here is easily worth millions, especially so for the one you brought. With a value of 200 million, won't they watch it even more carefully? As he spoke, he pointed out the cameras to Will. Nobody noticed that Curly Hair, who was quietly lying in his cage, pricked his ears and raised his head to glance in the direction of the surveillance cameras before lying back down again. After assigning a place for Curly Hair and registering, Will looked back as he was leaving with his friend. Compared to that majestic and imposing dog, Curly Hair was so small and so obedient. Barely 5 minutes had passed since they'd left when Will came back. He was worried that Curly Hair wouldn't be used to the food here, so he had specifically brought over a can of the dog food that Curly Hair normally had. The moment Will stepped in, he realized that the designated area had become much quieter. The previously clamorous barking had stopped, and when Will looked at the two large dogs that had been barking the most, he saw that they were making low whimpers in the corners of their cages and that their eyes were making sneaky glances at him. Will didn't really pay much attention to it. As before, he still had a limited understanding of dogs. He felt that this place had become a lot quieter, but he didn't think anything was abnormal. After putting down the can, Will checked Curly Hair's condition and didn't notice anything wrong. Will didn't really feel like leaving, but the exhibition had already started and he needed to rush over. When Will left, the place once again fell silent. Only the sounds of Curly Hair eating from the can could be heard. When the large dog next door smelled the fragrance, it inched 2 steps closer to check it out. Curly Hair raised his head from the bowl and bared his teeth. The large round dog retreated toward the corner furthest from Curly Hair with all its strength, whimpering in fear. Chapter 377, Finally Comprehended. Inside the Manor's exhibition hall, the organizer of the exhibition, who was also the owner of the manor, was laughing happily as he introduced his art pieces. The evaluation of those within the circles was that his style was too utilitarian, but that it would still be popular in the market, and that his ability was equal to a veteran within the painting circles. Will counted the time as he viewed the paintings. Although he didn't like this person's paintings, he had to admit that their painting techniques were worth learning from. Of course, he was even more willing to bring Curly Hair out and foster some inspiration. That was what he thirsted for the most. Many times he had felt that he was close to achieving his goal, but whenever he picked up the brush, he was at a loss. After browsing through all the paintings in the exhibition hall, Will glanced at the time. Only 30 minutes had passed. He needed to continue listening to the host's exaggerated bragging, but it was simply contaminating his mind. Will didn't continue listening. Instead, he went upstairs alone to check out the host's private collection. The owner of the manor loved to flaunt. Besides his own works, he also displayed his own collection, which was comprised of artistic treasures. There were fewer people upstairs, so it was quieter. Will decided to kill time here and endure for 1 hour before leaving with the dog. As he viewed these items, a loud boom shocked him to his core. Afterward, some flames rushed up and ignited the large paintings in the exhibition hall in an instant. Some people were at a loss, faced with these sudden unforeseen circumstances. The exhibition hall suddenly descended into chaos as some people tried to flee and others searched for people they knew. Will was a genius when it came to painting, but was a noob in other aspects. For example, the ability to flee for his life. When the accident occurred, Will stood rooted to the spot in a daze at a time when every second counted toward being able to escape with his life. Will only reacted when people that were viewing the art pieces reminded him. His first reaction was to run after the people ahead of him. He had completely forgotten where the exits were. Inside the chaotic exhibition hall, people who were cultured and graceful most of the time no longer gave a sh*t now that their lives were threatened. They ran for their lives. Will, who was an artist that stayed shut in most of the time and didn't pay any attention to training, was gently squeezed out and knocked down by the people behind him, like a weak chicken. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up. His leg was sprained. There had originally been fewer people upstairs, and in a flash, Will was the only one left. The smart fire control facilities had become ornaments, and his own personal terminal bracelet wasn't working properly. Will had never imagined that he would encounter such a situation. He was caught off guard. He hadn't been least bit mentally prepared. People would only understand true despair when they reached such a state. Will was coughing. His throat felt as though it was being choked by something sharp. Breathing became difficult, and his cries for help were drowned out by the surrounding sounds. His eyes were uncomfortable and watery. In his narrow and warped field of vision, the columns of thick smoke were like a terrible monster reaching toward him. For Will, who placed painting above everything else, right now, his mind was actually overflowing with inspiration. His strongest thoughts right now were actually about painting. While Will's line of thought was caught up in the confusion between fleeing, inspiration, and painting, the back of his hand brushed against a moist nose. Woof, woof, woof. Will's mind sobered up, and he turned his head. Curly Hair rubbed his nose into Will's arm once more. Woof, 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 woof. Will didn't wonder why Curly Hair, who was supposed to be locked up in his cage, had appeared here. Right now, he was filled with a deluge of thoughts. He was touched, rueful, and immeasurably regretful. Curly Hair had actually found him before his own bodyguards. Oh, right, in painting. He still hadn't achieved the target he had set himself for this period of advanced studies. When he thought about this, Will tossed all other complicated thoughts from his mind. Hurry up and get out. Cough, cough, cough. Saying just a few words was extremely difficult. Curly Hair barked loudly a few times, then bit into his sleeves and pulled him toward the exit. SSSS. His sleeves tore. Will was even more touched. Run, cough, cough, cough. Go find someone. You can't move me. He had not yet finished speaking when Curly Hair gave up on his sleeves and instead grabbed Will's collar and ran like the wind. It wasn't any different from running with a stick in his mouth. Will, who was being dragged along easily. Crash. A row of display cabinets came crashing down where Will had been lying just moments ago. Will watched the rapidly falling ceiling and the continuously collapsing objects. There were concentrated sparks flying in the distance. In this instant, Will finally comprehended. When Curly Hair dragged Will over to the top of the flight of stairs, the bodyguards that had rushed into and were searching the exhibition hall heard the sound of barking and came over. They hurriedly placed a breathing mask on Will's face and carried him to the exit. Curly Hair followed by their side. Outside the exhibition hall, emergency rescue had already rushed over and were treating the injured. Will, who was being carried, only felt the temperature around his body becoming much cooler. The light had also become much brighter. He could faintly hear the sound of dogs barking in the distance, as well as some ladies' high-pitched shouting. Having reached a safe place, the bodyguard put Will down. Seeing Will's dazed manner, he was worried and thought to himself, is he in shock? Sir, Mr. Will Jr., the bodyguard called out. Will, who was drowning in his own thoughts, snapped out of it. He raised his hand, indicating that he was fine, before returning to his dazed state and muttering, wrong? I was wrong before. Seeing Will in this state, the bodyguard was even more worried. He has really suffered a severe shock. Hurry up and inform Mr. Will Sr. During the video call, Will Sr., who was attending some other event, turned pale until he learned that Will was safe. Currently, Will was in a sorry state. His interbody was gray and sooty, and his hair had a burnt smell. One side of his sleeves was torn, and his eyes were blank. When Will Sr. saw this, he was no longer in the mood to continue with his current activity. He placed all matters aside to rush over. At the same time, he arranged for a private medical team and even more bodyguards to rush over as well. He also made an appointment with a psychiatrist. How much of a mental shadow had been cast on his son, having encountered such an accident? At this time, ambulances, fire engines, and police cars were gathered at this manor away from the city, making quite a din. The only good news was that there were no casualties as of yet. Even the dogs from the designated location were safe, though they had run out, so some people had been sent to catch them. There was no need for Will to say anything. The bodyguards brought the curly-haired dog with a value of 200 million with them. As they left, seeing the bodyguards taking Will away, some of the people gathered there started to discuss what had happened now that their lives were no longer in danger. I heard that Will was dragged out of the exhibition hall, someone said. The person beside him was astonished. Didn't the bodyguard bring him out? Yet another person chimed in. I know. I just heard a bodyguard from that side say that Will was found by the dog. The bodyguard heard the dog's barks, then found and brought out Will. I really never expected that such a small dog could actually drag a grown man. Explosive power? Otherwise, why would the dog have a value of 200 million? I wonder if the dog's owner insured it? I saw that its fur was all curled up from the fire. No, its fur is naturally curly. It appeared quite lively when it came out. It shouldn't be hurt. Otherwise, the compensation would have to be quite high. Will didn't leave the dog at the designated location? Someone else joined the discussion. You still don't know? The dog cages at the location were all opened, and the dogs all ran out. What? There's still such a thing? Didn't I say that I saw dogs running outside? Who did it? Perhaps they were trying to steal some of the dogs. No idea. I heard that the surveillance cameras were damaged. Some special pliers or equipment were definitely used to have been able to break the cage's metal locks that easily. Forget about the dogs for now. How did all this happen in the first place? What else could it be? The manor owner must have offended someone, and this was revenge. We were all caught up in this grudge. I wonder what sort of trivial matter it was. Will didn't know about the follow-up about the matter at the manor. After leaving the manor, he was sent to a hospital ward. Because he was entranced by his own thoughts, during the doctor's questioning, his reactions were sluggish. He appeared as though he was in a daze, and he didn't know what he was saying. By the time the medical examination was completed, Will's parents had arrived. Seeing the miserable state of their son lying in the bed, their hearts ached and their eyes welled up with tears. Upon hearing from the doctor that Will's mental state seemed abnormal, the old couple were even more depressed. Indeed, their child had been traumatized. No one knew how long a mental scar would take to vanish. If Will Sr. had known this was going to happen, he wouldn't have forced Will to attend the art exhibition. But before the old couple could say anything, with great difficulty, Will lifted his hands toward a bodyguard by his side. There was an unprecedented glow in his eyes. "Lift me up. I want to paint." After that, Will's desire was firmly suppressed by his father. "Still thinking of painting at this time? Paint, my *SS. Don't think about touching a brush till you get better." Before Will Sr. had arrived at the hospital, he had gotten someone to inform. Fang Zhao. After all, that dog was valued at 200 million. It was best for the owner of this precious item to be in the know. Having received the news, Fang Zhao hurriedly applied for leave from the project team and rushed over. Fang Zhao hadn't expected such an incident to occur when Will had just brought Curly Hair along to an art exhibition. Will's parents hadn't been there for long when Fang Zhao arrived. Will Sr. shook Fang Zhao's hand and expressed his thanks. He had already heard that if it hasn't been for Curly Hair's barking, the bodyguards might not have found Will so quickly and Will might have died. However, Curly Hair wasn't cooperating and wouldn't let the vet near him. Curly Hair was being looked after well. The dust and soot on his body had been cleaned off. He looked like he hadn't experienced this whole incident at all. When Fang Zhao saw Curly Hair, the dog was currently gnawing on a bone. Clearly, Curly Hair simply hadn't been affected by this whole incident. His appetite was great, and his tail wagged vigorously as he whined when he saw Fang Zhao. As the savior dog that had saved Will's life, the gazes of Will parents toward Curly Hair were full of appreciation, as though they were looking at a glowing little angel. The glowing little angel was brought away from the hospital by Fang Zhao, and they returned to the dormitory at Huang Art. Fang Zhao gave Curly Hair a checkup and then fell silent as he stared at the metal fragments he had pulled out from Curly Hair's teeth. Chapter 378. What exactly am I rearing? Generally, when Curly Hair didn't cooperate for a checkup, that meant he had done something. Thus, when Fang Zhao brought Curly Hair home, he gave Curly Hair a checkup. Curly Hair didn't have any external injuries. He hadn't even shed a strand of fur when escaping the exhibition hall. Other people thought that Curly Hair had been fortunate, escaping the blaze and avoiding being crushed by falling objects. But Fang Zhao knew that might not have been the case. When Fang Zhao extracted the bits of metal lodged between Curly Hair's teeth, he knew that the matter was indeed not that simple. Fang Zhao had already gained understanding of the matter at the manor from others. He knew that the cages in the designated area for dogs had been broken and, until now, the culprit hadn't been found. Fang Zhao sighed. "Where are you injured this time?" Curly Hair lifted up one of his front paws. Fang Zhao pinched the paw and took a meticulous look. He found an extremely fine scratch on one of the little pads of Curly Hair's paw. The skin hadn't even been broken. It would be all right in just a bit. As for the fragments of metal lodged between Curly Hair's teeth, Fang Zhao saw that the edges of the bits of metal had signs of dissolution. Even if they weren't extracted, they would dissolve completely. After dealing with the metal bits and washing them, Fang Zhao applied some medicine to Curly Hair's paw just for show. "All right, go elsewhere and play." Fang Zhao hadn't found out all the information. He needed to know more details about the scene. Having obtained permission, Curly Hair let loose and ran to play his games. Fang Zhao used his identity as the dog's owner and a good friend of Will Jr. to find out more about the incident. The police had been rather efficient. Given the clues they had and the pressure placed on them by furious artists and entrepreneurs, they had already found the primary culprit. Indeed, the incident at the exhibition hall had been man-made, and it was an act of revenge. The culprit behind it had already been apprehended. The person behind this incident was an antique dealer who had old grievances with the manor owner. Not too long ago, the manor owner had employed some methods to snatch an art piece from the antique dealer, thus incurring his wrath. This time, The manor owner had made announcements for this private exhibition beforehand, and the antique dealer had set his sights on them. According to the antique dealer's account, his act of revenge this time had been purely targeted at the manor owner's private collection. He hadn't wanted to cause any deaths and had made considerations regarding where to set off the bomb and ignition devices. As long as one wasn't too weak or unlucky, those at the exhibition should have had ample time to escape. However, a physically weak and unfortunate individual, Will, whose brain circuitry was different from most, had been there. This time, he had sprained his leg and was all bruised and battered. Many people who had seen Will being sent to the hospital had been stunned. Inside the police post, the furious manor owner and the downcast antique dealer had been verbally sparring for close to half an hour already. The manor owner, "You deranged crackpot." The antique dealer, "You backstabbing B*****starred." The manor owner, "You extremely wicked and sinister fellow, bribing my manor staff to hatch a plot together, destroying my collection, and at the same time coming up with a plan to steal dogs." Traces of fury showed on the antique dealer's overcast face. "You are making false accusations. IMF *King allergic to dogs." The police officer to the side watched as the two went at each other without hitting any important points, so he interrupted them. "Who disrupted the surveillance systems at the designated location for the dogs and the few storehouses beside it?" The antique dealer erupted. "I already said. I admit to everything else, but the storehouse surveillance had nothing to do with me. I have been wrongly accused. Perhaps it was the people of their manor trying to take advantage and profit themselves. Since the manor owner is such a self-seeking son of AB***TCH, the staff of the manor can't be any better." Hearing the other party continuing to vilify him even though he was in this state, the manor owner slammed his hands down on the table and stood up. "You still dare to argue? Didn't you blow up the exhibition hall? Didn't you get someone to set the fire? Those I admit. Then who else but you could have caused the incident in the storehouse? Trying to steal dogs was definitely you. Stealing dogs to sell for money. At that time, there was a dog valued at 200 million. The antique dealer rushed over, wanting to hit someone, but he was held back by the handcuffs and quickly restrained by the police officer. Seeing the two engaging in a verbal spar once again, the policemen's heads ached. They had found clues about everything else, but they hadn't found a single lead regarding the malfunctioning surveillance system where the dogs were being kept or at the storehouse. After asking the manor owner a few more questions, he was allowed to leave. Although no lives had been lost and few people had been hurt, injuries were still injuries, serious or light, physical or mental. Many of the people attending the exhibition had been scared, and they placed the blame on the manor owner. "Why were we implicated in a grudge against you? You clearly knew that you would incur the wrath of others, so why didn't you have adequate security for such an important event as an art exhibition?" In short, the manor owner had a responsibility that he couldn't shirk. In the next few years, there wouldn't be many people willing to attend his private art exhibitions. Even if he increased his security by tenfold, those invited to participate would take some time to consider it. Art exhibitions were aplenty, whereas everyone only had one life. Even if the antique dealer wouldn't do anything next time, what if another lunatic appeared? The manor owner had suffered a disastrous loss. Even though he had insurance, the works that he had painstakingly painted, as well as his collections, would never return. When he returned, the manor owner got his men to meticulously check out the goods in the warehouses. He actually believed the antique dealer's words. Since the antique dealer had already admitted to setting fire to and blowing up the exhibition hall, there wasn't any reason for him to lie about the warehouses. There wasn't really anything of value in the warehouses. The most expensive objects were the surveillance installations for the dogs, especially Fang Zhao's dog, which was worth 200 million. However, not a single dog had been lost. The manor owner's head was swimming with all sorts of plots. For example, perhaps someone had placed an extremely valuable object in his warehouse and used the confusion to shift it somewhere else. Didn't such things happen in movies? The manor owner searched through a few warehouses, but still didn't find anything. Or perhaps the items had been taken away in the chaos. Since he couldn't find any useful information, the manor owner decided not to pursue the matter further. He still had other matters to attend to. All of the people he had invited were reputable artists or entrepreneurs, and he would have to apologize to each of them in turn, especially the unfortunate Will Jr. had been the one to suffer the worst injuries, and it was rumored that he had suffered psychological damage. As the manor owner was busy handling matters, Fang Zhao came over. The manor owner interacted with him for a bit before having the housekeeper bring Fang Zhao to take a look at where the dogs had been kept. The manor's housekeeper told Fang Zhao that 2 of the dogs that had run out of the allocated area had helped apprehend a suspicious character, and it had been proven that the person had participated in the arson. However, no clues had been found as to how the dogs had escaped the cages, nor had the appliance used for breaking the cages' locks been found. It is too difficult to determine how the cages were broken into. I reckon it was some sort of rarely seen pliers, the housekeeper said. Can I take a look at the surveillance footage? Asked Fang Zhao. Sure. The housekeeper transferred to him the surveillance footage of this area. On the surveillance feed, everything was normal at the start. Fang Zhao witnessed Curly Hair's show of authority towards the other dogs, as well as him eating happily. When the incident in the exhibition hall occurred, a loud explosion startled all the dogs in the area, and they started barking, after which the screen flickered. There was nothing else. Everything afterward is just like that. The surveillance installations failed. The housekeeper continued. It wasn't just here. All the surrounding warehouses had the same situation. Can I take a look at the surveillance footage from the surrounding warehouses? Fang Zhao asked. The housekeeper hesitated for a bit before replying. Yes. All of the warehouses were filled with junk anyway. There wasn't anything to hide. The beginnings of the footage from the warehouses were all the same. At a certain point, they all encountered the same problem, and after flickering for about a second, they all failed. In the area that had been allocated for the dogs, the surveillance footage flickered the most intensely. Nothing could be seen in that 1 second, as though the whole system had malfunctioned. As for the footage of the area outside the warehouses, although the footage flickered at the same time, some blurry silhouettes could still be seen. Although Fang Zhao didn't show it, his heart pounded. He had seen something similar before. That point that had only lasted about a second. Back then, Fang Zhao had obtained surveillance footage from when he'd returned to the Black Street. During the period where he was reborn, he had seen that point in all the surveillance footage. But the point hadn't affected the surveillance instruments afterward. However, here, after the point, the surveillance equipment at the designated location, as well as the nearby warehouses, had all failed. Fang Zhao took a look at the area that had been allocated for the dogs. It was a mess. Fang Zhao could picture the chaotic scene from when those dogs were released. Where is the door? Fang Zhao asked. The door here is locked by a passcode, and identity verification is required. However, at that time, it also malfunctioned. Afterward, the doors opened automatically. The housekeeper felt that these sorts of locks weren't reliable. So be it if it malfunctioned, the door should still remain shut. How could it open on its own? Fang Zhao asked about some other stuff, then left the manor. After he returned to his Huangzhou dormitory, Fang Zhao called out Curly Hair, who was in the midst of a gaming session. Having been interrupted midway, Curly Hair whined and tried to curry favor as he rubbed himself against Fang Zhao's leg. When he saw Fang Zhao's stern expression, his wagging tail stopped and his ears drooped as he lay on the ground. Fang Zhao stared at Curly Hair and asked, "Did you spoil the surveillance system?" Curly Hair tilted his head and glanced at Fang Zhao, puzzled. His gaze was cautious and confused. Fang Zhao paused for a bit before asking, "Did you bite off the cage's locks?" Woof! Curly Hair raised his head and wagged his tail, pleased, as if trying to get Fang Zhao to shower him with praise. Seeing Curly Hair this way, Fang Zhao wondered. The strange occurrence with the allocated location and the surrounding warehouses might have had something to do with Curly Hair, but Curly Hair himself wasn't too clear about it, or perhaps he didn't understand it. Of course, this was just Fang Zhao's own guess. During the incident at the exhibition hall, Curly Hair had bitten the lock off his own cage. Then he had quickly broken the other cages and released all the other dogs. With these obscure facts, Curly Hair was very delighted and wanted to show Fang Zhao, "Look at how clever I am." As for everything else, Fang Zhao couldn't ask. Curly Hair was clever, but he couldn't explain things clearly. Fang Zhao just couldn't ask a dog to speak human words. Luckily, there wasn't any evidence pointing at Curly Hair. From Fang Zhao's own observations, if the manor owner couldn't investigate what had gone on in the warehouses, he would place the blame on the antique dealer. Compared to the matter with the exhibition hall, the area that had been allocated for the dogs and the surrounding warehouses weren't so important. Curly Hair fell silent when he saw Fang Zhao quietly pondering. He remained crouched and glanced at Fang Zhao from time to time before gazing at the gaming helmet a short distance away and whining. Fang Zhao waved his hand. Go play. Curly Hair rushed over in delight, buried himself in the helmet like a pro, and started to game. Fang Zhao rubbed his face with all his strength. What exactly am I rearing? Chapter 379, Team of Fools. There was a limit to how much leave Fang Zhao could apply for. The manor owner had speedily requested that the matter at the manor be allowed to die down. Since there wasn't any evidence pointing to Curly Hair and the crisis had passed, Fang Zhao decided to bring Curly Hair along with him to Mar Sizu after he had more or less settled matters in Huangzhou. He didn't feel at ease leaving the dog here. Before leaving, Fang Zhao went to the hospital to see Will once again, and he ran into Will's parents and wife, who were advising Will to stay at the hospital for further observation. Many people felt that Will had been really unlucky this time, but Will himself didn't think so. He reckoned that he had been incredibly lucky this time. This was not mockery, but what he truly felt. Because of this incident, he felt that he had finally broken through the wall and could pick his brush up and paint. It was just a pity that his family wasn't allowing him to leave the hospital. They had even locked up all his painting materials. Will could only paint in his head. Because of this, he spoke less, and thus, everyone was thinking, this person's psychological trauma must be serious. Will Sr. was currently full of regret. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made him attend the exhibition. This was the 30th time he had sighed. He only felt better when he saw Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao asked about Will's condition and discovered that the foot injury wasn't serious. Will was recovering well. Besides his foot, Will's back also hurt slightly from being dragged on the ground, but it was minor. After Fang Zhao told Will that he would be bringing Curly Hair with him, Will watched with sad eyes as Fang Zhao left. Will wanted Curly Hair to stay, but Fang Zhao didn't allow it this time. Upon returning to Mazhou, Fang Zhao quickly threw himself into the project team's workload. As for Curly Hair, his appetite was as voracious as ever in a new place. Nanfeng was worried that Curly Hair might have received a huge scare or that he wouldn't acclimate properly. He even wanted to get a veterinarian to take a look, but that was rejected by Fang Zhao. Dogs were just idle. Curly Hair was just a little unhappy about being unable to game, and Fang Zhao felt that Curly Hair should go out a little more. Thus, the two-man idle group picked up dog-walking duties once again. However, dog walking was done at night. The little park near the hotel had a restriction that dogs weren't allowed in before 10 p.m. Only after 10, when there was basically nobody in the park, were pets permitted inside. Today, Zuiyu saw that it was about time and brought Curly Hair for a walk. Indeed, there weren't many people in the park after 10. It was very cold and cheerless. Fang Zhao let them run with Curly Hair on a leash, and Zuiyu specifically changed into exercise clothing before coming out. While walking the dog, Zuiyu noticed a strange young fellow. This youth wore a retro-punk sweatshirt and sat on the bench beside the grass as though he was waiting for someone. The kid's gaze swept over Zuiyu upon seeing him, but the kid's gaze very quickly turned into disappointment as he looked away. Zuiyu didn't really care too much and walked the dog conscientiously. Curly Hair probably heard the activity of some mice that had come out at night or something, so he got excited and wanted to chase after them. Thus, Zuiyu was dragged along. You are a dog, not a cat. Why do you want to catch mice? Good boy, let's go run a little before heading back. I will get you support once we return. Seeing Curly Hair nibbling on some grass, Zuiyu hurriedly stopped him. Don't eat random things. This was a $200 million dog. What would happen if he got an upset stomach? Do you know that the park cherishes the flowers and plants? Zuiyu said. Fang Zhao had said not to let Curly Hair do as he pleased. Otherwise, later on it would be Curly Hair walking Zuiyu instead of the other way around. The guy seated on the bench sneered when he heard what Zuiyu said. Talking to a dog about protecting the plants? It would be good enough if the dog didn't dig a hole. The guy in the sweatshirt on the bench was the little lost puppy that had been dealt a blow by Fang Zhao previously. He had felt gloomy when he returned to the club that day, but 2 days later, his previously lost confidence had come flying back. He had realized that the others in the club totally didn't pose a challenge. After looking up all sorts of data about the sporting circles, the spirits of the little lost puppy had risen once more, and he had felt that he was still rather awesome. He even reckoned that the illogical person he had encountered running in the park that night might be a robot clad in human skin. Or perhaps he had seen a ghost? He shuddered as he thought of that, but he was curious. He wanted to confirm for himself. Was he really too weak, or was the other party an abnormal being? Thus, he had sneaked out at night to stand guard. He hadn't met anyone on the first day, nor had he caught sight of his target the following 2 days. He had told himself that if he didn't see that person today, he would temporarily stop coming over and just treat what had happened that day as a nightmare. Let it pass and forget about it. He warmed himself up as he surveyed the cold and cheerless park. He had already come here, so if he didn't run, he would be letting himself down. While running, he saw Zhuyu leading the dog on the jog, then glanced at the curly-haired dog and scoffed. Little short legs. Strictly speaking, curly hair didn't possess that variety of short legs, but he was really too short when compared to other large dogs, so it seemed like he had short legs. Zhuyu hadn't yet expressed anything when he felt the leash in his hand tighten. Curly Hair, who had been running at an unhurried pace, suddenly rushed forward. Zhuyu was startled. You can't bite people. Luckily, Curly Hair only increased his pace and ran behind the other person. He maintained a 2-meter gap. When the guy in the sweatshirt picked up his pace, so did Curly Hair. When he slowed, Curly Hair slowed down as well. In any case, the gap was always maintained. His little dog paws even made swishing sounds as they rubbed against the ground while he ran. Zhuyu noted that Curly Hair's paws didn't normally make such sounds when they ran. Half an hour passed, yet the situation was still the same. An hour passed without any changes. The guy in the sweatshirt was dripping with perspiration. The swishing sounds behind his back seemed to be urging him on, making his heart flustered. However, though the guy in the sweatshirt could still run, Zhuyu couldn't go on any longer. He wasn't an athlete and had never received professional training in this aspect. He had never wanted to exert himself to his fullest. Seeing Curly Hair's exuberant manner and then scanning the park and realizing that the park was fenced up and there were no other people, Zhuyu unleashed Curly Hair, as he didn't have to worry about losing Curly Hair or the dog disturbing other guests. Zhuyu would stand to the side and rest while letting Curly Hair get his fill of running. He could even see that Curly Hair was calling out. Yet another hour passed. Not only was there swishing behind the youth in the sweatshirt, there was also the huffing sounds of a dog panting. As if mocking him, he couldn't shake the dog no matter how he ran. As Zhuyu recounted the situation here to Fang Zhao and the others back in the hotel, he was smiling as though he had heard a joke. This young fellow even mockingly called Curly Hair little short legs. I bet he is on the verge of tears now. Zhuyu delighted in that little fellow's misfortune. However, he hadn't expected that Curly Hair could actually run so well. It was no wonder he was the gold medal dog that had defeated all the shepherd dogs in Muzhou. That's enough. Bring him back, Fang Zhao said. Return just like this? He looks like he can still continue running. It's enough, Fang Zhao said. If this went on, that young fellow would crumble. All right. Even if Zhuyu wanted to continue watching that guy in the sweatshirt, but his boss's orders were more important. Zhuyu whistled, then shouted, Let's head back. Boss's orders. Curly Hair pouted before changing his direction and heading over to Zhuyu. They left the park and returned to the hotel. The next morning, the club manager of a certain club discovered that his fresh talent, whose spirits had started to pick up in the past 2 days, had gone out last night and returned emotionally drained in the morning. Wasn't it a nightly run? What sort of blow had he again suffered? Muzhou dogs are really too frightening, the talented newcomer said gloomily. The manager. Elsewhere, to ensure that Curly Hair did not upset other people when running, Fang Zhao rented a treadmill for Curly Hair. While Fang Zhao was composing and observing Curly Hair, the program team of a certain variety program was gearing themselves for battle. This variety program dealt with poverty alleviation. In this sort of era, these sorts of non-mainstream poverty alleviation programs headed to tough places. Normally, they simply couldn't invite any big-name celebrities. However, with the backing of some charity funds and the Poverty Alleviation Office, this program was able to go on. This time, the program team had actually been able to invite a celebrity from Lijo's aristocratic family, Zero Renault. Zero had been forcefully chucked into the program team by his father. This time, his father had steeled his heart with the intention of making Zero suffering some so that he would live a little less aimlessly, do more meaningful things, and learn to appreciate life. When Zero saw that he had no hope of being saved, he took on an "if I go down to hell, you people can forget about ascending to heaven" attitude and dragged Wu Tianhao and Barbara into it as well. The program team was delighted, gaining personages of this level one after another. If not because there was a limit to how many people they could accept, the program team would really hope to trick everyone in Zero's contact list into joining as well. These people had background, financial muscle, and the support of Zero's father, General Renault. With such strong backing, their program team would see a change in fortune. The program team contacted the commanding officer of a certain planet near the tail end of the development sequence and discussed a collaboration. At the time, that commanding officer was happily deciding how to allocate the military funding and resources they had fought so hard to achieve in the past year. He was considering whether to upgrade some of the base's facilities when he received the information from the program team. Poverty Alleviation Variety Program? Very good, very good. It will be even better if it can pull in some developmental funding. However, when he saw the program team's guest list and the proposed plan, his face turned green. Are you King kidding me? Look at the sort of people they are. Are they to alleviate poverty or flaunt? What poverty alleviation team? More like a team of fools. The project team negotiated again and tried to paint their most beautiful vision. The base commander sneered. To hell with you. Do you think this sort of little trick can befuddle me? They didn't wish to wait upon a bunch of spoiled and pampered young masters and mistresses. Inconveniences. And if they accidentally stirred up some trouble, the losses would outweigh the gains. The program team didn't give up, and the people from the Poverty Alleviation Office came forward and offered advice as well. The base's top brass held a meeting and ultimately came to a decision. We can collaborate, but we request the addition of another person. We will accept the collaboration if you are able to bring him on board. Who? The program team was curious. Fang Zhao. Professor Carter's eyelids twitched violently. He felt like he didn't seem to have any peace of mind. But when he had gone through each and every one of his important matters, he hadn't discovered anything out of his control. He had just reported to Mo Lang about work a while back, and Mo Lang had told him to guard against fire, theft, and the entertainment circles, and he had agreed. Carter really didn't think much about guarding against the permeation of the entertainment circles. This was Majo. There was lots of news about athletes, competitions, and all sorts of sporting gossip. Who would even take notice of Fang Zhao, who spent most of his time composing in the hotel? Wasn't keeping his distance from the entertainment circles just fine? Chapter 380, The Only Appointed Goose. Fang Zhao didn't know about any of these developments regarding himself. While in Majo, in addition to collaborating with the other members of the project team, he made preparations for his advanced studies completion concert. The completion concert was similar to a graduation thesis. If the quality was insufficient or the total credits didn't clear the passing grade, then he would have to continue studying. Thus, some could graduate early, but others would have to remain and continue to study over and over. Fang Zhao had already recorded some works in his little notebook, but he didn't have enough yet. After submitting some of the stuff to the project team, Fang Zhao had just decided to go out for a walk when he heard Yin Biao laughing at Zuoyu. Aren't you useless? You can't even beat curly hair. Yin Biao ridiculed Zuoyu's half-dead appearance on the treadmill. I last even longer than you with one leg. Would it kill you not to brag? That leg of yours has a King power propulsion function. Zuoyu jumped off the treadmill he was running on, grabbed a towel, and wiped his sweat off frantically. He glanced at Curly Hair, who on a treadmill and running along to a game's musical tune. While running, Curly Hair was even stepping to the beat. Zuoyu immediately swallowed the words he wanted to rebut Yin Biao with. He really couldn't even be compared to a dog. Of the two treadmills Fang Zhao had rented, one was specifically for Curly Hair. This dog wasn't ordinary. Fang Zhao didn't want to have Curly Hair run outside continuously for long periods of time, but he didn't want Curly Hair to get lazy either, so he was making Curly Hair run when with their own people. He didn't want Curly Hair to think about gaming all the time. However, Curly Hair had learned to play truant. When Fang Zhao wasn't around, Zuoyu and Yin Biao couldn't manage this little thing. Because of his extraordinary value, Yin Bian and Zuoyu were very cautious and were even afraid to clutch his fur when they played with him. As for training and disciplining Curly Hair, they didn't have the guts to do so. After Fang Zhao knew about this, he downloaded a number of gaming songs onto the treadmill machine. These were all from games that Curly Hair had played before, and they were played on loop, ending automatically after 3 hours. Thus, every day, Curly Hair would run for 3 hours. Today's Zhuyu had decided to try running at the same pace, but he'd had to get off the treadmill after 2 hours and ended up being ridiculed by Yin Biao. Wiping his sweat off and tossing the towel aside, Zhuyu raised his head backward and lamented, "To think that back then, before I was discharged from the military." "Forget about the past," Yin Biao interrupted. "It was just as easy for me before I was discharged. For just this distance, we would even have had strength training simultaneously." The two took turns looking down on the other and bragging while reminiscing about their pasts. Although they had worked out regularly since being discharged, working out was like primary training and could be considered a form of entertainment. When they were still serving in the army, they had been forced to train, and for long periods at that. They hadn't been able to rest just because they were tired. The entire thing was like a sort of work. Zhuyu sighed. "Indeed, the easy life really wastes people. I have degenerated much from before, and now I can't even beat a no-name athlete from Mazhou." He had already given up on comparing himself to the special Curly Hair, who was worth 200 million. After hearing your recounting, perhaps he was a hidden top-notch athlete? Don't look down on the top professional athletes from Mazhou. Those long-distance runners run a minimum of 40 kilometers whenever they start, and they have all sorts of tricks and patterns. They can start running again before your muscles have even had enough rest. They are all talented people with natural aptitude. People doing what we do really cannot be compared with them, Yin Biao reasoned. Right? Back then, besides physical training, we still had technical and skills training, not just running. Zhuyu was a little comforted. Our garrison was much more arduous than what yours. Our training intensity was even greater, said Yin Biao. Continue blowing your horn. Regardless, I have never seen it. Although Zhuyu said this, deep down, he largely acknowledged it. A garrison somewhere like Planet Y might be slightly better, but he knew what sort of place Planet Baiji was, even if he had never been there. The danger level there was indeed high, and the planet's native organisms were really terrible. However, after Planet Baiji discovered it had become a paradise. Now, the competition for Planet Baiji's mineral resources was intense, and it was a very difficult place to enter in the short term. You will understand if you experience life at Planet Y's garrison. You don't need to experience the sort of difficulty at Planet Baiji. Those bases on planets near the end of the developmental sequence are more or less the same. You will suffer if you go there. Aren't you underestimating me? It's not like I haven't suffered before. When this was said, the mood became a little gloomy. They felt that this couldn't go on. After being discharged, they would only feel melancholic in the future if they ran into their old comrades. They had started new lives after being discharged from the military, but their past experiences in the forces still left a deep impression. They didn't wish to admit that they had become weaker. The two saw Fang Zhao come out as they were reminiscing, and they hurriedly tossed aside their thoughts. Whatever it was, they couldn't lose this job. They absolutely could not lose his job. Zhuyu and Yin Biao were worried that their conversation had been overheard by Fang Zhao. They knew that Fang Zhao's ears were very impressive, but Fang Zhao didn't show any expression. He took a look at Curly Hair's condition and run time as he stepped out. This little thing treated this like he was playing a game. He had drive the moment he heard the game music, and he looked very happy running to the beat. "Where is Nanfeng?" asked Fang Zhao. "He just went out to take a call. I think someone was looking for him." "He looked surprised when he took the call," replied Zhuyu. As he said that, Nanfeng rushed in hurriedly from outside. He appeared delighted when he saw Fang Zhao. "Boss, the director of Up Close Contact just contacted me. He wants to invite you onto the next edition of the program as a special guest." "What sort of thing is Up Close Contact?" Yin Biao and Zhuyu had puzzled looks on their faces. Although they had already learned a lot about the entertainment circles, they really had no impression of this program. It's a government-supported variety program with a social theme. Nanfeng's understanding of all sorts of variety programs was much deeper than Zhuyu and Yin Biao's. To put it simply, it's an entertainment variety program with poverty alleviation as its objective. Poverty alleviation? Where? Is there still a need for such a thing now? Aren't there rather large foundations? Zhuyu was curious. Nanfeng pointed his finger to the sky. "Planets." Zhuyu's and Yin Biao's eyebrows rose up, but they didn't say anything. No matter what their opinion was, they still had to follow after their boss. Whatever decision their boss made, they would follow after him. Fang Zhao took the materials from Nanfeng, browsed through them quickly, and said, "Explain it simply." "It's like this." Nanfeng told Fang Zhao everything he knew about it. Fang Zhao had been on a variety program before. Back then, he had taken part in Project Starlight during his military service. It was unlike Project Starlight, which had been a joint project by the Ministry of Education and various military district leaders. The main target of Project Starlight had been youngsters who wanted to evade military service, whereas this program was aimed at alleviating poverty. There were many governmental media groups behind this poverty alleviation program, but it was still an entertainment variety program. However, the program had never been able to invite any popular or big-name celebrities. The ones they could get were either not very popular or were semi-retired. Some internet broadcasting platforms were unwilling to buy the broadcasting rights, so the majority of people didn't know about this. The program was slightly non-mainstream, but because it touched upon public welfare and poverty alleviation, and also because of the number of influential governmental media groups backing it, the program had been able to survive till now. Nanfeng saw that the production aspect of it was rather ordinary. The special guests of these programs would go to places that were really arduous, so it was no wonder that many popular celebrities didn't want to go. If they got hurt by accident, then the losses would be great. I will take a look at some of their previous editions. Nanfeng, did they say where the next edition would be going? Asked Fang Zhao. Nanfeng shook his head. The planet they are headed to hasn't been decided yet. In any case, it will surely be those toward the tail end of the developmental sequence. That won't change. In short, it would be a poor place with harsh conditions, somewhere there wouldn't be much internet, and even daily living would be rather inconvenient. Also, because this program has a public welfare nature. Nanfeng checked Fang Zhao's expression. The director requested that you give them a friend's discount. Nanfeng's lips had twitched when he'd heard this from the project team. There wasn't any friendship between them, let alone a friendship price. Could the boss really go there just to suffer? Because boss was previously composing in isolation, they went to speak with Professor Carter first. In a bit, they will contact you. When Nanfeng was explaining all this to Fang Zhao, the program team had already spoken with Professor Carter's side. The program team also had it tough. Speaking to people from the entertainment circles was still fine, but when facing this bunch of academic professors, they really couldn't be forceful, nor could they speak gently and appear weak. Ultimately, their objective wouldn't change. They had even requested a few big shots of the Poverty Alleviation Office speak out on their behalf. Actually, it wasn't that had to seek out Fang Zhao, but this was requested by the garrison on the planet they had planned for. Fang Zhao was their only appointed guest. Changing, adding to, or removing the other special guests was fine as long as Fang Zhao was brought along. That bunch garrisoned on the planet were all elites. Circumstances on a planet without many resources were already difficult enough as it was, so who was willing to be a nanny? It wasn't that they looked down on the descendants of the great generals, the majority of great generals. Descendants were all very impressive, but Li Zhou's Zero, Li Zhou's Barbara, and Tong Zhou's Wu Tianhao. What sort of bunch were they? Even if one didn't pay any attention to the entertainment circles or watch other programs, just a quick check on the internet would provide a simple understanding. Because many foreign planets' bases had internal regulations on communications, there was a limit to the entertainment programs that the garrison troops could see. Thus, the internal personnel in charge of culture and art would select suitable entertainment programs from time to time and transmit them to every base and military district, including songs, movies, TV series, sporting events, variety programs, news from various continents, and so on. A short while back, Founding Era had been packaged and transmitted in its entirety to all the bases and military districts, including the soundtrack. Having a series to watch, and a massive, top-notch production at that, had delighted those garrisoned on bases on foreign planets. Many people had become fans of Fang Zhao. A number of Fang Zhao songs had been well received. Fang Zhao was also a reserve duty major, and many unlucky people who were sent out for military service viewed Fang Zhao as their idol. Of course, the top brass didn't just look at Fang Zhao's popularity and his status as a reserve duty major. There was also Planet Baiji and Planet Wise Rise. Fortunately, The program team had come seeking them out, looking for a collaboration for one season. Therefore, they had put in this request. The actual effectiveness of up-close contact wasn't huge. Otherwise, those garrison bases at the tail end of the development sequence would have soared up long ago. A reality show was just a show, an entertainment program made for people to watch. Even with its focus on poverty alleviation, the officers of many garrisons rejected it. It wasn't because they didn't despise the program. They thanked those people for their help, but at the same time, special guests would bring their own set of troubles. There was once a celebrity with a weak immune system who fell really ill at a certain garrison base. Luckily, medical attention had been prompt. It would have been a lot of trouble if something bad had happened. Thus, sometimes the officers of garrison bases would hope for big-name celebrities, but they were worried something might happen on their domain, resulting in an unsavory public opinion, which gave them conflicted thoughts. But if Fang Zhao was used, they would be much more relieved. Fang Zhao had fought off terrorists while undergoing military service on planet Baiji. His character was strong enough. He could withstand hardship, and he still had the nickname of a mythical beast. A mythical beast. Didn't the legends from the old era say that they warded off evil? The 3 invited special guests on the program team were too evil. They needed to add one more to balance it out. Because of that garrison base's request, the program team tried their hardest to persuade the relevant parties. After speaking with Carter for close to an hour, the program team sought out Fang Zhao. While the other parties sought out Fang Zhao, Carter hurriedly made a call to Mo Lang. Carter lowered his head and didn't look at Mo Lang's expression upon informing him of the situation. It made one tremble in silence. Carter steeled himself as he met Mo Lang's deathly stare. "Teacher, regarding this matter, I can explain." Mo Lang was breathing heavily. He was pissed. He had just told Carter to have Fang Zhao stay away from the entertainment circles during his advanced studies period. But in the blink of an eye, he learned that a certain entertainment variety program had come digging. Carter was indeed unreliable. He couldn't even look after one person. The might of the entertainment circles was all that was evil. Chapter 381, Heading Out to Gather Materials. Mo Lang was furious that this bunch from the entertainment circles loved picking fights and wouldn't even let Fang Zhao off when he was pursuing advanced studies. They had even used the excuse of poverty alleviation to try to dupe him. Did they think that an old man like him had never collaborated with the Poverty Alleviation Office before? When all was said and done, Up Close Contact was still an entertainment variety program that didn't have much effect. Just look where the program had gone. Were there any huge changes up till now? Weren't they still the same? They really are seizing every opportunity. It's impossible to guard against them. After speaking to Carter, Mo Lang decided on what to say later on. Elsewhere, the program team contacted Fang Zhao and spoke in more detail about this program. At the same time, they emphasized that Fang Zhao was the first ever special guest appointed by the base garrison. If Fang Zhao didn't agree to participate, then this season's location would have to shift. Nanfeng sat at the side, listening the director and everyone else's words in disdain. Treacherous. Bemoaning their hard-pressed situation was fine. According to Nanfeng's understanding of Fang Zhao, his boss really wouldn't care about how much he was paid for this sort of program that had a public welfare theme. But the program team were actually pretending to be pitiful before Fang Zhao. With the director as the head of this group, they said a lot to Fang Zhao, which could be summarized as, "We are bitter deep down. We are also being forced to do this. We are benefiting the soldiers garrisoned on foreign planets, letting even more people see their suffering." Fang Zhao was no stranger to bases on other planets. He would definitely understand, right? It was said that his great-grandfather served aboard the spaceship Sirius during his military service and had gone through many hardships. Your great-grandfather would surely support your decision to participate in this program. At Yinzhou's Yinbei retirement facility, great-grandfather Fang sneezed for no apparent reason. Rubbing his itchy nose, great-grandfather Fang put on an extra jacket and continued to twirl the 2 walnuts as he calmly bragged to the other old fellas in the retirement facility. However, no matter how sincerely the program team put it, Fang Zhao wasn't really a youngster and wouldn't be easily deceived by their words. He understood well what this bunch in the program team were thinking about. Fang Zhao calmly considered for some time and asked, "Can I bring a dog?" The bunch that had been eagerly awaiting Fang Zhao's decision. "What? Bringing a dog when alleviating poverty? This isn't a Mujo farmland or pasture where pets could be simply brought over to play. Pets are so weak and feeble. A moment of carelessness could result in them losing their lives. I can't. Then never mind, Fang Zhao said. The director studied Fang Zhao and probed. What does never mind mean? Fang Zhao also stared at the other party, but didn't say anything. The director remained silent for quite a while before saying, although we call ourselves a variety program, but we carry the objective of poverty alleviation. The place we are headed to will surely be arduous. His ability to adapt is very high, Fang Zhao said. It can still be done if you really have such a request. However, an agreement has to be signed. Sure. The director's facial muscles relaxed. In any case, as long as Fang Zhao didn't pose a request that was too demanding, he would do his utmost to meet Fang Zhao's needs. After all, it was the other side who had requested for Fang Zhao. In comparison to that, what was a pet dog? If he wanted to bring it along, then so be it. Everything would be fine as long as its owner was well taken care of. The two sides progressed to more detailed negotiations regarding the other aspects of the program and recording. Nanfeng assumed the role of an interim manager and helped to settle the even finer details and issues. After discussions were complete, Fang Zhao didn't sign immediately, but said instead, I still have to speak to the teacher in charge and get his approval. Yes, you should. The director's face had the vigor of having just solved a difficult question. He knew that Fang Zhao was still undergoing advanced studies and still had to undergo a procedure. Thus, he showed an understanding to Fang Zhao's situation. We have already spoken with Professor Carter. You don't have to worry, the director said. I know. I was talking about another teacher. Fang Zhao smiled. Whom are you talking about? If it is needed, we can send someone to speak with him, the director said immediately. Old Mr. Mo Lang. Cough. You can speak to Venerable Mo first. If it can't be resolved, then we will step forward. They had of course heard of Mo Lang's grand reputation. This old master had also collaborated many times with the Poverty Alleviation Office and was a highly respected old artist. At the same time, they also didn't dare look for him straight away. The old master had quite the temper. One should be terrified when it was time to be terrified. After the people from the program team left, Fang Zhao had a video call with Mo Lang and shared his own views. Fang Zhao had already prepared a portion of his graduation works. As for the remaining part, he still needed time and some catalysts. This program, Up Close Contact, seemed like a decent catalyst. Mo Lang believed Fang Zhao's words. During the period in Mazhou where he had followed Carter and his team on assignment, Mo Lang was very pleased with the works and thesis that Fang Zhao submitted. Of course, Mo Lang also knew that just staying at one place without any experience to challenge one's thoughts would make it difficult to produce and obtain inspiration. In turn, that would make it difficult for someone to produce breathtaking works. Since Fang Zhao had pledged, Mo Lang also wouldn't go as far as to forcefully obstruct him. Fang Zhao was a very special person, and his works had never failed to leave Mo Lang pleasantly surprised. Mo Lang also eagerly anticipated what sort of graduation works Fang Zhao would submit. Of course, this was what he had decided, but Mo Lang was still displeased deep down. He respected all sorts of art of various forms. He had also collaborated with many film and TV programs before, but he really didn't like that sort of unconcealed pragmatism of the entertainment industry. Fang Zhao was a student he thought very highly of, and this bunch had come knocking during a very crucial moment in Fang Zhao's advanced studies. They are just asking for a scolding. But whatever opinion he had of the program team, Mo Lang still wasn't too strict with Fang Zhao, even if he didn't smile. Remember what you said. I will leave you some assignments. Don't forget to do them. Also, submit a 1,000-word explanation to request for absence. Not a single word less, or I won't approve it. After the call ended, Fang Zhao did as Mo Lang requested and wrote a 1,000-word essay with the title being Heading Out to Gather Materials as a request for absence. When Mo Lang went through the Heading Out to Gather Materials request for assistance, he turned around and spoke to a few good friends who managed departments of which included the Poverty Alleviation Office. Although he couldn't change the outcome, he wouldn't let this bunch treat this too lightly. Who knew when they would hoist such a noble banner to dupe people again? At the other end, Fang Zhao started making preparations after signing the contract with the program team. The sporting events at Mazhou were about to conclude soon. Professor Carter and the others would also be leaving shortly. Fang Zhao left a Majo a day before them and returned to Huang'art to handle his leave application. After that, he headed to Yinzhou's Yanbei retirement facility to visit the two old Fangs. After learning that Fang Zhao would be taking part in this program, great-grandfather Fang viciously criticized the program team behind their backs. There were so many variety programs, and the number with the theme of public welfare couldn't even be counted with the fingers on one's hands. Why did such a variety program that was heading to such a distant and tough place look for Fang Zhao? I've said it before, these people in the entertainment industry are just too cunning. Our little Zhao is just too honest, just too soft-hearted. He agrees to help the moment other people come running over with tears in their eyes. Great-grandfather Fang twirled the walnuts in his palm vigorously as his heart ached tenderly. And when he went online to search for previous editions of the program and watched them, his eyes turned red. My family's little Zhao is going to suffer hardships again. Regardless of how Fang Zhao explained, in his heart, great-grandfather Fang had already believed firmly that it was this sinister and crafty bunch who were trying to latch onto Fang Zhao's popularity and dupe him into suffering hardships. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang insisted on sending off Fang Zhao this time. Before setting off with the project team, Fang Zhao still needed to go for a medical examination at the program team's designated location. This was a necessary procedure for this sort of program. People whose constitutions were too weak couldn't take part. It was too dangerous, and the place's arduous conditions could result in loss of life if one wasn't careful. The program team didn't wish to see this sort of situation. The program team was still rather at ease on Fang Zhao's end, just that these procedures had to be down to a T. During the time when Fang Zhao went for his medical examination, great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang left the retirement facility and disappeared for a day before heading to Huangzhou and meeting with Fang Zhao. When they met, great-grandfather carefully handed a small pouch over to Fang Zhao. Your great-grandmother and I went over to the cemetery to get this. Make sure to wear it at all times and don't lose it. This is highly sought after nowadays, and it's very effective. If only they had the time, great-grandfather would have dragged Fang Zhao over to pay his respects. Fang Zhao right. After bringing the two old Fangs into a room to rest, Fang Zhao moved to the side and removed the paper wrapped around the item inside the pouch. On it was the common saying, "May the martyrs bless you," which Fang Zhao automatically interpreted as, "Rely on yourself rather than on others." Sigh. Chapter 382, Cherishing the Young. The program team's time constraints were rather tight. For this season, there would be 5 special guests. Besides Fang Zhao, Zero, Barbara, and Wu Tianhao, there was also Midaci. Indeed, Mersizhao's former tennis athlete Midaci, who had just recently retired, was also a special guest. This was a surprise since the program team hadn't even considered inviting this fellow. Rather, he had voluntarily contacted them. Past editions of this program had struggled to even invite 2 satisfactory special guests, yet this time, so many heavyweights had appeared. The program team had a rare confidence due to this edition's lineup. They stood a little straighter and wished to shout it out. However, because of the restrictions of the confidentiality agreement, they couldn't leak it in private nor public. After the 5 special guests had signed on the dotted line, the program team immediately started early publicity. Firstly, they wanted to attract even more attention so that there would be topics from pre-production all the way until filming concluded. Just as the program team had anticipated, the news release of the special guests garnered all sorts of attention. Most reactions were, "What the heck is this? Up close contact. What sort of program is this? I've never heard of this before." Upon further searching, they found it was a variety program with the nature of poverty alleviation. 4 out of 5 special guests are from big and powerful families. They are all from family clans of the great generals. Such a powerful array of special guests, seemingly bathed in a golden glow, is forming a team to alleviate poverty. It was reasonable to say that if these 4 young masters and mistresses from top aristocratic families went to provide poverty alleviation, even a dried-up and barren place could flourish. However, this lineup gave off an extremely unreliable vibe. Poverty alleviation isn't as simple as donating. Would this idiot Zero straight away start throwing money at them? How does Barbara, all decked out in luxury goods, seem as though she is going to provide aid? Isn't this just going on a vacation? Didn't Wu Tianhao say, when publicizing his new film, that the sequel was in the works? Isn't he just jumping on the bandwagon to promote the sequel? Ma Zhou's Prince of Tennis Midas's first stop after retiring is poverty alleviation? Is he carrying out an assignment for his family clan? It feels like a large game of chess. Am I neglecting any recent important activity? There is still Fang Zhao. Don't forget about Fang Zhao. For out of the 5 special guests are nouveau riche. I just don't believe that the last one would have a background beneath any of the others. Indeed, Renault Zero, La Colina family's Barbara, Tongzhou Wu's family's Wu Tianhao, and Midasi Mercy, who recently created waves in Mersizhao, are all descendants of great generals. With this in mind, Fang Zhao definitely wouldn't have an ordinary background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been dragged in together with this bunch. Wasn't this clarified before? Fang Zhao doesn't originate from an aristocratic family. The past doesn't represent the future. Take a look at Ma Zhou's Midasi. He just had the great general's family name added in during the press conference. Who would have expected that? Makes sense. Perhaps that means Fang Zhao concealed his aristocratic family status. Agreed. Even if he isn't a great general, he definitely wouldn't be that much lower. More and more people online started to believe that Fang Zhao had a hidden aristocratic family background. As for the explanation that Fang Zhao had given out before, we won't listen to it. Surely someone is up to something. Don't think about deceiving us. Because of Midasi's situation, your background has long been seen through by us. Even Yinzhou's Silver Wings media affairs manager hurriedly went through Fang Zhao's information a few times when he saw this, but wasn't able to discover any evidence. Unless Fang Zhao had the most important information hidden, otherwise, it was netizens having a hyperactive imagination. In a certain Huangzhou hotel, great-grandfather Fang flew into a fit of rage and nearly smashed the walnuts in his hand when he saw the online discussions. Great-grandmother Fang hurriedly snatched the walnuts over and stuffed a slipper into his hands. Great-grandfather stared quietly at the slipper in his hand for 2 seconds before using all his strength and threw it to the ground, creating a loud slapping sound. Nonsense. Our little Zhao has not a damn relation to a great general's family clan. Great-grandfather Fang was vexed. Why was it that regardless of whatever explanations were given, that bunch just wouldn't believe it? Aristocratic family? In another 50, no, in another 20 years, our little Zhao himself would be an aristocrat, and a big one at that. Great-grandfather Fang had this much confidence. In his eyes, Fang Zhao was a genius among geniuses that was all-powerful in all aspects. No one could compare to him. Up Close Contact had just released this news coupled with a little operation on their side. It quickly became hotly discussed by the entire internet. A portion of people discussed whether the few aristocrats were plotting a certain something. Another portion guessed whether Fang Zhao had an aristocratic family background, while the remaining people delighted in following the excitement. Of course, there were also some celebrities who started having ideas when they saw this news. Before Zero was thrown into this program by General Renault, Up Close Contact's program team had approached quite a few celebrities with quite some reputation, but they all had rejected them. Now, regardless of whether it was that bunch that were approached for this season or for previous seasons, every one of them automatically contacted the program team, trying to get in. Every season's headcount was more or less around 5, but it wasn't set in stone. At times when they were short, there would be around 2 or 3 guests. Other times, there could be about 6 or 7 guests. Now, 5 had been officially announced, so 2 more would still be fine. That was what many people assumed, but the program team had decided to have only 5 special guests this time around. The program team attached high importance to this season and had no intention of letting other celebrities on board. These few alone would make the program team very busy as it was. The program team tactfully declined those celebrities that had voluntarily approached them and expressed that they were caught in the crossfire. Firstly, they didn't dare offend the special guests, and secondly, they didn't dare cause trouble at the side of the military garrison, so they could only leave it as that. Their tone was very polite and expressed that they had no other way. Facing big names, they pretended to be apologetic to the fullest extent and didn't put on any airs. When they encountered more minor celebrities, they still laughed along together with these celebrities. This was the first time they experienced such a situation, and it delighted them to no end. Their intent to rise from the ashes with this season became even more intense. While this was all being hotly discussed online, people from the Poverty Alleviation Office were speaking with Zero's father, General Renault. Are you really sure? This time it has been really hyped up, and the process of recording the program would be even more strict and be slightly tough. A certain head in the Poverty Alleviation Office said. General Renault didn't really care. No problem, just let him go over and suffer some hardship. Since he loves the entertainment circles so much, and since it happens that you have a program related to the entertainment, I will just throw him in. I wouldn't dare let him get involved in other programs. In his opinion, this sort of entertainment variety program that was all about selling foolish behavior to achieve the objective was most suitable for his son. This was a person who was merciless when tricking his own son. The Poverty Alleviation Office head laughed before retracting his smile and saying solemnly, "Let me emphasize this once again. Poverty alleviation is a very serious matter. Even if it is an entertainment variety, it also isn't a place for them to play around and have fun. Don't worry. I have already spoken to Zero. If he creates a fuss, I will smack his bottom," General Renault guaranteed. Zero felt really wronged after being tricked by his own father. Does he know how difficult it is to film this sort of entertainment program? Does he think that top variety programs don't require acting skills? This day was also the appointed day set by the project team to leave. This time, Fang Zhao brought along Nan Feng, Zuiyu, and Yin Biao, as well as curly hair. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang insisted on sending Fang Zhao to the spaceport before leaving. Great-grandfather had his own ideas. He wanted to see how the program team was like and what sort of allocations the other special guests had. Fang Zhao felt that he had brought along enough people this time, but great-grandfather Fang didn't think so. Given Fang Zhao's current fame, one assistant and 2 bodyguards were still too little. However, the program team was headed to a military base on a foreign planet, so they couldn't be too casual. He would see the situation first before saying more. The program team had set a designated gathering spot near Huangzhou Spaceport. When Fang Zhao arrived, only the people from the program team were there. The other special guests were nowhere to be seen. A staffer explained to Fang Zhao, "The other 4 will arrive shortly." A short while later, Midasi arrived in casual attire with a backpack and shades. He entered the lounge and took off his shades, revealing dark eye circles. He yawned when he took a seat. Midasi had been confident and relaxed when he spoke about his retirement during the press conference. However, after really retiring, he hadn't slept well at all. This time when the family elders heard Lizhou, Lizhou, and Tongzhou were all sending people to participate in this poverty alleviation entertainment program, they also kicked him in, saying that it would surely improve his insomnia and that he should treat it as a post-retirement adaptation process. After Midasi, Wu Tianhao, Zero, and Barbara arrived in succession, each besting the other in a show-off. Extravagance. Great-grandfather Fang stifled his anger when he saw the others bringing along a whole horde of bodyguards and assistants. In order not to falsely accuse anyone, he still specially went to verify it with the program team staff to check how many men each of the other 4 special guests brought. With one look, great-grandfather Fang had discovered that the 4 special guests all brought more people than Fang Zhao. Midasi had 2 assistants and 4 bodyguards. Wu Tianhao had brought along a 7-man entourage. As for Zero and Barbara, each of them brought a team of 10. If not for the fact that the program team had limited them to a maximum of 10 people, they would have wanted to bring along 10 cars worth of people. Great-grandfather Fang was so angry his face turned purple. Were they going to provide poverty alleviation or to take a vacation? How outrageous. Especially that Zero. But after hearing Zero and the others chatting, great-grandfather Fang suddenly felt that his anger had subsided considerably. It had turned into consolation. The way Zero was, wanting to let others be at ease, bringing a whole contingent wasn't enough. Great-grandfather even felt some sympathy towards their parents. Sigh, forget it. Not every family's children are as smart and lovable as my little Zhao. Great-grandfather Fang thought to himself. Before Fang Zhao set off, great-grandfather Fang pulled him to the side and exhorted. Make sure to pay more attention when you are on a foreign planet. Although the location hasn't been revealed yet, it would surely be a tough and desolate place. Little Zhao, your own safety is paramount. Great-grandfather particularly emphasized, your own safety is paramount, to make sure Fang Zhao looked out for himself first. As for the others, that would come later. After which he increased his volume and let more people hear his words. Film the program properly and take care of the young kids. Cherishing the young is an important virtue. The reason he had said this was because great-grandfather Fang had already checked. Among the 5 special guests, Fang Zhao was the youngest. Looking after the younger ones in the cast and crew was correct. The others should look out for Fang Zhao more. Fang Zhao was silent for a few seconds before nodding his head. I understand. That's good. Great-grandfather Fang's smile deepened. He felt more relaxed having gotten this answer from Fang Zhao. Chapter 383 Program Team, Scam Me. This time around, Fang Zhao didn't request for absolute secrecy. There were so many people within the program team, and it would be impossible to have complete confidentiality. Being secretive and trying to cover things up would only make others suspicious. However, Fang Zhao requested for the program team to minimize Curly Hair's screen time and film presence as much as possible. The program team readily agreed to Fang Zhao's request and added it into the contract. In any case, they saw it as just a dog, not an important issue. The main focus was the process of 5 special guests embarking onto an arduous foreign planet and experiencing its hardships and tough lifestyle. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang watched as the shuttle carrying Fang Zhao and the film group left before leaving the spaceport with the others that had come to see them off. Fang Zhao had already made arrangements for personnel to look after them and send the 2 elders back to Yenzhou. Upon returning to Yenzhou, great-grandfather Fang started to recommend this program to others. Although it was still some time before production would be complete and the program broadcasted, official publicity had already begun. How could he lag behind himself? At the other side, after the shuttle left Earth, the program team changed to a spacecraft at the space station before heading to their destination. This wasn't Fang Zhao's first time leaving Earth, but it was a surreal and wonderful experience each time. The steps of humankind were still ceaselessly progressing. Having gone through that 100 years of calamity, humankind now knew to plan ahead. Their footsteps and sights could be set even further now. Fang Zhao also didn't count on this poverty alleviation program to be able to massively change the fortunes of these impoverished planets. However, it was better than nothing. They would take a look at the situation first and help whatever little they could. We are already so far along. You all ought to be able to tell us where we are headed now, right? Wu Tianhao said huffily. The program team staff didn't take offense with Wu Tianhao's tone. They themselves wouldn't be able to keep their calm if they were placed in his shoes. Director? A staff member glanced at the program team's director. The director coughed lightly and nodded his head. Planet Boo. As he spoke, he got someone to turn on a projection and introduce the circumstances of Planet Boo. What sort of place was Planet Boo? Barren, desolate, and a mediocre planet that didn't have much of a presence when placed amongst a multitude of planets waiting to be developed. Although its position on the development sequence wasn't right at the tail end, it was still sufficiently towards the back. Some time ago, it had still been placed before Planet Baiji on the development sequence until Baiji charged forward due to the discovery of power or stores. As a result, Planet Boo was pushed further behind. From the map, 70 to 80% of the planet's surface was filled with deserts and oceans. In terms of natural resources and landscape, it was a far cry away from Planet Baiji and Planet Y. Furthermore, compared to other planets that were even more suited for human habitation, many areas of Planet Boo had low pressure and low oxygen. Many people who came over would develop symptoms similar to altitude sickness or be unable to adapt well. This was also why the program team cared so much about the special guests' physical conditions. All guests that were contracted would have to go through medical examinations and would only be able to come upon meeting all the requirements. Planet Boo wasn't given the treatment a planet suitable for immigration would receive. Although its living conditions were slightly worse when compared to Planet Baiji and Planet Y, it was better in some regards because it was safe and simple. Away from those places with vile climates, the base's safe zone offered sufficient freedom and space. But at the same time, because they were near the back of the development sequence, major enhancements had yet to begin. The current conditions were still really arduous, and it was impossible to go online as one pleased. The cost of constructing communications facilities were even higher than Planet Baiji's, So the program team had said at the start that there would be only recording but no live broadcasts. The 5 guests who had just seen Planet Boo's introduction and videos. Wu Tianhao, who had been prepared to display his skills, fight monsters, and act pretentious during live broadcasts. The program team scammed me. Barbara, who had anticipated being able to shoot many beautiful photos and videos. The program team scammed me. Midasi, who had listened to the suggestions of his family elders that coming over for a vacation would help in curing insomnia. The people in my family scammed me. Zero, who had long been mentally prepared, wrote an electronic message to the Lijo governor. My father scammed me again. Your cute and lovable smiling angel of a grandson is about to suffer a hellish torture. Fang Zhao, who didn't have much expectation towards where they would go. The introduction says that the base has a high degree of freedom, should be a good place for dog walking. After learning about the overall situation at Planet Boo, among the 5 guests, 4 appeared dispirited. Only Fang Zhao was going through the data of Planet Boo meticulously. Each guest had brought along some supplies for the military garrison on Boo base. However, they wouldn't be sending it over personally, and the spaceport had personnel specially in charge to do so. Isn't this spaceport a little too small? Zero used his pinky finger to emphasize it. It's just a dot. They are indeed poor. The base is also small. Their total manpower isn't even half of Planet Baiji's in their early days. Midasi sounded disappointed, but was a little curious. This could be considered the first time he had truly come to a faraway place. Are there really no hunting conditions? Wu Tianhao was also unresigned. The program team replied with slight smiles. First-timers here will probably require 3 to 7 days to adapt. We have set aside 7 days of preparation time for everyone, a staff member in the program team said. An officer from the base, Colonel Song Ping, received them. He could still be considered young and was tanned. His attitude was amiable, but he was still slightly stern. On the shuttle to the base's airport, Zero twitched his nose, sniffing all around. Barbara painted her nails absent-mindedly. What does your dog nose smell this time? A strange scent. Zero responded. Who are you calling a dog? Seeing that they were going to bicker again, the program team's staff diverted their attention. The base has already prepared rooms for everyone. Bring all your stuff and don't forget any important items. Nanfeng hurriedly grabbed Curly Hair and stayed at Fang Zhao's side. In his opinion, besides his boss, the most valuable object was Curly Hair. He absolutely needed to watch this dog properly. If Curly Hair got lost, who knew if someone would catch and eat him up? Upon entering the base, Colonel Song Ping provided them an electronic map. The map displayed the areas where they could move about. Generally, just following the base's protocol and going about their own stuff wouldn't pose any danger. The degree of freedom here was very high. This was also the reason why the program team had chosen Boo Base. If it were elsewhere, although conditions would be better, their activities would encounter too many restrictions and filming wouldn't be so carefree. Fang Zhao moved into the room the base had prepared for them. Every special guest had a suite, and their assistants and bodyguards stayed nearby. These had all been settled during negotiations between the program team and the base to prevent a situation where people couldn't react in time if an accident occurred. Nothing could be allowed to happen to any of these special guests. Fang Zhao's side had the least men. Nanfeng directed Zui Yu and Yin Biao to tidy up the things in the room and install the various equipments that improved the living conditions in the room. He had heard that the difference in temperature between day and night here was huge. The resources at the base were limited, and the base might not be able to look after them the entire time. As someone who had undergone military service, Fang Zhao himself had said that he didn't have high requirements for the place he stayed in. Nanfeng hadn't been nitpicky about all this originally. However, when he saw the areas of the other 4 special guests buzzing with activity, Nanfeng couldn't stand by and watch. If those areas are luxurious, then our side can't be worse. Install all modifications. In any case, the base didn't say that they couldn't install their own facilities and equipment. On the first day of arriving at Boo Base, many people in the program team weren't adapting well until base personnel sent over breathing masks. Those with more severe reactions were sent for treatment. This wasn't much of a problem. They just needed some more time than others to adapt. The base's breathing masks were made according to the conditions of the environment and would aid newcomers in adapting to Planet Boo. Breathing masks were also delivered to the 5 special guests and their parties. Somewhere in the base, Colonel Song Ping, who had received the program team, was called up to report on the situation. Base Commander Flemington, who had just returned to the base, rotated his shoulders and stretched his back. He shut his weary eyes and asked grudgingly, "How are things there? Have the breathing masks been delivered?" "They have been delivered. The others are still okay, but the 5 special guests aren't using masks." Song Ping delivered his report as it was. Flemington's eyes flashed open and asked with an interested expression, "Go on." Former professional athlete Midacy is still adapting fine. After he settled down, he didn't react too poorly. Instead, he went to the exercise ground to play tennis for 10 minutes before returning to lie down. Flemington's lips curled up into a grin. That kid from the Mercy family is rather impressive, even daring to do intensive exercise when the adaptation period isn't over. Wu Tianhao also adapted quite similarly to Midacy. He said he wanted to test the limits of his body and went outside to practice his martial arts without wearing a breathing mask. He is currently sitting down. Flemington's grin became wider. A little of the Tongzhou's family's martial arts specialty. What about the others? Zero's adaptability isn't comparable to the first 2. He went to receive treatment after entering the base. Song Ping paused for a bit and said with a sort of complicated expression on his face, "He's pretty riled up from cursing his father with his breathing mask tossed to the side." Oh, Flemington was happy. Great spirit. This kid's rebellious phase isn't over yet. Continue. Barbara, although she says she didn't feel so well, she bluntly rejected the breathing masks when they were sent over. "Reason?" Flemington asked. Song Ping opened his mouth and said sheepishly, "It's ugly." Flemington, this pretentious kid even rejected them because they doesn't look great? If she dislikes them, then forget about it. Collect all the masks back. Right, what about Fang Zhao? He is the main focus. He should be adapting fine, right? Song Ping's expression turned strange. Fang Zhao has gone out to walk his dog. Flemington. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Actually being in the mood to walk a dog after arriving here? Wait, wasn't the primary issue that Fang Zhao brought along a dog in the first place? Did that dog not have the slightest bit of adverse reaction either? And then, Flemington. The soldiers on patrol there says that he seems to be in a cheerful mood while dog walking and has no intention to return yet. Chapter 384 PS. Fang Zhao also didn't bring Curly Hair too far. According to the map provided, he brought Curly Hair to walk around the area where they could move about freely to first understand the topography and lifestyle of this place. The area which Bu Base covered was huge, and the area for activity was also broad. Occasionally, they would run into soldiers on patrol. However, the atmosphere here was more relaxed, unlike the tensed vibe of the soldiers at Planet Baiji's outposts. This place was very dry and barren, but it was also peaceful. Curly Hair's adaptability was very strong. An environment with low pressure and low oxygen didn't appear to cause any changes in him. The barren sand also didn't make his spirits fall, and he seemed to really like it here. There weren't any other people around, so Fang Zhao also didn't keep Curly Hair leashed. Currently, Curly was running about on the sand without a care in the world. He was also very interested in the various bugs and animals beneath the soil, and regardless of whether they were big or small, Curly Hair would capture and play with them for a while before devouring them. Fang Zhao observed for a bit, and since Curly Hair seemed content, Fang Zhao just let him be. After strolling around outside, Fang Zhao leashed Curly Hair and returned back to base. On the second day, Fang Zhao woke up and headed to the base's dining hall to eat, when he ran into Wu Tianhao and Midacy. Having gone through a day of getting accustomed to the new environment, the two had gotten stronger, just that Midacy still appeared like he lacked sleep. It wasn't just Wu Tianhao and Midacy. Zero and Barbara also came out to walk about today. However, these two didn't eat at the dining hall. Instead, they ate their own food which they brought along. The program team all lamented as they watched the 5 guests become active and lively. Genes are really something powerful. They are the descendants of the great generals after all. Their adaptability ability is really strong. Genes implied potential. As long as this sort of potential wasn't wasted, they would be superior to others. Wasting them was another matter. Let's not compare with the other 4. After all, they are members of the great general's family clans. They have impressive genes, But what about Fang Zhao? Isn't he still of an artistic background? We can't compete with the other four, but we also should learn from Fang Zhao. The director started to deliver chicken soup for the other staffers in the program team. Actually, the director felt helpless deep down. This was the first time all the invited guests had a stronger adaptability than the staffers. He reckoned that the special guests could start filming already, but the staff couldn't keep up. As he thought about this problem, the director revised his arrangements. Their own end could not officially start work, but the special guests could be mobilized first. The director gathered the 5 special guests together and started to mobilize them. The guide manual sent to you all contains a lot of important information, including edible and poisonous food stuff you might see outside. If you see something that isn't shown, it is best not to touch it. Therefore, if you see something that is unknown, it is best to leave it to the professionals. At the start, Zero was still listening attentively, but as he listened on, he started to daydream. On the surface it couldn't be seen, but deep down it was like this. Previously I have earned quite a bit endorsing wild ginger, but the sustainability isn't there. Fresh ginger is fine, but it is still best to endorse garlic. Fang Zhao has already brought a dog. I will also bring one next time. I don't like these kinds of small dog. Big dogs are way more impressive. When will we be able to have internet connection here? I want to complain. In 2 minutes, the thoughts in Zero's brain had completely jumped from wild ginger to dogs to something else altogether. After emphasizing the stuff that needed to be taken care of, the director then explained to everyone about the main point of poverty alleviation. In the old era, there was this saying, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Poverty alleviation nowadays was generally about discovering an impoverished region's bright spots and magnifying it. Following which, the next step would be to try and raise the quality of life at these impoverished regions. However easy it might sound, how many could actually achieve this? Furthermore, theirs was a program which had an entertainment nature. They didn't really pin too much hope on discovering any bright spots. However, they would bank on the program to let people know how arduous this place was so that they would consider this place when they made donations. Of course, regardless of what he thought deep down or how cruel reality was, the director wouldn't explain things too realistically when trying to mobilize them. See more, listen more, walk around more, understand more. Given everyone's experienced and wise mind, you all should probably be able to discover this place's bright spot, the director concluded. Wu Tianhao. See more, listen more? Definitely. Just rely on my observant and alert senses. Midacy. Walk around more, understand more? Seems like a rather large amount of exercise. Zero, my wise mind. Barbara, bright spot. Fang Zhao, slightly difficult. The director felt satisfied seeing all 5 special guests apparently deep in thought. It seemed like these 5 special guests already understood his words. Clapping his hand to rouse everyone, the director then continued. As some of our program team staffers still haven't fully adapted and are unable to formally start work, today we will let Colonel Song Ping bring everyone out to look around. The personnel turnover on Planet Boo was much higher than on Planet Baiji and Planet Y. After all, the environment here wasn't suitable for ordinary living. A few years were fine, but if it was too long, there would be some people unable to endure it. Thus, most soldiers generally wouldn't stay for more than 10 years before being transferred to other locations. Song Ping had served on the Explorer-class spaceship Fomalhaut previously. After that, he had been transferred here for an interim period. He had already achieved enough military merits, and he would be able to get promoted again just by staying here and gaining experience. This was the 2nd year since he had been transferred to Planet Boo, and he would be transferred elsewhere after at most 3 years to some other planet that would basically be higher up in the development sequence. Although he had no intention of staying long on Planet Boo, Song Ping was still rather cordial with the few special guests. Even if they couldn't change the development outlook of Planet Boo, at least these special guests could bring along some financial support. This was only the 2nd day since the program team had arrived. After considering that some people were still in the preliminary stages of adapting and weren't in prime condition, some cars were specially brought out to bring these people along as Song Ping introduced the various areas and their uses on the wayside. Noticing the deserts in the distance, Midacy pointed beneath his feet and asked, "Isn't there oil below the deserts?" I have seen some records from during the old era mentioning about this. In the old era, oil was considered a very important resource. Song Ping nodded his head. Oil has been detected in many areas of planet Boo, but it isn't necessary. For daily usage, the thermal radiation provided by the fixed star is enough. It is even more convenient and lower cost. Our base mainly uses solar energy. As for even higher level power consumption, we use power ores that are sent over here. Afterwards, Song Ping brought them to see the cultivated fields. Every year, those sent over for military service are allocated to work in these fields, either growing crops or improving the soil quality. What sort of things can be grown in this place? Zero asked in disbelief as he pointed at the barren patch of sand. Things can be grown as long as there is water. The piping layout was completed a long time ago. The water supply is able to meet the requirements, Song Ping replied. Very quickly, they reached the agricultural district. Crops of varying heights grew sparsely on the modified land. They don't look to be growing too well. Midasi didn't know much about farming, but at least he could tell that the crops weren't doing well. Song Ping said, the output isn't too high, but at least we won't let everyone die. Wu Tianhao appeared to think of something and asked in a hurry, Brother Ping, then do you all eat bugs? Planet Baiji also had bugs in the past. Bugs this large. Bugs. We eat them too, but less. There aren't too many bugs that are edible here. They are either too small, too difficult to catch, or too expensive to catch. Those funds would be better appropriated for agriculture. We mainly have agricultural produce here, all grown by ourselves. Sometimes we capture some edible items from the ocean to improve our diet, but those are rare. There are also large animals on dry land, but because their numbers are low and aren't a threat to the base, most of them have been placed on the protected species list. Not only are we not allowed to eat them, but if we see these animals encountering any difficulties on the outside, we still have to lend them a hand. Therefore, in our base, we tend to eat vegetarian more often than not. Other times, we would just have the nutritional dose to replenish our energy and the required nutrients. Song Ping was saying all these to tell them that over here, don't think about eating lavish meats and extravagant stuff. When you are here, you follow everyone and eat vegetables. Zero rubbed his chin and nodded. I understand what you were trying to say. The old era had a saying, rest in peace. Song Ping. Wu Tianhao was indeed someone who had interacted with Zero the most, and immediately understood what Zero was trying to say. You probably wanted to say, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, right? Zero clapped his hand. Right? That's the one. Song Ping. For a second, I thought that there was a problem with my ability to understand. More better-suited crops for this place could be cultivated, Midasi said. Find some researchers, and they would surely be able to look into it. Song Ping shook his head. Researchers? We can't bring any over. The salary would be too low and the conditions are too poor. The land isn't fertile enough for abundant crop cultivation, and we aren't able to attract any research talent. Look at Planet Baiji. They were able to attract quite a number of researchers over, but this is an aspect we cannot compete with. Of course, if you all are willing to help out, you could send some people over. Those that aren't looking for fame are genuinely knowledgeable and capable people. It is fine even if their personalities aren't the best. Song Ping had only made an offhand remark. He didn't pin his hopes on an entertainment program being able to bring capable researchers over. Let me bring you over to the plot. Song Ping deactivated a region's defensive net and brought Fang Zhao and the others in. He wasn't going to forget to speak about Bu Base's strong point. Our students here on military service do not have to mine. Although farming might be a little more tiring, it is still safer than on Planet Baiji. Just solely this point makes recruits more willing to come here. As he spoke, Song Ping glanced at Fang Zhao. He had been transferred over from the Explorer-class spaceship Fomalhaut and had heard about Fang Zhao's application to serve his military service on board the Fomalhaut and Arcturus. Unfortunately, the applications were rejected, and Fang Zhao chose to serve on the Planet Baiji that had arduous conditions. Sometime later, unexpectedly, Planet Baiji discovered deposits of high-grade power ores as it took off and flourished. Many people knew that it was Fang Zhao who had discovered the new power ore, but many people also knew that even without Fang Zhao, other people would also be able to discover it, just that it might take slightly longer. As such, there were still many people who considered Fang Zhao to have an element of luck. Base Commander Flemington had taken this into account when he had agreed to collaborate with the program team. Otherwise, Flemington wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. He would be in line for a good promotion if he guarded this planet smoothly for another 1 or 2 years. He wasn't willing to meet any hiccups during this period. Song Ping didn't think about that stuff. He introduced Fang Zhao and the others to the crops here. We are such a big planet, and we cannot always rely on supplies. Only through self-reliance can we truly establish ourselves. We can't let ourselves starve to death if something unexpected happens to our supplies. Pests have to be prevented in the fields, but the effects of pesticides are limited. We also can't poison ourselves just trying to kill pests. Song Ping sent a few images to Fang Zhao and the others, introducing them to some of the commonly seen bugs and animals that were harmful to their crops, especially this sort. Song Ping pointed at one of the images and gritted his teeth. These are one of the largest pests here. A large reason for our low output is because of them. They can eat a lot, and just a moment of inattention can allow them to destroy a large patch, with everyone's hard efforts going to waste. The animal that Song Ping was talking about had a long, narrow body with developed claws and a tail. Its body appeared to be covered with segments of scales, and an adult one was about the size of a human palm. These things are highly resistant to drugs and are very nimble in the earth. It is very difficult to catch them without relying on traps. This type of animal is a big headache for the base. Luckily, it isn't too poisonous and doesn't pose too much danger to humans. To protect the crops, we have deployed the defensive net. However, the net isn't always sealed at all times. The fields require large amounts of manpower to tend to them, and each time we open up the defensive net, a few sneak in. We also have assigned personnel to exterminate pests regularly, but trying to get rid of them completely is simply impossible. These animals bury too quickly into the ground. Even when the pest exterminators do discover traces of them, there's always the concern about collateral crop damage. With their hands tied, the difficulty of pest extermination is rather high. Fang Zhao studied the image. It's like a lizard? It only looks a little similar, but its internal structure is completely different. There are specimens in the base. I will show them to you all when we get back. If the pest exterminators are able to catch one next time, I will dissect it to let you all see, Song Ping said. You can't catch one now? Wu Tianhao cracked his knuckles, eager to give it a try. They aren't easy to catch. You will probably need guidance from a professional if you want to catch one, as well as equipment. Also, you mustn't damage the crops as well. In short, catching them isn't as easy as you think. Song Ping had just said this when he saw curly hair running like the wind. He bit at something in the soil and dragged it out before hitting it against the ground for a few times. He then raised his head and tossed it into the air. Curly hair leapt up and caught it in his mouth before hitting it twice and tossing it into the air again. Is this the pest you were talking about? Fang Zhao pointed at the thing that was tossed into the air. Song Ping. Seems so. Curly hair held it in his mouth while playing with it excitedly before swaggering over to Fang Zhao as though he was trying to take credit. Fang Zhao took a look at the animal held in Curly hair's mouth and then glanced at Song Ping. Song Ping's voice was tart. Indeed. Chapter 385 Enjoying in Spite of Suffering. Curly hair placed the thing between his teeth beside Fang Zhao's feet before scampering back off to the fields. In the blink of an eye, he came back with another. Fang Zhao put on a pair of gloves, picked up the thing beside his leg, and examined it. Seems like it is really a little different. After studying them, Fang Zhao placed the two animals that Curly hair had caught on the ground. Even if these two hadn't been smashed dead by Curly hair, they were probably dazed and half dead. Song Ping was also standing watch at the side holding some equipment and stomped on them once more. Song Ping definitely wouldn't go easy on these sorts of pests. Midacy squatted down and examined this new species curiously. Wu Tianhao watched as Curly hair went off to catch pests again. He itched to give it a try too, so he followed after. Seeing that everyone wouldn't be resigned unless they gave it a try, Song Ping said, "Go on. Just pay attention to not damage the crops." Understood. Wu Tianhao even specially ran over to a warehouse at the side and rummaged through it for a tool he felt was useful before heading to the fields. It was monkey see, monkey do for Zero, and he grabbed a farming tool which he had no idea of how it functioned before running over to the field and joining in the fun. Barbara got herself a stool and wiped it over 10 times before gracefully sitting on it. Getting down in the dirt and hunting pests wasn't something for a noble young lady like her. Half an hour later, Wu Tianhao did a few tumbles before catching one with some difficulty and damaged some crops in the process. Midas took more caution around the crops and wasn't able to let loose. As a result, he wasn't able to catch any. On the other hand, Zero didn't care about the crops in the field either. However, he lacked Wu Tianhao's experience, and it seemed more like he was a pest rather than a pest exterminator. Upon seeing the situation, Song Ping hurriedly called the few of them back. If this went on, he didn't know how many of these crops that had been so painstakingly cultivated would be damaged. Compared to Wu Tianhao's performance, Curly Hair brought over pest after pest as Song Ping watched on. If he hadn't experienced it for himself, Song Ping would have thought that these pests were easy to catch. Wu Tianhao glanced at the one he caught, then eyed the bunch laid out by Curly Hair on the ground and felt as if he had been dealt a blow. He couldn't help but admit the reality that he couldn't be compared to a dog. However, when he saw Midas and Zero, they still can't be compared with me. Wu Tianhao immediately felt much better. Such an impressive dog has definitely got to be from Muzhou. Song Ping eyed Fang Zhao enviously. Song Ping had eyed those work dogs bred in Muzhou for some time already. He had heard that these dogs were especially impressive. Unfortunately, the application difficulty to get them here was too high, and they also couldn't compete with the people from larger military districts who wanted them. You guessed wrong. Wu Tianhao roared with laughter. It's a Yinzhou dog. Wu Tianhao then raised 2 fingers. It's worth 200 million. Song Ping shuddered. He had thought of borrowing the dog from Fang Zhao, but quickly gave up the idea. He couldn't afford to borrow it. What if he damaged it by accident? How much would he have to compensate? In less than half an hour, the ground before Fang Zhao was littered with the field pests that Curly Hair had brought back. After coming back once more, Curly Hair no longer went scampering off. This is all for the time being, Fang Zhao said while diverting the others' attention to the corpses on the ground. He casually pushed a remnant of a pest's tail that was hanging by Curly Hair's mouth in. Eating on the sly yet not knowing how to cover your tracks. Song Ping's attention was completely absorbed by these pests laid out on the ground and didn't notice Fang Zhao's actions. Right now he felt like he had received a blow, yet he was also pleasantly surprised. This already isn't easy. As he gazed at the row of creatures that had wrecked their fields every day, Song Ping wondered whether to issue Curly Hair a Little Pest Exterminator award. Song Ping went back to the warehouse to bring some instruments out. He picked a fat specimen out to dissect and showed their body structures to Fang Zhao and the others. He explained how these things were able to be so nimble within the soil because of their body structures. Catching them under normal circumstances was really difficult. Curly Hair was a special case. After the demonstration, Song Ping heeded Zero and Wu Tianhao's suggestions about not wasting resources and making the most of what they had, so he roasted these pests. There was little meat, and it didn't taste good. They only tried it for the novelty. Eating was secondary. Photos were the main point. Wu Tianhao and the others took a number of photographs and looked forward to showing them off on their social media when they received internet access. Afterwards, Song Ping still showed Fang Zhao and the others around some small factories. Of course, Planet Boo's factories weren't limited to these, and there were surely a few that weren't for their eyes. A lot of the things that Song Ping said might not have been entirely true either. Fang Zhao was well aware of all of this. Take for example the cars and other mechanical equipment at the base that didn't require crude oil as power. But what about other stuff? What about the chemical industry aspect? When Zero had first arrived on the base, he had asked questions regarding these. However, when Fang Zhao saw that the Planet Boo personnel hadn't bothered to explain further, Fang Zhao just treated it as nothing. Things that were too confidential, such as the chemical industry, military affairs, and others couldn't be revealed to external people. Planet Boo was no exception. Every single base was just like this and would only let guests see the most basic things. Other aspects weren't something outsiders could come into contact with. How could a planet that was garrisoned for so long have just the few things that Song Ping had shown? What is that? Wu Tianhao's eyes lit up as he pointed at a car parked inside a warehouse. The car is used by soldiers nearby for transporting small-scale goods, Song Ping explained. It looks like the dune buggies we toyed with at the beach some time back, right, Zero? Wu Tianhao said. A little, but there are weapons attached on top of it. Zero scanned the installations on the car and touched the broad tires. The tires are a little different from the ones we used back then. It looks even more impressive. Brother Ping, what is this sort of car called? In Wu Tianhao's opinion, this sort of car ought to have a name like Wild Dog, Wild Bull, T-Rex, or something else wild and ferocious. We call it Little Electric Donkey, Song Ping said. An electric-powered car? Little Electric Donkey then, so be it. Can I try it? Wu Tianhao rubbed his hands together. Sure. There were 5 cars in the warehouse. Song Ping locked the weapon systems on these vehicles before letting them use it. Wu Tianhao and Zero were all old hands. Upon getting on, they sped off into the desert. After consulting Song Ping, Midacy slowly drove the car out of the warehouse. Fang Zhao. Song Ping had just seen Midacy drive out and turned around, preparing to ask Fang Zhao when he saw Curly Hair hop on. Hick, you have no qualms bringing the dog along. There wasn't any form of protection on the car. What would happen if the car flipped and squashed the dog? 200 million. Fang Zhao glanced at Curly Hair squatting in the storage seat and wagging his tail before turning to reply at Song Ping. No problem. He isn't afraid. Song Ping. But I am afraid. Song Ping felt his heart rising up into his mouth as he watched Fang Zhao drive out. Sighing, Song Ping turned to the last special guest inside the warehouse. Barbara extended her hand adorned with jewels and neatened her flowery summer hat, put on a pair of shades, and smiled elegantly. I will be taking a walk nearby. A young lady of nobility doesn't ride this sort of coarse car. Song Ping sighed once again as he watched Barbara lift the hems of her skirt and leave with her assistants and bodyguards. Song Ping then got soldiers to follow and protect these 5 guests. Fang Zhao didn't drift like Wu Tianhao and Zero when he drove out. He kept a speed that wasn't too fast or too slow as he surveyed the surroundings. Moving further ahead, he couldn't see a single plant anywhere. Gusts of wind blew, sweeping up huge sheets of sand. Curly Hair stuck his tongue out as if playfully licking the golden sand all around. Approximately 20 minutes later, they received a notice from Song Ping. Urgent warning, we have to return. There's a storm nearby. Fang Zhao didn't delay upon receiving the notice. He turned the car around and headed back. Zero and Wu Tianhao had driven far out, but because of their speed, they managed to return quickly, even before Fang Zhao. However, Zero tried to show off his drifting when coming to a stop. After a beautiful arc, Song Ping, Barbara, and her entourage were hit with a spray of sand. Song Ping was still fine. He had long gotten used to it, and his body was always full of sand every time he went out. Barbara couldn't stand it and shouted while patting away the sand on her body. There was no place to shower here, and she hadn't brought along any clean clothes. She could only make do with glaring as if she wanted to kill Zero. Noticing that a situation was going to occur, Song Ping hurriedly drew everyone's attention away. The wind is getting strong. Let us hurry up and leave. Get on the car. The little electric donkeys were parked and the warehouse was locked. The party hurriedly got on the car and left. After a while in the car, Barbara had finally gotten rid of all the dirt on her face. She was admiring herself in the mirror when she realized her ring was missing from her finger. My diamond ring. Barbara wailed. Every accessory Barbara wore on her body was specially custom-made. The value of the gems on them weren't ordinary either. What Barbara loved the most was the design of the ring, and nothing could compare to it. She anxiously searched on the car and didn't find it. I definitely lost it while patting away the sand on my body. It was definitely still there before that. Barbara shot Zero a murderous look. Song Ping felt his head hurting more. The thing's these.